Hoffa arrived in the world of Harry Potter, filled with joy, believing he would catch a glimpse of the legendary wizard and perhaps tease some youthful characters. However, he soon discovered he had been transported to the year 1938, becoming a classmate of Voldemort and a student of Dumbledore. Where was Hermione? Where was my trio of friends? They simply didn't exist. In the foggy, grim atmosphere of London, the waves of the River Thames crashed against the rocks, sending cascades of frothy spray into the air. The sky, mottled with gloomy gray mist, loomed over the towering Big Ben, which stood amidst industrial smoke, unchanged from 50 years hence. In 1938, at the Woe Orphanage in London, stood a square, forbidding building. Its origins were shrouded in mystery. Some claimed it was established to aid the children of soldiers who perished in World War I, while others insisted it was once a medieval church's holding place for victims of the Black Death. The myriad of theories only underscored one undeniable truth. It was in a state of disrepair. A tangled mass of electrical wires snaked through the sky, and the haphazardly arranged houses cluttered the gray stone ground, devoid of any aesthetic appeal. A large iron gate entirely separated this dismal place from the bustling streets outside, where the foul stench of white smoke lingered and rusted manholes gurgled forth steam. Even rainwater became trapped at the mouths of the drains in the basement of the orphanage. A small boy lay with his eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. He appeared to be around 11, with short black hair and a pale complexion, his mixed heritage lending him a somewhat delicate appearance, though a swollen forehead marred his countenance. He lay on the bed, occasionally twitching as if in great pain. Knock, knock, that a polite rap echoed from the door, yet the boy did not awaken. After a moment, knock, knock, knock. The knocking grew more insistent. Hoffa jolted awake from a nightmare, suddenly sitting up and feeling his head and groin, relieved to find all parts intact. He was still alive. As he sniffed the air, he detected a pungent, moldy odor. Before him was not the fiery chaos of an exploding cinema, but rather a filthy, dimly lit room. Hoffa stared in shock at his pale, slender hands. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his forehead. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed again, vaguely aware that the knocking outside had taken on an urgent tone. Time passed, though he could not tell how long, until he gradually emerged from the haze of pain that a portion of memories that did not belong to him now occupied his mind. He still bore the name Hoffa, yet he was no longer the same Hoffa from Earth. The earthly Hoffa was an ordinary student from China, a solitary soul without a home, car, or wealth, whose only passion was saving money to buy books and watch films. But during one fateful visit to the cinema, an explosion had thrust him into this strange place. Now, he was known as Hoffa Bach, an utterly ordinary child raised in an orphanage. Fleeting memories revealed that the original owner of this body had been deceived during a picnic organized by the orphanage, led to a seaside cave, and subsequently fell from a cliff into the icy waters below. By the time he was returned to the orphanage, he was barely clinging to life, allowing Hoffa to take over. The boy's memories were filled with images of London's sewage-laden streets. He had ventured nowhere else, unaware of what phones and computers were, oblivious to the internet. He had only seen the soot-spewing old cars on the streets and the ubiquitous dark umbrellas. Hoffa strained to glean useful information from the fragmented memories that swirled in his mind. Shaking his head, more disjointed snippets of memory surged forward. In this life, his father was a native of China, a man who had fled war only to perish in a foreign land during World War I. The surname Bach likely connected to a foreign mother. Yet, Hoffa had no recollection of his mother whatsoever, an orphan, who has somehow crossed over. Hoffa rubbed his head, exhaling a cloud of stale air. He held no particular concern about his unexpected journey, for he had little to miss from his previous life. However, the circumstances of his arrival felt rather disappointing. He scrutinized his surroundings more closely. A filthy bed, a rickety wooden table, and a few faded posters of soldiers adorned the walls. Above him dangled a British short-haired cat, lifeless and grotesquely hanging from the ceiling. Indeed, the cat was rigid and pitifully suspended from above. The name of this cat flooded Hoffa's mind. It had been the closest companion of the previous owner of this body. An inexplicable fury ignited within him. Who could be so cruel as to hang an innocent cat in this manner, especially in front of its owner? Before he could delve further into his memories to identify the perpetrator, a soft knocking and the sound of a key turning in the lock disrupted his thoughts. Click! Suddenly, the heavy door swung open with a forceful bang, as if someone had kicked it in. Hoffa stumbled backward, startled. Standing outside were two figures, a man and a woman. He recognized the woman immediately upon seeing her. Hoffa recalled her identity without hesitation. It was Mrs. Cole, the administrator of the Woe Orphanage, a gaunt woman perpetually marked by anxiety. Beside her stood an unexpected visitor, the peculiar elderly gentleman, whose attire clashed with the surroundings, captured Hoffa's attention. He had striking blue eyes, a long nose that appeared to have been broken, and a neatly groomed, chestnut-colored beard and hair. He was dressed in an elegant velvet suit, holding a cane and a top hat. Hoffa had no doubt that his clothing was tailored on Savile Row, yet what astonished him was the familiarity of the man's beard and hair. He felt an uncanny sense of recognition. "Tom, someone has come to see you," Mrs. Cole said casually, yet suddenly she leapt back as if someone had stepped on her tail. "Wait a moment. How can it be you? Hoffa, did he steal your room?" Hoffa was still pondering the identity of the familiar old gentleman. Momentarily oblivious to Mrs. Cole's words, the elderly man entered the room, glancing around before letting out a sigh at the sight of the hanging feline. He then stood before Hoffa, his long nose and deep blue eyes calmly surveying the boy. He extended a slender finger, gently brushing over the bruise on Hoffa's head. Poor child, a sensation of healing coursed through the wound on Hoffa's forehead, and a flash of realization struck him as he gazed at the nameplate affixed to the door. It bore the crooked letters of English. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Good heavens! Am I in the world of Harry Potter? Am Voldemort? Hoffa's mind momentarily spiraled into confusion, but he quickly deduced he had misinterpreted the situation. He was Hoffa, merely situated in Voldemort's room, and the reason soon surfaced from his memories. This was an orphanage where his past self had been a well-behaved child, much favored by the caretaker. His quarters were on the ground floor, basking in sunlight, while Tom's room was in the basement. Tom Riddle, the young Voldemort, coveted Hoffa's room and consequently lured him into a cave. After a futile attempt at coercion, he had pushed Hoffa off a cliff. Before he could lament the tragic fate of his previous life, a whirlwind of information worldview era narrative flooded his mind, causing Hoffa's eyes to widen in astonishment. The elderly man tended to Hoffa's wounds before turning to Mrs. Cole, softly sighing, "Take me to see Tom." Mrs. Cole nodded, preparing to lead him away. As they reached the doorway, Hoffa finally reacted, pointing at the old man's back, nearly exclaiming, "Done. Done." Dumbledore. With surprise etched upon his face, the brown-bearded Dumbledore turned, his brow furrowing and his blue eyes widening. A silence enveloped the air. Hoffa quickly covered his mouth, cursed be his carelessness. In his shock, he had failed to restrain his tongue, but he knew well that this man was one of the world's most formidable wizards, capable of 100 methods to expose him. Veritaserum, the Imperius curse. Though he suspected Dumbledore would likely disdain such tactics, caution was never unwarranted. Should his possession be discovered, who could fathom how this enigmatic magical realm would react? However, Dumbledore had no intention of letting Hoffa slip away. He inquired softly, "Have we met?" Hoffa, still covering his mouth, shook his head vigorously. "Then how do you know my name?" As he spoke, Dumbledore took a step closer. Hoffa instinctively retreated a step. Dumbledore was taken aback. Politely, he turned to Mrs. Cole, saying, "Please wait a moment, I would like to have a word alone with this child." The wings of the butterfly. In the year 938, Albus Dumbledore had yet to assume the role of headmaster at Hogwarts. At that time, he was merely a professor of transfiguration, likely in his 50s. Yet, it was this very year that he undertook a seemingly trivial act, one that would irrevocably alter the future of the magical realm. He admitted the future Dark Lord, Voldemort, into Hogwarts, thus setting Tom Marvolo Riddle on a path of unbridled ambition. Hoffa had perused the original novels and was once an ardent admirer of them. However, he could hardly fathom that he would find himself reborn in this world, particularly in England in the year 938, and upon awakening, he would encounter one of the most celebrated wizards of the age. He was perplexed by the significance of this encounter, but once Mrs. Cole vacated the room, Hoffa instinctively retreated to a corner. He regarded Dumbledore with trepidation, fearful that the wizard might employ the legilimency spell to delve into his thoughts, or worse, cast a memory charm to erase his recollections. Neither outcome was acceptable to him, especially after recently experiencing death and the ensuing turmoil of his memories, leaving his nerves in a precarious state. However, Dumbledore did not act upon such inclinations. Instead, his eyes sparkled with curiosity. He was intrigued by the child from the orphanage who could utter his name. Rather than hasten to speak with Hoffa, he gently lowered the cat suspended above him and leaned against the dilapidated table, regarding Hoffa with a smile. "Muggles would not know my name. Hoffa," he mused, having already committed Hoffa's name to memory. "Ah," Hoffa replied dryly, realizing that in the presence of such an ancient wizard, he felt no sense of superiority, as he himself had lived only 20 years. Dumbledore, at the very least, was 56. "You did not inquire about the meaning of Muggle," Dumbledore remarked, his blue eyes twinkling as they fixed upon Hoffa. "What is your full name?" "Hoffa." "Hoffa Bach," Hoffa sighed, opting for honesty. In the face of such a formidable presence, he felt compelled to embody the role of an earnest child. Bach sounded reminiscent of family from France. Dumbledore pondered briefly before producing his wand and resting it upon his knee. Instinctively, Hoffa recoiled slightly, his eyes now filled with apprehension as he had finally regained his composure after the initial shock. All he wished was to expedite Dumbledore's departure and gather his thoughts to confront this new life. Dumbledore, perceptive to Hoffa's unease, raised his wand and pointed it in Hoffa's direction. Alarm surged within Hoffa as he retreated further into the corner, questioning the wizard's intentions. What was Dumbledore planning? Was he about to cast the Obliviate charm? The tension within Hoffa escalated to a fever pitch. Just as he reached the pinnacle of his anxiety, a sudden crash echoed through the room. A glass on the table shattered, seemingly in resonance with Hoffa's mounting distress. Then with a hiss, the atmosphere shifted, accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a low-quality horn-esque explosion, akin to a cheap Halloween firecracker. Dumbledore's wand emitted several ribbons that floated gently down from the sky, adorned with twinkling specks of light, landing softly on Hoffa's face. Hoffa, bewildered, pressed himself against the corner, allowing the ribbons to cascade and settle atop his head. What was happening? This scene was entirely absent from the original narrative. What was he supposed to do? Dumbledore cleared his throat softly, retracting his wand and murmuring, "Am I truly that frightening?" Hoffa remained silent, glancing at the cup on the table and then back at Dumbledore's cheerful demeanor, utterly speechless. "Did Beauxbatons send you an invitation?" Hoffa silently shook his head. "Ah, I see." Though Hoffa was uncertain of what exactly had been understood. As he spoke, Dumbledore rose, placed a top hat upon his head, and gently suggested, "Perhaps you should change your surroundings. By the way, I also have a fondness for short-haired cats. Find a better place to lay this little fellow to rest." With that, he gave Hoffa a slight wink and turned to exit the room. Once Dumbledore departed, Hoffa gradually sank to the floor, leaning against the wall. For a moment, his mind seemed to freeze, and after a considerable pause, he finally grasped his coordinates in time and space. London, England, in the year 938, an orphanage housing Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's current task was to enroll the future Dark Lord in school. Soon, Hoffa heard faint clicking sounds from upstairs, akin to the gnawing of a nest of mice on a table. The noise was so subtle that it would go unnoticed if one did not listen closely. However, Hoffa knew it was not mice. In 938, when Dumbledore recruited the then-young Tom Riddle to Hogwarts, he had expressed discontent with Tom's bullying of other children. At that moment, he had subdued Tom with a burning wardrobe, compelling the future Dark Lord to experience his only moment of remorse in life. The story of Harry Potter is extensive, but if one were to pinpoint a true beginning, this segment might very well be it. After all, if Tom Riddle had not entered Hogwarts, he would not have become Voldemort. Had Voldemort not slain Harry Potter's parents, the subsequent events would not have unfolded. And now, this historic moment was transpiring right above him. Faint conversations drifted from upstairs. "Oh boy, I have no money." "Dumbledore, that can be easily resolved. Hogwarts has a fund specifically designated to assist those in need of financial support for purchasing textbooks and robes. Some of your magical books may have to be acquired secondhand. However, boy, where can I buy magical books?" "Dumbledore, in Diagon Alley, I have brought your reading list and school supplies. I can assist you in acquiring everything." "The boy, are you going to accompany me?" "Dumbledore, certainly, if you." "The boy, I don't need it." 5 minutes later, the conversation concluded, and the sound of a door closing echoed from upstairs. Just as Hoffa thought the initial meeting between Dumbledore and Voldemort had come to an end, Dumbledore's voice resonated once more. "By the way, the child whose room you commandeered is also a wizard. If you are familiar with London, I hope you can lend him your assistance." Tom Riddle let out a mocking laugh. "Hoffa him?" Dumbledore ceased to respond and departed, closing the door behind him. Downstairs, having overheard everything, Hoffa collapsed on his bed, uncertain whether to weep or to laugh. Undoubtedly, he possessed magical talent. Dumbledore had just tested his abilities in a completely unexpected manner. Whatever the novels portrayed, the current Dumbledore was far more formidable and incisive than he had imagined, perhaps due to his relative youth. Conversely, Voldemort was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. He had already lost his former self, slain by the young Tom Riddle, merely for a room. Had Dumbledore known he was dealing with a murderer of such tender age, he would likely never have admitted him to Hogwarts. Lying sprawled on the bed, he sighed. Hoffa instinctively reached for his phone to send a WeChat message, venting about reality. But upon checking his pocket, he could only manage a wry smile. With over 70 years until Steve Jobs unveiled the iPhone 4, that fellow was probably still a single-celled organism. He might as well abandon the thought of playing with a smartphone. After gathering his thoughts, Hoffa cradled the cat that Tom Riddle had hanged, digging a grave in a corner of the orphanage to bury it. As he gazed at the small mound of pebbles he had arranged, he pressed his hand to his chest and softly declared, "I will carry on with your spirit." Before long, the sound of mealtime echoed through the orphanage. Hoffa adjusted his mindset, the gloom on his face dissipating. He possessed magical talent and was likely to attend Hogwarts. Was this not the very dream of his childhood in his previous life? If so, what was there to complain about? On his plate lay a piece of somewhat yellowed white bread, 2 slices of bacon, half a broccoli, and a glass of orange juice. This was Hoffa's first meal in London in the year 938. The orphanage's food was hardly exceptional, merely sufficient to stave off hunger. Coupled with the notorious indifference of British cooks, Hoffa found the bacon exceptionally overcooked. Yet, before he could force down the morsel in his mouth, a plate was heavily placed before him. Clang! Hoffa, with half a strip of bacon clenched in his mouth, looked up in surprise. A tall boy with dark hair and pale skin, remarkably handsome, stood before him. At least, that was how Hoffa perceived him, far more striking than his own appearance in this lifetime. Hoffa considered himself an ordinary neighbor boy, whereas this boy possessed a charm that could easily attract talent scouts on the streets. "You grasp things rather quickly, Hoffa," the boy remarked softly. His eyes narrowed, as if observing some fascinating new toy. Undoubtedly, the striking figure before him was none other than the infamous Tom Marvolo Riddle, without question. He was the most formidable dark wizard in the annals of European magical history, known as Voldemort. 50 years hence, his name would be uttered only in hushed tones. Hoffa harbored a deep disdain for him. Who could possibly admire a child of merely 11 who dared to take a life, employing any means necessary to achieve his ends? Furthermore, this child showed no signs of remorse. However, Hoffa, having matured in spirit, felt no fear. At that moment, Voldemort was still just a boy. No matter how impressive he appeared, he swallowed a bite of bacon and slowly rose to his feet, gazing at the youthful Voldemort, his heart heavy with reflection. What kind of person would willingly transform such a handsome visage into that of a serpent? "Step aside, Tom," Hoffa said calmly, his demeanor unwavering against the boy's presence. Tom paused, his expression suddenly paling, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes, resembling a ferocious beast. Yet, unexpectedly, instead of attacking or casting a spell, he leaned in with a subtle smile, as if his earlier ferocity had been merely a figment of imagination. "You and I are the same ilk, Hoffa," he whispered, pointing to the other children dining nearby, unlike those fools. Hoffa was taken aback. After all, this was the young Voldemort, a future tyrant. His temperament was unlike that of any ordinary child. Moments ago, he had pushed Hoffa toward the abyss, and now he sought to forge a bond. It was no wonder that he would later amass a formidable following of Death Eaters. Truth be told, were it not for his knowledge of future events, Hoffa might have been beguiled by the boy's captivating smile. "If you wish to be my friend, I can take you to a wondrous place," Tom offered, extending his left hand with a charming grin. However, Hoffa merely scoffed at the outstretched palm. "I will find my way to Hogwarts myself, but I refuse to shake the filthy hand of one who kills innocent creatures." No sooner had he spoken than a look of revulsion crossed Tom Riddle's youthful face. The light fixtures on the orphanage ceiling flickered ominously, the air suddenly tightening, and the orange juice in the nearby children's plates exploded. Cries erupted. Hoffa frowned, sensing the potent magical disturbance. Though he had yet to engage with magic, his instincts alerted him to the terrifying talent emanating from the boy before him. Hoffa's pallid visage betrayed no hint of retreat. He was merely an ordinary individual in his past life, yet one who held steadfast convictions. It mattered not that this individual was destined for failure. Even if success awaited him, Hoffa would never extend his hand in greeting. He retracted his palm, and the light bulb above returned to its normal glow. Lady Cole, in a flurry of panic, rushed into the hall to soothe the weeping child. At this moment, Tom had regained his composure. "I shall watch you, Hoffa," he stated calmly before turning to depart. His tone was tranquil, yet the murderous intent he harbored was starkly unmasked. Hoffa scoffed lightly, shook his head, and tossed a remnant piece of bacon from his plate into his mouth. To offend the Dark Lord on his first day of rebirth was indeed a grave misstep. To be candid, Hoffa was not fond of antagonizing others. His upbringing in a traditional Eastern environment had instilled in him the importance of discretion in navigating life. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that propelled him to hastily sever ties with Voldemort. The path to prosperity lay in quietly aligning oneself with the prevailing powers. To boldly confront the world, as he did with his grand ambitions, was folly. Regardless of how immense one's talents may be, they could still fall victim to the machinations of others, and the absence of Harry Potter would not alter this fate. The thought sent a shiver down Hoffa's spine. Despite Voldemort's inevitable downfall, he had no desire to become a casualty of the Wizarding War. This was not an era when Harry was born. His father had not yet graced the world. There was no chance for him to bask in the protagonist's aura or to follow the savior's lead. Nor could he opportunistically exploit the historical trajectory, picking up the pieces along the way. The Philosopher's Stone, the Chamber of Secrets, the Prisoner of Azkaban. Such events lay half a century ahead. In his current state, Hoffa was utterly in the dark, facing a road shrouded in chaos. In 1938, at the Leaky Cauldron, Tom Riddle did not seek to trouble Hoffa. In fact, upon receiving the Hogwarts invitation, he adopted an unusually low profile. Hoffa, too, was not foolish enough to provoke him. His focus remained on eating, exercising, and familiarizing himself with his surroundings, 3 singular pursuits. A month later, Hoffa had thoroughly explored the vicinity surrounding the orphanage and had gained a rough understanding of the location of the Leaky Cauldron. At this moment, Hoffa held a paper map of London, traversing the path to the Leaky Cauldron, adorned with a worker's cap and sporting filthy socks atop his Martin boots. He resembled a child laborer peddling newspapers. The streets of London in 1938 were far from the opulence of later years. The roads, paved with gray bricks, were riddled with potholes. Old-fashioned cars, their hoods propped up, trundled by, emitting clouds of sooty exhaust. Their colors were drab, lacking the vibrant hues of future automobiles. Many hungry individuals wandered about, brandishing signs in search of work, while despondent youths lingered at street corners, smoking in silence. The remnants of the economic crisis of 1929 lingered, and the decline of the sun never sets empire became undeniably apparent in the aftermath of the First World War. As he rounded a street corner, Hoffa observed a group of laborers, pipes clenched between their teeth, diligently applying paste to the walls. Approaching closer, he discovered they were affixing black and white posters calling for conscription into the British Royal Army. The sight of this poster sent a chill through Hoffa's heart. At this moment, he had forgotten the most critical piece of information, one not derived from the wizarding world, but from the Muggle realm. The impending eruption of the Second World War. Hitler was still alive. A host of other dark figures from that era remained as well. Tojo Hideki, Mussolini, in comparison to the yet-to-mature dark wizard Voldemort. These were indeed formidable tyrants. The devastation and slaughter wrought by Voldemort might pale in comparison to the mere fraction of havoc these men could unleash. Hoffa's understanding of history was limited, yet he recognized that the war was set to commence in 1939, merely a year away. Staring at the poster, Hoffa found himself momentarily transfixed, map in hand. He felt a wave of despair wash over him. Why, of all times, did he have to arrive in such a tumultuous era? Beep, beep. The sound of a car horn jolted Hoffa from his reverie. Turning around, he spotted an antiquated motorcycle approaching, one he had last seen in a wartime drama. The kind where one person rode while another sat in the sidecar. 2 soldiers clad in dark green uniforms halted before him. One, smoking, leaned out from the sidecar and called out loudly, "Are you Hoffa Bach?" Hoffa was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as he regarded the 2 young soldiers, wondering if his name was emblazoned across his face. He nodded, affirming, "That's me." Instantly, the soldier in the sidecar rummaged behind him and produced a stack of tied letters, moistening his fingers to flip through them before extracting one and handing it to Hoffa. "Your letter, young man. Hold on to it carefully." With that, the soldier operating the motorcycle revved the engine, and they sped away. Hoffa, astonished, turned the letter over in his hands. It read, London, Bonneton Market Street, 532 meters west of the Leaky Cauldron, at the second corner. To Mr. Hoffa Bach. The script, inked in emerald green, bore no stamp and felt substantial, reminiscent of thick parchment. Hoffa gaped at the 2 soldiers who had vanished, flipping the letter over once more. There, he found a wax seal adorned with a shield emblem, encircled by a lion, an eagle, a badger, and a snake, all surrounding the capital letter H. Although he had anticipated receiving a letter after that day with Dumbledore, he had never imagined it would arrive under such circumstances. He gazed up at the sky, utterly perplexed. How on earth had these individuals managed to position themselves with such precision? Setting aside his confusion, Hoffa eagerly tore open the letter. The countless dreams he had envisioned in his past life were now manifesting into reality, igniting an exhilarating thrill within him. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Almander Dippet, Vice President of the International Wizarding Federation, Royal Honorary Wizard, Chief Wizard of Wisenamoth. Dear Mr. Bach, we are delighted to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. The term commences on September 1st. We shall await your owl with your response by July 31st. Yours sincerely, Deputy Headmaster at Debigo Shack. Hoffa read the letter repeatedly, and without a doubt, It mirrored the correspondence from the novels, yet it was entirely different. From this missive, he gleaned 3 crucial pieces of information. Firstly, his headmaster was not Dumbledore, but rather a man named Almander Dippet. Secondly, the deputy headmaster was not Minerva McGonagall, but a stranger named Debegoshak. And thirdly, the Muggle world was not entirely severed from the wizarding realm, for at least within the royal circles, there were those aware of the existence of magic. For instance, the 2 soldiers he had encountered were likely to be wizards themselves. Otherwise, they would not have so calmly delivered this peculiar letter to him. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility of them being under a spell. However, upon seeing the title of Almander Dippet as an imperial honorary wizard, Hoffa found his previous assumption to be more plausible. It was not surprising. Those at the pinnacle of the world undoubtedly possessed information far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. With such a vast wizarding community, it would be impossible for the Ministry of Magic to completely conceal the existence of wizards without the cooperation of the higher echelons of the Muggle society. Quietly noting the information he had acquired, Hoffa pulled out the second sheet of paper. This page appeared rather mundane, detailing the essential textbooks and supplies for Hogwarts, resembling what he had seen in his previous life. Yet, as he read through it, a realization struck him with a jolt. He was utterly destitute. Indeed, he was in a state of true poverty, reliant on the orphanage for sustenance. He had inherited no wealth from deceased parents and had no knowledge of how to apply for the Hogwarts Hardship Fund. Furthermore, he lacked any relatives akin to Uncle Vernon in this world. Surely, he could not ask the orphanage for funds to attend Hogwarts. Those individuals were also unfortunate souls, having struggled to raise him. Standing on the streets of London in 1938, Hoffa felt the biting chill of reality wash over him. A mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes, and in this moment, even a time traveler like Hoffa felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Must it truly be this way? The boss offers hope only to shatter it like glass? Sighing to himself, Hoffa tucked the letter into his pocket. There was no alternative. He must indeed journey to Hogwarts, for it was the cherished dream of his childhood in a previous life. Even if it meant begging or laboring, he was determined to scrape together the tuition fees. Gritting his teeth, Hoffa made his way to the Leaky Cauldron. If he were to beg or work, it would be in the wizarding world, for there was no galleon to be found in the Muggle realm. The only bit of good news was that he had already discerned the precise location of the Leaky Cauldron from the envelope. The establishment now stood nestled between a suit shop and an umbrella store, while oblivious Muggles ambled past, entirely unaware of its existence. Hoffa slipped the map into his pocket and stepped inside. This legendary tavern was as described in the tomes, dim and dilapidated, a veritable melting pot of characters. Male wizards swigging drinks, female witches puffing on cigarettes, and several creatures resembling fairies were engaged in a card game in the corner, their table overflowing with coins. The sole distinction was the proprietor behind the bar, who, despite showing signs of age with his balding pate, was not yet a complete bald man. The walls of the pub were adorned with a series of dark, striking oil paintings. Each figure within them appeared to be animated. Hoffa gazed slowly around, and at the end of the gallery, he spotted the portrait of an elderly woman. She donned a wooden hairpin and puffed on a pipe, resembling a landlady of sorts. Upon noticing Hoffa, she exhaled a cloud of smoke with a fierce glare, exclaiming, "What are you staring at, you little pauper?" Hoffa grimaced in response. Below the painting, a plaque read, "The Leaky Cauldron, founded by Daisy Dodderidge." Unwilling to engage in a dispute with a mere painting, Hoffa approached the bar where the proprietor, Tom, was busy polishing glasses. The young bartender glanced up at Hoffa's entrance, his expression neutral, and returned to his task without further acknowledgement. Hoffa recalled the bustling atmosphere of Harry Potter's inaugural visit to the tavern, contrasting it with his own solitary predicament, and could only lament the disparity. He lacked the fabled protagonist's charm. He cast a longing glance at the galleons in the hands of the card-playing fairies before resolutely stepping up to the bar. The counter was quite high, prompting him to rise onto his toes, and he cleared his throat. "Hello, hello," Tom replied, his demeanor neither warm nor cold, simply ordinary. Hoffa ventured, "I would like to inquire if you're hiring." Only then did Tom cease his polishing, looking at Hoffa with mild surprise. "What did you say?" Hoffa replied earnestly, "Excuse me, I am seeking a short-term position." Tom exclaimed in astonishment, "By Merlin's beard, are wizarding children now so young that they seek employment?" Hoffa felt exasperated, yet the circumstances were beyond his control, and he could only sigh. What can be done? There's an economic crisis outside, after all. Tom grimaced and shook his head, saying, "I'm afraid we do not hire minors." With that, he turned to the other side of the table and resumed polishing the glassware. Undeterred, Hoffa followed him. "Wait a moment. Do Do you know of any other shops in Diagon Alley that are hiring? Tom's mood soured. He furrowed his brow and slammed the cloth down. Hey, you, young lad, instead of attending Hogwarts, you wish to seek employment? Do you think work is so simple? Hoffa inwardly cursed, as if I wouldn't want to go. If I had the means, why would I be seeking your disdain? This old fellow was so snobbish. He had been so warm to Harry Potter, but regarded Hoffa as if he were a plague to be banished. Tom's voice drew the attention of several wizards nearby. Among them a tall, hunchbacked witch who turned around, pipe in hand, and smiled. Little one, do you find yourself in need of money? Would you like to accompany me to Knockturn Alley? Before she could finish her sentence, Hoffa quickly replied, No thank you. I would prefer to look for work in Diagon Alley. He certainly would not accept. The woman, who looked old enough to be his grandmother, referred to herself as sister. Clearly, something was amiss. The tall witch pursed her lips and blew a puff of smoke in his direction. Hoffa, however, maintained his composure and turned to Tom, saying, I would like to go to Diagon Alley. Could you assist me in opening the door? Opening doors was indeed Tom's responsibility, as his pub was situated here, making him a sort of gatekeeper. He did not refuse and simply replied, Follow me. Hoffa pondered the myriad of shops in Diagon Alley, hoping one might offer him a chance for employment. Standing before the wall, Tom instructed, count 3 bricks up, then 2 bricks in, and finally knock 3 times. Remember to use a bit of magic when you knock, should you possess a wand in the future. Hoffa nodded eagerly, though he thought to himself that he had not a single Canute to his name. Ollivander would hardly extend credit for a wand. Noticing Hoffa's agreeable demeanor, Tom inquired, What is your name, and why are you seeking work? Hoffa felt a glimmer of hope and quickly responded, I'm Hoffa, seeking work to earn some money for books. In the pub's main hall, one of the goblins playing cards perked up his ears, casting a glance their way. However, Tom frowned and cautioned, if you lack funds, write to Hogwarts and request assistance. They're not short on money. Moreover, if you hope to find work in Diagon Alley, I advise you to abandon that notion. All the shops there are registered with the Ministry of Magic and are not permitted to hire those underage. Hope, which had just ignited within Hoffa, was suddenly extinguished, akin to a balloon bursting and releasing its air with a hiss. He yearned to compose a letter to Hogwarts, just as the correspondence had requested a reply from his owl. The dilemma lay in the fact that Hoffa did not possess an owl. While it was indeed possible to acquire one in Diagon Alley, he was devoid of funds, penniless. Just as despair began to envelop him, a card-playing goblin leapt from his seat and maneuvered past a group of chatting wizards. The goblin beckoned. Hold on. Young wizard, what is your name? Curiosity piqued. Hoffa turned to see a goblin adorned with a monocle, clad in a leather jacket and polished shoes, with a suit draped over his arm. He stood at half the height of an average human, nearly matching Hoffa's stature, sporting a stylish tuft of golden hair and earrings. He appeared rather appealing compared to the other portly, older goblins. I'm Hoffa, what is it? Hoffa replied. The goblin nodded, adjusting his monocle. Your surname is Bach, correct? Yes, Hoffa responded, taken aback. Why did it take you so long? I have been waiting for you for 3 days, the goblin complained. I am Ender, pleased to make your acquaintance. He extended his hand with the finesse of a seasoned salesman. Hoffa shook his hand, feeling a mixture of apprehension and intrigue as he surveyed the goblin's office attire, wondering what he could have possibly done to warrant such a weight from a creature known for their extreme frugality. Had he inadvertently owed the goblin money? However, Ender quickly clarified, not long ago, a wizard commissioned me to assist in a matter, instructing me to wait for a child named Hoffa. He then cleared his throat and rummaged through his trousers pocket, extracting a crumpled letter from a pile of copper coins, which he handed to Hoffa. This is a letter from the wizard who sent me. Hoffa eagerly accepted it and glanced at the note, which bore no signature, only a series of swirling English letters. I did not prepare 2 grants last time. I've instructed Ender to take you to Gringotts to collect it. He is a commendable goblin. Treat him well. See you at school. The message was succinct, yet Hoffa instantly recognized the handwriting. It belonged to Dumbledore. A warmth spread through Hoffa's heart. He realized he had not been forgotten after all, and he sighed with relief. At least one person in this world remembered him. He could finally abandon the thought of seeking employment. After reading the letter, Hoffa looked upon the goblin with increasing fondness. Yet, he noticed the goblin suddenly rubbing his hands together, grinning with an air of shrewdness. Hoffa, suspicious, inquired, What are you smiling about? Ender adjusted his glasses and replied, Well, the situation is as follows, though there has been a slight twist. What twist? A sense of foreboding arose within Hoffa. Unexpectedly, this fellow had been playing cards in my establishment for 3 consecutive days, and had lost each day. It was Tom, the bar owner, who responded with a cold chuckle, crossing his arms before turning away, dismissing Hoffa entirely. Gazing at the ashamed fairy before him, then at Tom's retreating figure, and finally at the several fairies at the card table collecting money. Hoffa felt as if multiple Dementors were kissing him, a fragment of his soul slowly drifting from his every orifice. What do you mean? My scholarship? Indeed, Inder replied. It has been lost in my gambling endeavors. Are you even human? Hoffa exclaimed, grabbing Inder by the collar in a fit of rage. Why would you wager my scholarship? Inder, startled, quickly patted Hoffa's visibly tense hand, saying, Isn't this merely a form of investment? That small sum is inconsequential. Oh, how can we fairies ever lack for money? Look at you, so anxious. Hoffa, gasping for breath, released his grip, nearly driven to the brink by this fairy's antics. Are you serious? Trust me, Inder declared, thumping his chest. I assure you that by sunset, you shall acquire your books and wand, provided you follow my instructions. Hoffa shot a cold glance at the fairy, his discontent growing. How could Dumbledore have chosen such a creature for this task, claiming he was a decent fairy? What must I do? Hoffa inquired. First, we must venture to Diagon Alley, Inder said with a grin, extending his slender finger to tap thrice on the wall before them. The wall trembled as if alive, swiftly parting to reveal a broad archway leading to a winding cobblestone path that seemed to stretch into infinity. At that moment, an inexplicable voice echoed in Hoffa's mind. Ding! Wizarding's secret realm discovered. System activated. This system serves as an educational framework. Its existence is predicated on two objectives. 1. The host must complete a 7-year magical education at Hogwarts. Failure to do so may necessitate coercive measures. 2. To aid the host in exploring and documenting this world. Upon the completion of each secret realm exploration, the system will bestow rewards. Current Wizarding Realm, London Wizarding Market. Complete 5,000 explorations to receive 1/3 of a spell fragment. 1/3 of a spell fragment contains unique energy. Acquiring 3 will enable you to upgrade one of your spell abilities. Complete 0,000 explorations to obtain the knowledge of the Great One. The knowledge of the Great One is enigmatic. Before possessing it, one remains utterly unaware of its potential power. Hoffa stood frozen for a moment, but fortunately, his heart had become significantly more resilient after a series of events. He meticulously scoured the information within his mind several times. It was hardly surprising that he possessed a system. The system's functions were rather conventional: complete tasks and receive rewards. However, the name of this system struck him as rather peculiar: compulsory education system, mandating a 7-year magical education. Hoffa couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Who would refuse to attend 7 years at Hogwarts? Even the formidable Voldemort dutifully spent 7 years within the school before departing, which attests to the institution's allure. Yet, the system ominously stated that should he fail to comply, coercive measures would be enacted. Amusingly, he had never skipped a class in his previous life. He attempted to inquire with the system, but it remained unresponsive. The only alteration was the emergence of an empty green bar in his consciousness, displaying Current Secret Realm Exploration 000. Observing the empty bar, Hoffa understood that he must engage in continuous exploration to earn rewards, which came in 2 forms: spell fragments and knowledge of the Great Ones. However, he was currently unaware of the purposes of these items. Confirming that he had not misread, Hoffa exited his consciousness. Duo, noticing Hoffa's prolonged stillness, assumed it was his first visit to Diagon Alley and that he was taken aback. After a brief wait, he nudged Hoffa, urging him to move on, as they had many tasks ahead. Having completed his contemplation of the system, Hoffa nodded at Duo, and together they stepped into Diagon Alley. In stark contrast to the desolation and tension of the Muggle world outside, the Wizarding Realm appeared remarkably leisurely and vibrant. Each window displayed an array of materials: bundles of crimson feathers, azure bat eyes, and an assortment of curious silver instruments. Various auspicious wind chimes adorned the doorways, each with tiny mouths that chimed melodiously whenever someone passed by. Their songs did not solicit business, but instead recited beautiful ancient verses that Hoffa could not comprehend. Some shops were rather discreet. He had to enter them for the system's exploration bar to increase. For instance, a corner shop had only a small wooden cabinet holding brooms at its entrance. Had he not examined it closely, Hoffa might have mistaken it for a storage room, only to discover upon entering that it was a lavish wizarding restaurant, bustling with house elves. Undoubtedly, the most profound impression was left by a shop named Perseus's Weather Blanket. Beneath the gilded lettering of its sign, a line of smaller text read, "Are you still troubled by acclimatization? Are you still distressed by the reversal of day and night?" For merely 50 gallons, one can select their favorite weather, whether for cozy home use or convenient travel. is available for just 50 gallons. What are you waiting for? Hurry and make your purchase. A weather blanket? Hoffa had never encountered such a shop, nor was it mentioned in the original text, so he naturally stepped inside. Upon entering, he was astounded. The store truly sold weather. To the left, a blanket depicted a thunderous storm, with dark clouds pouring rain profusely. To the right lay a blanket representing a parched desert, where miniature camels ambled across the arid landscape. Beyond the desert, a lush rainforest climate unfolded, teeming with verdant trees and lively parrots, and the air was thick with humidity as he approached. Hoffa also spotted a bespectacled wizard lounging on a sunbed in the rainforest, basking in the sun, while a beaming shopkeeper enthusiastically promoted his products. How realistic is that? I assure you, you will never experience the sensation of sunbathing in a tropical rainforest anywhere else in the UK. The sunbathing wizard rose from his reclined position. Indeed, it's quite close to what I anticipated, though I believe the humidity could be elevated a tad more, and perhaps we could increase the number of parrots in the forest. All right, the shopkeeper waved his wand, and immediately, amidst a chorus of parrots, the entire rainforest transformed into a neatly folded blanket. After paying, the male wizard left, thoroughly satisfied with his purchase. Hoffa marveled as he continued his exploration of the store, which offered a myriad of weather types, endless grasslands, snow-laden glaciers, picturesque islands, and even ominously rumbling volcanoes. The shopkeeper approached and inquired, "Good day. Are you looking to purchase a weather type, or perhaps customize one to your liking?" Hoffa replied, "I'm just browsing." Inder, standing nearby, shook his head in disapproval. 10 minutes later, Hoffa and Inder exited the Perseus weather store. The wizard's abilities left him increasingly enchanted. As he walked, the green gauge in his mind gradually increased. Exploration progress, 13%, 22%, 29%, 37%. Inder was quite dissatisfied with Hoffa's leisurely pace, incessantly reminding him that time is money. Finally, after an hour, when Hoffa paused in front of fabric shop, the gauge reached 40%. The robe of M.O. Jean shop. Hoffa looked up at the sign. He was quite familiar with this establishment. Many years hence, it would be the very place where Malfoy and Harry Potter, those arch-rivals, first crossed paths. As for now, it would still be several years before Lucius Malfoy, Malfoy's father, was even born. With a resigned sigh, Hoffa was forcibly propelled through the door by Duo. Inside the shop stood a somewhat hunchbacked man with a hawk-like nose, clad in an exquisite purple robe. His somber gaze swept across the entrance, lingering for an extended moment on Hoffa's tattered shoes and socks. Unfazed, Duo boldly leapt to the counter and produced a gold watch from his pocket, tossing it to the hunchbacked man. "As usual, M.O. Jean, I require a suit." M.O. Jean accepted the watch, his eyes fixed intently on Hoffa. "It seems your guest lacks potential this time," he remarked. "That's none of your concern, M.O. Jean. According to our agreement, if I do not return within an hour, my grandfather's watch will be yours," Duo retorted. With a scoff, Mo Jean shoved the gold watch beneath the counter and bellowed, "Paulina, come out and get to work." Hoffa was oblivious to their conversation, but it appeared that this establishment was a family-run business, and the hunchback proprietor likely had some connection to the future Mrs. M.O. Jean. However, the answer soon revealed itself. At M.O. Jean's shout, a petite young girl bounded out from behind counter. "I'm here, Dad. No need to shout so loudly." She was shorter than Hoffa by half a head, seemingly around 8 or 9 years old. Though small in stature, her movements were remarkably swift. "Up on spotting Hoffa." She promptly shoved him onto a wooden stool. "Stretch out your hand." Hoffa obediently complied, pondering whether this girl, named Paulina, was indeed destined to become Mrs. M.O. Jean. She certainly appeared to possess a natural talent for this line of work, though it remained uncertain if she had taken her husband's surname or she was already married. Paulina, unaware of Hoffa's musings, assessed his physique while inquiring, "Are you a new student here to order a school robe?" Before Hoffa could respond, Duo interjected, "Hey, little girl, we're not here to buy a school robe. You need to dress my client to look dashing, like an ancient Persian prince." M.O. Jean scoffed disdainfully. Paulina stuck out her tongue at Duo and then turned to Hoffa, whispering, "How did you end up entangled with him?" "Fairies are never good news." Hoffa sighed, "It's a long story." Although M.O. Jean appeared rather materialistic, his tailoring skills were undeniable. 10 minutes later, Hoffa emerged transformed. He donned a magnificent red robe adorned with subtle golden patterns, complemented by knee-high leather boots, and his black hair was neatly styled. Duo even snatched M.O. Jin's ring and placed it on Hoffa's hand. In that moment, he resembled a true scion of a noble lineage. As Hoffa gazed at his reflection in the mirror, He couldn't help but wonder how striking Voldemort would look in such attire. With his long fingers caressing his pointed chin, Ender suddenly turned to Paulina and inquired, "Do you fancy him now?" The future missus. Moggen's face flushed crimson as she kicked Ender sharply and, covering her face, fled. It seemed they were nearing their goal. Ender snapped his fingers. "Come, Your Highness. We have quite a busy day ahead." After admiring himself in the mirror, Hoffa crossed his arms and looked at Ender with a smile, saying, "You intend to package me up and drag me to Gringotts for a loan, don't you?" Ender recoiled in shock, nearly losing his balance. The elderly Moggen, momentarily taken aback, burst into hearty laughter. "Oh, you mischievous sprite. How does it feel to be seen through by a mere boy?" Hoffa replied coolly, "Let me put it this way. You've lost my scholarship, yet your gold watch holds some value. Why not pawn it as compensation for me?" Ender sprang up as if propelled by springs beneath his feet. "Absolutely not. There are countless ways to earn money, but I possess only this one watch. It is non-negotiable. Is that so? Then enlighten me. What is the interest rate at Gringotts? You've dressed me up like this. Are you planning to borrow a substantial sum? And how much will I owe upon repayment?" Hoffa stood calmly before the sprite, looking down at him. "I believed you for Dumbledore's sake, but your actions have made it difficult for me to continue extending my trust." Old Moggen muttered softly, "Merlin preserve us." Ender was sweating profusely, gazing at Hoffa as he murmured, "The frenzied Gorgon's curse. Are you truly only this age?" Hoffa loosened his somewhat tight collar and sat down. "You have two choices. Either compensate me with the gold watch or clarify your plan." Ender managed a bitter smile, ruffling his hair. 10 minutes later, clad in splendid attire, Hoffa and Ender emerged from Mrs. Moggen's shop, en route to Gringotts for a loan. Regardless of Hoffa's persuasive efforts, Ender steadfastly refused to part with the gold watch. However, he divulged his plan in full detail to Hoffa. Given the current tense situation in Europe, Gringotts was seizing the opportunity to expand into other countries, requiring numerous foreign partners. Hoffa's mixed heritage could provide significant advantages. With proper maneuvering, Ender envisioned transforming Hoffa into a foreign noble and securing a substantial venture capital fund from Gringotts. Indeed, for Hoffa, who had experienced the information explosion of a previous life, these tactics were hardly groundbreaking. Yet, one could not deny the cleverness of this individual, daring to exploit the vulnerabilities of such a grand bank, and it seemed this was not his first endeavor of the sort. It was precisely because of Ender's chest-thumping assurances of his repeated successes and his promise to shoulder all risks that Hoffa agreed to embark on this perilous venture. He indeed required the funds to pursue his studies at Hogwarts. The cunning Ender, Gringotts, situated at the heart of a bustling commercial street, is an imposing edifice of gleaming white, standing out distinctly against its neighboring structures. In any realm, banks exude an air of grandeur. Before the resplendent bronze doors stood two solemn goblins, garbed in striking crimson uniforms adorned with gold. Upon Hoffa's approach, both goblins inclined their heads slightly in unison. Legend suggests that this establishment is the oldest in Diagon Alley. As one man and one goblin entered Gringotts, Ender, donned in a suit, held his head high, shedding any semblance of his previous avaricious demeanor. Passing through the second silver door, they encountered a series of cautionary inscriptions. "Enter, stranger, but tread carefully. The fate of the greedy is dire. Those who seek without labor shall face the harshest retribution. Thus, if you intend to extract wealth from our subterranean vaults that never belonged to you, thief, heed this warning. What you attract may not be treasure, but a curse." These inscriptions were rendered in archaic English, imbued with a sense of antiquity. Initially calm, Hoffa felt his heart race like a drum upon reading the ominous warnings. How mad he was to seek funds for his studies at Hogwarts through deception at Gringotts. However, witnessing Ender's unwavering confidence, Hoffa steeled himself. Complaints were futile. He needed to perform his role to gain further trust. In a bank, trust equates to wealth. Ender declared, "Your name now is Silas Sebastian, a descendant of French nobility. Do you comprehend?" Hoffa retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "You have certainly prepared thoroughly." As they passed a group of goblins, meticulously weighing gems, Hoffa and Ender approached the counter. Ender's lips moved as he whispered, "Silas does not speak English. From now on, I shall handle everything, understood?" Hoffa nodded in silence. Ender then raised his gaze to an elderly goblin at the counter, who wore glasses and had a bald head. "This guest has come from France, representing his family to discuss investment matters. This is proof of the Sebastian family's foreign holdings." Ender produced a document from seemingly nowhere and handed it to him. The old goblin's expression was grave as he interlaced his fingers, first regarding Hoffa with a scrutinizing glance before offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Hoffa reciprocated with a restrained nod. The elderly goblin then produced a magnifying glass, meticulously examining the document Inder had presented. Hoffa gazed at the paper, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was evident that Inder had come prepared, perhaps even from the outset, having conspired to deceive him for monetary gain by deliberately losing his tuition fees. After examining the document, the ancient sorceress gestured, summoning a fairy secretary from behind her. She instructed, "Take them to room 03. The fairy secretary nodded in affirmation and led Hoffa to the elevator of Gringotts. After pressing a few buttons, the antiquated pull-door elevator began to ascend. Hoffa recalled Harry Potter and Hagrid's descent into the depths of Gringotts on their first visit, while he and Inder were now rising, an unsettling sensation gnawing at him. Upon reaching the 10th floor, the elevator doors opened. Inder immediately bowed at the threshold, adopting a servile demeanor to allow Hoffa to pass first, thus accentuating his own esteemed status. Hoffa smirked inwardly. Indeed, a consummate conman, he played his role to perfection. He did not decline, instead emulating the poised nobles he had seen in films from his past life, descending with an air of restrained elegance. The corridor was infused with the fragrance of exquisite roses, the floor adorned with a crimson carpet, and the walls illuminated by gilded magical lights, exuding opulence. The fairy secretary ushered Inder and Hoffa into room 03 before retreating. Outside, it was broad daylight, yet within the room, a fire crackled in the hearth, and the walls were adorned with silverware and oil paintings, creating a dim yet lavish atmosphere. "Mr. Ralpha, see whom I have brought this time," Inder announced joyfully, clearing his throat with a resonant voice. Before the fireplace, a wheelchair turned to face them. In the chair sat an ancient fairy, frail and nearing the end of his days. Draped in a red blanket, his head trembled slightly, and his nose was as long as Hoffa's forearm. Hoffa swore he had never encountered such an aged and incapacitated fairy. He was truly the Stephen Hawking of the fairy realm. Inder approached and audibly kissed the nearly bald head of the old fairy. "What a horse!" Hoffa shuddered at the sight. The ancient fairy grinned, gesturing toward a nearby red sofa. Hoffa quietly took a seat. Inder moved to a nearby cabinet, familiarly pouring a glass of red wine. As he poured, he spoke, "Ralpha, the wizarding community in France is facing issues. Germany's ambitions are now unstoppable. This gentleman, Mr. Sebastian, is willing to mortgage some of his family's holdings in France in exchange for the protection of the British Ministry of Magic." Ralpha muttered, alarmist rhetoric. "Inder, you always do this." His voice was as hoarse as a rusty bell. Inder handed over the parchment. "Believe it or not, this is the deed. Take a look." Ralpha took it, examined it, and then mumbled, "Indeed, Delphina Sebastian is truly a Terran Elias." The old fairy cast a glance at Hoffa, pondering the nature of his connection to Miss Delphina. Yinduo confidently asserted, "Brother, my flesh and blood, the sole heir of the Sebastian family. Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue." The old hag nodded, albeit hesitantly, pondering the price. Yinduo raised a finger, declaring 10,000 galleons, along with a security agreement. "This is the price. If feasible, you shall acquire extensive lands, including the Bordeaux port, to be settled within 2 years." The old hag's murky eyes gleamed as she regarded Hoffa in silence. Yinduo reassured, "Fear not, he does not speak English." The old hag then promptly engaged in haggling with Yinduo. Observing the two bickering before him, Hoffa smiled, though internally he cursed, pondering how this deceitful creature managed to earn a favorable reputation in Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore, a rare sage in the realm of Harry Potter. Could it be that this impudent creature had the audacity to deceive even him? Or perhaps Dumbledore, having encountered significant losses, had grown wiser with age? At last, the negotiations came to a close. The old hag gazed expectantly at Hoffa. With a grim expression, Yinduo approached Hoffa, whispering, "Isn't this old fellow's nose rather comical?" Nodding means yes, shaking means no. Hoffa silently scrutinized the old hag's enormous, bulbous nose. Finally, under the old hag's hopeful gaze, he gravely nodded. A satisfied smile spread across her face. Yinduo rose, cursing, "Damn it, 5,000 it is. You old wretch. Even Gollum pales in comparison to your malice." With a crisp chime, 10 minutes later, Hoffa and Yinduo stood at the exit of Gringotts. A thick gold coin danced between Yinduo's slender fingers. He held a small leather pouch, turning to Hoffa with a smile. "What did I tell you? Goblins are never short of gold." Hoffa glanced at the pouch, seemingly modest, yet enhanced by a subtle extension charm, capable of holding at least 5,000 galleons. 5,000 galleons. Surely, Harry Potter's vault could not contain such wealth. Hoffa inquired, "So those property deeds, were they all forged?" Yinduo shrugged nonchalantly. "What else?" Did you truly believe you were some French noble? Hoffa sighed. Are you not afraid of being pursued by these individuals? This is outright fraud. Child, if you possess foresight, you shall never fret over gold. Yindua chuckled, striding ahead. The times are shifting. Before these greedy individuals can transition the business, the lands will be reduced to ashes. All prosperity will dissipate into oblivion. By then, the authenticity of the deeds will hold no significance. Hoffa stared in astonishment at Yindua's retreating figure. If one were to replace the character with an ordinary child, they would scarcely comprehend his words. Yet, Hoffa understood that the Second World War loomed ominously ahead, with France poised to be the first to succumb, transforming into a battleground. It is not merely the case that Inder sold a false deed to the fairies. Even if he truly possessed the deed to the Palace of Versailles, those fairies would remain empty-handed. This individual was, quite simply, exploiting the opportunities of war for profit. Confounded, Hoffa pursued him. Hey, how do you know this? On what grounds do you assert that war is inevitable? Or what if these individuals discover it before the conflict begins? Inder turned, a peculiar glimmer crossing his face. I certainly know, for I am a fairy from the German Black Golan Island. As for being discovered, fret not. No one dares to trouble a first-year student at Hogwarts. As he spoke, Inder casually tossed Hoffa a small leather pouch. Hoffa grasped the pouch, feeling its weight. Upon opening it, he found it filled with gleaming galleons. 1 galleon exchanges for 7 sickles, and 1 sickle for 29 nuts. I've given you 500 galleons, far more generous than the financial aid from Hogwarts. It's enough for books and a wand, and not second-hand ones at that. After toying with the wizarding coins for a moment, Hoffa, slightly irritated, lifted his gaze. Why is it that in our collaboration, you received 5,000 galleons while I only have 500? Inder blinked. Well, you haven't done anything, have you? Hoffa pursed his lips, remaining silent as he secured the small pouch close to him. 1 galleon could be exchanged for 5 pounds, which, when converted to modern Chinese currency, amounted to 45 yuan. Thus, 500 galleons equated to 22,500 yuan, a considerable sum for his current self. Although Hoffa cherished money, he understood the pitfalls of ill-gotten gains and was reluctant to take more than necessary. This time, he had no choice but to undertake such risks. He would never do so again. He had no desire to test the influence of Gringotts. Returning to the Moke's clothing shop, amidst old Moke's reluctant gaze, Inder reclaimed his golden watch. Hoffa, on the other hand, discarded his opulent garments in favor of his soiled attire, reminiscent of Cinderella reverting to her true form after midnight. Fortunately, he had procured a school robe, and it was indeed brand new. After acquiring the robe, Hoffa, accompanied by Inder, visited Flourish and Blotz to obtain his textbooks for Hogwarts. Though he longed to delve into them immediately, he recognized that the time was not yet ripe. As he wandered through a significant portion of Diagon Alley, Hoffa noted that his exploration of the secret realm had reached an impressive 45, with just a 5% increase. He would unlock the system's first reward, a third of a spell fragment. However, in comparison to the spell fragments, there was something else that ignited his excitement and anticipation. His wand, the object of his deepest desires. Under the guidance of Inder, Hoffa arrived at the renowned shop that would make any Harry Potter fan's heart race, Ollivander's Wand Shop. Just as depicted in the books, this establishment, shrouded in mystery, appeared rather unremarkable. The small storefront, with its peeling golden sign and dusty windows, lacked grandeur. As he approached the entrance, Inder suddenly extended his hand, preventing the eager Hoffa from entering. The reason became immediately clear to Hoffa as a tremendous surge of magical energy emanated from within the shop, accompanied by maniacal and euphoric laughter. Indeed, it was unmistakable. The voice was hauntingly familiar, its frenzied joy abruptly ceasing. A tall, slender figure burst through the doors of Ollivander's, a handsome boy with eyes aglow, trembling with excitement as he admired a wand of purple wood in his hands. Utterly oblivious to Hoffa and Inder standing at the threshold, the air crackled with wild magical energy, tousling Hoffa's hair. With a mix of trepidation and awe, he watched the boy's retreating figure, prompting Inder to quietly inquire, "Who is that? How could someone so young possess such formidable magical power?" Hoffa, of course, recognized the boy all too well. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the future Dark Lord Voldemort, had acquired his first assistant in life, a powerful wand of purple wood. It was no wonder he was beside himself with excitement, though sadly, that wand would be ruthlessly discarded by him after more than 50 years of companionship. Shaking his head, Hoffa turned to Inder and suggested, "Shall we go in together?" Inder shook his head in reply, "You may enter alone. Fairies do not require wands. Nor do we frequent such shops. This old fellow's wand-making materials include fairy bones, and I fear my wrath may lead me to harm him upon sight. Hoffa, rendered speechless, entered Ollivander's shop alone. The moment he stepped inside, a chime echoed, ding. System, current secret realm, London Wizarding Market. Exploration level at 50%, spell fragments acquired, 3. Within his mind's eye, a hazy fragment appeared. Hoffa wished to explore this fragment, yet it remained elusive. Relinquishing this thought, he turned his attention to the present scene. Before him lay thousands of boxes, densely stacked from the floor to the ceiling, and the air was thick with an aura of silence and solemnity. Ollivander's wand shop was a family establishment with a lineage in wand making that could be traced back to 382 BC. The name Ollivander, in its essence, signifies one who possesses an olive wood wand. Hence, it is believed by some, including the current proprietor, Garrick Ollivander himself, that their ancestors accompanied the Romans to Britain. He did not appear as aged as described in the book set 50 years later. Rather, he resembled a vibrant middle-aged man, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression. Ollivander had not noticed Hoffa's arrival. He stood amidst a disarray of wooden boxes, his mouth agape, lost in the shock of recent events, until Hoffa waved a hand before his eyes. "Hello," he said. Garrick Ollivander jolted back to reality, noticing the new customer and hurriedly rubbing his face. "Apologies. I was momentarily distracted. You cannot imagine what just transpired." Hoffa replied calmly, "I am aware. I wish to purchase a wand." Ollivander muttered, "Of course. Everyone who enters my shop seeks a wand. Left hand or right? Right hand. Raise your arm." He measured Hoffa, starting from shoulder to fingertip, then from wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and finally measuring the circumference of his head. As he worked, he spoke, "Each Ollivander wand is imbued with extraordinary magical substances, which is the essence of its power. We utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and the heartstrings of dragons." Hoffa chuckled lightly. "Do you recite the same lines to every customer?" Ollivander, slightly irked by the interruption, retorted, "Impertinent child, I am a businessman, do you understand? A businessman." As he spoke, he busily tidied the scattered boxes and began thrusting wands into Hoffa's hands. "You, phoenix feather, 11 inches, no. Unicorn hair, rosewood, 13 inches, no. Dragon heartstring, walnut, 9 inches, no. Still no. Beech, hair of Avila, 0 inches. No, of course not. What was I thinking?" Ollivander rambled on, swiftly moving the boxes. Wands spun in Hoffa's hands like a revolving display, yet he felt as if he were merely holding an ordinary stick, nothing remarkable occurring. "Apple wood, 7 inches, no. Acacia, 4 inches, no. Cypress, 9 inches, no. Ash, no. Rowan, no. Fir, no. Cedar, no. Cherry, no. Blackthorn, oh, still no." Time ticked away, the empty boxes beneath him piling ever higher, and Hoffa could hardly suppress a yawn. Were it not for receiving a letter from Hogwarts, he might have begun to doubt his own magical potential. He glanced outside, noticing Ender pacing restlessly. At last, when both Ollivander and Hoffa found themselves standing amidst a towering heap of boxes, Ollivander, breathless, inquired, "Are you truly a wizard, or merely a pretender?" Hoffa, overwhelmed by the mountain of boxes, replied with resignation, "Would you like to see my acceptance letter from Hogwarts?" "Ouch!" Ollivander exclaimed in irritation. How could this occur? It simply should not be. This revelation took Hoffa by surprise as well. He had not anticipated such a disconnect with so many wands. Yet, to attend school, one must possess a wand. Rubbing his head, Hoffa hesitantly asked, "Are there other wand makers in Diagon Alley?" This question struck a nerve with Ollivander, whose pale gray eyes widened in disbelief. "What? You dare to doubt my craftsmanship? Allow me to inform you that since 0 BC up until now, there has never been a wizard's wand that Ollivander could not create. Even Merlin himself wielded a wand from my lineage." Hoffa remained silent, and the two exchanged glances in the box-laden space. The air became thick with an awkward silence. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Ollivander quietly remarked, "You do not seem to be British." "Half and half, I suppose. I'm not entirely certain, but my father is from the East," Hoffa replied. "Ah, the Orient?" Ollivander mused. "That explains it. Their customs indeed differ from ours." With that, he waved his wand, and all the boxes were magically restored to their original positions. "Follow me." Hoffa trailed behind Ollivander into the back room of the shop. Here, an array of materials lay scattered. Feathers, hair, nerves, hearts, spider legs, various types of wood, and even a fairy skeleton. Hoffa pondered why Ender was so reluctant to enter. Crafting wands was indeed a rather cruel endeavor. Beneath the pile of materials, Ollivander bent down and rummaged for some time until he finally produced a crumpled gray box. A puff of dust erupted as he blew on it, transforming the gray box into a black one. Standing solemnly before Hoffa, Ollivander opened the box. Inside lay a wand, though it was not quite accurate to call it a wand, for it bore the roughness of branches, with knots and imperfections, utterly unlike the finely crafted wands found elsewhere. It resembled a simple twig freshly cut from a tree. A wondrous sensation stirred within Hoffa. "It is looking at me," he realized, feeling a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, Hoffa extended his hand and grasped the ancient branch. In that moment, a tingling connection coursed through him, a profound warmth and a sense of age-old solitude that nearly brought him to tears. Nothing overtly magical occurred, yet Hoffa understood that this was his destined companion. He released his grip, and a most extraordinary occurrence transpired. The wand did not plummet to the ground. Instead, it hovered gracefully above Hoffa's palm. In its levitation, he discerned the sole trace of human craftsmanship upon the wand. At its base, a profound indentation was evident, adorned with slightly faded crimson paint. Inscribed in a square font, "Fung." After admiring the wand in its entirety, it gently descended back into Hoffa's hand. A faint smile graced Hoffa's visage as he eagerly gazed at Ollivander, hoping for an explanation. Yet, Ollivander's countenance was shrouded in skepticism. With hands clasped behind his back, he paced thoughtfully. "How could this be? How could this be?" Hoffa inquired, "What is the price of this wand?" "I wish to acquire it." "Money." Ollivander coughed lightly. "Very well. The wand chooses its master. So be it. However, I must caution you. This wand is an unfinished artifact. Should any mishap occur, I shall bear no responsibility." "What?" Hoffa exclaimed in astonishment. "Unfinished? What do you mean?" Ollivander began to recount a tale. "Over a century ago, my grandfather, Garrick Ollivander, once accompanied a ship of the English Queen to India. In the region bordering the Qing dynasty and India, there stood a towering snow-capped mountain. At its base grew a tree revered by the locals as the Bodhi tree. My grandfather dwelled there for a time, and upon his departure, an elderly monk bestowed upon him this branch, claiming it possessed magical powers. My grandfather felt no such power. He merely brought it back as a memento. Neither my father nor I discovered any extraordinary qualities within it. A few years ago, I endeavored to craft it into a wand, but found it incompatible with any core, dragon heartstring, phoenix feather, or unicorn hair. Thus it remains stored here." As he spoke, Ollivander reflected. "I had always believed that my grandfather returned with nothing more than a piece of non-magical wood. It now appears remarkable that this timber can wield magic without reliance on magical substances." Hoffa expressed his astonishment. "So, this is merely a branch?" "Indeed," Ollivander shrugged, "but it is my cherished keepsake. If you wish to purchase it, you must pay me double the price." As Hoffa exited Ollivander's shop, twilight was fast approaching. In the distance, a crimson sunset painted the sky, while hurried wizards bustled along the streets. Judging by their attire, many had just finished their duties at the Ministry of Magic and were now shopping in Diagon Alley. Hoffa stood outside Ollivander's shop, elated as he gazed at the branch inscribed with He amused himself that he had finally acquired a wand of his own, after spending 20 galleons. Hoffa had indeed obtained his wand. Ollivander generously gifted Hoffa a small leather case, designed to be strapped to the arm for the purpose of daily wand maintenance and care. As Ender, waiting outside, was on the verge of slumber, he could not help but exclaim upon Hoffa's emergence. "Have you fallen for that old man? What took you so long?" In a good mood, Hoffa chose not to engage in a quarrel. He tucked away his wand and patted the fairy's shoulder. "Come now, young fairy, there is no need to be so impatient. Shall we go for a drink?" "Drink? Nonsense," Ender retorted irritably. "I merely awaited your return to inform you that I have fulfilled my promise to provide you with a book and wand before nightfall. Our contractual relationship is now concluded." Hoffa was taken aback. "Where are you headed?" "Wherever I please," Ender replied. "I have already disclosed that I am a fairy from the Black Golan Island in Germany, and now I must return home." Feeling somewhat buoyant, Hoffa quipped, "Just be sure not to get caught up in any wars." "What? Do you think a conflict is brewing?" Ender scrutinized Hoffa with a discerning glance. "The folks here in England certainly don't seem to share that sentiment. There's a term among muggles. What do they call it?" "Appeasement." Ender tilted his head in contemplation. "Appeasement," Hoffa sighed. "Alas, everyone yearns for peace, even if it is merely an illusion." "Indeed, appeasement. You seem quite knowledgeable." Ender mumbled. "Rest assured, I have no penchant for warfare." With that, he raised a finger. Hoffa took a step back, wondering if this gesture signified a spell. However, no action followed, and Ender gazed at Hoffa, his expression wavering. "Hey, do you know how to get to King S Cross Station?" Hoffa nodded. "I do. The platform is nestled between platform 90 and 2. You'll need to run straight through." Hoffa chuckled, well aware of such details. Yet hearing them from his fairy felt oddly peculiar. Perhaps this fellow was not as insufferable as he appeared. "I understand. Thank you for the information. It has been immensely helpful." "Oomph. Ender declared with pride. You possess a modicum of wit, but you are still but a child. All right. Off you go back to your Black Golan Island, Hoffa said with resignation. Ender raised his finger once more, only to lower it again. Hoffa, perplexed, inquired what now? In a surprising turn, the fairy removed one of his silver earrings and with a swift click, pierced it into Hoffa's ear, causing him to wince in pain, nearly shedding tears. Hoffa glared at Ender. What was that for? Ender laughed heartily. I admire a young man who dares to seek employment at such an early age. Should you ever wish to find work, come to me instead of Diagon Alley. There's little opportunity to be found there. With that, he snapped his fingers, and his figure vanished into thin air. Only Hoffa remained, clutching his bleeding ear and cursing furiously. Damn it. As for the vast knowledge of the Great One. After Ender's departure that night, Hoffa chose not to return to the orphanage. Instead, he rented a small bedroom in the Broken Cauldron and indulged in some wizarding barbecue and fresh fruits for dinner, with a total of 100 galleons. After deducting the expenses for a wand and books, he still had over 70 galleons left. For a child of his age, this was considerable wealth, albeit temporary. He would be at Hogwarts for 7 years, and such a sum was hardly sufficient. Nevertheless, he adhered to his creed of living well in the present while contemplating future endeavors. During the bustling day, he felt little, but as night fell, the excitement within him became uncontrollable. He incessantly took out his newly acquired wand, examining it from every angle, savoring the sensation of magic flowing through him. In the latter part of the night, unable to contain himself any longer, he retrieved his spellbook. He selected a few simple incantations to try, and the wand, as promised by Ollivander, exceeded his expectations. The levitation charm that had once perplexed Ron and Harry was effortlessly mastered by Hoffa in no time. Seated on his bed, he pointed the wand at his pillow and uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The pillow began to soar and dance around the room. After playing for a while, Hoffa grew anxious about the repercussions of casting magic outside school, fearing the Ministry of Magic might come after him. Thus, he spent a restless night filled with both trepidation and exhilaration. However, it soon became apparent that his worries were unfounded. No one came to seek him out. In the days leading up to the start of school, Hoffa exchanged a few galleons for some pounds and purchased some modest clothing in London, a few pairs of jeans and white shirts, as his previous attire was rather tattered. He also bought some fruit and a few bottles of mead, which he presented to Mrs. Cole as a parting gift. Although his spirit was not that of the former Hoffa, he had nonetheless been cared for by her for a considerable time. In the remaining days, he lingered in Diagon Alley, hoping to complete the exploration mission of 100% and acquire the so-called Great Knowledge. Unfortunately, due to his tender age, he was unable to access Nocturne Alley and several other perilous dark magic shops, leaving his exploration completion at merely 60%. This left Hoffa quite regretful. He now understood the advantages of Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. If only he could become invisible, the vast world would be at his fingertips, and these exploration tasks would be a mere trifle. Alas, even Harry Potter's father had yet to be born, and who knows where that cloak might be hidden. Hoffa wished to experiment with the disillusionment charm using his newly acquired wand. However, that incantation was conspicuously absent from the school's introductory spellbook. After perusing through all the spellbooks, he found that the majority of the spells were mundane, primarily focused on everyday tasks, with nary a sophisticated spell in sight. Perhaps he could uncover the method for the disillusionment charm within the confines of the school library, he reassured himself. As for the earrings gifted by Ender, Hoffa had spent several days examining them, yet he could not discern their peculiarities. To make matters worse, he found himself unable to remove the earrings, as if they were affixed to his ears. Hoffa could only pray that Hogwarts was not akin to a conventional school from a past life, one that allowed for a modicum of personal expression. Had he worn earrings to school in a previous existence, he would likely have been expelled on the very first day. Time flew by in Diagon Alley, and before long, September 1st, the day of departure for school, had arrived. On this day, he rose with the dawn, nearly before the sun had risen, fearful of missing the coach due to unforeseen delays. Hoffa carried little with him. He did not push a cart, instead spending £2 on a canvas bag and a suitcase, into which he packed his clothes and books, while the folding cauldron found its place in the suitcase. Fortunately, his early start served him well, as the skies opened with heavy rain, and he unfortunately encountered the morning rush hour traffic in London, crossing several streets before finally reaching the underground station. In this world, London had the advantage of a subway system, though not as advanced as those of future metropolises. It did provide direct access to King's Cross Station. The London Underground of 938 was neither as bustling nor as efficient as the subways of modern Beijing or Shanghai, and the trains moved at a leisurely pace. Inside the carriages, some knitted cushions emitted an unpleasant odor reminiscent of cat litter. Young soldiers, adorned with green metal helmets and carrying Mauser rifles, swayed within the subway carriages, gathered in groups, sharing laughter, while some curiously gazed around. They appeared quite youthful, likely recent recruits for the British Royal Forces, preparing to report to their designated posts. Hoffa, with his bag slung over his shoulder, observed these soldiers from a corner, his heart heavy with reflection. In a few years' time, it was likely that many of the soldiers he saw now would no longer be present. Sometimes, possessing knowledge of the future was not a burden to be taken lightly, especially in such tumultuous times. King's Cross Station is situated in the heart of London, at the junction of the King's Cross area and the Camden and Islington districts. As Hoffa emerged from the underground station, he found the area teeming with people, most of whom were dressed as muggles. Among them were wizards unfamiliar with muggle customs, their attire a curious mishmash. Hoffa noticed a few individuals in women's clothing standing by the station, engrossed in conversation while picking their noses. Hoffa was well aware of the method, and thus did not need to inquire like Harry Potter by the roadside. After pinpointing platforms 9 and 0, he adjusted his backpack and charged straight towards the stone wall. As he ran, he closed his eyes, and his speed intensified. Then, with a resounding thud, Hoffa collided with something soft. Following this, a cacophony of clattering ensued. Caught off guard, he tumbled to the ground, rolling twice in quick succession. What an absurd international joke, was Hoffa's first thought. I hope I haven't knocked myself out. Struggling to regain his composure, he lifted his gaze to see what he had crashed into. To his surprise, it was not the wall he had struck, but a silver-haired girl who had suddenly appeared with a cart, blocking the wall between platforms 9 and 0. He had nearly fallen into her embrace, scattering her luggage across the ground. Hoffa was furious. Why did she have to obstruct the path? Moreover, she was clearly not a muggle, as a white owl flapped about in a cage that had also been knocked over, while others entered upright. Did she think it prudent to do so sideways? Fuming, Hoffa hastened to help the girl to her feet and promptly began gathering her belongings. "I'm sorry. Are you all right?" he asked without looking up as he tidied up. The silver-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, watching him without offering any assistance. The atmosphere was thick with silence. After collecting half of the items, Hoffa sensed something was amiss. "Yes, I did bump into you, but must you remain utterly silent? Would it kill you to lend a hand?" He raised his head to scrutinize the girl. At first glance, he was taken aback by her beauty. She was a striking young girl with fair skin, an oval face, silver hair cascading over her shoulders, and a simple white dress adorned with large, unblinking blue eyes that seemed to pierce through him like a specter. His astonishment lasted less than a second before irritation took over. The girl remarked, "Well, are you going to keep staring? Get moving." Her ghostly blue eyes brimmed with pride and disdain. Hoffa's expression darkened, though he had a good temperament. It did not mean he was willing to be treated like a house elf. Moreover, she was the one who had obstructed his path in the first place. "Why are you blocking the way?" Hoffa asked coldly. "I'm looking for platform 9. Do you know where it is?" The girl inquired indifferently. Ah, so she was another freshman, just as clueless yet so haughty. Hoffa observed her ignorant yet arrogant demeanor, contemplating a way to toy with her. He pointed behind the girl and said, "Look, isn't that the station?" The girl turned her head. Seizing the opportunity, Hoffa dashed into the wall without hesitation, vanishing before her eyes. The girl glanced back, frowning, and said, "Where?" No one responded. She quickly turned back around. Before her lay an emptiness, with only half-packed luggage and a screeching owl in a cage. Where had that boy gone? The girl's expression darkened. Emerging from the wall, Hoffa silently reveled in his small act of retribution. Foolish girl, trying to show off before me. A minor chastisement for her arrogance. Hoffa noticed an old brass plaque embedded in a stone column at the end of the passageway. Platform 9 3/4, established in 849, created by Evangeline Opington, 5th Minister of Magic. It was of no significant use, and after a brief glance at the sign, he exited the passageway. Before him was a bustling crowd. A deep crimson steam locomotive was stationed beside a platform filled with travelers. The placard on the train read, "Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. The steam billowed into the rain-soaked air, while variously colored cats darted between the feet of the throng. Amidst the buzzing conversations and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls hooted sharply, responding in kind. Before he could fully appreciate the scene, a soft chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Discovery of the Wizard's Realm. Current Wizard's Realm, Platform 9. Complete 5,000 explorations of the realm to receive 1/3 spell fragment. 1/3 spell fragment, containing peculiar energy. Can upgrade one of your spell abilities upon collecting 3. Complete 0,000 explorations of the realm to receive Knowledge of the Great One. Knowledge of the Great One, shrouded in mystery, holds powers unknown until acquired. Could this trigger an exploration task? Hoffa was momentarily stunned, then filled with elation. It seemed that any wizarding settlement could initiate exploration tasks. Unlike the wizarding market in London, where he couldn't access Nocturne Alley or the dark art shops. This was merely a platform. If he moved swiftly, he could finish the exploration in no time. Thus, Hoffa began his exploration without hesitation. He ran from the front of the train to the back. Along the way, he encountered various children with pets, some with frogs, some with owls, others with cats, mice, snakes, and birds. He even spotted the handsome Tom Riddle engaging in lively conversation with several older girls clad in green robes. However, none of this concerned Hoffa. All his mental energy was devoted to the sea of consciousness. As he ran and explored, the green reservoir within his mind expanded at an almost visible pace. 20%, 30%, 45%, 50%. Ding! Acquired spell fragment, 23. 0%, 70%, 90%, 100%. Ding! Gain knowledge of the great deity. Standing at the rear of the steam train, a shiver ran down Hoffa's spine, a chill rushing to his brain. A plethora of unknown knowledge converged in his mind. Within seconds, Hoffa shuddered as an arcane text materialized in his consciousness. The meditation technique of Milarepa. Through this mysterious meditation, one could continually enhance mental strength, solidify one's convictions, and swiftly replenish magical energy. The annoying girl. The simplicity and speed of this reward caught Hoffa off guard. He yearned to immediately practice the great deity's meditation method. However, time was of the essence as the train released a mournful whistle, signaling its imminent departure. As he boarded the train, countless young wizards waved goodbye to their parents from the windows. Some children even shed tears, while the older ones frolicked and played joyfully within the carriage. Hoffa, devoid of parents or friends to bid him farewell, felt the weight of solitude. According to the tradition of other transmigrators, he should have sought out the Iron Triangle, clinging tightly to the Savior. But the nature of this era extinguished his desire to find them. In truth, Hoffa did not care for the Iron Triangle or the likes of Harry and Ron. His singular focus was on Hermione. Alas, every time he pondered his arrival in the world of Harry Potter without being able to see Hermione, he felt a deep melancholy. By the time he could finally meet her, he would likely be old and frail. Hoffa contemplated lying down on the tracks, allowing the Hogwarts Express to end his existence. I was born before you, and now that you are here, I have aged. How I wish we had been born together, so I could spend every day with you. He murmured in Chinese, haunted by the thought of his unattainable goddess. In his desolation, Hoffa sought a secluded spot to experiment with his newly acquired meditation technique. The train was vast, yet the crowd was overwhelming. After a lengthy search, he finally discovered an empty compartment towards the rear of the train. At that moment, the train had already begun its journey. The steam engine expelled a thick plume of smoke, emitting a whistle as it lurched forward. He placed his luggage down, settling comfortably into his seat, wiping the rain from his face. Sitting cross-legged, he gazed out the window. The train swiftly departed London, entering a landscape dotted with grazing sheep and cattle, while occasionally stark gray boulders loomed along the route. Before long, the train ventured into the verdant Scottish Highlands. The vast expanse of the Highlands lacked the endless forests of the north and was neither a desolate wasteland. Instead, it was adorned with gently undulating patches of low green grass and moss. This low, sparse vegetation grew in a melancholic manner. The exposed rocks and the crisp air continually reminded one that this was indeed a plateau on an island. Milarepa's meditative teachings urged Hoffa to perpetually embrace the essence of nature, to revel in simplicity and harmony. Consequently, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Following a prescribed rhythm, he began to breathe slowly. The divine wisdom of the sage was indeed extraordinary. As he commenced his meditation, he felt a profound clarity enveloping his mind, his thoughts gradually becoming more acute, and many corporeal desires began to recede into the distance. However, Hoffa had scarcely completed 3 cycles of meditation when, with a sudden clatter, the sliding door of the carriage was thrust open. Displeased at the interruption, Hoffa opened his eyes to find a silver-haired girl standing at the threshold, coldly regarding him. She wore a round hat, and perched upon her shoulder was a white owl. It was the haughty girl whom he had previously collided with and teased. The girl showed no inclination to greet Hoffa or engage in conversation. Instead, she plopped down across from him, tossed her bag aside, removed her hat, and crossed her legs while casting him a frosty gaze. The owl on her shoulder mirrored its owner's demeanor, glaring at Hoffa with its large, bulging eyes, as if it wished to devour him. Hoffa was taken aback that the girl had sought him out, and her accusatory demeanor irked him. He felt an urge to berate her for her absurdity. Yet he refrained, for humility is a cherished virtue upon arriving in a new place, a tenet of Chinese tradition. Hoffa subdued his irritation and nodded at her. "Hello." The girl responded with a smirk of derision, a hypocritical fellow, cursing me inwardly while feigning harmonious coexistence. When did Hogwarts cease to consider the essence of its students for admission? Hoffa faltered, taken aback by her acute perception, and even more so by her sharp tongue at such a tender age. He had initially planned to retort, but as the words hovered on his lips, he chastised himself for his immaturity. What merit was there in squabbling with a little girl? Had his youthful appearance diminished his intellect as well? Thus, Hoffa fell silent. Indeed, he not only sealed his lips, but also closed his eyes, resuming his practice of the Milarepa meditation. Upon witnessing Hoffa's indifference as he shut his eyes and disregarded her, irritation surged within the girl. Narrowing her eyes, she inquired with a hint of menace. "What is your name?" Hoffa, immersed in meditation, merely snorted through his nose, signaling his reluctance to respond. The girl let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Do you think I wouldn't know if you didn't speak? Do you believe I couldn't deduce your identity immediately?" Hoffa found the other party's arrogance boundless, and thus replied with a sneer, "Be my guest." The girl continued, wearing earrings from the dark fairy of the German Black Golan Island, yet attending Hogwarts. The British Ministry of Magic does not admit students from beyond the British Isles, so you must be a descendant of some immigrant family. However, according to the timeline, after 1998, the ministry enacted policies prohibiting immigrant wizards, which implies your lineage must trace back to before that year. A minute later, historically, there are 5 pure-blood immigrant families from the British Isles: Leoester, Bryant, Malfoy, de Lacy's, along with 2 mixed-blood families: Baird, Cooper, Byron, Davis, Ian, and Goshawk. Another minute passed. Most immigrant families have vanished into the annals of history, and the existing families have dwindled to half. Judging by your age, you are either a first-year or a second-year student, and among the remaining immigrant families, the pool narrows further to a third, namely de Lacy's, Byron, Baird, and Goshawk. However, there is only one family from Golan Island, the Goshawk family, which has only one new student this year, Miller Goshawk. The girl continued her monologue for 3 minutes before finally pausing. She crossed her arms, gazing down at Hoffa with an air of superiority, and her owl, perched on her shoulder, mirrored her demeanor. Hoffa sighed softly, and with a hint of sympathy, opened his eyes. "You know so much, yet you are oblivious to how to enter King's Cross Station." The girl lifted her chin defiantly, exuding an unparalleled arrogance, because life would be too dull without challenges. "Upon receiving my acceptance letter, I severed all channels of information. I intend to find a station on my own, even without your help. I would have made it here, Miller." Hoffa spread his hands and smiled faintly. Indeed, he then resumed his rest. Hoffa had already discerned her character, arrogant and self-absorbed. He found himself disliking such a girl, regardless of her beauty. In fact, he felt a tinge of disdain for her. After her lengthy display of bravado, the girl was no longer as furious as when she first entered. Curiously, she asked, "Hey, Miller, which house do you wish to join?" Hoffa had no desire to engage with her, and he certainly did not identify with the name Miller. Yet, her question had been a topic of contemplation for him over the past few days, though he was still uncertain of which house he would ultimately belong to. For Hoffa, the ideal outcome would be to be sorted into Gryffindor, for that house was imbued with the luck of the protagonist, with Dumbledore himself being a Gryffindor. However, in the absence of Hermione, Hoffa found little significance in the prospect of joining Gryffindor. After all, he was already well acquainted with the house from his previous life, and had even explored other academies. To be frank, Hoffa considered all 4 houses commendable, and he would not have minded being sorted into Slytherin. He had heard that their common room was situated beneath the Black Lake, which was quite enticing. Out of courtesy, Hoffa replied to the girl with a nonchalant, "Gryffindor, I suppose." "Gryffindor?" she scoffed, shaking her head as if she had just heard the most amusing joke. The owl perched on her shoulder mimicked her animated movements. "Those arrogant fools, who consider themselves the chosen ones, are utterly vacuous, merely brandishing their wands like brutes. It's quite pathetic that you would favor such a house." Hoffa was left speechless. Was it truly appropriate to speak so disparagingly of the protagonist's house? And to do so while adopting a tone of condescension towards others? How could she accuse anyone of arrogance? This girl before him was undoubtedly a quintessential Slytherin. Hoffa inquired, "What about Slytherin?" He presumed that after her tirade against Gryffindor, she might extol the virtues of Slytherin. To his surprise, she tossed her hair back and let out a derisive laugh. Those imbeciles who would gladly place their family crests upon an altar, brimming with ambition yet devoid of humility, resorting to unscrupulous means to achieve their ends, such individuals, even if they find success, cannot escape the fate of being scorned. They are truly ignorant. Hoffa's eyes widened in astonishment. What about Hufflepuff? He asked. The girl smiled slightly, preparing to respond, when a cacophony of clattering noises erupted from outside. A kindly woman, donned in an apron, entered the compartment. Hello, would you like to buy some snacks? I have an array of delicious treats. Startled, Hoffa sprang to his feet, momentarily casting the haughty girl aside. One simply could not visit the world of Harry Potter without indulging in the train snacks. The woman's petite cart was adorned with an enticing selection of food: chocolate frogs, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, and licorice wands. With a sufficient amount of money at his disposal, Hoffa, akin to Harry, purchased one of everything, returning to his seat in satisfaction. As the amiable attendant prepared to leave, the silver-haired girl suddenly called out to her. Wait, are you a Hufflepuff graduate? The attendant turned, surprised, and replied with a delighted smile. Oh, how did you guess? The girl shrugged nonchalantly. Just curious. You may carry on with your duties. The attendant responded, Very well, feel free to call me if you need anything. After the woman departed, Hoffa was intrigued and offered the girl a chocolate frog, inquiring curiously, How could you tell? A hint of sardonic amusement flickered across her lovely face. Only students from Hufflepuff would stoop to such menial tasks. Miranda Hoffa's expression froze, her body rigid as stone. This person was utterly toxic. Taking a deep breath, she silently stowed away the chocolate frog, her initial enthusiasm for the treat now thoroughly disrupted by this girl. In 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such arrogance, surpassing even that of Draco Malfoy. I suspect you might be sorted into Slytherin, Hoffa remarked nonchalantly as she tucked away her snacks, completely disinterested in remaining in the compartment any longer. Impossible, the girl scoffed. How could an eagle soaring high in the skies possibly associate with a snake slithering in the dirt? The owl perched on her shoulder let out a proud hoot. I can only be placed in one house, the one with the fewest students at Hogwarts, the haven for the intellectually gifted. Whatever makes you happy, Hoffa replied, stuffing the last of her food into her pockets. Without a backward glance, she approached the door, pulled it open, and exited, closing it behind her. Hoffa had no desire to listen to her incessant chatter, though uncertain of her own house placement. She was resolute about one thing. She wanted nothing to do with whatever house this girl ended up in. Having left her compartment, Hoffa wandered the corridor, snacking along the way. Inside the various compartments, children laughed and conversed, fostering budding friendships. As she passed a Slytherin compartment, Hoffa spotted Tom Riddle reclining in his seat, engaging in lively banter with others. Setting aside all else, the magnetic charm of this young man was undeniable. His antiquated attire did little to diminish his aura of leadership. Hoffa felt a twinge of resentment. After all, she had yet to make a single friend at Hogwarts. It was hardly surprising, given that she hailed neither from a wizarding family nor possessed the fame of savior like Harry, nor did she boast the striking looks of Tom Riddle. Thus, she could only resign herself to being a mere shadow. After aimlessly wandering for half an hour, she felt a bit awkward as the Hogwarts arrival drew near. Everyone began to draw the curtains and change into their robes. With compartments nearly all occupied, Hoffa glanced down at her jeans and t-shirt, thinking it would be rather inappropriate to strip in the corridor. Returning to change was out of the question. She had no desire to see the silver-haired girl's face again. Consequently, Hoffa quickened her pace through the corridor, seeking an unoccupied compartment. After a prolonged search, she found none suitable. Either they were all-girls compartments, which she wished to avoid, or they were overcrowded and cramped. She sprinted from the back of the train to the front, finally discovering a lone compartment where only one person sat. A girl clad in a black robe was quietly immersed in her book. Although she was also a girl, there was but one, and with time pressing, Hoffa could not afford to be discerning. He rapped gently on the glass door. The girl lifted her gaze and regarded him calmly. She was a demure beauty, adorned with round spectacles, her complexion fair, short black hair framing her delicate features, and her eyes a striking shade of gray, her figure slender. With a hint of apology, Hoffa raised the school robe, to which the girl responded by closing her book and standing to open the door. Hoffa slipped into the compartment, smiling amiably. I apologize, but all the other compartments are full, and I have nowhere to change. May I borrow your compartment for a moment? The girl nodded. Go ahead, we are almost there. As she spoke, she helped Hoffa draw aside the curtain and stepped out, leaning against the door. Hoffa hurriedly changed his clothes, and once finished, he opened the door. All set, thank you. The girl nodded and re-entered the compartment, resuming her reading, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. A subtle fragrance of flowers permeated the compartment, which Hoffa surmised might be her natural scent. The only sound was the gentle rustle of pages turning. After a brief silence, curiosity got the better of Hoffa, and he inquired, "Why are you alone in this compartment when all the others are full?" The girl replied, "Because I am reading, and they do not wish to disturb me." Hoffa glanced down to see the yellow cover of the book titled War and Peace. He was quite familiar with that tome. "You read Muggle literature too?" he asked. "Of course," the girl responded, casting a fleeting glance at Hoffa, seemingly reluctant to continue the conversation. Turning a page, she asked, "Are you a freshman too?" "Yes," Hoffa replied, extending his hand. Hoffa Bach. The girl nodded and offered her hand in return. "Miranda Goshawk." Hoffa felt a flicker of curiosity. Goshawk? Hadn't he, that proud silver-haired girl, just mentioned a Miller Goshawk? Thus, he asked, "Do you have a brother named Miller?" The girl looked up, pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, and smiled gently. "I'm afraid I have not heard of that person." "Oh," Hoffa murmured, dismissing it from his mind. To be honest, he had nearly forgotten the haughty girl. With a flick of her wrist, the dark-haired girl produced her wand and waved it casually. Hoffa's discarded clothes were instantly folded neatly, stacked like tofu blocks. After completing the task, she returned the book to her bag and said to Hoffa, "There's no need to carry your things. Someone will help us with them." Throughout their interaction, Miranda exuded a demeanor as gentle as jade, unhurried and unflappable, without any hint of ostentation. Such a person was indeed worthy of friendship. In the final moments of their journey, Hoffa and Miranda exchanged a few casual remarks, the most common topic among freshmen being their respective houses. However, Miranda appeared indifferent to which academy she would attend. In truth, aside from the differing locations of the common rooms, the other aspects of the academies were quite similar, with the curricula being identical, as Miranda remarked. Hoffa, intrigued, inquired, "You seem quite knowledgeable about Hogwarts." Miranda smiled and replied, "I have a family member working here. I visited Hogwarts when I was 3. Hoffa felt a sense of familiarity with the surname Goshawk. He quickly reached into his pocket and, as expected, discovered the signature of Adabe Goshawk on his admission letter. He was the deputy headmaster. "Deputy Headmaster Adabe Goshawk, he is you." "He is my grandfather," Miranda sighed. Could we refrain from discussing this? 10 minutes later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. The train gradually came to a halt at a small, dimly lit platform. Young travelers jostled, eager to disembark. Hoffa and his newly acquainted friend, Jean, stepped off the train, the night air sending a shiver down his spine. Old-fashioned lanterns swayed above the students' heads. He had anticipated encountering Hagrid here, yet he did not. Instead, there was an old one-eyed huntsman on horseback who turned his steed and boisterously exclaimed, "First-year students, follow me." Hoffa mused that this must also be a gamekeeper, likely a predecessor to Hagrid. As for Hagrid, he was probably just 9 years old, with 2 more years to wait before enrollment. Navigating through the dark forest path, the one-eyed gamekeeper led a chattering group of children to the edge of a shadowy lake. There, a cluster of small wooden boats awaited. Across the lake, a majestic castle loomed on a high hillside, its spires reaching for the heavens with windows shimmering under the starry sky. At this moment, Hogwarts, though differing in its inhabitants, was nearly identical to the descriptions in the original text. System alert. Discovery of the Wizarding Realm, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Complete 5,000 exploration of the realm to receive 1/3 of a spell fragment. 1/3 of a spell fragment, containing peculiar energy. Acquiring 3 will enhance one of your spell abilities. Currently, you have collected 23. Complete 0,000 exploration of the realm to obtain knowledge of the Great One. Knowledge of the Great One, enigmatic and unfathomable. Until you possess it, you remain unaware of its potential power. Remarkably, Hoffa disregarded the system's notification. His gaze remained fixed on the castle, his heart stirred. For the sensation of dreams materializing was unparalleled. The gamekeeper dismounted, grasped his bow, and lifted a lantern, calling out to a boat. No pushing. The children clamored excitedly as they boarded the vessels. Miranda sat beside Hoffa, while 2 unfamiliar students occupied the space opposite him, their laughter and chatter filling the air. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The persistent silver-haired girl had not followed, which was more comforting than any news. As the crowd settled, the small boat began to glide across the dark lake. The surrounding children pointed excitedly at the scenery, their enthusiasm palpable. Hoffa dipped his hand into the frigid waters, the splashing sound invigorating him. Suddenly, a sharp sting pricked his finger, and upon raising his hand, he was startled to discover a diminutive mermaid coiled around it. She bore the appearance of Thumbelina, but her lower half was that of a fish. Upon being discovered, the little mermaid shot a jet of water at his face. Hoffa quickly withdrew his hand back into the lake, and the mermaid slipped away from his finger. Miranda smiled and remarked, "A Scottish lake sprite, a wondrous creature. They can grow to human size upon maturity. There are many here." Hoffa grimaced, choosing not to submerge his hand in the water again. As they drew closer to the castle, a hush fell over the group. Only the sound of the water remained in the air. They passed through several archways adorned with lush, evergreen ivy. Following a dark tunnel, they seemed to descend into the castle's depths, ultimately arriving at a place reminiscent of an underground dock before climbing onto a surface of gravel and small pebbles. They reached the opposite shore of the lake, at the very foot of Hogwarts. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but the school appeared far grander than he had imagined. The dark stone walls stretched endlessly, and the tallest towers seemed poised to pierce the clouds. Upon reaching the entrance, Hoffa noticed a discrepancy. He recalled the original text describing the castle's grand entrance as an oak door, yet the imposing portal before him was entirely wrought from black metal, intricately engraved with strange patterns and inscriptions. It exuded an aura of ancient solemnity. Had some unknown change occurred over the past half-century? Hoffa pondered as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. The great door swung open automatically, revealing an opulent staircase of marble, through which a throng of individuals poured in. A one-eyed elder, mounted on horseback, dismounted at the staircase's entrance, joining the newcomers. He raised a hand in the foyer to halt the first years, instructing, "Wait here, and do not speak." However, his words fell on deaf ears, as the cluster of children huddled together, their chatter impossible to contain. They whispered and laughed amongst themselves. Hoffa wished to converse with Miranda, yet she merely shook her head subtly, signaling him to refrain from speaking like the others. Moments later, silence enveloped the room. With a voice that was both thin and aged, the previously murmuring children fell into a hushed stillness, as though someone had pressed the mute button. A frail, silver-haired man gradually emerged from the firelit foyer, clad in a bronze robe, his hands clasped behind his back, and his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. This is a certain unknown teacher from school. Hoffa felt a sense of oppression in his breathing. For some reason, upon seeing this elderly man, he sensed that Hogwarts now might be far stricter than it would be 50 years hence. The old man strolled slowly before the new students, hands clasped behind his back. "At Hogwarts, you will learn much, but first and foremost, what you must learn is not magic but discipline." Wherever the old man's gaze fell, the new students invariably lowered their heads. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Which house you were assigned to was indisputable. "Follow me," the old man succinctly instructed, showing no inclination to elaborate further. With a single hand resting behind him, he turned towards the entrance hall, his gait exuding authority. A group of new students, under the old man's guidance, traversed a towering Gothic corridor where flames blazed on the walls every 10 meters. A few students whispered among themselves, "Is that the vice principal? Audiobook. He looks fearsome, even more so than the legend suggests." "Shoo!" As soon as the words were uttered, someone hastily urged silence, their expressions filled with trepidation, almost shrinking back. So was Audiobook Goshawk. Hoffa glanced at the placid-faced Miranda. Could it be that this old man was her grandfather? He certainly appeared strict. As he pondered, Hoffa surveyed his surroundings. No ghosts roamed about. Only the sound of new students' footsteps filled the silence. The eyes of the portraits on the walls slowly followed their movements, yet most remained silent. As they passed through the corridor, the group of new students arrived at the Hogwarts Great Hall. The solemn, dimly lit hall was adorned with a deep blue carpet. The surrounding sounds grew slightly louder, but remained confined to hushed conversations, entirely unlike the carefree banter on the train. It lacked the romance depicted in later novels, with no hundreds of flickering candles or enthusiastic prefects to welcome them. Illumination came solely from braziers. The walls were lined with these braziers, each igniting as the new students advanced, gradually brightening the hall. Above, the vaulted ceiling showcased thousands of bright stars slowly revolving in the darkness, reminiscent of ancient and obscure astrology, profound and austere. Hoffa cast his gaze toward the staff table, where a thin, white-bearded man sat, his eyes sharp and menacing, his head half-bald. This was Armando Dippet, the current headmaster of Hogwarts. Just one glance confirmed to Hoffa that this man was nothing like the affable Dumbledore. His gaze lacked warmth, replaced by scrutiny. It is said that with each new ruler comes a new order. No wonder the entire school was steeped in an atmosphere of rules and discipline. Certainly, Hoffa also noticed Dumbledore, who was seated on the left side of the faculty table, engaged in a hushed conversation with a portly man with dark hair beside him. Upon recognizing the rotund figure, Hoffa immediately discerned his identity. Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House, the very man who had imparted the secret of soul-splitting to Voldemort, now returned to the same position after more than 50 years. Approaching a magnificent eagle statue at the front of the faculty table, Vice Principal Adebagoshak turned around. Beside him stood a blue-cushioned stool, upon which rested a dusty, crumpled hat, arranged in a row. Professor Goshak, with a serious demeanor, spoke in a detached tone. His voice was flat, yet all the first-year students promptly formed a line as commanded. It was only then that Professor Goshak retrieved a long parchment from his sleeve. Upon hearing a name, the next student was summoned to don the sorting hat. I Karamat. A boy hurriedly ran up, clumsily placing the hat upon his head, and the sorting hat promptly declared Gryffindor. A subdued applause arose from the table on the left, the clapping restrained, far less fervent than described in later books. Alfred Black. Goshak continued, announcing another name. Hoffa was well acquainted with this surname. Black, belonging to the family of Sirius. He looked up to see a boy in a black robe, his expression aloof, parting the crowd as he took his seat on the stool. The sorting hat hesitated upon his head for a considerable time before assigning him to Slytherin. The young Black furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Hoffa observed the boy, who was of similar stature to himself, pondering the relationship between this individual and the future Sirius Black. Not long after Alfred had departed, Hoffa heard another familiar name. Eileen Prince. Prince? Eileen Prince? The mother of the half-blood prince, Snape? Hoffa immediately lifted his head. A girl with dark hair, pale complexion, greasy locks, and a multitude of freckles surrounding her nose, bore a somewhat troubled expression. She nervously jogged up to the sorting hat, which swiftly assigned her to Slytherin. Hoffa mused that he was witnessing the ancestors of future notable figures today. He even entertained the thought that if he could win Eileen Prince's affection, he might become Snape's father. Hoffa quickly shook his head, realizing that contemplating such absurdities in this solemn hall was inappropriate. Furthermore, Eileen was hardly conventionally attractive. The sorting hat's speed varied. Sometimes it was quick, other times it was slow, with some taking mere seconds. Amidst the stillness of the hall, individuals waited in silence, some for as long as a minute. The crowd stood in quiet anticipation, devoid of sound. One by one, they approached, save for a few notable family names of the future. It was challenging for Hoffa to recognize anyone familiar during this sorting ceremony. Suddenly, as Goshak called out, Aglia S. Dracis, a girl with silver hair and blue eyes, emerged from the throng, her expression impassive as she took her seat upon the high stool. Hoffa's eyes widened. Her name was indeed Aglia S. Dracis, a rather cumbersome and unappealing name. As soon as the sorting hat brushed against her silvery locks, it bellowed, Ravenclaw. Hoffa inwardly shook his head in dismay, lamenting that he was not the sorting hat, for he would have undoubtedly placed her in Slytherin. As Aglia removed the sorting hat and descended the steps, she bestowed upon Hoffa a mocking smile, seemingly deriding his judgment from the train. Hoffa mused that if he were Harry Potter, she would certainly embody the role of Draco Malfoy. The name Tom Marvolo Riddle, uttered by the vice principal, interrupted Hoffa's thoughts. He lifted his gaze, eager to witness this momentous occasion. The tall figure of Tom parted the crowd and approached the sorting hat with a measured calmness. Although Hoffa keenly observed the tension in his clenched hands, veins bulging on the back of his hands, a clear indication of his inner turmoil. In a fleeting second, the sorting hat declared, Slytherin. The applause from the table on the far right erupted, more fervent than that of the others, a remarkable feat in such a solemn atmosphere. In less than an afternoon aboard the train, Tom Riddle had already garnered the favor of most Slytherins. As the boys set down the sorting hat, Hoffa discerned a hint of relief on his face, a curious sight. Even Voldemort could exhibit such emotions. After sorting a dozen more students, Vice Principal Goshak finally announced with a stoic demeanor, Hoffa Bach. Miranda nudged Hoffa slightly, prompting him to step forward from crowd. To the others, this was merely an ordinary name, eliciting no reaction. Yet one person widened her eyes in disbelief. Aglia, seated in the corner of the Ravenclaw table, had initially appeared indifferent and disinterested. However, upon witnessing Hoffa emerge, her expression shifted from confusion to one of fury, humiliation igniting her features as she slammed her fist upon the table, drawing the attention of her fellow Ravenclaws. You bastard, Aglia grated through clenched teeth, realizing at last that this boy was not the mere Miller Goshak, but rather Hoffa Bach. In her eyes, the indifference exhibited by this Bach fellow on the train was the greatest affront to her dignity. Hoffa, of course, remained oblivious to the fact that his actions aboard the train had offended a Ravenclaw. He perched nervously upon the high stool, donning the sorting hat with a sense of trepidation. Although it seemed casual at that moment, he could hardly suppress his anxiety. The instant the hat rested upon his head, it sighed softly in his ear. It had been quite some time since it encountered a student so difficult to categorize. Brave, indeed. Kind-hearted, certainly. Intelligent, without a doubt. And ambition, not lacking. Steady and balanced. It appeared that all four houses could suit him well. Hoffa was left speechless. Was this a roundabout way of calling him unremarkable and indistinguishable from the crowd? Time trickled by, each second stretching longer than any other. 3 full minutes elapsed with Hoffa still seated upon the stool. Professor Goshawk, standing nearby, cast a fleeting glance in Hoffa's direction. The Sorting Hat continued its murmurs in Hoffa's ear. First, it dismissed Hufflepuff, declaring him unsuitable for that house. Next, it sought to eliminate Slytherin. While he possessed ambition, it fell short of their standards. Hoffa's breathing quickened. The Sorting Hat continued. So, we are left with Gryffindor and Ravenclaw. Let me ponder this. Hoffa felt a twinge of anxiety. Ravenclaw might have been acceptable under ordinary circumstances, but after encountering that silver-haired girl, he truly wished to avoid being in the same house as her. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He recalled how Harry Potter had faced a similar dilemma while wearing the Sorting Hat, torn between Gryffindor and Slytherin, ultimately making the choice to join Gryffindor. Thus, Hoffa emulated him, mentally repeating, "Not Ravenclaw, not Ravenclaw, not Ravenclaw." In a voice that echoed with thunderous clarity, the Sorting Hat proclaimed, "Ravenclaw." At that moment, Hoffa felt as though he'd been dealt a cruel fate. Lacking the protagonist's fortune, he lamented his own misfortune. It was one thing to start at a disadvantage, but what had happened to respecting his choices? The Sorting Hat seemed utterly indifferent to his preferences. Once the decision was made, a faint applause erupted from the second row of tables on the left, considerably quieter than the applause when Tom Riddle took his seat. It was likely the softest applause ever recorded, infused with a sense of relief, as his prolonged deliberation had left others quite hungry. As he approached the Ravenclaw table, Hoffa felt piercing gazes directed at him. Following the source of the stares, he spotted Aglaia in the corner, arms crossed, her icy blue eyes radiating cold fury. At this juncture, Hoffa had no desire to engage with her further. He strategically positioned himself at the farthest end of the long table, away from Aglaia. Not long after Hoffa departed, Miranda took her place on the high stool. What set her apart from the others was that Vice Principal Goshawk personally placed the hat upon her head, showing no sign of hesitation. Before long, the hat declared Ravenclaw, and she was sorted into that house. Miranda nonchalantly removed the hat and seated herself opposite Hoffa, remarking, "It seems we are indeed classmates." "Indeed," Hoffa replied, feeling somewhat reassured by Miranda's presence. At least not everyone in this academy resembled Aglaia. Keeping a distance from her would suffice. 30 minutes later, the sorting concluded. Professor Goshawk rolled up the parchment, casually tapped the high stool with his wand, causing both the stool and the hat to vanish simultaneously. He then returned to his seat among the faculty. Hoffa, now ravenous, recalled that he had consumed only a morsel of snacks that day. The others were similarly afflicted, as the air was filled with the sounds of grumbling stomachs. Yet the ceremony was not over. At the center of the faculty table, Headmaster Armando Dippet rose to his feet. The moment he stood, a blaze of lights illuminated the hall. Hoffa inwardly scoffed at the pompous display of the old man. With a piercing gaze that swept across the room, he cleared his throat and solemnly declared, "First and foremost, I must emphasize the long-standing rules. Any student found wandering at night will be placed under observation, and a second offense will result in immediate expulsion. Unauthorized entry into the Forbidden Forest will lead to the destruction of one's wand and expulsion. Those who illegally keep magical creatures will face a month of labor." Dippet continued to drone on for nearly 10 minutes, enumerating various regulations. Good heavens, Hoffa thought, covering his face with his hands, lamenting his arrival in the year 938. In contrast to Dumbledore's era, Hogwarts now resembled a reformatory for internet addiction. At long last, Dippet concluded his recitation of rules and coughed twice. This year, there are some new developments. Due to the tense situation in the magical communities across Europe, the Ministry has established designated teleportation points within the school as hunting grounds. Students in their 6th year and above may, upon obtaining approval, venture into specific areas for Auror training. With that, the old headmaster took his seat. A resounding applause erupted around the dining table. Hoffa joined in the clapping, gaining a deeper understanding of the current state of Hogwarts. It was no wonder that regulations were so stringent. The impending threat of the Second World War likely contributed to this atmosphere. Indeed, during the era of Harry's birth, the world enjoyed peace with little upheaval. idly drifting through life, drew no criticism, and the school ambience was relaxed. However, in this time, merely coasting could lead to peril rather than mere stagnation. As the applause subsided, a crisp chime rang out. Suddenly, a bountiful assortment of food appeared on Hoffa's plate. The table was adorned with an array of appetizers: fresh oysters, crab meat, foie gras tranche, a medley of icy fruits, and Russian caviar, accompanied by an assortment of fresh juices. Hoffa, emulating the upperclassmen around him, quickly sampled a bit. The flavors were exquisite, igniting his appetite. Moments latte. The plate was devoid of its contents. Soon after, the main course was presented: roasted beef, breaded lamb chops, grilled pork chops, London broil, chicken wings, creamy baked cauliflower, lobster au gratin, cabbage, mashed potatoes, croissants, and muffins. The variety was overwhelming. Hoffa could scarcely keep count. While it is often said that British cuisine lacks flair, this experience was a revelation. One could only surmise that the house elves at Hogwarts were imported from abroad. As they began to dine, the previously solemn atmosphere gradually dissipated, replaced by laughter and conversation. Hoffa savored his meal while listening to the upperclassmen discuss a range of topics, from Quidditch to national affairs, and from celebrity gossip to notable figures in the wizarding world. He relished both the delectable food and the engaging dialogue. The Ravenclaw upperclassmen articulated their thoughts with remarkable insight, truly embodying the wisdom of their esteemed house. Ghosts emerged from various corners of the castle, though Hoffa did not spot the elusive Peeves. He did catch sight of a beautiful lady ghost in robes, adorned with a crown, gracefully gliding past the Ravenclaw table, greeting others with elegance. She was Helena Ravenclaw, the daughter of Rowena Ravenclaw, one of the 4 founders, colloquially known as the Grey Lady. Her striking beauty made her the most captivating ghost at Hogwarts. Hoffa mused silently that Ravenclaw was indeed commendable as he cut into a lamb chop. After the main course, the table presented an assortment of soups: rich chicken and mushroom, creamy tomato, French leek, and oxtail soup. Upon seeing these dishes, Hoffa regretted having overindulged in the main course. While the students displayed hearty appetites, the professors at the faculty table appeared more composed. Hoffa noticed that halfway through the banquet, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore excused himself, followed closely by Deputy Headmaster Minerva McGonagall. Both bore serious expressions, as if engaged in a private discussion. Hoffa turned to Miranda and inquired, "What does your grandfather teach?" Miranda sipped her juice lightly and replied, "He is the head of Ravenclaw House and teaches charms. I must warn you, never oppose him in class." Hoffa was taken aback. The old man appeared even stricter than Professor McGonagall, and he feared future encounters. After finishing the soup, the dessert course arrived: jelly, caramel pudding, apple tart, mousse, and lime-flavored ice cream. Hoffa, feeling utterly full, could only manage to take a small serving of the lime ice cream, vowing to exercise restraint at the next banquet. Once the meal concluded, a familiar figure rose from the faculty table. It is the youthful version of Dumbledore. As he rose to his feet, the students erupted into enthusiastic applause. This ovation was far more heartfelt than that which accompanied Principal Armando Dippet's speeches. Dumbledore's popularity has always been unparalleled. He gently tapped his goblet and remarked with a smile, "In a moment, the heads of houses will escort their respective students back to the common rooms. But before we proceed, we have an important matter to attend to." The students from the 4 houses clapped and laughed, chanting "Sing, sing." The exuberance was most fervent among the Gryffindors, while the Ravenclaw students wore smiles. Miranda whispered to Hoffa, "He is the most remarkable transfiguration professor in history, capable of transforming into hundreds of creatures." Hoffa, unaware of this, asked in astonishment, "Is that true?" "Indeed, he assisted in drafting the Ogmani's Act," replied a senior student nearby. At the faculty table, Dumbledore waved his wand, and suddenly, the remaining juice in all the students' goblets erupted into a shower of colorful streamers. Those who were about to sip their juice were taken by surprise, their faces covered in confetti, leading to hearty laughter. "Ready, sing," Dumbledore called, and thus, the entire assembly joined in a spirited rendition. "Hogwarts, Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge, whether we be balding elders or children who stumble and fall. Our minds are open to intriguing wonders, for now they are empty, filled only with air." Hoffa, unable to sing along, nevertheless moved his head and tapped his feet to the rhythm of the song. Once the singing concluded, the atmosphere reached its zenith. Dumbledore, with arms outstretched amidst the thunderous applause, proclaimed, "Do not forget, even in the most trying times, there exists companionship in magic and music." As the feast drew to a close, the 4 heads of houses led their students out of the hall, each heading towards their respective common rooms. Interestingly, Hoffa was more familiar with the Gryffindor common room than even some upperclassmen, Yet he had no knowledge of the Ravenclaw common room. Their head was an old acquaintance, a figure Hoffa knew quite well, Filius Flitwick. Upon seeing him, Hoffa called out his name, startling the diminutive head of house. Flitwick now sported a clean-shaven face and appeared rather handsome, standing at a height similar to that of Quirrell. Years later, he would become the head of Ravenclaw and teach Harry Potter, known for his amiable disposition. As Flitwick walked, he explained to the newcomers the history of Ravenclaw. Our house was founded by Rowena Ravenclaw, symbolizing the element of air. The symbolic animal is the eagle. Naturally, the residence of the majestic eagle is not situated at a low altitude. If any of you struggle with mobility, I suggest you first consult the school nurse. Laughter erupted from the crowd, but it was short-lived. Hoffa followed Prefect Flitwick as they ascended higher, the magical stairs beneath them shifting positions like building blocks, facilitating their ascent. At last, upon reaching the top of Ravenclaw Tower, some newcomers, afflicted with acrophobia, dared not glance down, for all they could see were distant flickers of firelight. Hoffa estimated the tower to be at least 300 meters high, causing a wave of dizziness to wash over him. Without the assistance of the stairs, who knows how long it would have taken to reach this height? Flitwick chuckled. The first rule of Ravenclaw 75 is to refrain from carelessly tossing items off the tower. The freshman responded with nervous laughter. The prefect guided the trembling newcomers across a narrow aerial bridge, leading them to a grand portrait of a knight. The armored knight in the painting slowly bowed, and beside the image stood a statue of an eagle perched upon a bronze ring. Upon seeing the group approach, the eagle unfurled its azure metallic wings and posed a riddle. To abandon me or to merge with me, both lead to certain death. Within you, however, I am a source of life. Flitwick stepped aside, stating, "There is no password for the Ravenclaw common room. You must answer the statue's question to gain entry." The newcomers bowed their heads in contemplation, pondering the riddle. Suddenly, a light laugh emerged from the crowd, as the silver-haired girl, Aglia, declared proudly, "It's simple. The answer is water." The surrounding students displayed expressions of understanding and admiration. Flitwick snapped his fingers. "Correct, though regrettably, I'm not a professor and cannot award you points." The metallic eagle folded its wings. The knight straightened, and the portrait gradually opened, revealing a hidden blue corridor behind it. Hoffa sighed, recognizing in Aglia a reflection of Hermione. Both were intelligent and proud individuals. Upon entering the common room, they found themselves in a spacious, circular chamber. The floor was adorned with soft cushions and several chairs. Elegant arched windows graced the walls, draped with flowing blue and bronze silk that danced in the breeze. Through the windows, Hoffa beheld a starry night, the celestial bodies twinkling like lanterns adorning the sky, while distant, misty mountains stretched infinitely beyond. The gentle wind brushed against the light, creamy clouds, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. The ceiling formed a dome, studded with stars, while the deep blue carpet below mirrored this celestial theme. The room was furnished with tables and chairs, bookshelves lining the walls, and a niche opposite the door housed a halfling statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, carved from white marble. A door beside the statue led to the dormitories above. The environment was remarkably peaceful. A group of upperclassmen sat cross-legged on the cushions scattered across the floor. Some were engrossed in books, others engaged in chess, while a few simply closed their eyes, possibly in meditation. Upon noticing the arrival of the freshmen, the older students merely nodded in acknowledgement, then returned to their respective pursuits. Hoffa approached the window, gazing at the starry sky beyond, leaning against the railing as a gentle breeze caressed him. The air was imbued with the distinctive fragrance of honeysuckle that characterizes the night. In that moment, the meditative technique of the Mirajiba practitioners instinctively began to unfold within him. Embracing this innate sensation, Hoffa settled onto a cushion by the window and commenced his meditation. He pondered that perhaps the Sorting Hat had indeed made the most fitting decision for him. With each breath, his fingers twisted into peculiar shapes. His consciousness spread like a spider's web within the Ravenclaw Tower, though it remained confined to the common room. Whenever he attempted to extend his awareness beyond the confines of the common room, he was met only with an endless void of darkness. Whether it was a limitation of his own mental capacity or some magical barrier, he could not discern. In the realm of meditation, time lost its significance, and by the time he concluded his practice, most of the others had departed. However, two individuals remained. Miranda sat on the carpet beside the bookshelf, reading by the glow of magical illumination, while the girl, named Aglia, occupied a chair, scribbling furiously on parchment. The page was densely filled, though the content remained a mystery. Noticing Hoffa rise, Aglia cast a frosty glance in his direction, accompanied by a barely perceptible smirk. Miranda, on the other hand, closed her book and stood up alongside Hoffa. As they approached the bifurcation leading to the boys' and girls' dormitories, Miranda suddenly whispered, "Have you offended Aglaia?" Hoffa muttered, "If avoiding her counts as an offense, then yes." Miranda chuckled lightly. "Then you may have much to endure. Mermaids are known to hold grudges." "What?" Hoffa responded with a hint of surprise. "She is a mermaid? Not a pure one, but she certainly possesses mermaid lineage. The surname Draces is French, a similarity you both share." After sharing this insight, she bid him good night and entered the girls' dormitory, while Hoffa made his way into the boys' quarters. The dormitory was situated at the pinnacle of the tower, featuring 4 four-poster beds, all of which were already occupied by his sleeping roommates. Deep blue velvet curtains adorned the beds, and Hoffa placed his backpack beside his own. As he undressed and climbed into bed, a flicker of curiosity emerged within him. Why did that silver-haired girl choose to study in England instead of Beauxbatons? The next morning, as dawn began to break, Hoffa awoke. Ironically, in his previous life, he had not been a particularly exemplary student, achieving only mediocre grades. He was the type who would exert just enough effort to pass, capable of scoring 80 but utterly disinterested in striving for a 90. Upon his arrival at Hogwarts, he unexpectedly found himself with a fervor for learning. Was it due to a curiosity about magic? Not quite. It was because the specter of World War II loomed on the horizon. Unless he could escape to America or Australia before the war erupted, there would be no sanctuary on this planet. Europe, in particular, was perilously dangerous. Evading the conflict was not a solution that Hoffa favored. Thus, his sole option was to diligently study magic before the outbreak of war, striving to acquire some means of self-preservation in the tumultuous future. As for the extent of this knowledge, Hoffa believed he must at least explore Hogwarts thoroughly, acquire a second divine comprehension, and gather fragments of spells. Anything else would merely be superfluous. A class schedule adorned his bedside table, and Hoffa glanced at it. On Mondays, there were only 2 classes, Charms and Transfiguration. The first class, Charms, was also an opportunity for the new students of each house to meet their respective heads, devoid of any other house's students. The second class, Transfiguration, was attended with the freshmen from the other 3 houses. Hoffa recalled how Harry and Ron often arrived late. Given Hogwarts' unpredictable environment, he had no desire to be tardy. Thus, while his roommates lingered in bed, he rose early. The Ravenclaw Common Room's shared lavatory was located to the east of the dormitory, a pristine space designated for both males and females. It was divided into 3 tiers, the topmost floor reserved for prefects, while the lower level was for ordinary students. The area was adorned with blue or teal floor tiles and rows of faucets carved with eagle heads. Hoffa had purchased a toothbrush but had forgotten to bring a cup. While in London, he had deemed a cup too bulky for a single bag, so he had opted not to buy one. Habitually adhering to certain thought patterns from his previous life, he assumed that cupping water with his hands would suffice. Thus, he brushed his teeth in a haphazard manner, and after finishing, he leaned under the faucet. Just as he raised his head, cheeks puffed out and frothy, he caught sight of the last person he wished to see, Aglaia. Indeed, she had risen early as well, holding a cup and various trinkets, clad in a starry blue morning gown, resembling a specter standing behind Hoffa. Upon witnessing Hoffa's rudimentary method of fetching water with his hands, she wore an expression of disdain, akin to someone suffering from morning constipation. Hoffa thought to himself that it was truly Murphy's Law. The one person he wished to avoid was precisely the one he encountered. In the lavatory, it was just the 2 of them, creating an excruciatingly awkward atmosphere. Aglaia muttered a disdainful barbarian. Suppressing the urge to draw his wand and transform her into a crow, Hoffa maintained a stoic demeanor as he expelled the mouthwash, washed his face, and strode out of the lavatory. At that moment, he vowed that no matter how provocatively she acted, he would utter not a single word to that girl. After completing his morning routine, Hoffa waited in the common room for a while. As classmates gradually awoke and departed the common room, engaged in cheerful banter with friends, Hoffa found himself waiting for Miranda, who, perhaps, had risen earlier than he. Consequently, he made his way to the dining hall alone. However, at the Ravenclaw table, he still did not spot Miranda, speculating that she might have already retreated to her classroom. As he sipped his oatmeal, he mused on how early she must have risen. Breakfast at Hogwarts offered a sumptuous buffet reminiscent of a hotel spread, delightful in taste and ample in quantity. Yet, the sole drawback was that the dining area was not exclusively occupied by humans. Midway through the meal, a sudden flurry of owls inexplicably cascaded through the castle skylights, each bearing letters and parcels, seeking their respective owners. Some young wizards skillfully managed their owls, while others, particularly the girls, indulgently spoiled theirs, leading to a scene where owls wandered amidst the communal dishes. When Hoffa extracted a feather from his milk-soaked oatmeal, his appetite vanished, prompting him to hastily gather his belongings and depart. He feared that lingering might subject him to the legendary spectacle of a rain of birds. In his previous life, during his primary and secondary school years, teachers would come to the classroom to instruct. Yet here, young wizards must learn to navigate to different classrooms from an early age. After breakfast, Hoffa trailed behind upperclassmen, traversing numerous corridors until he located the classroom for charms. Upon entering, he discovered the room entirely empty. Before a wall inscribed with ancient spells stood a massive clock, ticking incessantly. Scratching his head, Hoffa perceived that he had ample time, prompting him to exit the classroom in search of other areas of the school to explore. He opened his system panel. Current realm: Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Exploration progress: 0-1. A mere 1,000th. Hoffa was astonished, having already traversed the Black Lake, the Great Hall, and the Ravenclaw Tower, in addition to today's classroom. How vast must this school be? In comparison to King's Cross Station, where one could earn rewards for merely taking a few steps. He wondered if he would even achieve a second arcane knowledge this year. After inspecting several classrooms, he noted no change in his exploration progress. These areas were trivial in the grand scheme of Hogwarts. Moreover, upon reaching a room filled with various unknown animal skeletons and specimens, an elderly man in robes brusquely ushered him away, insisting, "You are not yet of age for care of magical creatures class. Off you go." Feeling disheartened, Hoffa returned to the charms classroom, realizing that his quest for the disillusionment charm needed to be prioritized. To explore within a magical school without the ability to become invisible was a folly. Numerous areas were off-limits to first-year students. Principal Armando was indeed stern. He lacked the guiding light of a savior, and should his reckless explorations be discovered, he would face the consequence of being placed under observation. After a while, the classroom filled with students, a lively group of children chattering excitedly. They compared their wands, eagerly exploring the secrets held within each other's magical instruments. Hoffa laid his wand flat upon his knee, and when inquired about it, he amiably mentioned that the core was made from unicorn hair, confident that none would dare to dismantle it for verification. The clamor persisted for 5 minutes, during which Hoffa vigilantly observed the large clock at the center of the room. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The seconds hand made its full rotation to 2, while the hour hand approached 9. Just as the hour hand reached 9, the door swung open with a decisive clap. An elderly man clad in a bronze robe entered with precision. It was Vice Principal Audiobook Shack. Upon entering the classroom, he waved his wand, causing the door to slam shut. Silence enveloped the room. The students dared not utter a sound, gazing upon the professor's stern and austere visage. Hoffa suddenly envisioned the future headmaster, the diminutive Professor Flivy, who was also from Ravenclaw, but far more endearing. Shack stood with his hands clasped behind him in the center of the room, taking a deep breath, his gray eyes sweeping across the new students. One was missing, who had not arrived. The Ravenclaw students exchanged glances, and Hoffa sensed something amiss. A quick scan of the room revealed that Miranda was absent. Had she truly arrived late? Was this wise? Noting the silence, Professor Shack withdrew a parchment and began to call the roll. Aglia Moises. Present, replied the blue-eyed girl with a casual tone. Esmeralda. Present. Antonio Corlin. Present. Hoffa Bach. Hoffa hurriedly responded, present. After calling several names, the old man's gray eyes landed on Miranda Shack. No one answered. The students lowered their heads, and Hoffa felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He wondered how many were aware that Miranda was his beloved granddaughter. She truly had no regard for her grandfather's reputation. Vice Principal Shack, however, was seasoned and unyielding. He set down the parchment and slowly declared, on the first day, tardiness will incur a deduction of 50 points for Ravenclaw. A collective gasp echoed through the hall. 50 points deducted on the very first day of classes. Was this truly the behavior of a Ravenclaw headmaster? But that was not the end. Professor Shack continued, who was closest to her in the dormitory. Among the bowed heads, the silver-haired girl, Aglia, slowly raised her hand. Professor Goshawk, knowing there is a class yet failing to summon your peers, Ravenclaw loses another 20 points. The surrounding students gaped in astonishment. Hoffa was taken aback. This old man was even more ruthless than Snape. At least Snape deducted points from Gryffindor, but here the professor penalized his own students collectively. Aglia, visibly incensed, retorted, I didn't call for her. I did call, but she chose not to attend your class. What does that have to do with me? Am I supposed to drag her here? Yet the old man offered no opportunity for Aglia to explain herself. After deducting the points, he waved his wand, causing all the pages of their books to turn automatically. The art of spells is a precise discipline, distinct from potions and transfiguration. It is an ancient wizardly craft passed down orally, only to be mastered by those possessing rigorous intellect. Engage with the magic with heartfelt intention, and control the incantations with your spirit, not merely your tongue. Hoffa cast a sidelong glance at Aglia, who was sulking with her arms crossed, visibly frustrated. Though the house had inexplicably lost 70 points, Hoffa secretly relished witnessing her discomfort. The old man eloquently lectured on the subject, while Hoffa diligently took notes with his quill, understanding that the virtue of adult experience lies in humility. In the realm of magic, he remained a novice. Halfway through the class, Miranda had yet to arrive. Hoffa realized he knew nothing about this new friend. Perhaps beneath her gentle demeanor lurked a rebellious spirit. The first lesson had not granted Hoffa the chance to experiment with his wand, as it was a theoretical class focused on syllables and movements. Moreover, with Goshawk being so strict, everyone could only watch in awe as he performed various spells, too intimidated to attempt any themselves. Following the spell class was Transfiguration, a joint session attended by all 4 houses. Hoffa was filled with anticipation for this lesson. Dumbledore himself would be teaching, a rare opportunity in this era. In a few years, once this great wizard became headmaster, only Harry Potter would enjoy such a privilege. As he thought of this thrilling prospect, Hoffa hurried along. Suddenly, a languid voice broke through his reverie. The prospect of Dumbledore's class was truly exciting. Turning around, he was surprised to find Miranda at his side, clutching a stack of books, as if she had Apparat beside him. Her once sleek black hair now appeared disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, and dark circles under her eyes suggested she hadn't rested well. Had she spent the entire morning sleeping? The surrounding Ravenclaw students glared at Miranda with fiery eyes. And Aglia, her expression darkening, had already drawn her wand. She stepped forward, her eyes filled with a lethal intent that seemed poised to pierce Miranda. As a fierce confrontation loomed, Hoffa swiftly ushered Miranda into a nearby corridor, whispering urgently, "Have you lost your mind? Just yesterday, you advised me against opposing your grandfather in class. And now, look at this. Ravenclaw has already deducted 70 points in the first lesson, you 50, and Aglia 20. Miranda's eyes widened in surprise. Aglia lost points too? Just because she didn't pull you up? Hoffa replied in a hushed tone. Hey, if you decide to sleep in next time, at least come to class to doze off. Miranda shrugged nonchalantly. These people are so uptight. We can earn the points back. What's the big deal? Besides, that house cup isn't edible. Why fuss over it? With that, she casually pushed open the door to the corridor. However, to her astonishment, the hallway had transformed into the entrance of a washroom. In the brief interval of their conversation, the layout had completely shifted. Hoffa stood in shock, bewildered by the sudden change, and certainly did not wish to arrive late to Dumbledore's first class and leave a poor impression. Miranda's expression grew slightly serious as she asked Hoffa, "What day is it today?" Hoffa grimaced, "It's Monday. You must be dazed." "Oh no, Monday, those wretched magical corridors. Quick, follow me." No sooner had he spoken than Miranda grasped Hoffa's hand and dragged him into the washroom. She counted the stalls before pushing open the third one, revealing a deep passage beneath. "It's a secret tunnel." She beckoned to Hoffa, "Come on." Hoffa, perplexed by how Miranda knew of such a hidden passage, had no choice but to follow her into the tunnel. Once inside, he found himself sliding down the tunnel resembling a smooth slide from a kindergarten playground, with the two of them racing faster as they descended. After a thrilling slide, Hoffa collided with the hem of Miranda's robe, and they tumbled together in a heap. Fortunately, the darkness concealed their surroundings, and Hoffa was unsure of what he had bumped into. Nonetheless, he quickly composed himself, his cheeks slightly flushed. Miranda, with a flicker of light from her wand, declared, luminous, illuminating their surroundings as they stood within a stone corridor. "Follow me," she instructed calmly as she led Hoffa swiftly through the secret passage. After a tumultuous 10 minutes, they finally emerged from the tunnel. They found themselves within the castle, surrounded by large oil paintings engaged in conversation. Amidst the chatter, the staircase beneath them shifted, resembling restless gears. Just beneath Hoffa's feet, the staircase swayed precariously towards a solid wall, seemingly intent on crashing into it. Without hesitation, Miranda grasped the railing of the staircase and leaped forward. Hoffa was unable to intervene in time, his eyes wide with shock as he witnessed her leap from the high platform, which was at least 7 stories tall. Was this girl courting death? 13. Transformation. However, barely 2 meters into her descent, a staircase materialized from thin air, catching Miranda. She looked up at Hoffa and urged jump. Hoffa cursed under his breath, lamenting the madness of the institution they were in. With that, he leaped over the railing, and after falling 2 meters, a moving staircase suddenly shifted to catch him, seemingly intent on preventing his demise. Following Miranda, the two navigated through the ever-changing staircases in midair. Astonishingly, they descended the 7-story height by bouncing and leaping. As soon as they touched the ground, Miranda forcefully pushed open a wooden door of a moving wall before them. The corridor was in constant flux, with doors spinning like a lottery wheel. Miranda was resolute, opening door after door. At the end of the corridor stood a black iron door, and as Hoffa attempted to enter, Miranda halted him. "Wait a moment." Hoffa paused. 10 seconds later, a wall collided with this very barrier, as if declaring, "Hey, this is my territory, buddy." This wall bore an oak door, which Miranda promptly seized to burst through. After the two vanished inside, the wall was abruptly slammed open by another, disgruntled wall. Upon entering, they found themselves in the classroom for transformation studies. It was a circular room with a ring of desks, filled with children and a tall man with reddish-brown hair casually leaning against the lectern. The children turned in surprise at the sound, their gazes fixed on the two newcomers. Hoffa's heart sank. Had they arrived late again? Dumbledore regarded the pair with keen interest. He glanced at the clock and smiled. 3 minutes late. According to the rules, I should deduct 3 points from you. However, today is a day off of the stairs, so I shall award you 3 points instead. Now quickly find a seat. Hoffa let out a sigh of relief. A day off the stairs? No wonder those students were so exuberantly rushing about. With all 4 houses attending class together, and the ever-popular Dumbledore teaching, the prime seats near the lectern were already taken. Miranda chose a corner, and after settling down, she beckoned Hoffa to join her. Reluctantly, he approached, noting that her selected corner was already occupied by a silver-haired girl. Yet, as the lesson had commenced, he could not afford to be finicky. He steeled himself and sat down. Aglaia shot a disdainful glance at Hoffa and Miranda, frowning as she shifted a centimeter to the right, conveying her displeasure towards the pair. To her right, 2 boys from Gryffindor blushed deeply, rendered speechless by their embarrassment. The petty squabbles among the young ones bored Hoffa, who withdrew his notebook and attentively focused on the lesson. In Hoffa's mind, becoming an animagus was one of the crucial goals he must achieve. If one could not transform into a cherished animal in the world of Harry Potter, what would be the difference from being a mere couch potato? Naturally, to become an animagus, he could not afford to miss Professor Dumbledore's transfiguration class. Once all the students were seated, Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction. He cleared his throat and tapped the nearby lectern with his wand. Instantly, the lectern emitted a thunderous roar. With a startling transformation, it morphed from a 4-legged table into a 4-legged lion, causing the students in the front row to recoil in surprise. With another wave of his wand, the lunging lion transformed mid-air into a small black and white badger. Sniffing curiously, the badger suddenly sprouted wings, and amidst the gasps of astonishment, it transformed into a majestic eagle with an expansive wingspan. The eagle took flight, soaring around the classroom 3 times before landing gracefully. As it descended, its legs elongated and fused, and by the time it touched the ground, it had transformed into an elegant spotted python, hissing as it flicked its tongue. The python coiled back to the lectern, and with a flick of Dumbledore's wand, the serpent reverted to the lectern. All the students were left in awe, including Hoffa. In his previous life, he had witnessed dazzling magical effects in countless films, but such a realistic and intricate transformation was truly unprecedented. Since becoming headmaster, Dumbledore had seldom showcased his mastery of transfiguration, leaving many unaware of his true prowess as a transfiguration master. Amidst the students' astonished gazes, Dumbledore slowly began to speak. Transfiguration is, among all forms of magic, the most complex and demanding. The challenge lies in altering the structure of an object without compromising its essence. This has been an enduring topic of debate among generations of wizards. Observing the attentive expressions of the students, Dumbledore waved his wand, causing the curtains to rise. The classroom dimmed, and several projection screens suddenly descended around them. As this is our first transfiguration lesson, the foremost quality I intend to impart is not magic itself, but the paramount trait of transfiguration, caution. As he spoke, images flickered across the screens, black and white photographs of fearsome monsters. In the realm of transfiguration, some wizards have ventured farther than most. Every remarkable transformation you can conceive has been attempted by various wizards. However, while some have succeeded, many more have faltered in their quest for knowledge. The cause of failure is invariably the same: a lack of caution. The black and white photograph came to a halt. Hoffa beheld a hand-drawn depiction of the colossal Sphinx. In the year 2000 BCE, the great shapeshifter of ancient Egypt, the Sphinx, reached the zenith of transformation. Alas, he ultimately conflated the distinction between structure and essence, and during an attempt at metamorphosis, he transformed himself into a hybrid creature, half man and half lion, thereby losing his sanity. The image on the projection screen shifted once more. A figure of a woman with a human face and a bird's body, tormented in expression, appeared. Dumbledore spoke. In 000 BC, the most illustrious sorceress of ancient Greece, the Siren, sacrificed her sanity in pursuit of flight, severing all ties to her humanity, and became a monster of human visage and avian form. To this day, her descendants wander in anguish across the Greek peninsula. The projection transitioned again to a hand-drawn image of a half-man, half-bull creature. Dumbledore continued. In the year 3 CE, the renowned wizard Minotaur, in his duel with a man, attempted to transform into a bull, but tragically succumbed to rage, thus doomed to exist as an entity neither human nor bovine, surviving on his own refuse. As the man on the podium spoke with serene cadence, the pallor of the students deepened. Hoffa was taken aback to discover that some of the mythical monsters were indeed real, most of which were linked to the art of transformation. In his past life, while engrossed in novels, he had only glimpsed the allure of animagi, unaware of the perilous tales lurking behind. After recounting a series of failed transformation cases, a profound silence enveloped the classroom. Suddenly, an arm was raised high. Dumbledore nodded. "Tom, speak." Tom Riddle rose slowly, in a demeanor of respect, and inquired, "Sir, what constitutes a change in structure without altering essence? To my understanding, if structure changes, essence must inevitably follow." "A most pivotal question, Tom," Dumbledore replied calmly. "Every shapeshifter holds differing opinions on this matter. Yet to me, essence embodies your intentions and innermost desires. Guided by the beacon of your inner goals and the principles of love and tolerance, one may retain their identity amidst the complexities of transformation. Naturally, this notion pertains solely to the biological transformations of animagi." Tom politely responded, "Thank you, sir," and took his seat, leaving Hoffa unable to discern his expression. In his previous life, he was uncertain whether Voldemort was an animagus, but now appeared that his true strength lay in the realm of dark magic, rather than transformation. After addressing Tom Riddle's question, Dumbledore instructed each student to approach the podium and retrieve a small piece of wood, commanding them to transfigure it into various shapes using their wands. Once the wood was in hand, Hoffa observed as the students eagerly drew their wands, rhythmically tapping the wood. Instantly, the classroom burst forth with a kaleidoscope of joyous lights, as some students chanted incantations over the wood. Some pieces of wood ignited explosively, while others melted into a puddle beneath the brilliance of wands. Remarkably, a few even sprouted legs and fled. Dumbledore admonished the students loudly, "Maintain rationality, eschew chaos, and keep your objectives clear in your minds." However, his words fell on deaf ears. The young wizards, gathered in a fray, were utterly lost. The students from Ravenclaw and Slytherin retained a semblance of composure, whereas those from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seemed poised to obliterate the very roof overhead. Two Gryffindor boys beside Aglia were no exception. One had transformed a piece of wood into a pig's head, while the other caused it to explode with a resounding bang, leaving his face smeared with soot and his hair standing on end. Aglia displayed a look of disdain and scorn, shifting her position slightly to the left. Meanwhile, Miranda, in silence, drew her wand and tapped the wood. The wood levitated and gradually morphed in the air. Ultimately, it took the form of a rather unattractive owl-like creature, barely resembling an owl at all. Miranda turned to Hoffa and remarked, "Surely Dumbledore must reward me with at least 5 points for this." "Ridiculous," was Aglia's retort. With her arms crossed, she scoffed, "Are you satisfied with conjuring such rubbish?" Miranda regarded Aglia with a gentle yet polite gaze, as if to say, "If you think you could do better, then by all means." The silver-haired girl, with an air of arrogance, produced a wand shimmering with silver light and pointed it at the wood before her. To Hoffa's astonishment, the wood began to grow and spread across the table, transforming into an exquisite tree-like sculpture. The carving was remarkably lifelike, complete with delicately detailed leaves, the veins of which were distinctly visible. Once the transformation was complete, she stowed her wand and cast a derisive glance at Miranda. Miranda, comparing the majestic tree sculpture to her own owl, shrugged nonchalantly. "You're impressive," she conceded, choosing not to engage in a quarrel with Aglia, nor did she display any signs of anger. Hoffa felt a twinge of admiration for Miranda. How she remained unperturbed by such rebuke was a testament to her character. Aglia, addressing Miranda, remarked, "Yet you are commendable. Some lack even the courage to attempt." As she spoke, she held her head high, her peripheral gaze fixed on Hoffa, keen to witness the downfall of the aloof and indifferent boy. Hoffa, acutely aware of her insinuations, felt his expression darken. He grasped his wand and lightly tapped the small wooden block before him, envisioning a wooden sword. Magic flowed from his wand, and he guided it with his mind, infusing the wood with his intent. Instantly, he felt a remarkable sensation, as if he were grasping a lump of pliable clay. Ah, so it is about purpose and structure, Hoffa mused, closing his eyes in contemplation. In his mind, he contemplated a gleaming blade. Under Hoffa's mental manipulation, the wood began to elongate, stretching and flattening. During this transformation, Hoffa furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. The details were insufficient, and this mere blade could scarcely be deemed a sword. Thus, he turned his thoughts to the form of the hilt and the guard. Above the table, the wooden sword gradually took shape, evolving from a crude block to a more refined object, intricate patterns emerging along the hilt. Miranda offered a quiet exclamation of admiration, while Aglia scoffed, muttering that it was still somewhat lacking. Upon completing the carving, Hoffa opened his eyes to behold the small sword before him, his expression devoid of elation. Miranda exclaimed, "Impressive. You've truly done it." Hoffa shook his head, reclosing his eyes, sensing an underlying flaw. He aspired to transform into an animagus, and merely crafting a wooden sword fell pitifully short of that goal. After all, what was the difference between this and molding a sword from clay? The wooden sword remained fundamentally wood, devoid of any true transformation. This was neither magical nor wondrous. Essence, transformation, purpose, Dumbledore's keywords swirled in Hoffa's mind. No, a sword should be forged of iron, with the purpose of slaying, while a wooden sword could only serve as a toy. Hoffa concentrated, immersing his spirit entirely in the current wooden sword, striving to perceive more intricate details. Yet, he found himself unable. His mind could sense every fiber of the wood, but he could not grasp its essence, let alone alter it. Was his spirit insufficient? Hoffa's brow furrowed, and suddenly, he recalled the meditative techniques of the Milarepa. Meditation could enhance one's spirit. He opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Others were laboring to reshape the wood, oblivious to his presence in the corner. He cleared his mind, closed his eyes, and entered a meditative state. At that moment, under the influence of meditation, his spirit magnified exponentially. If he wished, he could perceive the entirety of the classroom without the use of sight. Yet Hoffa did not. He immersed his entire being into the wooden sword, delving into the quest for its essence. His powerful spirit, akin to a spider's web, began to permeate the wooden sword. The magic-infused essence weaving through the fibers, penetrating the cells and their nuclei, reaching the very core of the organic material. It was as if a thunderous sound resonated within his mind. The monochrome world suddenly burst into vibrant colors, as though he had crossed into another dimension. Countless minuscule particles danced around him, shifting and transforming, an infinite spectrum of hues recombining and dispersing before his eyes. Empowered by magic, Hoffa galloped through a realm entirely unknown. A new world of transfiguration unfurling before him, filling him with joy. He felt an almost omnipotent power surging within him. Indeed, that was the case. In a tangible world, the wooden sword before Hoffa suddenly shattered into fine powder, dissipating completely into the air. Beside him, Miranda wore a slightly grave expression. Aglia, however, wore a satisfied smile, thinking to herself how foolish this imbecile was to have rendered the sword non-existent. In the classroom, Dumbledore, who was correcting students' errors at the podium, abruptly turned to gaze at the corner. A potent surge of mental energy suddenly manifested within the classroom. On the other side, Tom Riddle furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Dumbledore set aside his tasks and quickly approached the corner, drawing the attention of all present. Upon reaching the corner, Dumbledore beheld Hoffa with his eyes tightly shut. In the next moment, Hoffa raised his wand. A glimmer of metallic brilliance flickered in the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, the metallic glow swiftly arranged itself, forming a blade, a handguard, and a hilt. Dumbledore's blue eyes widened in shock. The glinting blade made it abundantly clear that this was unequivocally a metal sword, not a wooden one. Miranda gasped in disbelief, while Aglia turned pale, abruptly clutching the desk as she stood up. The surrounding students turned their heads in unison. Captivated by this extraordinary spectacle, they were utterly bewildered, having merely witnessed a metal sword materialize out of thin air. Yet Dumbledore understood that this boy before him had fundamentally altered the essence of the object. As the transformation concluded, Hoffa opened his eyes, pale yet filled with joy, and grasped the sharp little sword before him. He had succeeded. He had transformed the essence of the object through transfiguration. This was true magic. Dumbledore clapped his hands in genuine admiration, and soon the surrounding students followed suit, applauding along with him. They knew not why, but they sensed the greatness of the moment. Tom Marvolo stood up, his brow furrowed as he gazed incredulously at the Ravenclaw table, murmuring, "Hoffa?" Startled by the applause that erupted amidst his joy at completing the transformation, Hoffa looked up to find himself surrounded by a throng of people, all of whom were clapping in astonishment. What was happening? Wasn't this merely a basic feat? Without hesitation, Dumbledore pulled Hoffa to his feet, regarding him as one would a rare treasure. He then seized the little sword Hoffa had conjured, lifting it high and exclaiming with admiration, exceeding expectations, Hoffa, look, I have never witnessed a first-year student achieve such a feat remarkable. The last person to accomplish such a transformation was Nicholas Flamel over 500 years ago. Ravenclaw earns 50 points. He was so elated that he completely overlooked the works of others, which infuriated Aglaia to the point that she stormed out immediately after class, discarding her wooden sculpture into the trash bin. After class, Hoffa intended to leave the classroom as well, but Dumbledore called out to him. "Wait a moment, Hoffa." Hoffa halted as the crowd passed by him, with excited Ravenclaw classmates enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder and offering words of encouragement. However, he caught a glimpse of Tom Riddle, whose sullen demeanor brushed past him, and as they crossed paths, he heard a barely discernible whisper. "Quite impressive, Hoffa." Once the classroom emptied, Dumbledore gestured toward the desk before him, prompting Hoffa to sit down in confusion. Dumbledore, noticing the earrings adorning Hoffa's ears, smiled and remarked, "It seems you've been getting along quite well with the fairies." Thinking of Ender, Hoffa scratched his head, replying, "It's all right, but I can't take them off." "Why would you want to take them off?" "They are gifts from a friend." With that, Dumbledore also pulled up a chair and seated himself, intertwining his fingers, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. "Your recent actions were perilous, you know?" Hoffa's heart sank slightly, feeling perplexed. Dumbledore handed back the sword, stating gravely, "Can you revert the sword back to its original form?" Hoffa stared at the wooden sword for a moment, his complexion paling as he realized why Dumbledore had kept him behind. He understood the structure of metallic atoms, yet he could not comprehend that of wood. He knew he could not revert it. Dumbledore crossed his arms and softly advised, "Caution, Hoffa, caution. I have witnessed too many gifted animagi who lack prudence. You possess a formidable mental talent, but remember, it is crucial to alter the structure of things rather than their essence. The ecstasy and impulse brought on by transformation can easily lead one astray. To my mind, you have just completed an irreversible change. Had the object of your transformation not been wood, but yourself, you would have been utterly lost." Hoffa gazed into Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Dumbledore straightened up and tapped the metallic sword with his wand. Slowly, the metal transformed back into a small wooden block. Remember, a true animagus must not only know how to turn stone into gold, but also how to turn gold back into stone. Dumbledore's words haunted Hoffa for a long time, leaving him with a cold sweat as he exited the classroom. Indeed, at the moment he completed his transformation, he had nearly succumbed to the thrill of joy. He had even felt that the metamorphosis into an animagus was within his grasp. However, it now seemed evident that his journey in transformation was still long and arduous. The other students, unaware of Dumbledore's warning to Hoffa, were abuzz with excitement, discussing the emergence of a Ravenclaw student skilled in transfiguration. The students of Ravenclaw regarded Hoffa as a hero. Although Professor Goshawk had deducted 70 points from them, Dumbledore generously awarded 50 points, thus nearly offsetting the loss. However, unlike her peers, Aglia's demeanor towards Hoffa grew increasingly unfriendly. She consistently wore a scowl when in his presence. During their herbology class on Tuesday, she deliberately swapped Hoffa's cared-for fungi with a potted Venus flytrap, hoping to see him humiliated. Fortunately, the head of Hufflepuff, Erbaw Bilby, alerted him in time, sparing him from a potentially grievous injury, as that monstrous plant could have easily torn his nose off. On Wednesday, during astronomy class, she publicly ridiculed Hoffa for confusing Jupiter's moons, Ganymede and Europa. Hoffa speculated that this girl had never faced adversity in her life and was now struggling with the shock of it, harboring resentment towards him. Yet, the more she behaved this way, the more he chose to ignore her, treating her as a mere jester. During the day, he attended his classes, and by night, he meditated in the gentle breeze of the common room. Whenever he found some free time, he would visit the library in search of methods for the disillusionment charm. Alas, the areas accessible to junior students were exceedingly limited, containing only basic theoretical textbooks with no specific tomes on spells. Without a means to become invisible, he could not freely explore Hogwarts. Nevertheless, Hoffa remained unperturbed. After all, time was on his side. If it weren't for Aglia's incessant irritations, he would have deemed his life at Hogwarts nearly perfect. This tranquility persisted until Thursday, the day of their flying lesson. On that day, Hoffa arose earlier than ever before. Flying is a dream cherished by humanity. As a wizard, Hoffa naturally harbored aspirations of soaring through the clouds, especially in the year 938, when airplanes were not yet commonplace. Mastering the art of riding a broom would not only simplify his outings, but also provide him with a vital advantage for survival. Given that the Muggle Air Force of this era was not as terrifyingly precise as in later times, with warfare predominantly relying on ground combat. In the morning, the Great Hall was abuzz with the rare excitement of the typically composed Ravenclaws, fervently discussing Quidditch anecdotes. Hogwarts breakfast was indeed lavish, featuring fried eggs, bread, vegetable or fruit salads, sausages or bacon, alongside coffee, tea, milk, butter, jam, and juice, as well as various porridge options. However, preoccupied with thoughts of the flying lesson, Hoffa was cautious not to overindulge, fearing he might be sick from eating too much before flying. Thus he consumed only a sausage and a small portion of porridge. Some students from wizarding families boasted about their illustrious flying histories. William Carlson, another of Hoffa's dormitory mates, regaled his friends with tales of his family's glorious flying legacy, claiming that his father had once evaded enemy aircraft during the Great War while riding a broomstick. Taylor Smith was a Muggle descendant residing in their dormitory. While William boasted nearby, and Taylor listened with rapt attention, his eyes shimmering with envy. In this era for Muggles, the prospect of flying was almost unattainable unless one became a member of the Royal Air Force. Students from Ravenclaw fared relatively well, yet at the Gryffindor and Slytherin tables, groups of students huddled together, erupting into fits of laughter. The laughter predominantly came from the boys, for Quidditch in this time was still a game largely reserved for them, with girls seldom participating. After breakfast, a throng of students briskly exited the Great Hall, making their way to a patch of grass near the school's Quidditch pitch. It was a bright day, with a gentle breeze causing the blades of grass beneath their feet to ripple. Beyond the lawn lay the forbidden forest where distant, dark trees swayed in the wind. This lesson was to be shared with first-year Slytherins, who were already assembled there, their broomsticks lined up neatly on the ground. Tom Riddle was engaged in jovial conversation with a few classmates, casting a fleeting glance at Hoffa without any discernible reaction. In truth, since their arrival at the school, any animosity between them seemed to have evaporated, leaving them as mere strangers, devoid of any lingering resentment from the orphanage or signs of recognition. Hoffa was acutely aware of Riddle's towering ambitions. He was not like the immature Malfoy, who would squander energy on trivial provocations. Soon, their instructor arrived. Hoffa had already heard from his roommates during breakfast that the Quidditch teacher was named Periolio, a former beater for the Irish team during the 1920 Quidditch World Cup, where they achieved the remarkable feat of reaching the semifinals. Periolio was a tall man with long arms, his curly brown hair gleaming with vitality. Upon seeing the newcomers, he whistled sharply. "What are you waiting for? Line up by height." The crowd stirred restlessly as the young children jostled and pushed against one another. Periolio, growing impatient, intervened, extracting various children and rearranging them into different positions. Hoffa had initially stood alongside Miranda, yet Periolio separated them, as Hoffa was half a head taller than her. He was shifted next to another person. Indeed, it was Aglaia. They were of similar height. Aglaia, upon noticing Hoffa's arrival beside her, let out a disdainful huff. The once warm sunshine and gentle breeze had provided Hoffa with comfort, but now, standing next to Aglaia, he felt distinctly uneasy. Observing the students arranged in an arithmetic sequence by height, Professor Periolio appeared thoroughly pleased. He then whistled again, instructing, "Extend your right hand, place it above the broom handle, and say up, up." Everyone shouted in unison. Hoffa extended his hand, urging rise. Yet, nothing occurred. He intensified his tone. "I said rise." Still, there was no response. A wave of confusion washed over him. What was happening? He glanced around, observing that others' brooms soared into the air with ease, particularly that of Tom Riddle, who stood opposite him. The moment he spoke, his broom obediently nestled into his palm. Even his roommate, William, exhibited no bravado. His broom promptly leaped into his grasp. Some children's brooms sluggishly tumbled to the ground, rolling about in apparent reluctance. For instance, Miranda's broom seemed hesitant, wavering up and down. It at least exhibited some movement. However, his own broom remained utterly still. Undeterred, Hoffa tried twice more, but to no avail. "Muggle," came a mocking taunt from beside him. He noticed Aglaia on his right, wearing a smug smile, her arms crossed and unmoving. Thus, Hoffa directed his only utterance to her in the past week. "What are you so proud of? Yours hasn't moved either. Hasn't it?" She elongated her tone, as if relishing the moment. Upon finishing, Aglaia cast a derisive glance at him. One arm crossed over her chest while the other hovered above her broom. Without a word, her broom shot in her hand, and Hoffa could almost sense the broom's eagerness to be ridden by her. His eyes widened as he turned again to his own broom. "Rise." A gentle breeze rustled through the tattered branches, yet remained unmoving, akin to a deceased salted fish. Hoffa's expression darkened as he raised his hand. "What is the matter, child?" Pario observed him. "Sir, my broom is broken," Hoffa replied. All eyes turned toward him, and Pario, widening his eyes, extended his hand from afar. "Rise." In a flash, Hoffa's broom detached itself from his vicinity and soared into Pario's hands. Upon inspection, Pario frowned. "What are you talking about?" "This broom is in splendid condition." With that, he tossed the broom back to Hoffa. Undeterred, Hoffa extended his hand once more. "Rise." It remained lifeless. "Ha ha ha ha." Aglaia laughed merrily, her sweet demeanor inciting Hoffa's irritation. She remarked, "A flying muggle, a wizard devoid of any flying talent. Such individuals are rare in history, but you are undoubtedly one of them. In Britain and throughout Europe, flying is an ancient and elegant art, and Quidditch is a sophisticated social sport. It represents those among the crowd who possess the talent for dominance, and you shut up. If you remain silent, no one will mistake you for a mute." Hoffa's countenance darkened, and he abruptly halted Aglaia, no longer wishing to maintain the facade of peace with her. His aversion for the girl had reached its zenith. Drawing his wand, he pointed it at the broom lying on the ground. Wingardium Leviosa. Under the influence of the levitation charm, Hoffa's broom soared into the air like a wretched cur, trembling in agony as it was grasped tightly in his hand. Hoffa sensed the broom's reluctance, yet he held on to it resolutely. Then, an unexpected event unfolded. Aglaia raised her hand high. Indeed, she lifted her right hand and proclaimed loudly, "Professor Pario, Hoffa is cheating. He has cast a spell on the broom." The raucous grassland fell silent. All heads turned to observe Aglaia and Hoffa. Hoffa was taken aback. Could there truly exist someone so odious as to report on him? Such behavior, despised in any realm, was audaciously executed by the very person beside him. Unable to garner attention and admiration, she resorted to vexing others. Did the world revolve around her? Why, indeed, was she sorted in a Ravenclaw? Professor Pario approached Hoffa with displeasure. "Did you truly cast a spell on the broom?" "Indeed," Hoffa sighed. "What spell?" "The levitation charm," Hoffa replied. Pario inhaled deeply before exhaling. "In Quidditch, casting spells on the broom is a serious infraction. Do you understand?" "I did not," Hoffa replied impassively. "Considering this is your first offense, I shall not deduct points. However, you need not attend this class. You may observe from the sidelines," Pario lamented. Hoffa tossed the broom aside, stowed his wand, and strode to the periphery, arms crossed and silent, rendered speechless by his frustration. The capriciousness of life once again caught Hoffa unawares. He was not Harry Potter, lacking both the talent for flying and the aptitude for Quidditch, even unaware of its rules. On the grass, Pario whistled, demonstrating the proper posture for riding a broom to the students. They eagerly took flight, some wobbling awkwardly on their brooms, while others zipped about with vigor. Aglaia was the most adept among them, effortlessly soaring without even grasping the broom's handle, arms crossed, as if she could command the broom's direction with mere thought. Above, the sky was adorned with fluffy clouds. Leaning against a tall tower, Hoffa chewed on a blade of grass, observing the flying figures above, feeling for the first time a profound disconnection from this land. Aglaia was correct. In the wizarding world, Quidditch was indeed a game that demanded innate talent. Much like sailing competitions at Ivy League institutions in his former life, if one was not part of the elite circle, one might not even be invited to participate. Upon introspection, Hoffa discerned the reason the broom had disregarded him. He had no desire to partake in the sport of Quidditch, but merely wished to soar through the skies. The rules of Quidditch struck him as utterly nonsensical, particularly the notion that capturing the golden snitch would irrevocably alter the course of the game. Such an idea seemed devoid of rationale, epitomizing sheer individualistic heroism. In contrast, he found himself more enamored with the world of muggles and the sport of football, where the contributions of every participant are deemed significant. In this moment of reflection, his mind wandered to a particular scene from a novel in his previous life, where Hermione had engaged in a fierce argument with Professor Trelawney regarding her lack of divinatory talent, which dismissed her efforts entirely. The truth remained, however, that one cannot possess both emotional insight and rationality in equal measure. Hermione would never attain the status of a seer, just as Hoffa would struggle to become a Quidditch prodigy. After all, individuals endowed with true talent are a rarity in this world, especially in the realm of sports. In his past existence, he had experienced a certain awkwardness in athletic pursuits, relegated to a spectator while others played. Now, in the wizarding world, he found himself in a similar predicament. He had a modicum of talent and transfiguration, and that sufficed. There was no need for avarice. There existed myriad ways to experience flight, and one need not be tethered to a single tree. The immediate priority for him should be to diligently focus on his studies and personal growth. Only those who survive the impending conflicts are entitled to pursue their own happiness. The pursuit of fleeting glory or the title of the king among students was utterly meaningless. With this understanding, Hoffa felt a sense of calm wash over him. He expelled the remnants of dogbane from his mouth and departed the grounds with an air of nonchalance. Above, Aglia continued to fly, yet her gaze remained fixated on Hoffa, who sat in a corner. The sensation of undermining Hoffa brought her a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Since their paths had crossed, she had repeatedly faced setbacks, particularly during that incident on the train when she had misjudged his identity, an embarrassment she felt profoundly. Today, however, she had managed to regain some semblance of dignity. Yet, witnessing Hoffa's composed departure left her feeling as though she had struck a blow against cotton. As Hoffa made his way back, he contemplated skipping the Quidditch class. There was ample time, and he resolved to visit the library in search of a few books. With a stroke of luck, he might even uncover some literature on the disillusionment charm. To emerge as one who truly triumphs in this magical realm, pursuing one's freedom and happiness necessitates strength. To cultivate strength, the development of a system is the most expedient method. However, at present, the only wizarding secrets Hoffa could explore were those within the confines of Hogwarts. Thus, his immediate objective was to discover the means to cast the disillusionment charm. To access the castle's library, he would first need to traverse the school's hunting grounds, an expansive green expanse situated between the forbidden forest and the castle, resembling a vast emerald carpet, the grass rustling in the gentle breeze. Midway through his journey, Hoffa suddenly noticed an array of magical runes scattered across the ground, meticulously arranged and emanating a soft blue luminescence. It appeared to be some sort of functional magical array upon the grass. Hoffa, intrigued, observed as he walked. Suddenly, he noticed a cluster of figures in the distance. A gathering of upper-year students from Hogwarts, engaged in fervent discussion. As Hoffa took a shortcut, he brushed past the group and paused to watch for a moment. The voices of the older students grew increasingly agitated. Are we to be left in despair? Who could have done this? It has been several days. Why hasn't the ministry dispatched anyone? Headmaster Dipet has promised to handle this personally. Hoffa edged closer to the group of upperclassmen and peered over their shoulders. Behind them, the once orderly runic array had been devastated, with a massive breach created, the turf scattered, and the ground littered with chaotic craters and scratches. This is a teleportation array. Hoffa thought in astonishment, recalling Headmaster Almander's statement at the opening feast. The ministry has established designated teleportation points in the school's hunting grounds, allowing 6th-year students and above to obtain permission to travel to special locations for aura training. The upper-year students continued their heated debate, their expressions fraught with concern, primarily about their academic responsibilities and the looming tasks they feared they would be unable to complete. I'm already short on credits. What am I to do? I'm worse off than you. If I fail this task, I might not graduate this year. Can't we find another way to the ministry? Must we rely on the teleportation array? No. Didn't you hear Headmaster Dipet? We must adhere to the school's arrangements. After listening for a while, Hoffa spotted a silent senior with crossed arms and quietly inquired, "Excuse me, what brings you here?" The upperclassman looked down to see Hoffa, barely taller than his own ribs, and promptly leaned closer, whispering, "What year are you in and why are you here?" "I'm a first year, just passing by," Hoffa replied. "Isn't this the ministry's teleportation point?" "Indeed," the senior said anxiously, "but alas, an unknown individual has sabotaged this point, preventing us from teleporting for our training." The thought that someone could be so audacious as to damage the teleportation array crossed Hoffa's mind. He intended to inquire further when suddenly, several figures approached with purpose. The older students hastily nudged Hoffa. Quick, leave. Professor Gossack is coming. Don't let him see you here. Hoffa turned to see a figure clad in bronze robes. The thought of this stern individual sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to retreat without looking back, taking a detour back to Hogwarts. This incident was merely a minor episode for Hoffa. The identity of the saboteur of the teleportation array was of no concern to him. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Hoffa made a beeline for the library, where his system exploration level lingered at a mere 5%, scarcely touching even 1% of the vast expanse of Hogwarts. He knew he must swiftly master the art of invisibility or stealth. As he entered the library, he was greeted by the sight of thousands of tomes, hundreds of narrow aisles, and towering shelves. Some students had to rely on ladders to access the books perched high above. The library was devoid of first-year students, populated instead by senior students engaged in research and essay writing. Wizards like Hermione were indeed a rarity. First-year students, burdened by light coursework and youthful exuberance, seldom ventured into such a solemn place. Previously, Hoffa had scoured the section dedicated to charm books in search of the disillusionment charm, but he had nearly exhausted the beginner's area accessible to lower years. After another fruitless search, a sense of despondency began to settle in. He had yet to find a single book that mentioned the word invisibility in its index. His recent luck seemed to have taken a downer. According to the law of conservation of luck, perhaps his burgeoning talent in transfiguration had depleted all his good fortune. After a moment of contemplation, Hoffa realized that exploration was essential within the school, and adherence to the rules could not be absolute. Discovery must remain concealed. Thus, he pondered whether there were alternative means to achieve his goals aside from invisibility. Suddenly, he recalled the Marauders group, the likes of Harry Potter's father and Sirius Black. They were notorious rule breakers, but their audacity stemmed not only from their use of the invisibility cloak, but also from their ability to become animagi. A glimmer of hope dawned upon him. Indeed, animagi, if he could not become invisible, transforming into a small creature would allow him to explore the grounds undetected. Was this not fortuitous, given his nascent talent in transfiguration? Once this notion took root, it proved difficult to dismiss, especially as his interest in transfiguration deepened. Departing from the charm section, he ventured into the realm of transfiguration literature. This area, adjacent to potions, was expansive, though it offered limited resources suitable for first-year students. Hoffa extracted several intriguing titles: Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, The Transformation of Matter and Magic, and Fundamentals of Rapid Transfiguration. After perusing several volumes, he found them somewhat tedious. The content mirrored what was covered in class, often delivered more eloquently by Dumbledore himself. It seemed only a character like Filch would find them compelling. Undeterred, he continued to sift through the shelves, discovering some books that imparted valuable knowledge while others did not. In the midst of his search, Hoffa lost track of his surroundings, engrossed in the pursuit of wisdom, and ventured deeper into the library. Suddenly, a faint whisper reached his ears. "Look at me." "No. Look at me instead. My knowledge is the greatest." "No, no, no. My knowledge surpasses yours. Yet mine is far more valuable." Hoffa abruptly lifted his head, only to discover that he was utterly alone. All the books lay obediently on the shelves. Yet the whispers in his ears continued to bicker. "Do not heed him. Do not heed him. Come, child. I can lead you to greatness." "Greatness? Is reading merely a pursuit of grandeur? You fool. TSK, TSK, TSK. Short-sightedness abounds. Knowledge itself is a desire." "Oh, damn it. Silence. Let him choose for himself." The murmurs persisted, and Hoffa's eyes widened. Were these books quarreling? Why could he hear their voices? Did every wizard experience this? Confused, he stepped closer. The cacophony of the books intensified, each disparaging the others while elevating themselves, as if each was eager to sell its own worth. Hoffa slowly meandered along the shelves and soon noticed a thick, ancient tome protruding from the third row of cabinets. Instinctively, he sensed a connection with this book. While the others clamored, this one remained remarkably still, exuding an air of quiet confidence. He withdrew the hefty volume, which was as large as his chest. "Oh, damn it. Good luck. Another one." Slipped away, slipped away. The moment Hoffa made his choice, the incessant murmurs around him fell silent. He scrutinized this self-assured book. Its cover was crafted from the hide of an unknown creature, possessing a peculiar texture, faintly tinged with the scent of charred remnants. The book appeared scorched, the faded silver letters on its cover haphazardly inscribed. "Dissecting all things, structure is sovereign. Auteur, Morgan le fait." Quite a bold assertion, Hoffa scoffed. He opened the pages, and with a single glance, he was irresistibly drawn in. Within, A meticulously illustrated full-body anatomy of a lion graced the pages, showcasing every angle, from its fur to its nerves, and the flow of magical energy. Beneath the illustration, it read, "The foundation of transformation lies in understanding. There is no magical distinction between transforming into a cat or a lion. The only difference is your depth of knowledge regarding the target of transformation. To morph into a cat, one must thoroughly comprehend the feline. To transform into a lion, one must possess a profound understanding of the lion. The same applies to Animagus." Hofer's breath quickened. It felt as though this book had pierced directly into the thoughts of his heart. It delved straight into the essence of the matter. In stark contrast to the seductive and coy tomes outside, Hoffa unhesitatingly turned the page. On the second page, a magnificent eagle was illustrated, showcasing every sinew and feather to perfection. Through the conduit of magic, one traverses back and forth between subject and object. The most arduous challenge lies not in comprehending the target, but in attaining an in-depth understanding of oneself. Those who cannot dissect their own essence cannot become true masters of transformation. Hoffa was profoundly impacted by the passages within the book. They resonated within him like a resounding bell, awakening his senses. Just as he contemplated turning the page, an elderly librarian with a gray beard suddenly emerged, snatching the captivating tome from his grasp. "Hey, young man, do you possess a professor's signature?" Hoffa's initial anger surged, but upon noticing the glaring red letters above him proclaiming restricted section, he realized he had violated the school's regulations. Entry into the library's restricted area required a professor's endorsement. Seeing Hoffa's silence, the librarian sharply placed his hands on his hips. "You come to the upper years section without a signature. What if the magic within the book backfires? Who bears the responsibility, me or you? Now you go." He brandished a feather duster, forcefully ushering Hoffa out of the library. Standing at the library's entrance, Hoffa kicked the nearby Roman column in frustration. He felt a surge of discontent, lamenting his ill fate. It seemed that when misfortune struck, nothing went right. There was nothing more vexing than being interrupted while engrossed in a book. Had that old man arrived a moment later, he might have uncovered the secret of becoming an Animagus. After brooding for a while, Hoffa began to contemplate a solution. He must acquire that book, but with so many regulations at Hogwarts, where could he possibly obtain the professor's signature? At that moment, he recalled the original story, where Harry and Hermione had ventured into the restricted section for the Polyjuice potion recipe. However, they had encountered the fool, Lockhart. Who could he turn to for a signature now? Dumbledore was certainly out of the question. That man was too astute. And Goshawk was even less of an option. That stern old fellow was no softer on his granddaughter. With a furrowed brow, Hoffa exited the library, only to find that night had fallen. Unbeknownst to him, he had lingered in the library far too long. A pang of hunger struck him, prompting him to rush toward the Great Hall. He had already missed mealtime and could only hope there remained some food. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the Great Hall, he found it sparsely populated, with only a few leftover desserts gracing the tables. Hoffa thought to himself that his day had been exceptionally unfortunate. After consuming a modest amount of sweets, he returned to the Ravenclaw common room with empty hands and an empty stomach. The common room was unusually boisterous. A group of children was eagerly discussing all matters related to Quidditch. At the center of the crowd stood Aglia, her silver hair shimmering, basking in the admiration and adulation garnered from her exceptional flying talents. They surrounded her like stars orbiting the moon, incessantly inquiring about her flying techniques. Upon catching sight of Hoffa entering the lounge, Aglaia immediately amplified her voice, akin to a proud little swan, as she guided her admirers through their flying inquiries. "Jiren, your waist is bending too excessively, and your center of gravity is far too forward. It's a miracle you can fly at all. William, your grip is flawed. Your habitual motion has your left hand controlling direction while your right wields the bat. If you continue to steer solely with your right hand, you'll suffer greatly in the competition. Taylor, you performed decently today, but I sense you still harbor some fear of flying. Do not fear the skies. You are no muggle. Unlike some." She raised her voice once more when referring to some undoubtedly casting veiled jabs. Hoffa chose to ignore her, dismissing her remarks as mere prattle. As the communal lounge proved unsuitable for meditation, he resolved to retreat to his dormitory for contemplation. Just as he intended to ascend the stairs, however, Miranda emerged from the crowd to seize his attention. "Where have you been? I've been searching for you for ages. What is the matter?" Hoffa asked coolly. "Did you not eat dinner?" Miranda produced a paper bundle. Hoffa accepted it, discovering it contained food, though it consisted merely of a few chicken legs and bread. Warmth enveloped him. He popped the somewhat cold food into his mouth, and Miranda offered solace. "It's all right if you can't fly. I'm not very good at it either." In half a month, our academy has its first Quidditch match against Gryffindor. Will you attend? Hoffa was taken aback. After today's events, he felt little enthusiasm for Quidditch. Was Miranda's visit merely an attempt to comfort him, fearing his distress? What a kind-hearted girl she was. Yet, Hoffa's mind was currently consumed with transfiguration, rendering such trivial matters unimportant. Nevertheless, he felt reluctant to decline her invitation outright, and thus nodded perfunctorily, sure, why not? Leaning closer, Miranda whispered in his ear, Aglaia has been selected as a reserve seeker for the Quidditch team. Next week, the official seeker will attend the ministry for Auror training. If you could cheer for her, I believe this could be a splendid opportunity for you both to mend your rift. Reserve seeker, Aglaia, cheer for her to mend our rift. Hoffa felt a knot tighten in his stomach, akin to the unpleasantness of consuming something utterly distasteful. Miranda was truly clever, first providing him food and then prompting him to support her. Had she directly conveyed the second piece of news, he would have resolutely refused to attend the Quidditch match. This girl seemed to have astutely recognized his penchant for yielding to gentle persuasion rather than harsh demands. In potions class, Hoffa's thoughts remained preoccupied with how to obtain the transfiguration text from the library, rendering Miranda's request somewhat inconsequential in his mind. He casually replied, all right, I'll go. Miranda continued to speak softly, stating that Polio had initially intended to discuss with the headmaster the possibility of her directly becoming a seeker. Unfortunately, Goshawk believed that first-year students should not participate in Quidditch, thus relegating her to the role of a substitute. Hoffa was somewhat astonished. Was this not akin to Harry's situation? If Goshawk were a tad more lenient, she would undoubtedly be a first-year seeker. He turned to observe the girl at the center of the crowd, reflecting on how she seemed to fit the archetype of a protagonist. A seeker, after all, is akin to the king of the team. Historically renowned figures had all excelled in Quidditch: James, Harry, Malfoy, Cedric, Cho, Zhang, Krum, and Ginny, among others. Hoffa had previously likened her to Hermione, but upon further contemplation, he realized he had misjudged her. She was, in fact, a versatile player. If Hoffa believed that a conciliatory approach would yield results, he was gravely mistaken. What transpired next would once again challenge his worldview. On Friday, Hoffa had 2 classes to attend: Defense Against the Dark Arts and Potions. In this era, the Defense Against the Dark Arts course had yet to be cursed. It was merely a standard subject. The instructor was a retired Auror named Alethea Meleys, who also served as the head of Gryffindor House. He was affable and humorous when teaching younger students, often sharing tales about the various creatures he encountered in his youth: vampires, werewolves, dark fairies, and more. If Hoffa recalled correctly, he was the last legitimate teacher of the Defense Against the Dark Arts before the position became cursed. Upon completing his 7th year and retiring, Tom Riddle sought the position, but was refused by Dumbledore and others, leading him to curse the post. Since then, no teacher had managed to remain in that role for more than a year. After concluding his Defense Against the Dark Arts class that morning, Hoffa attended potions in the afternoon. The potions professor was Slughorn, the head of Slytherin House. During lunch, Hoffa suddenly conceived an idea regarding obtaining a signature for the library. In comparison to the later Severus Snape, Slughorn was quite affable. He would even divulge the secrets of Horcruxes to Voldemort and share his less-than-glorious memories with Harry Potter. However, this was contingent upon gaining his approval. Indeed, Slughorn only interacted with students whom he deemed valuable and promising, viewing them as his most treasured collection. After retiring, he was willing to return to the fray simply to become Harry's mentor. In essence, this man not only judged by appearances but also possessed a degree of snobbery. Yet, his intentions were not malicious. If Hoffa could earn his esteem, acquiring a library borrowing signature from him should not prove to be a formidable challenge. After all, if one can impart the secrets of Horcruxes to Voldemort, what significance does a mere signature hold? Typically, Professor Huffle's classes are rather casual, yet today, after finishing his meal, he hurried to the lavatory to meticulously groom himself, arranging his dark hair neatly at the back of his head. This effort rendered him considerably more presentable. His appearance, while not unattractive, became rather charming after a bit of tidying. He believed that by making a good first impression and exhibiting a positive demeanor, he might capture Slughorn's attention. The potions classroom resides in the dungeons of Hogwarts, a space decidedly colder than the castle above, lined with glass jars containing preserved specimens of animals and mutated organs. Huffle found this setting quite intriguing. The Slytherin common room should be nearby. Upon entering, he was enveloped in a light mist, suffused with an array of peculiar aromas, accompanied by the bubbling of numerous cauldrons. He surveyed the room, recognizing all the potions in progress. Thanks to his extraordinary mental acuity, He had memorized a substantial portion of the potions textbook. Should Slughorn pose any questions, he felt confident in his ability to stand out. The classroom tables were circular, designed to accommodate cauldrons in the center. Slytherin students occupied one table, while Ravenclaw students occupied another. Consequently, Huffle found himself sharing a table solely with Aglia. Unfortunately, the tables for Slytherin and Ravenclaw were situated alarmingly close, placing Tom Riddle, the future Dark Lord, directly across from him. The sensation of being surrounded by adversaries was disconcerting, yet he managed to conceal his discomfort. Shortly after settling in, the dungeon doors swung open, and although Slughorn had yet to appear, his ample belly announced his presence. Following this was a man puffing on a sea-foam, stone-pipped silver pipe. He donned a jacket that was snugly fitted, looking significantly younger than he would in 50 years. Not bald, but noticeably heavier. With a cheerful demeanor, he resembled a colossal, smoking walrus. Upon entering the dungeon, Slughorn's gaze swept over the students, lingering slightly longer on Aglia and Tom Riddle, as they were the most striking in appearance. He then picked up the roll book, glanced through it, and began calling names. Huffle mused that Slughorn's purpose in taking attendance was likely to discern whether any of his students hailed from prominent families or were descendants of renowned wizards. Thus, when he called out Tom Marvolo, Huffle felt a flicker of surprise and cast another glance at Tom amidst the crowd. The Gaunt family, of which Marvolo was a part, could certainly be considered notable. Huffle thought to himself that Alexander and Voldemort were more handsome, with Voldemort bearing the illustrious aura of Salazar Slytherin. To earn this individual's favor, one would need to exhibit exceptional prowess. Otherwise, one might end up like Ron, remembered only for their name, let alone securing a signature to access the restricted section. After calling a roll, Slughorn exhaled a smoke ring and cheerfully announced, "All right, class, please take out your scales, potion kits, and the textbook magical potions and elixirs." The classroom was filled with the rustling sound of students gathering their materials. Hoffa felt a twinge of disappointment. Was the lesson starting so soon? However, Slughorn continued, "Before we begin, I have prepared a few potions to broaden your horizons, allowing you to experience the enchanting allure of potion making." As he spoke, he pointed to a hissing cauldron on the Slytherin table that was emitting white smoke. "Can anyone tell me what this potion is?" Hoffa immediately perked up, raising his hand high. Upon noticing the raised hand, Slughorn nodded with delight. "Excellent, go ahead." Hoffa stood and declared, "This is a cold resistance potion, made from daisy roots and licorice juice in a 1:9 ratio, combined with seal fat and a mouse's spleen. Commonly used in the Nordic regions and Siberia." "Correct." Slughorn boomed. "What is your name?" He clearly failed to remember Hoffa's name. "Hoffa Bach, sir." "Bach, is it? Very well. Ravenclaw earns 5 points." Slughorn nodded at Hoffa, allowing him to sit down. Hoffa felt a surge of joy, believing he had made a favorable first impression on Slughorn. Perhaps after the lesson, he could even request an autograph. Aglia crossed her arms and scoffed disdainfully. Tom Riddle from the Slytherin table leaned back in his chair with keen interest. Slughorn moved to another cauldron bubbling with a gray solution and asked now, "Which student can tell me what this potion is?" Without a doubt, Hoffa's hand shot up again. Slughorn wore a look of surprise. "Bach, splendid. Please enlighten us." Hoffa stood once more and said, "This is a petrification potion, made from the eggs of the rock wren, fire ash serpent eggs, combined with rock moss and a cave spider's eye. It is non-toxic and causes a temporary petrified state lasting approximately 5 minutes. Very precise, exceedingly precise. Well done, Hoffa." Ravenclaw earns another 5 points. Slughorn exhaled a puff of smoke, his expression one of admiration. He turned to the students and urged, "What are you all waiting for? Write this down." The sound of parchment rustling filled the air, and even Tom Riddle picked up his quill. Yet, one student remained motionless, Aglia, who leaned back in her chair, stroking her chin with a skeptical gaze fixed on Hoffa. She began to question Hoffa's intentions. Hoffa sensed Aglia's ghostly scrutiny but chose to ignore it. His entire focus was fixated on Slughorn. If he could make a good impression and obtain an autograph, he might gain access to that tome on Transfiguration from the restricted section. Once the students completed their notes, Slughorn turned to a shallow purple cauldron. "Is there?" Before he could finish his thought, a hand pointed skyward. However, this time it was not Hoffa. It was Aglia. Hoffa was utterly unprepared for this unexpected interruption, and Slughorn was equally taken aback. He paused, his pipe clutched between his teeth. "Miss Delacour, do you have a question?" Aglia stood up, pointing at the pale purple cauldron. "The draft of fear. Consuming it induces hallucinatory effects, and in sufficient quantities, it can inflict psychological trauma, a technique that has persisted for over a century." She disdainfully shook her head. The ingredients consist of raven feathers, short deer antlers, and a touch of blood from a dark elf. Typically, this potion should appear scarlet, but you've added a hint of purple mountain flower to enhance its deceptive nature. She smacked her lips, a clumsy ruse, though it may suffice to mislead certain individuals. Her gaze darted towards Hoffa, apprehensive that some less discerning souls might mistake it for a restorative potion and drink it without hesitation. Hoffa inhaled deeply, biting his lower lip, remaining silent in his chair. Slughorn's expression was one of sheer astonishment, but the spectacle was far from over. Aglaia pointed to another cauldron, shimmering with a brilliant green glow. The luminescent elixir, crafted from tree spirit sap, bioluminescent mushrooms, and ghostly epidermis, produces a radiant nocturnal glow. Ancient wizards stumbled upon it during animal courtship rituals. However, I believe if you were to incorporate a dash of chameleon scales, the luminosity would be enriched and prolonged. A minute later, the basement was left with her solitary display of knowledge. Hoffa's face was ashen, while Slughorn was awash in astonishment. Aglaia continued, "This one is the levitation potion, granting your body the lightness of a feather. The materials you utilized include eagle feathers, flying fungus, and moon moth wings. However, in my view, this approach is rather pedestrian. Merely a drop of purified siren blood would yield the same effect." A minute later, Aglaia stated, "The Wolfbane potion, while targeting werewolves, if you could add a touch of Wailing Bell, it could achieve similar effects on those with nefarious intentions among humans. A missed opportunity, I must say." A minute later, Slughorn was drenched in sweat. Of course, I do not contend that this basement as concoctions lack merit. For instance, I find your sleeping draft quite exceptional. Not only does it lull depressed wizards into slumber, but it also allows the patient to feel as though they have drifted into sleep naturally. Aglaia pointed at a pot of colorless, transparent liquid before her, offering a few words of praise that elicited a look of palpable relief from Slughorn. However, the girl continued, "Yet, due to the irresistible potency of the sleeping potion, this concoction is classified as a controlled substance by the Ministry of Magic and should not be present in the classrooms of younger students. I imagine you might consider an asset, but what if there are those lacking self-control?" Slughorn began to perspire anew. Minutes later, the silver-haired girl at the center of the classroom concluded her lengthy discourse. She crossed her arms and surveyed her peers, smirking when her gaze landed on Hoffa. Finally, Slughorn, trembling, produced a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow, rasping, "You are related to the president of the European Potion Makers Association, Iga Moises." Aglaia retorted with sarcasm, "He is my inept great-grandfather." The class collectively gasped. Hoffa slumped in his chair, exhaling deeply, his face ashen. Indeed, Slughorn clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Remarkable talent, simply remarkable. You are a natural-born potion prodigy. Ravenclaw gains 50 points. In that moment, his gaze towards Aglaia resembled that of someone beholding a rare gem. Completely oblivious to Hoffa's presence, the entire class applauded behind Slughorn, except for Hoffa, who kept his eyes closed, fearing he could not contain the fury simmering within him. After class, Slughorn cheerfully called out to Aglaia, "By the way, Miss Drellises, I am hosting a small dinner on the 3rd of next month with a few upperclassmen. Might you be able to grace us with your presence?" Aglaia furrowed her brow, hesitating for a moment. Then, upon noticing Hoffa's dark demeanor, her expression shifted to one of realization. She nodded joyfully at Slughorn, offering him a sweet smile. "It would be an honor, sir." Hoffa stormed out of the room, feeling as if he were on the verge of an explosive revelation. Everything is utterly ruined. Slughorn's focus is solely on Aglaia. How could I possibly secure an autograph now? He thought of the term problematic girl, convinced that no one could embody it more than her. It became abundantly clear to him that this insufferable girl was determined to oppose him at every turn, seeking to provoke discomfort in any way possible. She had become the most loathsome individual he had encountered in 2 lifetimes. Even Tom Riddle seemed more endearing. At least Voldemort had maintained an air of humility. In a deserted restroom, Hoffa turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face, but it did little to assuage his agitation. He believed himself to possess a mature demeanor, capable of concealing his emotions. However, after so many days, he discovered that his patience was nearing its breaking point. Finally, in a fit of anger, he kicked the floor tiles and exclaimed, bearing grudges, "Vanity, what a lunatic! How can there be such a tedious person in this world?" Just as Hoffa was seething with rage, a thud echoed from the doorway, the sound of a book tumbling to the ground. He immediately turned around, only to find Miranda standing at the entrance of the restroom, her books scattered around her feet in shock. Hoffa suddenly realized he had lost composure. With the goal still unattained, his patience had unwittingly been depleted. leading him into a fit of impotent fury. A true wizard would never behave in such a manner. As Miranda gathered her books, she muttered, "I saw you rushing and thought I'd decome and see what was happening." "It's nothing," Hoffa replied. "I was just momentarily overwhelmed with anger." "What is up with you today? You seem rather peculiar," Miranda inquired after tidying up. "Peculiar? Am I like that white-haired girl?" Hoffa scoffed. "Of course. I've never seen you take your hair seriously. At the school feast, you appeared quite relaxed. Why the sudden enthusiasm today?" Miranda pressed. Hoffa fell silent. Noticing his lack of response, Miranda reassured him, "Actually, Aglaia isn't that difficult to get along with. She just enjoys being in the limelight. One could say she embodies the very essence of Ravenclaw." Since when did Ravenclaw become an adjective? With that, Hoffa exited the restroom. Miranda followed closely, retorting, "What do you think Ravenclaw signifies? If you ask me, Aglaia would be unwelcome in any other house. But Ravenclaw students have their own way of interacting. Perhaps you could attempt to view her from a different perspective." Hoffa let out a sardonic chuckle. "As long as she doesn't interfere with me. I couldn't care less, even if she were to win a Nobel Prize this year." "What is the Nobel Prize?" Miranda asked, but Hoffa waved his hand irritably. "Don't you find such a person utterly insufferable?" "Not at all. She hasn't tea." Suddenly, Miranda halted. "You claim she's obstructing you. Has she interfered with you today?" Hoffa nearly spoke the truth, but caught himself just in time. Ravenclaw's students were astute. He did not wish to reveal his yearning for forbidden books. Yet, Miranda had already discerned his thoughts. Adjusting her glasses, she remarked with a knowing smile, "You've tidied up your appearance and are responding eagerly to questions. Are you trying to leave a good impression on Slughorn?" Hoffa quickened his pace, feeling that Miranda was behaving less like a girl at that moment. Miranda caught up, exclaiming, "Oh, it seems you're not entirely devoid of desires. What do you want? To join his slug club or to acquire a few potions from him?" "Neither," Hoffa replied, stopping in irritation. "What do you desire? Speak and let me hear," queried Hoffa, hesitating as the identity of the vice principal's granddaughter made him somewhat apprehensive. "Are you trying to catch the attention of a certain girl?" Miranda's curiosity surfaced, and despite knowing she might be provoking him, Hoffa felt a surge of irritation. Were these British children truly so precocious? Or could it be that your affections lie with Aglaia? A shiver ran down Hoffa's spine at the mere thought, and in a fit of annoyance, he raised his book as if to strike. "Enough. Silence yourself. Must you repulse me so? What I seek is but a signed copy from Slughorn to procure a book from the library. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Is that all?" Miranda exclaimed, taken aback. "Otherwise, what? If it weren't for the librarian's stringent nature, do you think I would go to such lengths to curry favor with the head of Slytherin? Why not say so earlier?" Miranda pressed her forehead with her hand, exasperated. Such a trivial matter could be easily resolved. Why engage in a contest with that Aglaia character? "Huh? Do you have a solution?" Hoffa's expression brightened. "Are you suggesting that your grandfather might assist me?" "Not a chance. Ada Bay would never perform such a benevolent act." She retorted. "Then what good are you?" Hoffa snapped. "He may not, but I can." Miranda chuckled mischievously. "We can employ a bit of cunning." Hoffa was intrigued by her plan, yet Miranda kept her strategy to herself, merely insisting that he cooperate and maintain secrecy. Soon enough, another Monday arrived. It was a dreary, rainy day, with raindrops pattering against the castle's windows, casting a gray pall over both the interior and exterior. In the morning, in the charms classroom, Professor Goshawk entered with his usual precision, stepping in time with the ticking second hand. Standing before the class, he surveyed the room with his gray eyes and inquired in a deep voice, "Why is there once again one less student?" Hoffa, without needing to glance, knew that Miranda had once more skipped class. However, before Professor Goshawk could deduct points, a hand shot up towards the ceiling. It was Aglaia, who resided in the same dormitory as Miranda. "What is it?" Professor Goshawk asked. "Sir, I have a note from Miranda. She has taken ill from something she ate." Aglaia explained, pulling a piece of paper from her desk and offering it to him. Goshawk accepted it, and, upon a brief inspection, Hoffa noticed a rare flicker of disappointment cross the professor's typically impassive face. This expression evoked a pang of sympathy in Hoffa. He mused that if he were in Goshawk's position, he would have surely been infuriated. His granddaughter's repeated absences from class were a blatant affront to his authority, yet he could do nothing in retaliation. How could he maintain his dignity under such circumstances? Nevertheless, the aged Professor Goshawk swiftly masked his disappointment, signing the note with alacrity before returning it to Aglaia. There were no deductions, and the students of Ravenclaw breathed a sigh of relief. Goshawk announced, "In our last lesson, we discussed the syllables and motions of basic spells. Today, we shall engage in practical applications of these incantations. The first spell we will learn is the duplication charm. which is primarily used for tangible objects, but can also extend to ethereal entities such as thoughts and memories. It is a non-basic yet profoundly intricate spell. As the class commenced, the atmosphere of solemnity and tension dissipated. They were about to embark on the formal study of spell usage. Although the first-year students had already grasped the fundamentals, including the duplication charm, Hoffa remained attentive, having studied it thoroughly in his introductory spellbook. Thanks to his exceptional mental acuity, Hoffa excelled in both charms and transfiguration classes. Ultimately, he succeeded in duplicating a small iron ball into two and then transforming those two into four. His adeptness garnered Gossack's admiration, who awarded Ravenclaw 10 points. Though far from Dumbledore's generosity, this was sufficient to provoke Aglia's ire. The iron balls she produced were noticeably smaller than the original, lacking exactitude. While commendable among ordinary students, it paled in comparison to Hoffa's accomplishment. Afar disregarded her frustration, having resolved to no longer allow her to disturb his peace. He perceived her as merely a stumbling block on his path to self-improvement, a test of the universe's will. However, after class, as he approached the staircase on the 4th floor, he spotted Aglia, arms crossed, glaring coldly at him beneath the statue of the sycophant Grell. Hoffa assumed her displeasure stemmed from his points awarded to the house, and he paid her no heed as he walked past. "Stop!" Aglia's icy voice called out to Hoffa. Reluctantly, he turned around. "What do you want? What is your relationship with Miranda?" Aglia inquired. Hoffa replied coolly. "What are you implying? Why should I leave anything for you?" As she spoke, Aglia raised her hand, pinching a note between her fingers. Hoffa scoffed. "Though I do not comprehend your words, what Miranda chooses to leave for me is of no concern to you." Aglia's expression twisted in disdain. Self-absorbed. "I have no interest in your affairs." With a flick of her wrist, she discarded the note as if it bore some filth, turning away without a backward glance. Hoffa, unperturbed, lazily drew his wand and cast a levitation charm, retrieving the note back into his possession. Upon opening it, he discovered it was a sick leave note from Miranda. "I have an upset stomach and am currently receiving treatment in the hospital. Please excuse me for the morning. Miranda Gossack." Below was the signature of Adebayo Gossack. Hoffa inexplicably clutched a note, utterly perplexed about its purpose when suddenly the letters upon it began to morph. They swiftly rearranged themselves into the phrase, "Application to borrow any book from the library. No time limit. Abby Gossack." Hoffa's mouth fell agape. Miranda had promised him she would procure a note for library borrowing. He had not anticipated her employing such a ruse, feigning illness to secure Abby's signature. Not only had she deceived Gossack, but she had even managed to outwit that scoundrel Aglia. Amidst his astonishment, Hoffa felt a surge of exhilaration. Fortune seemed to be smiling upon him. The initial objective was accomplished. As long as he could obtain that transformative book, the possibility of becoming an animagus lay within his grasp. If successful, it would grant him the ability to traverse unseen. Both invisibility and animagus transformation held their distinct advantages. Invisibility allowed one to completely obscure their form, whilst transforming into a smaller creature permitted access to places unreachable by many humans. Most intriguingly, the diminutive form of an animagus rendered their footsteps utterly silent. Hoffa longed to express his gratitude to Miranda, yet she remained absent from Dumbledore's class, stirring unease within him. Was the young lady truly ill? Upon concluding the transfiguration lesson, Hoffa hurriedly raced to the library, clutching the sign note. Arriving at the location of Morgan's tome, Anatomy of Everything, Structure is King, he was about to extract the book when the elderly librarian sprang forth. Armed with a feather duster, he bellowed, "Hey, it's you again." A note thrust beneath his nose interrupted the old man. "Less chatter, give me the book," Hoffa demanded. The old man snatched the note, scrutinized it twice, and begrudgingly swallowed his unuttered reprimands, his wrinkled face contorting in confusion. Rules were rules, leaving no room for rebuttal. Reluctantly, he extracted the book and grudgingly lent it to Hoffa. With the tome in hand, Hoffa caressed its coarse cover, his spirits lifting. However, he chose not to delve into it immediately. He resolved to study when he was alone. In the evening hall, the ceiling wept drearily, mirroring the dismal weather outside. It was then that Hoffa spotted Miranda at the dining table, having not seen her for a day. She sat there, consuming a potato pie, her eyes devoid of life. Hoffa waved a hand before her. "Hey." Miranda slowly turned her head. Strangely, she was not wearing her glasses, her pallid complexion and weary demeanor suggesting illness. "Are you really unwell?" Hoffa inquired with genuine concern. Miranda scrutinized Hoffa from head to toe, emitted a non-committal grunt through her nose, and returned to her meal of potato cakes, her demeanor suggesting a disinterest in engaging with him. "Poor Hoffa," he muttered. As he too took a piece of the potato cake and quietly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you. I managed to borrow a book." Miranda paused mid-chew, contemplating his words for a moment. "What?" she responded, slightly perplexed. "I borrowed a book from the library," Hoffa cheerfully replied. "And what does that have to do with me?" Miranda interrupted flatly, turning her attention back to her potato cakes. Hoffa gaped, bewildered by her sudden change in attitude. "What do you mean? What does it have to do with you? If it weren't for your help, would I have been able to borrow it?" He pondered how this usually amiable girl had seemingly morphed into someone else entirely. Perhaps she was experiencing the discomfort of her monthly cycle, he thought, but then dismissed the notion, realizing how absurd it was. This girl was merely a child, yet to reach maturity. How could she possibly be affected by such things? In truth, Hoffa, having settled into a stable life at Hogwarts, should have been able to indulge in the leisurely comforts enjoyed by others, sleeping in, attending classes, enjoying meals, and playing games with friends. However, the reality was quite different for him. Unlike his peers, he was acutely aware of the societal structures in Europe, particularly in Britain, where familial connections and bloodlines held significant weight. Other students could afford to relax, knowing their families would shield them from any troubles that might arise. Every Hogwarts student had relatives, whether they were Muggle-born or of wizarding heritage. Even Tom Riddle, who had emerged from the same orphanage, had familial ties, regardless of his personal feelings towards them. Yet Hoffa had only himself to rely on. Faced with an unpredictable future, he found himself entirely alone. The countdown to war loomed ominously, with approximately 10 months remaining. This tension weighed heavily upon him, akin to the sword of Damocles hanging above. It fostered a persistent sense of insecurity within him. Although he had acquired some fundamental spells and a book on transfiguration, it did little to alleviate his concerns. Hoffa frequently questioned himself. Could the physical body withstand bullets? Could he traverse a battlefield unscathed? If the answer was no, then the only option was to strive for improvement. He needed to grow stronger to absorb every piece of knowledge that would benefit him. Thus, as the weekend dawned and the first light of day broke, while his roommates remained ensconced in slumber, Hoffa ventured out, clutching the hefty tome he had painstakingly borrowed. Acquiring the book did not mean he could transform into an animagus, for there were countless intricacies within its pages worthy of exploration. Yet compared to the absence of guidance, this was a monumental step forward. Now, he had the opportunity to delve deeply into the arcane art of transfiguration contained within this mysterious volume. After a simple breakfast, Hoffa, intending to venture outside, spotted Professor Mellis of Gryffindor at the base of the clock tower, meticulously checking the number of students heading to Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade is a quaint village of pure wizards situated near Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and it also served as the headquarters for the Goblin Rebellion 2 years prior. The school mandates that only third-year students and above may visit on designated Saturdays, and they must possess a guardian sign permission. A group of third-year students stood on the lawn, clad in their usual attire, each face adorned with expressions of exuberance. Hoffa regarded their behavior with a sense of disdain. They were amidst a treasure trove, yet remained oblivious to its worth. After all, Hogwarts is one of the premier magical sanctuaries in Europe. Would it not be far more delightful to dedicate this time to studying spells in the library? A wizard, indeed. If one does not delve into the study of magic, can they still be called a wizard? In Hoffa's understanding, a wizard, regardless of their alignment, must possess a profound spirit of solitude, able to endure loneliness and resist temptation, directing most of their energy towards exploring the true essence of the universe and the profound philosophies therein. Of course, he did not require the library at present. What he desired lay within his grasp. Stretching his legs, Hoffa clutched his book and jogged slowly along the hunting grounds towards the Black Lake. The tranquil waters mirrored the undulating hills and the castle along the shore, with waves shimmering like silver. The clouds reflected in the lake resembled blooming snow lotus flowers. In the distance, remnants of stone drainage channels from the time of King Arthur could be discerned. Upon discovering a secluded patch of grass by the Black Lake, where the light was pleasantly adequate, Hoffa, filled with excitement and anticipation, eagerly opened the hefty tome he had painstakingly borrowed. However, after flipping through its pages, the smile and enthusiasm on Hoffa's face gradually faded, giving way to a more somber and serious demeanor. He realized he had perhaps been overly optimistic. This book was reputed to be a comprehensive guide to transfiguration, detailing the process of becoming an animagus with remarkable clarity. Each step and every flow of magical energy was elucidated. Yet the more explicit the instructions, the more Hoffa sensed the profound complexity of the art of transfiguration. Transforming into an animagus is no trifling or elementary spell. It is an arduous and intricate secret of transfiguration. requiring the completion of numerous steps and hundreds of magical transformations in a remarkably swift manner. Even those exceptionally gifted individuals would require at least a year of diligent practice to stand a chance of success. The quest for exploration within the school remained unfulfilled for at least another year. With a furrowed brow, Hoffa lifted his gaze from the book. His interest did not lie in the hidden secrets of Hogwarts, as he was not Voldemort, driven by obsessive collection or grand ambitions. However, with the specter of war looming and the future fraught with uncertainty, Hoffa felt an urgency. The vast knowledge of the system's deity was his alone to acquire. Moreover, there is that fragment of a spell which I have only acquired 23 of. It would be prudent to gather them swiftly. Otherwise, in the face of impending war, I shall possess no trump card. Must I then seek out the disillusionment charm? Hoffa felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Agamarnes requires a considerable amount of time, and the disillusionment charm eludes me for the moment. The task of exploring the school remains uninitiated, which presents a significant dilemma. What a conundrum. Hoffa murmured to himself while holding a book. He practiced meditation, calming the restless emotions within him. Dutifully, he resumed his studies, regardless of the pace. Progress is always preferable to stagnation. By the shores of the Black Lake, Hoffa immersed himself in solitary study. Occasionally, he would retrieve the prepared parchment and quill to jot down notes, experimenting with wand movements and the flow of magical energy. Mastering the process of a Nimigus transformation is arduous, yet the act of learning brings him joy. As the sun gradually ascended, the morning light faded and the shapes of the clouds shifted endlessly. The entire morning slipped away in the midst of Hoffa's studies. At noon, a pang of hunger struck Hoffa. However, fearing the waste of time, he chose not to return to the school. Instead, he gathered some berries by the lake, eating while gazing at the distant reflection of the castle, relaxing his eyes, and deciding to continue his magical studies in the afternoon. Just then, a sudden call broke the tranquility. Hoffa, startled, Hoffa straightened up from the lakeside and turned around. There was nothing to be seen, only the branches swaying in the gentle breeze and the ripples gently lapping against the pebbled shore. What the devil? Was that an auditory hallucination? Hoffa muttered as he turned a page in his book. However, just as he intended to resume his reading, the call came again. Hey, Hoffa, are you deaf? Hoffa sprang to his feet, closing his book. He drew his wand and scanned the surroundings cautiously. Who is it? Who is speaking? Hoffa inquired, his expression darkening. Silly boy, stop searching, it's me. Hoffa then sensed something amiss. The voice was so close, like a whisper. As he touched his ear, he felt his silver earring. He recognized the voice's owner. Hoffa exclaimed in surprise, It's you, Ender? Who else could it be? Ender replied lazily. What is the matter? Have you made so many friends at Hogwarts that you've forgotten your partner's voice? With a sigh of relief, Hoffa felt both joy and annoyance. It turned out that this trickster fairy had implanted a Bluetooth earpiece in his ear. No wonder he hadn't left any contact information when he departed. Speaking of which, Ender could be considered his first friend in this world. The earring transmitted Ender's curious voice. If I recall correctly, you should be on break today, right? How does life at Hogwarts feel? Huh, Hoffa exclaimed, a berry lodged in his mouth, mocking. Why do you care so much about me? Is it because your schemes to swindle money have been exposed? Not quite, Ender sighed. However, I urgently need your assistance with something very important. Can we meet? Meet? Hoffa paused, glancing around. How can we meet? I am at Hogwarts. Ender inquired. Are you familiar with Hogsmeade? I am at the Two Broomsticks. Could you come before nightfall? Hoffa gasped. Are you insane? How can I leave? I'm only a first year. If the school discovers I am in Hogsmeade, I could be expelled. Oh, come now. The goblin chuckled. Rules are meant to be broken. Every Hogwarts graduate I know has violated at least 10 rules that could have led to expulsion. Yet they all graduated without incident. I assure you, there are many secret passages at your school. Don't be ridiculous. Hoffa interjected immediately. I am only 11, the same height as you, and I fear I would be discovered the moment I emerge from secret passage. How can we even discuss meeting? Ender, surprised, remarked. You've been at Hogwarts for nearly a month. Surely you know some concealment spells? For instance, the disillusionment charm, or the invisibility charm. Hoffa's frustration mounted as Ender continued. Hey, do you know them? If you do, teach me. Wherever you want me to go, I will go. Ender replied, astonished. I cannot teach you. Goblin magic cannot be learned by human wizards. You have your own system of spells. Then what good is that? Hoffa retorted, exasperated. If you can't help me, I might as well hang up. Wait, the goblin urged. Do not be hasty. While I cannot teach you, someone at your school can. Hoffa paused, intrigued. Who? Well, I do not know the specifics. However, my former partner once told me about a club he joined while in school. It was a spellcasting club, and upon joining, each president would reward members with a spell of their choice, provided they passed the club's initiation. Hoffa's eyes widened. Such a club exists? Of course. There are many clubs at Hogwarts. Where is it? Hoffa asked eagerly. I'm not certain. I'm not a student at your school. The goblin replied, somewhat irritated. But I did give you an earring, did I not? My previous partner, named Neiman, also wore a goblin earring. You should inquire at the club registration office at your school. You might find something useful. Hoffa closed his book, standing up abruptly and turning to leave the school grounds. Ender continued to ramble. If you learn any invisibility or concealment spells, remember to come find me in Hogsmeade. I will be waiting at the 2 broomsticks. Hoffa could no longer listen. His mind was consumed by the thought of the disillusionment charm. Undoubtedly, the training and study of an animagus requires an immense amount of time. Yet the acquisition of spells is markedly swift. If he could master the disillusionment charm, many of the regulations that hindered him would be instantaneously shattered. Even as Ender continued to speak of urgency, imploring him to come, Hoffa remained unresponsive. Upon returning to school, after concealing his transfiguration textbooks, Hoffa made his way directly to the classroom designated for student organizations. Ender's words rang true. At Hogwarts, numerous student organizations akin to clubs existed. For instance, in the future, Harry Potter established Dumbledore's Army, a group focused on defense against the dark arts that convened in the Room of Requirement. They had no choice but to hold their meetings there, as Hogwarts was under the oppressive scrutiny of the Ministry of Magic, necessitating evasion from Dolores Umbridge's many spies. However, the current Hogwarts was devoid of such constraints, and the clubs flourished magnificently. Hoffa casually inquired of an upperclassman along the way, who graciously shared the location of the Student Organization Registration Office. In Western society, education largely leans towards nurturing interests and talents, emphasizing a form of innate education. From elementary school onward, various clubs are established to cultivate students' diverse abilities. Regrettably, due to prevailing attitudes and lifestyle differences, Hoffa had not experienced such organizations in his previous life. In high school, clubs were non-existent. Everyone feared they would impede their studies. By the time he reached university, most clubs were mere facades, serving as venues for older students to flirt with naive freshmen, rather than fostering genuine interests. It is no wonder that they were driven by carnal desires. Honestly, if one possessed a true passion, it would be too late to nurture it at that stage. Have you ever encountered someone who began studying music or art in university and emerged as a master? Those who truly achieve mastery commence their learning from birth. Thus, clubs represented a novelty for Hoffa. The registration office for student organizations at Hogwarts was located behind a grand portrait on the 2nd floor, depicting numerous philosophical figures from ancient Greece, all engaged in lively debate. Entering the portrait required no password, as students continuously flowed in and out. Traversing the portrait, Hoffa arrived in a hall surrounded by numerous arched corridors, intricately adorned with carvings that occasionally morphed into strings of magical symbols, faintly shimmering upon the walls. In the center of the hall stood statues of young wizards wielding wands, exuding an air of vigor. Numerous portraits adorned the walls, showcasing a variety of distinguished students from throughout the ages, each oil painting advertising and recruiting new members for their respective clubs. Numerous students meandered about, most of whom were freshmen of similar age. After a brief observation, Hoffa spotted a desk designated for registration and inquiries nestled in a corner of the hall, where a demure young girl sat. Clad in her school robe, and appearing to be in her 6th year, she diligently recorded notes with a quill, her movements exhibiting remarkable agility. Hoffa approached her, and upon noticing him, the girl lifted her gaze, greeting him with a professional smile. "Hello, how may I assist you?" she inquired. "I would like to know if there are any clubs dedicated to the study of spells," Hoffa politely asked. "There are a total of 7 spell clubs at the school. Which one are you interested in joining?" As she spoke, she produced a stack of parchment. Hoffa was momentarily taken aback, for Ender had merely informed him of the existence of a club that could teach spells without specifying which one. And he certainly had not anticipated that there would be 7 clubs dedicated to spellcraft. Noticing Hoffa's silence, the girl continued, "Do you have an invitation? Some clubs require one for entry." "No," Hoffa replied honestly. "Well, only 3 clubs do not require an invitation. However, I suggest you assess them yourself." With that, she handed him the stack of parchment. As Hoffa examined it, he found a lengthy list of various club names: the Trastrag Spell Society, the Horn Club, the Compendium of All Things Magical, the Creptia Society, the Amihini Brotherhood, the Northern Ireland Magic Club, and the Northumberland Guild. Each club boasted its own founding date, notable figures, and specific requirements. Many clubs imposed stringent criteria on prospective members, including geographical, familial, and even bloodline stipulations. After perusing the list for some time, Hoffa still could not discern which club Ender had mentioned that allowed members to teach spells. Thus, he inquired of the upperclassmen, which of these clubs permits members to teach spells freely? Freely teach spells? The older girl furrowed her brow. I have never heard of any club boasting that they can teach any spell at will, and typically, when freshmen join a club, the focus is on learning the club's regulations. It is quite rare for anyone to teach spells casually. Hoffa was taken aback. This contradicted Ender's account. He absent-mindedly flipped through the parchment, pondering the matter. Suddenly, his finger paused on the final page. There, he noted a club named the Violet Wizard Society. Violet Wizard Society. Only those who are wise, rigorous, and resolute may join. Only those who are strict in keeping secrets may join. At the bottom of the parchment, a small note read, "Enrollment is currently full." What captivated Hoffa's attention was not the name of the society or its demands, but rather a small illustration on the parchment. The drawing depicted a man adorned with a peculiar pale mask that obscured his entire face, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, the man bore an earring identical to Hoffa's own. At that moment, Hoffa realized which society he wished to join. He turned to the senior female student before him and declared, "This one, I wish to join this society." The senior, upon glancing at the parchment, widened her eyes in astonishment. "The Violet Society is already at full capacity. Did you not notice?" Hoffa insisted. "Please tell me its location. I shall visit it myself." His determination to acquire the illusion spell was resolute, unfazed by any hindrances. "Very well," the woman conceded, retrieving a stack of small cards from beneath the table. Selecting one, she handed it to Hoffa. "Here, just follow the arrow. However, I cannot guarantee that you will be granted entry." Hoffa examined the card, which illustrated a section of the tower area, with a small, quivering arrow at its center indicating his current position. After expressing his gratitude to the senior, Hoffa followed the card's guidance to the concentrated area of societies within the school. Hogwarts boasts a designated section for most societies. In stark contrast to the earlier bustle of the hall, this society area exuded tranquility. It featured a towering spire, crowned with transparent glass, while a brilliant white light ascended from the ground to the pinnacle, resembling the core of some arcane formation. Peculiar instruments circled the white light, occasionally emitting a delightful chime. The tower was adorned with numerous oil paintings, yet the figures within these frames were engrossed in their own pursuits, enveloped in silence. Occasionally, a figure would glance up at Hoffa before promptly returning to their work, seemingly indifferent to his presence. As he traversed the area, Hoffa noticed several wizarding students standing before the paintings. Upon his approach, they fell silent, only to recite the password after he had departed, vanishing into the artwork. It was evident to Hoffa that behind each painting lay a different student group. This realization filled him with a sense of awe and longing, contemplating the multitude of hidden chambers, wizarding societies, and ancient secrets. Were one to explore every inch to attain supreme knowledge, it was impossible to fathom how long such an endeavor would take at this school. Holding the card, Hoffa ascended the tower's staircase at a leisurely pace, veering increasingly off the beaten path. Eventually, he halted before a grand portrait of a woman, adorned with a mask and cradling a bouquet of violets. This location was exceedingly secluded, with few paintings in the vicinity. The figure within the painting caught sight of Hoffa approaching, as if she sensed his intentions. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" she inquired calmly. "If you would be so kind, please inform the others that I would like to apply for membership." Hoffa replied courteously. The woman set down her bouquet, rose to her feet, and gradually faded into the passageway of the oil painting. Before long, she returned, accompanied by another individual, a student adorned with a pale mask. She was slight of build, rendering her features indiscernible, and together they traversed the landscape of the artwork. The slender student approached Hoffa, scrutinizing him for a moment before surprisingly emerging directly from the painting, startling Hoffa considerably. As he had assumed, she too was a mere creation of the canvas. "What brings you here?" the masked figure asked, her voice distinctly feminine, suggesting she was of a youthful age. Hoffa, still shaken, regarded her with apprehension, sensing that she might be under some intricate enchantment. She appeared almost ethereal, standing before him, yet seeming to exist at a great distance, her form blurred as though she might vanish with the slightest turn of his head. With respect, Hoffa inquired, "May I ask if it is still possible to join the society? You wish to join?" The masked figure tilted her head. "Did the student council not inform you that the membership is full?" Her voice was as insubstantial as a wisp of smoke. "They did mention it, but I still wish to give it a try," Hoffa replied earnestly. The masked woman responded, "Then reveal your purpose, state your intentions." Hoffa looked up, meeting the gaze concealed beneath her mask. "I seek to acquire a spell. I have heard that joining your society grants one access to any incantation of their choosing. The masked figure shook her head, then nodded in acknowledgement. With an inexplicable light laugh, she remarked, "That is indeed an honest answer. Quite intriguing. I wonder who shared that with you. However, it is not impossible to join the Violet Wizard Society, though you must first undergo a small test." "What sort of test?" Hoffa inquired. "Recite the requirements for membership. I presume you have reviewed them with the student council?" Hoffa responded, "Only those who are wise, rigorous, and resolute may join. Only those who are strictly secretive may join." "Very well. You have a good memory," the masked woman said, moving a step closer and circling around Hoffa. "Prove to me that you truly embody such qualities." After a moment of contemplation, Hoffa replied, "I cannot claim wisdom, and I am unsure about my rigor and resolve. But I believe I can uphold the secrecy required." "You are quite modest. Come with me," she said, clasping her hands behind her back as she stepped into the painting, vanishing within its depths. Hoffa followed her through the artwork, as if passing through a veil of gossamer. Yet he was acutely aware that this was the result of some enchantment, and had it not been for the masked woman guiding him, he would undoubtedly have failed to pass this threshold. Upon entering, Hoffa discovered the surroundings to be shrouded in dimness. Beneath his feet lay a stone staircase leading downwards, its surface marred by peculiar engravings. Every so often, a fire pit illuminated the surroundings. As Hoffa descended the steps, he entered a square underground hall. The chamber was a perfect square, featuring a raised stone platform at its center, upon which were meticulously arranged glass boxes. The only item on the floor was a solitary cushion, clean and unadorned, yet imbued with an inexplicable strangeness. This was Hoffa's initial impression of the society. After the masked woman escorted him inside, she paid him no mind, instead retrieving a bouquet of violets from the stone platform and moving toward a series of oil paintings. The figures depicted in these paintings all wore masks of various designs. Unlike the vibrant artwork outside, these portraits seemed lifeless, resembling the creations of a muggle. As they hung motionless upon the walls, their glass surfaces cloaked in a thick layer of dust. Beneath each painting stood a transparent vase. Some contained fresh violets, while others held flowers that appeared withered, as if untouched for over a decade. The masked woman delicately removed the old, dried blooms and replaced them with the fresh ones. Her movements were slow, solemn, and shrouded in mystery. For reasons unknown, Hoffa felt that this place resembled not a society classroom, but rather a tomb. The atmosphere was so eerie that he found himself alone, the fire pits providing no warmth. An involuntary shiver coursed through him as he scanned the room for others. Yet there was no one present save for the woman methodically exchanging the flowers in the vases. At last, after completing her task, the masked woman approached the stone platform and gestured towards the solitary cushion on the ground. "Sit," she commanded. "What about the others?" Hoffa inquired, settling onto the cushion and surveying the emptiness around him. "There's only you in the society," the masked woman replied in a ghostly tone. Hoffa was taken aback. "But you said you were fully staffed. If one person can accomplish what 10 cannot, then the existence of the other 9 becomes redundant," she stated, her hands enveloped within her sleeves as she positioned herself behind him. "However, you are fortunate, for I am seeking someone to assist in organizing the society. And you have arrived just in time. Will you teach me spells?" Hoffa asked, a hint of skepticism lacing his voice as a foreboding sensation crept over him. "If you pass the true assessment, I would not object," the masked woman replied, moving closer to the stone platform. She drew her wand and tapped the pile of glass boxes at its edge. Slowly, they began to open, and she extracted a scroll from within. Hoffa's brow furrowed slightly. "What is your test?" "It is quite simple. The Violet Wizarding Society, being an organization dedicated to the study of spells, naturally bears the obligation to assist students in their magical education." She placed the scroll before Hoffa. "I am uncertain from whom you have heard that our society is permitted to teach spells, but it is evident that there exists a misunderstanding regarding our purpose. Our challenge is to enable students to master any spell within a brief period. Only upon successful mastery do they pass the test. However, failure to learn." The masked figure unfurled the scroll. "The consequences are yours to bear. Proceed." Hoffa gazed at the scroll before him, only to discover it illuminated by a flowing white light, devoid of any other markings. Just as Hoffa was about to inquire, suddenly, the white light erupted forth, distorting his very being as if 20 dementors were tearing at his soul from within the scroll, rendering him incapable of even breathing. Moments later, the white light dissipated. Hoffa collapsed onto the table, unconscious. The expression on the masked woman's face remained inscrutable as she bent down to retrieve the scroll from the stone pedestal. then produced a small white hourglass from her sleeve, placing it beside Hoffa. She tilted her head slightly to regard Hoffa's vacant eyes and coldly remarked, "A word of advice. Within the Book of Spells, only a pure intent is the sole truth." 21. Sensory game. Only a pure intent is the sole truth. Her words reached Hoffa's ears, yet he was at a loss for how to respond. In that instant, he felt as though he had been thrust into a weightless, immaterial vacuum. Surrounding him was a blinding white light, obscuring all vision. He was oblivious to the location of his physical form, to his very existence, and he could not perceive anything at all. The strangeness of this experience rendered him utterly bewildered. The unfamiliar sensation began to induce panic in Hoffa, but he quickly recalled the words spoken by the masked figure. Only intent is the sole truth. His intent was the disillusionment charm. The moment this thought arose, the surrounding white light immediately sensed it. One beam of white light separated from the rest and fused with Hoffa. Disillusionment. A series of intricate and arcane syllables resonated in his mind, and before he could fully discern the meaning of the spell, the white light around him began to materialize. Gravity and substance emerging. Gradually, the white light receded, revealing the surroundings. Ding! Ding! The sound of church bells intermingled with the flapping of birds reached Hoffa's ears. The surrounding clamor of voices and the rumbling of wooden wheels filled the air. The world before him gradually came into focus. After he became acquainted with his surroundings, he realized that he was not in the dim basement he had known, nor was he at Hogwarts. Hoffa now found himself on a bustling street, under a clear blue sky on a sunlit morning. Occasionally, black carriages drawn by 4 horses dashed past, their antique oil lamps clattering rhythmically. The last time Hoffa had seen such carriages was during his previous life while watching Pirates of the Caribbean. The people around him wore black-top hats and suits, frequently checking their pocket watches. Women dressed in Victorian attire strolled by, their exaggerated yet antiquated pleated skirts swaying as they carried baskets, resembling maids or cooks. Surrounding these figures were towering villas, with grand entrances and imposing doors, rounded arched windows, and intricately carved stone corners, exuding an air of opulence. The ornate carvings on the door columns and window eaves, coupled with the tall spire of a distant church, suggested that this place was far from the year 938. It was more plausible to believe it could be 839 or even earlier. Upon closer inspection, Hoffa realized that this body was not his own. He was clad in a tattered gray robe, adorned with a colorful feather necklace around his neck and a string of bone beads around his wrist, resembling a shaman. Most significantly, he had transformed into a black man, seemingly a wizard sold into Europe through the transatlantic slave trade. The scene left Hoffa utterly astonished. He attempted to move, but found himself completely immobilized. This black wizard stood in the shadow of a tavern's wooden sign, as if waiting for something. At that moment, an elegantly dressed elderly man emerged from a villa across the street, with several coachmen hastily opening the carriage door for him. Once inside, the carriage rolled away. In the instant the carriage departed, Hoffa found himself moving uncontrollably. It felt as though 2 souls inhabited this black body, his own and that of the original owner. Hoffa began to comprehend his current predicament. The perspective was akin to playing a first-person shooter game, where upon death, one switches to a teammate's viewpoint. However, all that he experienced was essentially the memory of this black wizard. The wizard hurriedly approached a villa, glancing up at the elaborate reliefs high upon its facade. His eyes, filled with a sinister glint, shifted to a small alleyway nearby. Once he ensured the area was deserted, he swiftly scaled the villa's reliefs with remarkable agility. Perched upon the window ledge, the black wizard produced his wand, a curious, crooked implement resembling a metal hook, and tapped the window. Alhamra. The window swung open with a resounding crash. The African man entered without hesitation, and Hoffa, who was observing, understood that this fellow was a thief among sorcerers. The room was filled with numerous items of apparent value. Exquisite golden timepieces and fine porcelain adorning the fireplace. On the floor lay a naked European beauty, surrounded by luxurious silks and scattered empty wine bottles, deep in slumber. She was likely the mistress of the elderly gentleman who had just departed in a carriage. They had previously engaged in playful indulgences here. However, the sorcerer paid no heed to either the woman or the treasures, swiftly rummaging through the room as if in search of something of far greater importance. After casting a few glances at the woman, Hoffa diverted his attention, for despite her beauty, she was not extraordinary in the eyes of one who had witnessed 2 centuries of existence. His concern lay with the current situation. Undoubtedly, the scroll unveiled by the masked figure at the school bore resemblance to artifacts such as Tom Riddle's diary or a meditation basin. It chronicled real events, allowing him to witness them, intended to convey some message. Yet he pondered, how did this relate to his pursuit of the illusory body spell? The sorcerer searched diligently, but found nothing of significance. Ultimately, he drew forth his wand and began to probe the air. Shelves, porcelain, the floor, nothing was spared, including the woman lying beneath. Suddenly, as his wand grazed a marble globe, it turned slightly. The sorcerer promptly stowed his wand and leaned in to examine the globe closely. After a vigorous push, the globe emitted a series of clicking sounds. A thunderous rumble resonated through the sumptuous hardwood floor. It was a mechanism, a hidden door. The darkness within the door was profound and seemingly led to an unknown realm. The sound of the door awakening stirred the inebriated woman from her stupor. But the sorcerer remained oblivious, his excitement palpable. He hastened toward the concealed entrance, illuminating his wand, but just as it flared to life, a deep, guttural growl echoed from the shadowy passage. A profound sense of danger enveloped him. It was strange, an instinctive feeling emanating directly from Hoffa's heart, as if he were the African sorcerer himself. Uncertain of the cause, he instinctively wished to retreat. At that very moment, control of the sorcerer's body shifted to Hoffa, who took a step back. In an instant, the energy was locked onto him. Then, a massive crimson tongue, nearly 5 meters in length, shot forth from the darkness, piercing through the chest of the African sorcerer and simultaneously Hoffa's own. An overwhelming and tangible agony engulfed Hoffa's mind. It was no illusion. This was all too real. His chest was pierced. Crimson blood gushed forth. The black sorcerer, no, Hoffa, collapsed to the ground. The terrified scream of a woman echoed in his ears, mingling with the shattering of glass, as darkness enveloped him. Hoffa had no time to contemplate. He managed to exhale a breath before succumbing to instant death. It could have been a second, or perhaps a century. Ding, ding. The sound of church bells harmonized with the flapping wings of birds, reaching Hoffa's ears as the chatter of people and the turning of wheels surrounded him. Hoffa awoke from the throes of agony. Before him lay a bustling street, basking in the radiant morning sun. The driver of a black carriage clattered past, the lanterns of the carriage chiming melodiously. Nearby, an early rising cook haggled over vegetables at a wooden stall. A serene and tranquil daily scene unfolded. Hoffa was bewildered. What was happening? The inexplicable moment of his death lingered vividly in his mind. The sensation of blood seeping from his chest and the overwhelming helplessness felt all too real. The despair brought on by the pain still constricted his heart. He yearned to draw a breath, but found himself unable to do so. For control of this black body was no longer his own. He stood once again beneath the tavern's wooden sign, casting a grim gaze about. A more disheartening sight awaited him. At the entrance of a lavish mansion, a rotund old man emerged, dressed like a mundane politician, his face bearing the pallor of a hangover and the displeasure of an early workday. Subsequently, he entered his carriage, shut the door, and departed. As the elderly man left, the black sorcerer stirred. He moved into the alley, mimicking his previous actions perfectly. How infuriating! Hoffa wished to intervene. Yet how could an insubstantial entity prevent this man from stepping into death? In the alley, the black sorcerer grasped the protrusion of a Roman column and swiftly ascended. Hoffa felt a surge of urgency. He could utter no words nor perform any actions, rendered powerless to merely watch. Alaharo opened wide. The sorcerer withdrew his wand and flung open a window. The male which leapt into the room, which remained unchanged, scattered bottles, a beautiful woman, limbs askew. Even the drool at the corner of her mouth was identical. The black sorcerer located the globe and unveiled the passage. A deep, guttural roar resounded once more. Indeed, in that fleeting moment, control passed back to Hoffa. Damn it, he muttered instinctively, and, without thinking, he bolted, attempting to leap through the window. He had no desire to endure another piercing agony. However, fate was unkind. That thick, crimson tongue still emerged from the shadowy passage, swiftly catching up to Hoffa and, in an instant, pinning him to the windowsill. The piercing scream of a woman and the shattering of a wine bottle gradually faded into the distance. Ding, ding. The church bells resounded once more, and Hoffa found himself returned to his initial position. Before him lay the bustling thoroughfare, filled with jovial conversations from the cooks and the hurried expressions of the coachman. Hoffa momentarily struggled to comprehend the situation. As the irritable old senator climbed into the carriage, the resolute black wizard decisively led Hoffa into the shadows of death. In that instant, Hoffa fully grasped the gravity of his predicament, his frustration bubbling over. This was a genuine, visceral experience. How could such an advanced concept elude the people of the 2nd century, while these wizards had managed to conjure it by 938? Undoubtedly, During the entire sequence, he would possess approximately 3 seconds of control. Within this fleeting window, he must react and make choices judiciously to avert death. Otherwise, he would endure the torment of dying repeatedly. The masked figure had warned him of the consequences of his actions. What sort of magical artifact had she employed? Surely, the diary of Riddle from the original work did not possess such powers. Furthermore, who was the madman harboring a colossal magical creature within the villa? What precisely was the Black Wizard attempting to steal? Historically, did he ultimately perish or survive? Yet, these questions lingered unanswered. As the Black Wizard ascended the villa and opened the window, entering the room and navigating through the mechanisms, control once again returned to Hoffa. Life and death hung in the balance. A low growl reverberated through the dark passage. Hoffa was no fool. He immediately recalled the incantation dissolutionant that a mysterious voice had urged him to remember in the blinding light. A sense of impending danger prickled at his skin. Yet this time, Hoffa chose not to flee. Instead, he commanded the Black Wizard to draw his wand. Dissolutionant. In that instant, magical energy surged forth from the wand, coursing through Hoffa's entire being, akin to a cascade of icy water pouring over him. His form began to blur. This incantation was indeed the disillusionment charm. Regrettably, as a novice, Hoffa faltered in his execution, mispronouncing many syllables and failing to perform the movements correctly. He did not truly become invisible. He merely obscured his own figure. However, the crimson tongue, seemingly influenced by the magic, veered off course, piercing through Hoffa's left rib, puncturing his lung and stomach. After lingering for a heartbeat, the tongue retracted with lightning speed. The pain was excruciating. Hoffa felt tears welling in his eyes as he gasped in agony and collapsed to the ground. Instinctively clutching the gaping wound in his chest, he gasped like a broken bell, his breath ragged. Gastric acid seeped into his thoracic cavity, and he was on the brink of suffocation and poisoning. This agony surpassed the mere act of dying. Beside him, a woman screamed, hurling every object within her reach towards Hoffa. Gradually, through his blurring vision, he beheld an enormous lizard emerging from the darkness of the corridor. Its head the size of a small car, with 3 bulging eyes and scales that protruded like a merciless chameleon. In the next moment, the lizard opened its vast maw, its tongue darting out to ensnare Hoffa, dragging him into its tooth-filled cavern. The illusion spell. The surroundings remained unchanged. Yet this time, Hoffa paid no heed to the sounds of the church, nor did he concern himself with the scenery around him. The repeated brush with death had sharpened his focus to an acute degree. It seemed that mere knowledge of the incantation was insufficient. He must fully cast the spell to escape this secret realm. He contemplated the details of the spell he had just attempted, realizing that the illusion spell was no ordinary incantation, as evidenced by the absence of any record in the library. When casting high-level spells, one must maintain unwavering concentration. He recalled the meditative techniques of the great Milarepa, which enhanced mental acuity, and without hesitation, he endeavored to apply them. The good news was that the meditation could still function under such conditions. With its assistance, all distractions were swept away, and Hoffa's resolve solidified swiftly. In the incessant replay of memories, he recalled the Black Wizard ascending to the heights, entering a chamber, and opening a secret passage. Hoffa prepared himself. The moment he regained control of his body, the Black Wizard's gaze sharpened. A low growl emerged, and a crimson tongue shot forth. Hoffa immediately drew his wand, pressing it to the side, reciting calmly, Disler Falcongate. It felt as though a torrent of icy liquid cascaded over him. This time, the colossal lizard's tongue pierced through the Black Wizard's midsection, sending the marble globe and other decor in the room into disarray. Yet, it ultimately did not touch Hoffa. His body developed numerous transparent orifices, which gradually widened, rendering him as ephemeral as ice under the blazing sun, vanishing without a trace. The lizard's massive form slithered out from the secret passage, measuring at least 8 meters in length, grotesquely rotund, its 3 protruding eyes scanning the surroundings, yet failing to detect the Black Wizard hidden in the corner. Hoffa had succeeded. He had successfully unleashed the illusion spell. An adrenaline rush surged through him, an exhilarating thrill amidst the brink of life and death. In his state of illusion, Hoffa dared not move, biting his lower lip, arching his foot's instep, forcing himself to remain silent. However, in the next instant, a piercing scream erupted. Ghost! There's a ghost! The previously prostrate blonde, blue-eyed mistress, in a frenzy, hurled a silk cloth while screaming, recklessly casting wine bottles towards Hoffa. She stumbled backward in a state of utter panic. One bottle struck the concealed Hoffa, clattering to the ground. A chill coursed through Hoffa's heart. He lamented the dire situation, realizing that while he had retained the illusion spell, he had entirely overlooked this complication. That wretched woman. As anticipated, the enormous lizard's eyes swiftly turned, fixing upon the shattered glass on the ground. Subsequently, its barbed, crimson tongue sliced through the air like a blade, striking horizontally. With a sharp crack, it was done. When Hoffa returned to his original position, he had regained his composure, even the agony of decapitation failing to perturb him. He diligently focused on his meditative practice, sharpening his mind like a sword. However, successfully casting the illusion spell still eluded him, indicating that he had not yet fulfilled the necessary synchronization conditions. He resolved to try once more. A minute later, he stood once again at the tunnel's entrance. This time, he divided his focus, keenly observing the woman in the corner. A roar erupted, rousing her from her stupor. Upon seeing Hoffa, she began to scream. With an expressionless face, he stepped aside, aligning himself, the woman, and the passage in a straight line. The giant tongue shot forth, and Hoffa quickly bent down. The red gust brushed past his waist, hurtling towards the screaming woman. He rolled on the ground, the shriek abruptly silenced. The monstrous lizard's tongue pierced through the woman's neck, ensnaring her entirely. In that fleeting moment, Hoffa intoned a spell. As the lizard's tongue retracted with the lifeless body, Hoffa became translucent, vanishing from sight. The three-eyed lizard, akin to chewing a grasshopper, savored the woman as it slowly emerged from the passage. Its eyes spun wildly, seemingly perplexed by the sudden absence of the two individuals who had just been present. Hoffa's focus intensified. He recognized the peril of lingering too long. If discovered again, he would once more endure the pain of a piercing heart. He had intended to leave, but then reconsidered. Departure would surely preclude the fulfillment of synchronization conditions. The presence of this great lizard suggested it was guarding something, likely related to what the enigmatic sorcerer intended to steal. Curiosity ignited within him. Navigating the split tail of the lizard, he stealthily crept along the wall, inching down the secret passage, for this was merely memory, and observation bore no consequence. Thus, in the heart of the dark chamber, he beheld a perfectly square stone pillar, adorned with a glistening silver necklace. The necklace possessed an oddly peculiar appearance, resembling a key. Before Hoffa could examine it closely, a powerful force surged from behind his head, causing him to lose control over his body and ascend abruptly. In his final glance, he beheld the black sorcerer extending his hand to grasp the necklace. A sharp gasp escaped his lips, as if awakening from a profound slumber. Hoffa suddenly emerged from that bizarre realm, lifting his head sharply from the ground beneath him. He found himself seated in a dimly lit basement, the solid floor beneath him, his hands resting on a crude platform, surrounded by flickering braziers. The chill of these objects imparted a gratifying sense of reality to Hoffa, who looked down at his hands, feeling no hindrance whatsoever. He had returned to Hogwarts, to the secret chamber of the Violet Society. You may find it hard to believe, but he had just experienced death 4 times consecutively. Such an ordeal was one he fervently wished never to endure again in his lifetime. The sole silver lining was that he had now mastered the method of casting the disillusionment charm. The joy of finally acquiring this long-desired spell after several months was indescribable, even surpassing the madness of having died 4 times. While enduring the excruciating pain in the illusion, Hoffa nearly felt compelled to utter a curse. Yet upon his return, he felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the masked woman, for she had granted him the opportunity to learn the spell. Naturally, fueled by excitement, he longed to share his grievances about the torturous experience in the illusion. However, upon rising, he discovered that the masked woman had vanished from the basement. The room felt desolate, with only the faint crackling of the braziers in the silence. Whether for gratitude or to vent his frustrations, he found himself devoid of an audience, which left Hoffa feeling quite disheartened. Had she left? What did that imply? Or had she simply gone to visit another realm while he remained in a state of confusion? Hoffa attempted to locate her, but to no avail. The room measured a mere 100 square meters, square in shape, filled only with stone and braziers, alongside a collection of scrolls stored in the corner, unchanged except for the absence of one person. However, upon returning after a thorough search, he noticed a small hourglass beside the stone platform where he had been resting. In his haste to find her, he had overlooked the hourglass. Upon picking it up, he discovered that the sand had already run out. Beneath the hourglass lay a note, inscribed with but a few words: "There is no need to seek me any longer." Hoffa's expression turned peculiar at the message. What was the meaning of this? Had he erred in some way? Why was he being told not to return? Had he not mastered the disillusionment charm? Was it her belief that he had perished too many times, failing to pass the trial? What a predicament! Gazing at the sand within the hourglass, Hoffa found himself in a perplexing state of mind. Was he accepted or not? Why could there not be a definitive answer? His confusion deepened, and his curiosity regarding the organization known as the Violet Wizarding Society intensified. The entire society consisted of a solitary member, a masked individual, who possessed artifacts capable of imparting such arcane knowledge. What manner of organization was this? He slowly circled the walls, observing the flickering flames of the braziers illuminating the portraits of the members, all while absorbing the tranquil and solitary atmosphere. In a corner, he noticed several scrolls stacked haphazardly. These were the very tools he required to master the disillusionment charm. Swallowing hard, Hoffa approached them cautiously, inspecting them closely. The scrolls, encased in a glass box, appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet Hoffa could sense the ancient magic that permeated the air around them. Instinctively, he reached out to touch the glass container. But in that instant, a shiver ran down his spine as an unsettling sensation of being watched enveloped him. He turned swiftly, only to see that the eyes of every portrait now silently fixed upon him, having been motionless just moments before. With lightning speed, Hoffa withdrew his hand and retreated to the doorway. The eyes remained still, yet their gaze followed him intently. There was something amiss within the society. Hoffa swallowed again, hastily pushing through the portraits to escape. The feeling of being observed dissipated, leaving him with a newfound sense of trepidation towards this place. Standing at the threshold, he closed his eyes and practiced a meditative technique, gradually calming his mind. The secrets hidden within this society were of no concern to him. If he had not passed, then so be it, for he had achieved his goal. He had learned the disillusionment charm. He buried his doubts deep within, unable to resist the urge to tap his arm with his wand. Disillusionment charm. A chill coursed through him as the magic took effect, enveloping his body in a cascade of icy energy, as if someone had draped him in a shroud of cool egg whites. Miraculously, his form began to mimic the colors and patterns of the school's backdrop, transforming him into a humanoid chameleon. Hoffa vanished entirely from sight. Covering his eyes with his hand proved futile. Even through his arm, he could discern a group of male wizards laughing and chatting 50 meters ahead. An exhilarating thrill surged within him, prompting an irresistible urge to shout with glee. With a flourish, he planted his wand and swaggered through the school. This exaggerated display of confidence was not typical for Hoffa, yet he reveled in his triumph. As he passed two upperclassmen wizards, he overheard their conversation. Today, the president has changed the password? It's now blood-flavored underwear. Wow, the president has quite a peculiar taste. Hoffa stifled a laugh, suppressing his amusement, but emitted a snorting sound akin to that of a pig. The two were rather perceptive and turned around. Oh, it seems someone is here. Are you blind? There's no one. Subsequently, they crawled into a rather flamboyant portrait of men. Hoffa mused that his demise was not in vain. Now, as long as he desired, he could enter the club's classrooms that were usually beyond his reach, with the defenses rendered utterly ineffective. It felt as if the entire world had flung open its doors to him. After advancing a few more steps and turning a corner, he exclaimed, "Ah!" Hoffa spotted an old acquaintance. Aglia. She was surprisingly in the club tower's vicinity. Striding confidently ahead, she was followed by a throng of upperclassmen, their faces etched with desperation. "Miss Dracis, please stay. Our Calvin Transfiguration Society offers exceptional benefits. Indeed, we can make you vice president, should you desire it. With a bit more age, the presidency is also an option." Aglia turned around, hands on her hips, and angrily retorted, "Get lost. You can't even transfigure a stone into gold. Your skills are utterly abysmal." With that, she marched forward, muttering that none of the three Transfiguration Societies were satisfactory, lamenting that Hogwarts was a dreadful school. Suddenly, as she strode confidently, Aglia stumbled and fell to the ground, as if tripped by an invisible stone. She sprawled helplessly, her dignity in tatters. The onlookers gasped and rushed to her side. "Are you all right, Miss Dracis?" "Miss Dracis." Aglia sprang up with lightning speed, her expression darkening. "What did you see?" The group exchanged glances. "Oh, we didn't see anything, nothing at all. If a word escapes your lips, you'll be in dire trouble." She coldly issued her threat before hurriedly departing. Turning a corner, she let out a wail, covering her face as she fled. In the shadows, the stealthy Hoffa nearly succumbed to laughter, having to lean against the wall for support. How delightful! How utterly delightful! 4 hours earlier, in the North Atlantic, the Hebrides Sea. This is the northernmost archipelago of Scotland and one of the most desolate sea regions in the world. Here, Tumultuous waves crash against the shore, where an expansive beach meets towering cliffs, surrounded entirely by desolate wilderness. The nearest city, Drenburg, lies over 100 kilometers away. In the age of King Arthur, this city served as a prison for the exiled, and during the Age of Discovery, it fell into the notorious hands of the pirate Drake, becoming his sanctuary from pursuit. In the era of George I, it transformed into a tax evasion port for the accumulation of enslaved people. Yet now, with the pirates vanished and the slave trade abolished, only a sparsely populated fishing village remains, inhabited by a mere 100 souls who rely on the sea for their livelihood. Aside from the occasional birds and herring, few species dare to frequent this region. Amidst this cliff-riddled seascape, an old diesel fishing boat cuts through the waves with remarkable speed. On board, 4 individuals navigate the waters. The helmsman, named Terry, is a quintessential Caucasian, characterized by a prominent nose, thin lips, and a bushy beard. He is clad in tattered jeans, knee-high rubber boots, and rough hands and feet, donning a weathered gray fishing hat that mirrors the attire of other herring fishermen in the area. However, he is not a fisherman in the traditional sense. He once was, but that was long ago. Before he turned 20, Terry fished alongside his father. But after experiencing the harrowing realities of World War I, he lost interest in such a mundane and seemingly unpromising vocation. After 2 decades of struggle in these waters, he has now found a more lucrative occupation: smuggling. The Hebrides connect Scotland, Denmark, Iceland, and Norway. Since the outbreak of World War I, the influx of smuggled individuals has never ceased. Benefiting from the desolate environment, foreign vagrants frequently attempt to use Scotland as a landing point, hoping to journey to the British Empire in search of stable employment in a more secure England. Yet Terry knows that such aspirations are often mere illusions. After years of exploitation, most of these migrants meet tragic ends far from home. Over the past 20 years, Terry has encountered all manner of clients, but this time, he is faced with an unprecedented group. Through the water-smeared rearview mirror, he observes 3 peculiar figures sitting upright on the deck behind him. Their postures are identical, and the wind and waves battering them seem no different from those crashing against the rocks. This demeanor is familiar to Terry. Only military personnel exhibit such an upright bearing. However, the notion that they might be soldiers feels off, as they are clad in voluminous robes that obscure their features, topped with tall, pointed hoods. These are not the ragged garments of typical migrants. Their robes are jet black and pristine, cinched with belts adorned with scales. Even amidst the fierce sea winds, they remain impeccably in place. During the Great War, he had encountered numerous troops, yet he had never witnessed a military force clad in such a manner. The sole distinguishing mark was a red swastika emblazoned on each individual S-arm. The symbol seemed vaguely familiar to Terry. He had often come across it in the newspapers over the past 2 years, seemingly associated with a workers' organization from Germany. However, Terry was uncertain, as the figures depicted in the papers did not sport such attire. As the boat traversed a wave, it jolted violently. "Which direction did your morning guest head?" suddenly inquired the tallest of the trio, who had been seated in silence since boarding. He remained motionless, as if his posterior were affixed to the seat. Terry, caught off guard in his contemplations, had presumed these 3 would not converse in English, given their prior silence. "What did you say?" "I asked which direction your morning guest went." "Apologies, but I'm afraid I do not comprehend your question," Terry replied, deflecting the inquiry. Although a smuggler, he adhered to certain principles. Over 40 years of life experience taught him that avoiding entanglements was the wisest course. "Is that so? It seems he was quite generous with you," remarked the hooded figure in a low, oddly magnetic tone that seemed to ease the tension in the air. Terry's previously vigilant demeanor began to wane. "Oh, you mean that generous little fellow?" "Indeed, he was quite lavish with his money." "And which direction did he take?" "He also boarded at Handa Island, heading inland south along the Tay River toward Scotland. There's nothing there, and many who venture and get lost, some never to return. I advise you to steer clear of that path." Suddenly, the fishing boat crashed through another wave, jolting violently as the sea breeze stirred. Terry, startled, felt as though he had just divulged an abundance of information, yet he could not recall precisely what he had said. In the rearview mirror, the 3 remained as stoic as ever, their expressions betraying no hint of emotion. "Damn it," Terry muttered, hastening the boat at speed. He yearned to conclude this rather peculiar transaction swiftly. Fortunately, the vessel soon approached the island's shore, where lichen and moss carpeted the ground. The cliffs bore mottled sedimentary rock, and jagged stones jutted out, the coastal cliffs adorned with bird droppings. On the shore stood 2 burly men, smoking and waving at the approaching boat. Upon seeing them, Terry exhaled a sigh of relief. He was a cautious individual, not one to engage in uncertain ventures. Those two were his cousins, partners in the smuggling business, and exceedingly reliable allies. Terry anchored the boat securely, while his two cousins assisted. One climbed aboard a hammer down a rusted iron stake, and the other fastened a rope to it. "You may disembark here," Terry announced. "The total fare is 45, but I shall extend a discount to make it 40. If you require transportation, simply head east along the coast for about 30 kilometers. With that, he stood at the edge of the boat, hands on his hips, awaiting payment from one of the three passengers. His cousins remained close by, vigilant against any unforeseen circumstances. After all, their dealings were illicit, catering to a clientele of dubious character. The trio aboard rose, and the tallest among them inquired softly, "Is the short fellow disembarking here as well?" Yes, no more questions. Just pay quickly and leave. There are coast guards in this area," Terry replied, his impatience evident. Ignoring Terry's growing agitation, the tall man turned away, dispassionately uttering the word orphan. The other two men disembarked in silence, spreading out and scanning their surroundings. One of them even brandishing a black stick, drawing circles in the air. Observing their demeanor, Terry narrowed his eyes, a flicker of danger igniting within them. He slowly lifted his damp shirt, revealing the grip of a revolver tucked at his waist. Sensing his unease, his cousins exchanged glances and instinctively reached into their pockets, where they concealed hefty knives. Terry was a smuggler, a man with blood on his hands. He had encountered perilous illegal immigrants, murderers, robbers, and thieves, yet in 20 years, none had taken advantage of them. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before Terry's eyes. The tall hooded man's chest suddenly bulged, and a gleaming silver monkey head emerged. It possessed lustrous fur and enormous eyes. In a few agile movements, it climbed onto the man's shoulder, casting a sympathetic glance at Terry before closing its eyes and swaying its head in the air. Terry had never seen such a monkey before. It was entirely unfamiliar to him. His cousins were equally taken aback. Suddenly, the silver monkey opened its eyes and pointed in a direction, chattering excitedly. The hooded man nodded, and the other two men promptly stowed away their black sticks. The trio began to walk towards the direction indicated by the silver monkey, showing no intention of settling the fare. Terry's anger flared. He drew his revolver with a decisive click, aiming it ahead. "Hey, stop! What are you doing?" His cousins swiftly unsheathed their machetes. Nonetheless, the three men continued to advance, moving forward with steady, resolute strides, completely disregarding Terry's commands. He tightened his grip on the trigger, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. A veteran of war, he bore no aversion to bloodshed. Just then, an object suddenly fluttered down, landing squarely on Terry's shoulder. Terry initially believed he was observing the seabirds native to the area, but when he turned his gaze, he was instantly rendered speechless. Before him lay a creature he had never encountered before. It possessed a body reminiscent of a butterfly, yet was as large as a hawk. Its entire form was enveloped in vibrant green, adorned with purple, chitinous protrusions on its fleshy wings. Its eyes were a chilling crimson, and it bore slender, hooked claws. Terry stood in a state of astonishment. In the next moment, the creature opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth and a violet tongue. With a piercing shriek, it lunged at Terry's face, leaving him no time to react. Caught off guard by such an assault, Terry panicked, frantically clawing at the creature clinging to his visage. "You fools, help me!" His two knife-wielding cousins were equally stunned. They abandoned their focus on the three peculiar men and desperately attempted to pry the bizarre creature away from Terry. The monster latched on tightly, rendering even the strength of an adult ineffective. It opened its narrow mouth, and its tongue swiftly penetrated Terry's skull. "Ah!" Terry cried out in anguish, feeling all his memories rapidly slipping away, including his emotions and reason. His cousins, in a frenzy, tore at the creature with reckless abandon. However, at that moment, two more strange beings descended from the sky, landing on the shoulders of Terry's cousins. They exchanged a terrified glance, instantly enveloped by overwhelming dread. Without a second thought, they fled in a panic. Yet they had hardly run far before they collapsed to the ground, thrashing and convulsing in desperation. Meanwhile, Terry had lost all recollection of his own name. In his despair, he desperately pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. As the smoke dissipated, the beach fell silent after the gunfire. Terry lay motionless on the sand, as did his cousins. The green and purple creature nestled against Terry's face. On the desolate beach, the nauseating sound of slurping echoed as it buried half its body into the man's skull. Finally, the grinding noise ceased. The green and purple creature withdrew its head, shaking off the blood. It then spread its wings and swiftly pursued the distant figure of a man who was now but a mere dot on the horizon. Shortly thereafter, The other two creatures completed their feeding and rose to follow their master. Only the lifeless bodies of the three men remained on the barren beach, each with gaping holes the size of bowls drilled into their foreheads, leaving them hollow. As the tide rose, their bodies were swept away by the sea, rolling across the rocky shore until they vanished from sight. 24. The one to notice. As the saying goes, one who eats from another's hand is indebted to them. After acquiring the illusion spell, Hoffa did not immediately explore the school. The clue leading him to the illusion spell was provided by Door. Now he must venture to Hogsmeade to attend Inder's invitation. Having just acquired the disillusionment charm and completed his initial objective at school, he is somewhat eager to find a suitable location to thoroughly test his newly acquired spell. What better place than Hogsmeade? He has only collected a mere 23 fragments of spells thus far. He remains unaware of the precise utility of the system's ability to upgrade spells, if fortune favors him, or if time permits. He hopes to achieve 50% exploration of Hogsmeade and obtain the final piece of spell fragment. This is a splendid aspiration. Yet Hoffa encounters a dilemma. He is lost. He recalls the time when Harry Potter was in his third year, unable to visit the village of Hogsmeade due to the absence of his guardian's signature, and how he secretly slipped into Hogsmeade with the aid of the invisibility cloak and a hidden passage. Now possessing the cloak, he vaguely remembers the location of the passage, behind the statue of a one-eyed, which located in the corridor of the 4th floor. However, upon reaching the 4th floor, Hoffa is taken aback. Before him lies a labyrinth of staircases, dozens of them ascending and descending, with 8 or 9 forks in the path. Some staircases are even restlessly shifting about. Harry could locate the statue thanks to the Marauder's map, but Hoffa does not possess such a tool. And in the face of the vast and intricate 4th floor corridor, he finds himself directionless. Fortunately, hope is not lost. At that moment, a pearl-white beauty gracefully glides past him, her demeanor both proud and elegant. Hoffa recognizes her as Helena Ravenclaw, the ghost of Ravenclaw House. He hurriedly steps in front of her, raising his hand to halt her passage. "Miss Helena," he calls out. She glides through him, floating to the railing of the 4th floor, before slowly turning to regard Hoffa, who feels as though he is plunged into a bucket of icy water. "Bach," the ghost whispers, her misty eyes blinking a few times as she surprisingly recognizes him, perhaps due to his affiliation with Ravenclaw House. Hoffa quickly bows and inquires, "Miss Helena, I am in search of a statue of a hunchback witch. Do you know where it is?" Helena ponders for a moment. "Oh, that would be the statue behind which lies the passage to Honeydukes." "Sir, sir, sir," Hoffa exclaims, startled, quickly placing a finger to his lips. In this era of Hogwarts, where regulations are stringent, one can only imagine the consequences of being overheard. Helena subtly purses her lips. "Come with me, child." With that, she alters her direction and floats away. Hoffa breathes a sigh of relief. Perhaps these ghosts, having existed for so long, have long since ceased to care about certain rules. Helena led Hoffa through a convoluted series of 7 winding paths, at times gliding effortlessly through walls, while Hoffa was compelled to navigate around several classrooms in a frantic attempt to keep pace with her. At last, they stood before the hunchbacked witch, panting. "I shall not divulge the incantation. I merely happened upon this place," the specter declared before vanishing through a wall. Hoffa mused to himself that the ghost seemed to favor the students of the academy. Although Helena had withheld the spell from him, it posed no challenge for someone familiar with the original text. Hoffa retrieved his wand and gently tapped the statue of the hunchbacked witch. "Separate," he commanded. Instantly, the statue's hunchback revealed an opening large enough for a somewhat slender individual to enter. Hoffa quickly glanced down the corridor, ensuring no one was in sight before slipping inside. With a resounding thud, the statue closed behind him, the light vanished, and Hoffa barely had time to react. Suddenly, he lost his footing and found himself sliding downwards, propelled forward for an indeterminate distance until he landed on the cold, damp ground. Rising to his feet, he surveyed his surroundings. An abyss of darkness enveloped him. He raised his wand and murmured, "Lumos." A silvery light emanated from the tip of his wand, illuminating the oppressive blackness. He realized he was in a narrow, low passageway, winding and convoluted, resembling a rabbit's burrow. Cautiously, he proceeded, stumbling occasionally over the uneven ground, keeping his wand raised before him. The stifling atmosphere weighed heavily on him, as this was his second venture into the castle's secret passages, the first being in the company of Miranda. After a lengthy journey, approximately an hour later, the passage began to incline upwards. 10 minutes later, he arrived at the foot of a crumbling stone staircase that extended into the unseen above. At the top lay a floor door. Hoffa slowly pushed it open, finding himself in a cellar, surrounded by wooden chairs and boxes. Clambering out and closing the door behind him, it blended seamlessly with the dust-coated floor, making it nearly indistinguishable. Just as he secured the door, the long silent system chimed in with a notification. Discovered Wizard's Secret Realm. Current Wizard's Secret Realm. Hogsmeade. Complete 5,000 explorations of the Secret Realm to receive 1/3 spell fragment. 1/3 spell fragment, imbued with peculiar energy. Collecting 3 will allow you to upgrade one of your spell abilities. Complete 0,000 explorations of the Secret Realm to obtain knowledge of the Great Sage. Knowledge of the Great Sage, enigmatic and unfathomable. Until you possess it, you remain unaware of its potential power. The system, as ever, was unfazed by Hoffa's apparent lack of surprise. Exploring to 100% seems nearly impossible. Perhaps one could aim for 50% instead. Hoffa recalled that this place was not as expansive as Diagon Alley. If he could manage to explore 50% before returning, he might acquire another fragment of magic. He was uncertain about the outcome of assembling 3 fragments, yet the prospect filled him with anticipation. Exiting the realm of consciousness, the sounds of laughter and chatter wafted up from the crowd above. To ensure his safety, Hoffa cast the disillusionment charm upon himself. Instantly, he felt the familiar sensation of being enveloped in a cool liquid, signifying his entry into a stealthy state. He cautiously ascended the wooden staircase leading to the upper floor. Now, he was convinced he could hear the voices of various individuals, not to mention the jingling of bells and the creaking of doors. Upon reaching the door at the top of the stairs, he slipped outside and found himself behind the counter of Honeydukes. He hunched down and edged sideways before standing upright. No one detected his presence. The effect of the disillusionment charm was akin to that of an invisibility cloak, if not superior. A cloak might be trampled upon, but a charm could not be undone so easily. Honeydukes was bustling with Hogwarts students, and the shelves were laden with an array of the most captivating confections imaginable. There were large chunks of creamy peanut brittle, glowing pink coconut ice, and meticulously arranged varieties of chocolates, alongside barrels of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, fizzing Honeydukes, and fruit-flavored beverages. People were selecting their treats, bursting into laughter intermittently. Stealthily, Hoffa navigated among them, vigilant to avoid colliding with the upperclassmen. Then he spotted a strikingly beautiful senior girl standing at the entrance, engaging in lively banter with several boys. In a moment of mischief, Hoffa brushed his fingers past her waist and slipped out of Honeydukes behind a departing boy. The lovely girl, taken aback, promptly slapped a passing boy in irritation. The boy, bewildered and aggrieved, stood frozen, and thus a minor commotion ensued. Hoffa stifled a silent laugh, his mind conjuring countless mischievous applications for the charm, such as entering the girls' lavatory, dormitory, or bathing area. This was the essence of true wizardry. Suddenly, a slight twinge of pain interrupted his daydreams. He began to feel a peculiar sensation, as though his body were unwell, but this feeling swiftly vanished without trace. Hoffa shifted his focus to the matter of enhancing his exploration rate. The system within his consciousness rapidly elevated his exploration percentage. Though not as dramatically as King S. Cross Station, it was still remarkably swift compared to the snail's pace of Hogwarts. After merely turning 2 corners, the system's exploration level elevated to 5%. Zoko chuckled. Had this been established so early? A post office, surprisingly. Even wizards had a post office. Hoffa was eager to behold the Shrieking Shack, a renowned attraction in Hogsmeade. Yet, he recalled that the shack had only gained fame during the era of Harry Potter's father due to the howling of werewolves within its walls. However, since Remus Lupin had yet to be born, the Shrieking Shack could not possibly exist in this time. As he turned onto the street behind the post office, Hoffa grasped the function of the establishment. It turned out that wizards also employed owls for delivering letters, utilizing public owls nonetheless. Just then, his attention was drawn to a row of owl cages, beneath which several wanted posters were affixed. The conflict among wizards never ceases. Eliminate all German dark wizards. These were animated photographs, each featuring a roaring visage accompanied by a line of small print. Each German dark wizard's head, 500 galleons. A wave of mild dizziness washed over Hoffa as he stood transfixed before the array of flyers. The conflict among wizards was unending. A bounty of 500 galleons for each head. Beneath the announcement lay the official stamp of the British Ministry of Magic, and Hoffa seemed to sense a hidden undercurrent of bloodshed beneath the village's tranquility. He recalled the wartime propaganda he had witnessed on the streets of London during World War II, only to find a similar sentiment echoed here. These flyers appeared quite fresh, likely posted only a couple of days prior. Had the specter of war already cast its shadow over the wizarding world? Or had the wars among wizards of different nations never truly ceased? After perusing the flyers, Hoffa's frivolous mood sobered somewhat. He remembered that Indur had summoned him for a matter of utmost importance, though the specifics eluded him. Crossing the street, he followed closely behind a tall wizard into the Two Broomsticks Inn. It is worth noting that in later years, this establishment would be known as the Three Broomsticks, a change that occurred after Madame Rosmerta became its proprietor. The inn was bustling and noisy, yet it was far more pleasant than the atmosphere of the leaky cauldron. Warmth and smoke enveloped the space, the haze arising from the patrons' pipes, a delicate mist entwining with the candlelight along the walls, enhancing the golden glow into a more enchanting shimmer. Surrounding walls were adorned with several oil paintings of vociferous arguments, many stained with alcohol, their hues altered by time. A burly man with a full beard tended to a raucous group of wizards at the bar, while a large sign behind the bar displayed an array of brewed beverages. The Forgetfulness Potion, Canyon Water, Nettle Wine, Sherry, Honey Wine, Elderflower Wine, Cherry Syrup, and Licorice Beer, all of these delightful concoctions, including the ever-familiar butterbeer that Hoffa cherished, were present. However, at this moment, his invisibility rendered him unable to pause for a drink. Hoffa cautiously tiptoed amidst the throng of people, weaving through the crowd. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness surged over him once more. Sensing something amiss, he hastened his search for Indur. Laughter erupted from the gathering, the sound nearly capable of lifting the roof. "Ha, 2 forgetfulness potions, please. Charge it to my tab," a familiar voice declared. "You truly are the most generous goblin I have ever encountered. Goblin never lacks for coin. Hurry, let us have another round." Hoffa turned to see a cluster of individuals gathered, with the unmistakable sound of cards being shuffled and dealt at the center. He found an empty chair and stood upon it. Indeed, it was that fellow, and he was gambling once again. Indur lounged brazenly beside the table. Clad in that familiar suit, coins scattered about the table. Nearby, a few burly men guzzled licorice beer, their cheeks flushed and mouths frothy with drink. Hoffa felt a pang of displeasure. Was this what was deemed urgent? He had summoned himself from Hogwarts only to engage in reckless wagering. What on earth was going on in that fellow's mind? He leapt down from the chair, maneuvering through the long-necked robes of several wizards. However, as he entered the heart of the gambling scene, the dizziness intensified, forcing him to steady himself against the chair. Taking a deep breath, he attempted to stabilize his inexplicably dreadful condition. Hoffa quickly approached Indur and seized his ear, whispering, "You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation, or I shall test my newly learned curses from Hogwarts on you." 25. The Goblin's Crisis. Indur paused, then tossed the playing cards aside, chuckling with practiced ease. "Oh dear, you all carry on, carry on. I've had too much butterbeer. I need to use the restroom." "Wait, is that true? Wow. Off to the restroom after winning? Nature calls, my friend." With that, Indur tugged an invisible object and squeezed through the crowd, amidst the crude jests of his gambling companions. He grinned as he made his way to the restroom, but as he passed the staircase, he abruptly turned, dragging the unseen Hoffa along like the wind as he dashed upstairs. So swift. My luck is unusually good. Hoffa remained silent, his discomfort escalating, unsure of what was happening, merely allowing Indur to pull him along. When Indur flung open the door, the throbbing pain in Hoffa's head reached its zenith. Suddenly, Hoffa's complexion turned pale, and he collapsed to the ground, forcibly exiting his cloaked state. Induo had not anticipated such an occurrence. He turned to see Hoffa sprawled on the ground, panic washing over him. "Hey kid, are you alright?" At that moment, Hoffa found himself enveloped in darkness, his extremities feeling frigid, and a headache throbbed as if his head were on the verge of splitting open. "This is unbearable." Induo reached out, feeling Hoffa's forehead, exclaiming in exasperation, "You foolish boy, did you really maintain the disillusionment charm the entire way here? What else could I do?" Hoffa retorted weakly, "You have drained your magical energy. Damn it. Has no one ever taught you?" It was then that Hoffa realized the disillusionment charm was not an infallible ability, nor was it akin to an invisibility cloak. Like other spells, it required the consumption of the wizard's physical stamina and mental fortitude. Lost in the thrill of invisibility, he had momentarily forgotten the fact that his magical reserves were limited. This state was perilous. "Help me up," Hoffa whispered, eyes closed. Induo promptly assisted Hoffa into a recliner, then hurried downstairs. After a brief interval, he returned, carrying 2 large mugs. He held one to Hoffa's lips, feeding him some steaming butterbeer. The beer's slight bitterness mingled with the buttery sweetness as it slid down his throat, and Hoffa began to feel a semblance of vitality returning. After some time, the world around him slowly regained its colors. Hoffa languidly slumped in the recliner, staring blankly at the ceiling. Induo murmured, You truly are impressive. Learning the disillusionment charm so quickly. Some individuals go their entire lives without mastering it. Be quiet, gambler, Hoffa replied wearily. I wish to be alone. After a moment of silence, Duo, slightly anxious, remarked, I thought you would at least take until evening to arrive. Who would have guessed you would come so swiftly? I do not wish to add another charge of wandering in the night to my record for sneaking out of school. Hoffa, irritable, snapped, speak plainly, and spare me your schemes for money. No, I'm not in need of money at the moment. Then why on earth are you looking for me? The fairy fell silent, walking to the window and peering outside cautiously before shutting the shutters. What is happening? Hoffa asked, rubbing his temples, feeling quite lethargic from the magical exhaustion. After drawing the curtains, the fairy snapped his fingers, magically silencing all external sounds. The surroundings instantly fell into tranquility. Hoffa, you must assist me. My homeland is on the brink of collapse. What? Hoffa's eyes widened. Isn't your homeland that place in Germany, the Black Coral Islands? The fairy replied, taking a large gulp of beer. A truly beautiful island, but alas, we are barely holding on. His ears drooped. Holding on against what? Hoffa furrowed his brow. Speak slowly. How much do you know about the war among wizards? The fairy did not respond directly, but countered with a question. Hoffa, with a solemn demeanor, replied, Not much, you tell me. Inder began, wizards are born of muggles, yet at their core, they remain human. In every major war among muggles, wizards have invariably participated, and wizards are more prone to conflict. Differing factions, diverse ideologies, and varying beliefs can ignite disputes among wizards with the slightest spark. Often, wars erupted among muggles serve merely as a facade for the underlying strife among wizards. The island of Helgoland was originally German territory, seized by the British wizarding community in 807 and ceded to Britain in 84. At that time, British wizarding influence dominated the island, and my family immigrated to Helgoland during that era. Essentially, I'm a British fairy. However, in 890, the British returned the island to German muggles, but did not restore it to the German wizarding community. The British Ministry of Magic continues to refuse entry to German wizards on Helgoland. In 94, World War I erupted, and a war among wizards ensued. Even after the war's conclusion, Helgoland remained unsettled, with ongoing friction, clashes, and fatalities among wizards. But how is this relevant to your visit? Hoffa patiently listened and softly inquired. Do you not understand? War is about to commence once more. A significant number of German wizards are secretly gathering. All of Europe resembles a powder keg ready to explode. The lands in contention are at the forefront, and we require a substantial number of wizards to withstand the impending onslaught. Shouldn't you be seeking the Ministry of Magic then? Hoffa asked. The Ministry of Magic? Inder scoffed with derision. Those indulgent fools refuse to acknowledge the likelihood of another world war. They, like the goblins at Gringotts, are preoccupied with their galleons. You must be jesting. I just saw a wanted notice from the Ministry of Magic outside, Hoffa retorted. Inder, in a fit of agitation, waved his hand dismissively. That was posted by the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. The Department of International Magical Cooperation holds a contrary view. Minister Hector Flitwick has even dismissed a director over this matter. What do you expect me to do? Hoffa fell silent, reflecting on the astonishing parallels of history. In a previous life, it was not until Chamberlain was ousted and Churchill took office that the British political sphere recognized the inevitability of war. Similarly, when Voldemort returned in later years, the Ministry of Magic was equally dismissive of the possibility of renewed conflict, even inscribing upon Harry's arm the words, I must not tell lies. Inder stepped forward, grasping Hoffa's shoulder. My only hope is to seek out Headmaster Dippet of Hogwarts, who has consistently supported us. Most of the wizards stationed on Helgoland are his students. Hoffa was taken aback. Wait, are you saying that Hogwarts has always supported you? Indeed. We fairies are entrusted with the task of raising funds, while Hogwarts aids us in recruiting wizards. This tradition has persisted for over 2 decades. Hoffa remained silent, rising from his seat and pacing restlessly about the room. The words spoken by Headmaster Dumbledore at the beginning of the term now held a deeper significance. Students in their 6th year and above may, upon receiving approval, venture to designated areas for aura training. It is feared that sending students to those specialized zones entails more than mere aura training. These individuals are training wizards as if they were soldiers. It is rather intriguing. From the perspective of warfare, Hogwarts has consistently adopted a hawkish stance, whether during this conflict or the future war with Voldemort. Yet, what could be the reason for Inder seeking him out? Hoffa had already surmised the answer. Recalling the scene he witnessed after the last flying lesson, the destruction of Hogwarts' teleportation portal. Steadying himself, Hoffa fixed his intense gaze upon Inder. Had the school not dispatched anyone for a while? Indeed. Ender sprang to his feet eagerly. Have you discovered something? Hoffa replied gravely. The portal leading from the school to the outside world has been compromised. I have my suspicions that someone is obstructing your collaboration with Hogwarts. However, this remains mere conjecture. You ought not to seek me for such matters. I am but a first-year student. Why don't you go? I have. Ender replied, exasperated. I sought them out. But suddenly no one at Hogwarts is reachable. I cannot apparate to Hogwarts. The protective enchantments are too numerous. Thus, I have come to find you. What of Dumbledore? Have you contacted Dumbledore? Hoffa immediately thought of him. To his surprise, Ender shook his head vehemently at the mere mention of Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore? I have not sought him. Although I am acquainted with him, I do not fully trust him. His relationship with the dark wizard Gellert Grindelwald is rather ambiguous. Grindelwald is currently in Germany. I shall not seek him out. Hoffa furrowed his brow, slowly taking a seat, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. This was indeed a critical factor he had overlooked. Grindelwald, the lifelong friend and lover of Dumbledore, was one of the most formidable dark wizards of his time, arguably the first Dark Lord before Tom Riddle's rise. Moreover, he wielded one of the three Deathly Hallows, the Elder Wand, making his power formidable. Ender's distrust of Dumbledore was not without reason. After a moment of contemplation, Hoffa inquired, Then what is it that you wish for me to do? Ender replied instantly, Take me to Hogwarts Castle. I must meet with Headmaster Albus Dippet. Hoffa was taken aback, and he could not help but repeat, What did you say? Take me to the school to find Principal Dippet. Me? Take you to the school to find the principal. Hoffa exclaimed, pointing incredulously at his own nose, his eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, said Ender. Farewell. Hoffa turned sharply to leave. He never anticipated that a fairy would make such a request, to secretly escort someone into the castle, especially as a first-year student. The very notion was preposterous. Hogwarts is a fully enclosed institution. Students require a guardian's signature to enter or exit Hogsmeade. Even 50 years later, when Dumbledore became headmaster, such a thing was inconceivable, let alone during Dippet's tenure. Ender hastily grasped Hoffa's sleeve. Oh, do not depart. Hoffa was incensed. Are you aware of the strictness of our school regulations? Do you comprehend the peril I face by merely meeting you? And now, you audaciously request that I escort you to find Dippet? Have you lost your mind? I am but a first year, utterly insignificant. If they inquire where I encountered you, how shall I explain? Perhaps if I bring you to Hogwarts to seek Dippet, I will be expelled by tomorrow. They would snap my wand, and I would be left to wander the streets of London. That is merely your conjecture, your assumption. Ender retorted, agitated. Is it truly just my imagination? Hoffa fixed his gaze steadily on Ender. The winds of change are brewing. Ender tugged at Hoffa's robes. The faint flames in the tavern's fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows on the wall that formed peculiar patterns, leaving the two ensnared in a standoff. At last, Ender released his grip, sorrowfully declaring, Well then, you may go, as if I never knew you as a friend. What do you mean by that? Hoffa squinted, perplexed. You place your own importance above all else. Do you not recognize the current circumstances outside? Do not label me with such broad accusations. Hoffa retorted, displeased. Would you have the audacity to share this with any other student of sound mind? Furthermore, if you truly wish to enter the school, why not seek assistance from an upperclassman? Did you not mention having former associates? They're all deceased, all gone. Ender waved his hand in exasperation. The only Hogwarts student I know is you. The rest have perished. Hoffa was taken aback. Are you truly so cursed? Enough. Will you or will you not assist me in meeting Dippet and securing a confirmation? Ender began to pace anxiously within the room. Am I not aiding your cause? Hoffa retorted loudly, irate. If I truly intended to leave, I would have done so already. Can you not devise a solution that accommodates both our needs? Must I choose between expulsion and my conscience? Are you unwell? What is your proposed solution? Ender halted his pacing, gazing at Hoffa with a troubled expression. First and foremost, taking you to see Dippet is impossible. It lies beyond my capabilities, so relinquish that hope. What then? Hoffa took a deep breath. However, I can guide you to the entrance of the secret passage. As for entering the school and seeking out the headmaster, those matters are yours alone. Do not involve me, a mere first-year student. Ender, filled with joy, exclaimed, As long as I can enter Hogwarts, I shall not utter a single word about you. I can make an unbreakable vow. Stop. Enough. Hoffa interrupted the goblin with a raised hand. I have no need for such nonsensical oaths, but your approach is certainly unwise. Ender glanced at himself, pondering, Is this attire suitable? Should I change into my school uniform? Are you foolish? The fact that you cannot reach Hogwarts indicates that there are those working against you in the shadows. Do you not fear the opposing forces lurking about? Inder's expression shifted to one of realization as he snapped his fingers and transformed. His body swiftly shrank, morphing into a badger the size of an arm. This badger, adorned in a striking black and white pattern reminiscent of suit, sported a tuft of distinctive yellow fur on its forehead. Most notably, the badger had an earring on one ear. Inder climbed onto the table and chirped, "This will suffice. No one will recognize me as a goblin." "Are there animagi among goblins?" Hoffa inquired, astonished. Inder shook his head. Some goblins are naturally adept at transformation. A select few can even metamorphose into plants or minerals. Do not envy me. Now, hurry and take me away. Wait. Hoffa shook his head. I am currently drained of magic. Once I regain my strength, I will use invisibility to escort you to the secret passage. Inder joyfully spun around on the table. I knew I had not misjudged you. Hoffa, uninterested, closed his eyes to meditate. To be honest, he was reluctant to involve himself in this affair. He was acutely aware of just how stringent Hogwarts was during this era. It was no laughing matter. Newt's commander, Rubius Hagrid. These exemplary and kind students had not been spared for transgressions against school rules. They were expelled. The only professor he had a good rapport with was Dumbledore, but the issue was that in this era, Dumbledore was neither the headmaster nor even a head of house. His renown in the magical community had yet to reach the heights it would achieve 50 years hence. Should he encounter trouble, Dumbledore would hardly be able to protect him, let alone come to his aid. Yet, Hoffa still chose to assist Inder, daringly opening a door of opportunity for him, influenced by a multitude of factors. Beyond the emotional ties of friendship, Hoffa's agreement stemmed from a more significant reason. He did not wish to exhibit his own tendencies towards moral ambiguity in front of anyone. For Hoffa, the line between good and evil was blurred. A single thought could lead to benevolence or malevolence. Eastern philosophy had taught him moderation and conservatism, occasionally veering into a shade of pessimism. He had always believed that as long as one remained true to oneself, that was sufficient. However, the year 938 marked a stark contrast between the Western world and the Eastern world 80 years later. The people of this era do not engage in self-preservation. They eschew moderation, and they are utterly dismissive of the notion of a friend's death does not concern a hermit. Instead, they immerse themselves in ideological pursuits and various unspeakable matters. This condition persisted even until the conclusion of the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. At their core, these Westerners place immense value on loyalty, rules, and faith. Whether left or right, or what one's surname might be, such matters are regarded as more significant than life itself. This is true for both Muggles and wizards alike. The extent of Dumbledore's devoted followers in later generations remains unknown. Nevertheless, each individual possesses a clear understanding of their position, rarely swaying from their convictions. In this era and on this continent, aligning oneself with a faction is of paramount importance, a fact well understood by anyone with a modicum of historical knowledge. Here, Hoffa must learn to adapt to his surroundings, to choose a side, and even more importantly, to be willing to make sacrifices for others. Departing from Hogsmeade still necessitated the use of invisibility. With the aid of the meditation technique of the traveler Milarepa, Hoffa's magical energy quickly rejuvenated. The consumption of the disillusionment charm was astonishingly high. His limited magical reserves would only sustain him for approximately half an hour. Hoffa had never overdrawn his magical energy and was unaware of how long recovery would take after such an exertion. He could only continue to cycle through his breaths. Inder did not disturb Hoffa. He lay on the table as time ticked away. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. The streets of Hogsmeade grew increasingly desolate, with pedestrians becoming scarce and students having long since returned to Hogwarts. Yet, Hoffa remained in a deep slumber. Suddenly, Inder's ears perked up as if he had heard something. He swiftly transformed back into his original form, hastening to the curtains to part them slightly, peering outside at the shadowy night. After lowering the curtain, he cast a worried glance at Hoffa, pacing anxiously within the room. At that moment, a wisp of smoke began to waft through the air, its origin unknown, gradually rising on the streets of Hogsmeade and seeping into the room where Hoffa lay. Inder's expression shifted. He could no longer afford to delay. He rushed to the bedside, shaking Hoffa's shoulder vigorously. Wake up, Hoffa! Hoffa, roused from his magical recuperation by Inder's urgent call, queried with irritation, "What is it?" Inder, in a state of panic, replied, "Did I not tell you? A group of German dark wizards is tracking me. They're likely already in the vicinity." Hoffa's face blanched in alarm. "Dark wizards in Hogsmeade? Are you jesting? Aren't they afraid?" At that moment, a thin wisp of milky smoke drifted through the window crack. Hoffa detected a faint scent of burning. Inder swiftly covered Hoffa's mouth and nose, his expression one of sheer terror as he whispered urgently, "Do not breathe. Water, quickly." As he spoke, he tore off 2 strips of bed linen and handed them to Hoffa. Hoffa's expression turned grave as he drew his wand and gestured. Clear water erupted from the wand like a spring. The pristine water drenched the tattered cloth, which he then affixed to both his and Hoffa's faces. In a low tone, Hoffa inquired, "How many?" Inder guided Hoffa to the window, parting the curtains just slightly. 3, he whispered. "This mist is the venom of the poison sack leopard. It can induce fatal neurological disorders. Just a trace is sufficient to fell an entire village. Its sole weakness is water." His words sent a shiver of dread through Hoffa. Outside, the sky had darkened completely. The small town lay enveloped in an eerie silence. Approaching the window, Hoffa beheld the mist swirling from the ground upwards, within which 3 tall figures moved slowly. They donned pointed black hoods and carried antiquated lanterns. At the intersection of 2 streets, as a flicker of light ignited, an owl screeched in fright and took flight. The post office had been shattered by some spell, debris scattering in all directions. Strange words emerged from the depths of the fog, uttered in a cold, mechanical tone reminiscent of a robot issuing commands. Hoffa could not comprehend their language, yet he sensed that dire trouble was at hand. The townsfolk remained oblivious, and not a sound emanated from the tavern below. On the street, the 3 figures dispersed. One moved slowly towards the 2 brooms, while the others ventured in different directions. Inder leaned close to Hoffa and whispered urgently, "Schmid Trotruf, a dangerous dark wizard sought by the British Ministry of Magic, a formidable aid to Grindelwald. He is particularly skilled in magical zoology. You must not inhale the mist here." Before Hoffa could respond, one of the hooded men stood before the brooms, inspecting the surroundings with his lantern. Peering through the narrow crack in the window, Hoffa noticed a large red swastika tattooed on the man's arm. Hoffa maintained a stoic facade, though anxiety churned within him. Inder, the harbinger of calamity, had unwittingly attracted such individuals. Dark wizards were no trifling matter. Only those with true prowess dared to claim the title. These 3 figures could easily overpower everyone in Hogsmeade before taking any action, a force far beyond what a mere first-year student and a scheming fairy could contend with. "Do you have any plan?" Inder inquired anxiously. "Can't you disapparate?" Hoffa whispered. "This is not feasible. The fluctuations of apparition are far too conspicuous," Inder murmured. "When I arrived, I traveled by boat, for I dared not use apparition. They would trace the magical disturbances and follow my path. Once discovered, escape would be impossible." As he observed the imposing figure approaching, Hoffa clenched his teeth and declared, "We cannot linger here. The secret passage lies within the Honeyduke. We must hasten to the Honeyduke." With a creak, the wooden doors of 2 brooms gradually swung open. Hoffa heard faint footsteps below and, without hesitation, he peered through the window crack, slowly drawing open the antiquated shutters. The aged metal latch emitted a scraping sound, causing Hoffa's nerves to reach a taut peak. He could scarcely fathom that just hours earlier he had been leisurely studying at Hogwarts, and now he found himself wagering his life against dark wizards. Fortunately, the sound of the window did not attract the attention of the men downstairs. The footsteps grew louder, accompanied by the rustling of movement. The man was searching. Hoffa gestured towards the window, signaling the fairy to go first. The fairy promptly clambered onto the window ledge and stood on the tavern's wooden awning. Hoffa followed suit, leaping through the window. At that moment, they were over 3 meters above the ground, a considerable height for a child and a half-size fairy. Bang! The sound of a door creaking opened behind them echoed. Hoffa turned abruptly, only to discover it was not their room, but another. He exhaled softly and exchanged a glance with the fairy. The fairy pointed downwards, then gestured to himself, spreading his arms wide, indicating that he would descend first, and Hoffa should leap into his embrace afterward. Hoffa nodded in agreement. The fairy leapt from the ledge, landing with a soft thud. Silence enveloped them for a few moments. Soon, Hoffa heard the footsteps in the stairwell growing closer. He could not afford to hesitate and jumped down immediately. Thankfully, Inder had sufficient strength to catch him without a sound. Just as Hoffa left the ledge, the door to the room they had occupied was flung open, and a tall man entered. He scanned the room and spotted the open shutters. Striding to the window, he leaned out to peer below. The mist obscured his view, rendering the ground invisible. An eerie silence blanketed the air, thick as butter, making it difficult to breathe. Hoffa and Inder covered their mouths and noses, pressing against the 2 broomsticks, standing motionless amidst the dense fog, scarcely daring to breathe. The tavern sign shielded them from the gaze above. The piercing, frigid gaze of the man, just moments ago, was palpable to them all. It was the kind of stare that only a person who had taken countless lives could possess. After a thorough scan, the hooded figure slowly withdrew, and Inder exchanged a knowing nod with Hoffa. Like moles, they crept along the wooden walls, moving cautiously. Hoffa dared not use the invisibility charm. His magical strength was not yet fully restored, and he was uncertain whether the spell's magical fluctuations would betray his presence. He had no desire to complicate matters further. Hogsmeade, while not exceedingly large, was not small either. The Honeyduke shop lay at least 5 streets away from the 2 broomsticks. This was Hoffa's first visit to the village, and he could hardly claim any familiarity with the area. Once they ventured beyond the 2 broomsticks, he relied solely on memory to navigate toward Honeyduke's. The thick fog enveloping the surroundings forced him to stop intermittently to discern if he was still on the correct path. Along the way, a few dazed pedestrians lay scattered, some shop doors wide open with their owners collapsed inside, victims of the toxic air they had inhaled. Hoffa, like a clay statue adrift in a turbulent river, was far too concerned about his own safety to offer assistance to others. They had not traveled far when a sudden halt brought them to a standstill. Facing away from them stood a tall figure, nearly 2 meters in height, wielding a wand and a lantern, scanning the vicinity. Fortunately, a few empty wooden barrels were nearby, and they concealed themselves behind them, covering their mouths, not daring to utter a sound. Just as they secured their hiding place, the imposing dark wizard turned around. His silhouette, draped in a flowing black robe, brushed past Hoffa, the fabric whispering against the ground. Hoffa caught sight of the man's wand, thick and long enough to serve as a formidable close-range weapon. As the figure rounded a corner, he raised a lantern to illuminate the area. Thankfully, Hoffa and the fairy were of a height only reaching his waist, and the dense fog concealed them from view. Once the man moved a bit farther away, Hoffa lowered his voice to a whisper. "We must change our direction. He has blocked our path." The fairy nodded, trembling. Hoffa rubbed his face, attempting to calm his racing heart. He thought that if he could escape this time, he would certainly learn the silent casting spell before venturing out again. After navigating through 2 more streets, Hoffa spotted a shop with its door wide open, an establishment known as the Scribe's Feather Shop, specializing in quills. Inside, the sound of dragging could be heard, followed by the emergence of a tall man who was dragging the unconscious shopkeeper out, arranging the fallen onto the ground in a line, his wand glowing ominously as he meticulously examined each one. Damn it, another one. Hoffa cursed inwardly. They would need to change direction again. When would they finally return to Honeyduke's? He pulled Inder to alter their course, but just as they took a step, Hoffa suddenly sensed something amiss. Suddenly, something ensnared his arm. He looked down to see a creature, adorned with bluish-green wings and bearing a form that straddled the line between reptile and butterfly, cocking its head at him with a malevolent, icy gaze. Induo also noticed the bizarre entity that had appeared on Hoffa's body, and upon seeing the blue monstrosity, he screamed, "Shake it off, Hoffa! That S.A. coiled-winged demon, known for devouring human brains." The butterfly-like creature on Hoffa's arm opened its gaping maw with lightning speed, its sharp tongue darting towards Hoffa's head. Hoffa barely had time to fling his arm, completely unable to evade the attack. In the blink of an eye, Induo snapped his fingers, unleashing a powerful surge of magic that shot forth from his fingertips, striking the coiled-winged demon with a silvery beam. Boom! The creature was hit mere centimeters from Hoffa's face, crashing into the wall behind him, shattering into fragments and splattering blue-violet blood everywhere. In the aftermath, Hoffa felt no relief. Instead, his face turned ashen. Everything was laid bare. The tall, hooded figure behind him suddenly stood, emitting a sharp cry. "Here, here, there he is!" With that shout, the tallest hooded man pivoted in the center of the street, his robe billowing as a swarm of coiled-winged demons erupted from beneath it, creating a cacophony of flapping wings as they surrounded Hoffa from all directions. "Run!" Induo shouted. At this point, hiding held no significance. Without a moment's hesitation, Hoffa took off, simultaneously striking his arm. Disler Falcongate. As he sprinted, Hoffa vanished into the mist, evading the first wave of the coiled-winged demons. The scene of his disappearance was witnessed by the black sorcerer trailing behind. The sorcerer reacted swiftly, unraveling his cloak once more. A silver monkey perched on his shoulder squinted around, then promptly raised its arm, chattering and pointing in the direction Hoffa had fled. The black sorcerer sprang into action, his dark robe swirling under the moonlight. Meanwhile, 2 other black sorcerers rapidly closed in on him. Hoffa sensed the encroaching presence of the sorcerers behind him, panic seeping into his mind. They could pierce through his invisibility. What should I do? What should I do? As if misfortune were compounded, Hoffa inadvertently tripped over a collapsed passerby. Behind him, a black sorcerer raised his wand high. A dangerous green light shot forth from the wand, aimed directly at Hoffa, who lay on the ground. Was this the end? No. Gratitude is owed to the enigmatic woman in the mask, for she has subjected Hoffa to numerous trials of life and death within the realms of illusion. At this moment, Hoffa bit his lip, swiftly regaining his composure. He launched himself against the wall in a daring leap, rolling on the ground just in time to narrowly evade a deadly curse. The green spell struck the wall, eroding it with alarming speed, leaving a gaping pit from which acrid, white smoke hissed as it dripped to the floor, a display of terrifying potency. Before the shaken Hoffa could catch his breath, another wizard raised his wand, summoning a colossal gray serpent that materialized in midair, its gaping maw poised to strike at Hoffa's head. It moved silently yet with blinding speed, rendering escape nearly impossible. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed through the air as a silver suit of armor descended from above, crashing heavily before Hoffa. It raised its shield to confront the looming serpent. The clash of teeth against steel produced an excruciating screech. However, this was merely the beginning. The serpent's eyes flared crimson, its body swelling ominously before it erupted in a violent explosion. The fierce blast illuminated the night, flames intertwining with a tempest that dispersed the smoke. The silver armor bent low, shielding Hoffa from the ensuing shockwave, though its shield and back were left in tatters from the serpent's explosion. Hoffa, astonished by this unprecedented display of magic, found himself momentarily speechless. The fairy stood at a distance, breathless, and urging him, "Run, why are you still standing there?" With a pallid complexion, Hoffa quickly grasped the urgency of the situation, realizing that Ender had once again saved him. He could not afford to squander this chance, and scrambled to his feet. Behind him, the dark wizard had spotted Ender and immediately redirected his gaze. In the sky, the serpentine locks of magic honed in on the fairy below, shooting towards Ender like bullets. Ender, sensing the impending danger, snapped his fingers in an attempt to disapparate from the scene. However, the dark wizard was swifter, with a grand flourish of his wand. A golden lightning bolt burst forth from its tip. The dark wizard bellowed, and the golden arc ensnared Ender, forcibly yanking him from his intended escape. Ender barely managed to cast a protective spell to shield himself from the onslaught of serpentine magic before being rendered immobile by the force of the lightning. Schmidt uttered, "Sie greifen nicht austreten." And another one, "Do not let him escape." His voice remained devoid of emotion. A silver monkey leapt from Schmidt's shoulder, swiftly scaling the head of another wizard, while two other dark wizards resolutely pursued Hoffa in his flight. The wizard accompanied by the silver monkey discerned Hoffa's path and deliberately obstructed his route to the Duke of Honey. After a harrowing brush with death, Hoffa bit down fiercely on his lower lip, tasting blood. He regained his composure, invoking a spell to cease his illusionary form. The invisibility was futile. The bizarre monkey rendered stealth impossible, merely depleting his magical energy. With Ondwa ensnared in the way to the Duke of Honeybard, he found himself in a dire predicament. Yet, it was not the time to surrender. Hoffa swiftly organized his trump cards in his mind. Conventional means would not suffice for escape, given the vast disparity in power. However, he still possessed 23 fragments of spells within his system. Faced with this situation, he resolved to take a gamble. His gaze fell upon the 45% exploration rate of Hogsmeade in his mind. Hoffa's eyes sharpened with determination. The two dark wizards, observing Hoffa dispel his invisibility, assumed he was paralyzed by fear. They smirked coldly and strode towards him. Yet, the silver monkey seemed to sense something amiss, chattering frantically above their heads. At the sound of the monkey, the dark wizards immediately heightened their vigilance. Without hesitation, Hoffa took flight, realizing that the monkey possessed some peculiar foresight. He could no longer move with intent. He began to change directions erratically, his steps becoming unsteady and unpredictable. At times, he would become invisible, only to emerge moments later, his actions devoid of logic. The monkey atop the dark wizard's heads was confounded by Hoffa's chaotic maneuvers, growing increasingly agitated and leaping about. Yet amid the confusion, Hoffa remained purposeful. His eyes darted across the storefronts, and at each establishment he encountered, he would dart inside, only to leap out through the windows. The Davies and Band Shop. Hogsmeade exploration rate, 400. The Quidditch supplies store. Hogsmeade exploration rate, 4,700. The Elegant Wizarding Attire Shop. Hogsmeade exploration rate, 4,900. Behind him, the two wizards were utterly bewildered by Hoffa's actions, yet their patience was wearing thin. One of the wizards raised his wand high, unleashing a torrent of magic as a fierce flame sliced through the night, racing towards Hoffa. Suddenly, the fleeing Hoffa halted. He spotted the sign of the 3 broomsticks in the distance, but there was no longer any need to approach. In his mind, a notification chimed. Hogsmeade exploration rate, 5,000 completed. Acquired 1/3 of a spell fragment. Spell fragments, 33. You may now upgrade any spell ability. 28. Phantom Stride. Spell fragments, 33. You now have the opportunity to enhance any spell ability. Without the slightest hesitation, Hoffa immediately applied the upgrade to the illusory form spell, the only incantation currently at his disposal. Within a sea of consciousness, the 3 orbs of softly glowing spell fragments suddenly crystallized into clarity. However, before he could examine them closely, they fused into a perfectly symmetrical equilateral triangle. The triangle blazed fiercely, incinerating in an instant and merging into his very bloodline. The upgrade was accepted. A surging sensation coursed through his entire being, akin to a jolt of adrenaline striking his heart. A silvery star shimmered within his consciousness. Ding! The illusory form spell has been upgraded. Current spell, Advanced Illusory Form, Phantom Stride. Phantom Stride. When you enter the shadow state, your movement speed is greatly increased, and you become immune to any damage for 10 seconds. Hoffa suddenly lifted his head. He had little time to ponder. A searing heat enveloped him, and upon turning, he beheld an overwhelming inferno. With no time to savor the sensation of the spell's upgrade, Hoffa activated his ability. Phantom Stride. In that instant, the dark sorcerer's magical flames descended upon him. Yet, he blurred momentarily and vanished into thin air. He didn't even need to utter a spell. As this speed far surpassed that of the illusory form, time appeared as slow. In the eyes of the dark sorcerer, the boy before him merely distorted before being consumed by the raging flames. But in Hoffa's perception, his world was reduced to shades of gray and white, buildings, stormy clouds. The moon, fairies, and the dark sorcerer all transformed into monochrome silhouettes. He heard the relentless howling of an enigmatic wind. He witnessed the world around him oscillating, creating rippling patterns akin to water. Glancing down at his own body, he found himself standing amidst gray and white flames, his form rhythmically generating waves. The flames bore no heat, no sound, seemingly disconnected from the realm in which he existed. He had transcended the material world. This is it. Hoffa raised his head, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. He had evaded capture. He moved with such grace, leaping over 3 meters in an instant, escaping the Inferno's reach. As light as a feather, the 2 sorcerers presumed Hoffa had perished and turned to depart. Just as they turned their backs, Hoffa emerged from his stealth state and lunged towards the captured fairy. One of the sorcerers caught sight of Hoffa, his eyes widening in disbelief, utterly baffled as to how Hoffa had survived the flames unscathed. Yet this did not deter him from responding. He resolutely raised his wand. A perilous blue beam shot forth. The shattering curse. Without a moment's hesitation, Hoffa struck his arm with his wand. Ghostly stride. He once again slipped into the shadows, vanishing from sight. That menacing, shattering curse passed directly through his form, striking the building behind him and sending a cascade of debris soaring. He had transformed entirely into a specter-like entity. As the rubble cascaded down, the sorcerer who had unleashed the explosive spell was left in a state of shock, witnessing the boy completely dissolve into the air. The very spell he had conjured had landed in empty space. He immediately turned and shouted, "Versite, Knight Stit, beware, something is amiss." Grasping the fairy's arm, Schmidt abruptly turned, yet saw nothing. In the mist, only his 2 companions remained. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the fairy snapped her fingers. Countless fragments of stone soared from the ground, hurtling towards Schmidt with a deafening rush. Opportunity. Hoffa sprang into action. He zeroed in on the dark sorcerer clinging to the fairy and dashed forward, moving with the swiftness of the tempest. Schmidt, however, remained composed and whistled sharply. The twisted winged creatures that were defending against the fairy's assault redirected their course, now hurtling towards Hoffa. In the gray-white world, those creatures passed directly through Hoffa's form, inflicting no harm whatsoever. The magical energy was rapidly depleting. Seeing that Ender was becoming increasingly ensnared by the dark sorcerer's magic, Hoffa felt a pang of anxiety. He had yet to learn any offensive spells. He could only mimic the actions from the novels he had read, waving his wand and wishing for annihilation. The wand emitted a feeble white light, utterly devoid of potency. Clearly, his incantation was incorrect. Hoffa could not help but curse. Damn it! He stowed his wand and, in his frantic dash, seized a brick from the ground. Schmidt, engaged in a stalemate with Ender, felt a powerful gust of wind, and then, suddenly, a small figure emerged from the thick fog, appearing right before him. Hoffa disregarded everything else. He leapt high into the air, his body tracing an arc against the night sky, and then, with a fierce downward strike, he brought the brick crashing down. Bang! The force of his speed combined with inertia shattered the brick against the dark wizard's forehead. The impact flipped his hood back, revealing a mane of disheveled gray hair and a visage of a Germanic man. Yet this face was now marred by a trickle of ominous blood from his nose. A tooth, mingled with blood and saliva, erupted from his mouth, and without a moment's thought, he rolled twice before crashing heavily to the ground. The binding magic that had ensnared Inder dissipated instantaneously, losing its master's control. Hoffa's wrist trembled, blood oozing from his palm. Though he was still young, the recoil from his earlier action had taken its toll on him. Yet, this was not the moment to dwell on such matters. Grasping a broken brick, he took a few gasping breaths before discarding it and leaping forward to seize the wand from the dazed male sorcerer. Dragging Inder, he fled. The towering man regained consciousness shortly, and with the assistance of his arriving companions, he stumbled to his feet, pressing a hand to the blood on his forehead. A rare flicker of shock crossed his usually impassive face. However, his tone remained steady, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. One of his companions released his grip and strode purposefully after Hoffa. This time, as he ran, he raised his hand and forcefully hurled the wand away. Hoffa turned his head slightly, astonished. He had never witnessed a wizard cast away his own wand before. What was this fellow attempting? Yet in the next moment he understood. The discarded wand swiftly morphed in midair, transforming into a sharp cross-sword, hurtling towards Hoffa like lightning. It was a transfiguration spell. The imminent danger sent shivers racing down Hoffa's spine as he sprinted, cradling the fairy in his arms. He pointed the wand at his own arm once more. Ghostly stride. A spray of blood erupted forth. Both Hoffa and Inder vanished in a thin air. Just as they disappeared, a thunderous crash resounded. 3 colossal serpents descended from the heavens, their gaping maws snapping where Hoffa had just stood. The ground was shattered to smithereens beneath the weight of the 3 giants. Then, in a spectacular explosion, the serpents burst apart, engulfing the scene in chaos, debris and splinters flying wildly, as flames illuminated the night sky in a crimson glow. The force of the blast sent the dark sorcerer's robes billowing violently. Upon reaching the site of the serpents, the pursuing dark sorcerer looked down, finding nothing amiss. Raising his hand, the sharp cross-sword transformed back into the wand, landing in his grasp, inciting a torrent of furious curses from him. The energy consumed by the ghostly stride was immense. 10 seconds later, as Hoffa emerged from the mist once again, a trickle of blood seeped from his nose and mouth. He had completely exhausted his magical energy, collapsing onto the ground, pale and breathless. Inder hurriedly grasped Hoffa's arm to drag him up, only to discover that Hoffa's arm was drenched in blood. He had entered the ghostly stride state a split second too late, leaving a gaping wound deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth. He had narrowly escaped being slain by that perilous transfiguration spell. Inder, anxiously cradling Hoffa's arm, fumbled through his pockets for several vials of potions, ready to apply them to Hoffa. Yet Hoffa stopped him. "Wait, not here," he uttered, weak yet composed. Yindua looked at Hoffa with a puzzled expression. Hoffa gestured towards the bloodstains on the ground. "Do not let the blood disappear at the entrance of the Honeyduke. They will follow." In an instant, Yindua grasped the implication and hurriedly assisted Hoffa to a witch's cosmetic shop across from the Honeyduke. On the stone steps, he uncorked a vial of white potion, likely made from white ash, and applied it to Hoffa's wounds. As he smeared the potion, he murmured incantations softly. A tingling sensation, accompanied by a sharp sting, filled the air, and a pungent white smoke arose. The bleeding from Hoffa's arm swiftly ceased, and the wound began to scab and heal. However, the vital essence his body lacked could not be replenished instantaneously. Watching his wounds gradually mend under Yina's potion, Hoffa felt no other emotion but a sense of calm. He had caught his first glimpse of the advanced combat prowess in this world, far surpassing the wand duels depicted in novels and films. The combination of magical creatures and dark wizards proved formidable. If not for the powerful ability of the ghostly stride, he would have already been a lifeless body. He recognized his own weakness, his youth, and his urgent need to grow stronger, to acquire more power, and to buy more time. After tending to Hoffa's injuries, Yindua supported him as they swiftly approached the Honeyduke. Upon returning, they found the door firmly locked. Yindua knocked on the lock, and with a resounding thud, the door swung open. Once inside, he swiftly locked the door behind them. Inside, the staff and the owner lay sprawled on the floor, all rendered unconscious by the fog's effects. Yindua inquired, "Which way?" Hoffa replied, to the basement. The two traversed the cellar and arrived at the Honeyduke's underground chamber. Hoffa moved aside the trapdoor, and without needing a reminder, they both descended into the depths below. Silence enveloped them. At this moment, Hoffa's magical energy was nearly depleted, and his physical strength had waned significantly. Yindoa noticed Hoffa's frailty and quickly hoisted him onto his back, and together they limped towards Hogwarts. An hour later, at the entrance of the Hogsmeade Witch's cosmetic shop, chaos reigned. Several unconscious staff members lay scattered on the ground. 3 dark wizards congregated, 2 wielding wands as they scrutinized the bloodstains on the floor, occasionally sampling the residue and spitting it out. Meanwhile, Shrimee sat on the stone steps, fixated on a broken brick before him, as if it were a specimen of an unknown species. At last, a male wizard examining the blood stood upright. No way to track. Even the apparition monkeys are ineffective here, as we are already within Hogwarts radius, surrounded by protective enchantments. Shrimee remained seated on the steps, wiping the blood from his face, his expression devoid of emotion. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, he rose, letting out a faint acknowledgement. Another wizard cautiously inquired, "Major, shall we return?" Schmidt lifted his head, casting a cold glance at the speaker. A swarm of serpentine creatures hissed ominously around him, prompting the male wizard to fall silent. After wiping the blood from his face, Schmidt replied indifferently, "If you return, you shall perish. If you stay, there is a chance for survival." The thought of the dreadful entity lurking behind him made the male wizard lower his gaze in acquiescence. A square-faced wizard interjected, "That lad is rather peculiar. I cast 4 or 5 spells upon him, yet he displayed no reaction whatsoever. He must possess some invaluable magical artifact, and his identity is likely not simple." Schmidt articulated each word deliberately. "Once we capture him, the secrets will undoubtedly be revealed." "What shall we do now?" another male wizard asked. "First, retrieve my wand. The British Ministry of Magic has surely sensed our incursion." Schmidt rose, donning his hood. "The boy is a student of Hogwarts. We must devise a means to infiltrate the castle first." "How is that even possible?" one subordinate exclaimed in disbelief. "That school is surrounded by countless defensive spells. Infiltration would be impossible." "Fear not," Schmidt replied coldly. "The institution is not impenetrable. Grindelwald left a seed within its walls. It is nearly time for harvest." In the dark, damp tunnels, water occasionally dripped, creating a rhythmic patter. On the ancient, crumbling stones, strands of luminescent fungi sporadically emerged. Faint gasps echoed through the shadows, as spider-like creatures scuttled away at the sound. A fairy supported a boy as they gradually emerged from the obscured passage. It was Ender and Hoffa. A patch of luminescent fungi was extinguished under Ender's foot. He paused to allow Hoffa a moment's respite before helping him to rise and continue onward. The journey had taken Hoffa an hour to reach, but on the return, weakened, he had walked for nearly 2 hours, necessitating frequent breaks. At last, they arrived behind the statue of the humpbacked witch at Hogwarts, where Hoffa collapsed, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. He weakly removed the mask from his face, feeling a semblance of safety at last. The German wizards, formidable as they may be, could not follow him into Hogwarts. Even if they did, they would likely meet a dire fate. Though the adventure was thrilling, he preferred this grounded sensation. Ender leaned against the wall of the secret passage, panting as he faced Hoffa. "Is Hogwarts just behind us?" he asked. "What else could it be? I have never entered before. The 3 houses are the most heavily guarded in Europe." Hoffa remained silent, slumped on the ground. After catching his breath for a moment, he coldly remarked, "I brought you back to school. Now you are free to go wherever you please." With that, he disregarded Ender's resentful gaze, crossed his legs, and began to meditate, striving to restore his magical energy. Entering the school still required stealth. He could not deem himself truly safe until he returned to his dormitory. He needed to eliminate any possibility of expulsion. As he meditated, Hoffa reflected upon the invaluable experiences gained from the recent battle. This time, he had witnessed the formidable Nazi dark wizards who controlled magical creatures, the intricate interplay of various spells, and the application of transfiguration in combat. These were revelations he had not encountered in his previous life. This world was more expansive and perilous than he could ever have imagined. Undoubtedly, he was no match for them. Without the system, relying solely on his meager magical prowess at the tender age of 16, he would surely have met his demise. Merely depending on the scant information from the original text would render him incapable of surviving in this capricious world. Once he organized his thoughts on the battle, Hoffa's mind grew heavy. The world was indeed splendid, stirring within him an insatiable desire for exploration. However, Today he also recognized his own shortcomings, his fatal flaw, insufficient magical power. He had once heard that the capacity of a barrel to hold water depended on its shortest plank. Now it appeared that he was riddled with deficiencies. Except for his mental acuity, which surpassed that of ordinary wizards, he was, in many respects, akin to a muggle. Hoffa's magical talent had never been particularly strong. His only notable trait was his heightened mental capacity. He could usually grasp ordinary spells with ease, and even transfiguration, a more complex form of magic, was manageable for him. Yet now, Hoffa discovered that while his magical reserves sufficed for academic examinations, they were woefully inadequate for combat. It was no wonder that so few could become aurors or dark wizards. The magical expenditure in battle was an entirely different magnitude compared to that in everyday life. Individuals like Voldemort and Dumbledore possessed an inexhaustible wellspring of magic, seemingly limitless. Even Harry, from a later era, wielded magic with effortless abandon, never encountering a shortage of power. In stark contrast, Hoffa found himself panting after casting just a few spells. Currently, Hoffa possessed two forms of invisibility, the ordinary disillusionment charm and the advanced spectre walk. The basic disillusionment charm rendered him invisible, and his magical energy could sustain it for over half an hour. However, the high-level spectre walk, while extraordinarily effective in completely erasing his presence from this world and thus avoiding any harm, consumed magical energy at a terrifying rate. Even at full capacity, the spectre walk could only last less than half a minute, approximately 20 seconds at best. In the span of merely half a day, he meditated twice. He dared not contemplate the dire consequences had he not employed his meditative practices to restore his magical energy. Perhaps he would have already become a lifeless body beneath the Black Wizard's staff. Magic is the very foundation of all. Without it, even the mightiest of skills are rendered futile. If he could possess an inexhaustible reservoir of magical energy, effortlessly casting Spectral Stride in conjunction with various combat spells would be nothing short of terrifying. He must address the deficiency in his magical prowess. After nearly 3 hours of meditation, as his once depleted body gradually regained its magical vitality, Hoffa slowly awoke, feeling significantly rejuvenated. He was no longer in the despondent state he had been in following the battle. He initially intended to return to his dormitory invisibly to rest, but upon rising, he noticed the fairy leaning against the wall of the hidden passage, already asleep. Its head drooped, exuding an air of exhaustion. Hoffa was taken aback. He vigorously shook Inder's shoulder. "Hey, why are you still here?" Inder opened his sleepy eyes. "What? Did you not say you were going to find Principal Depet? It was already past midnight. Could you let me go tomorrow instead? In this darkness, how am I supposed to find my way?" Inder grumbled. Hoffa's eyes widened. He found merit in Inder's reasoning, yet he suspected this deceitful fairy was up to some trickery. "Fine, you can go tomorrow. I'm leaving," Hoffa replied coldly. However, just as he took 2 steps, his pant leg was caught in a grip. Turning around, he saw Inder had transformed into a badger, pitifully biting his trouser leg. Hoffa gritted his teeth. "What are you doing?" Inder replied, "I have nowhere to sleep. You can't expect me to sleep in the tunnel, can you? For heaven's sake. Weren't you sleeping soundly just now? That was why you were here. This place is dark and terrifying without you." The badger shivered as it spoke. Hoffa clenched his jaw. He was certain the fairy was feigning helplessness. His encounter with the Black Wizard had already revealed Inder's superior strength. "Offerre se lotli insistith." No. With that, he turned to leave. The fairy darted in front of him, blocking his path. "Just for one night. I promise to be gone by morning." Hoffa ignored him and attempted to maneuver around. But the silver badger wrapped its tiny paws around his thigh. "I truly only need one night. I beg you." Stopped in his tracks, Hoffa rubbed his forehead in frustration, cursing his misfortune. "Do you really promise?" "I promise." "Damn it, if you're still here tomorrow, I'll toss you from the top of Ravenclaw Tower." With that, he hoisted Inder onto his shoulder. After unlocking the hunched witch's statue, Hoffa entered the ordinary state of invisibility. Now, Hogwarts is cloaked in the stillness of midnight. Should he be discovered wandering at this hour, according to Headmaster Dippet's disciplinary measures, he would be placed on probation, and a subsequent infraction could lead to expulsion. Hoffa was reluctant to tempt fate. The school at night was engulfed in darkness. The wind whispered through the castle corridors, emitting a low wail that mingled with the distant tolling of the midnight bell, enhancing the profound tranquility. The sole source of illumination was the moonlight, cascading through the lofty windows and casting beams upon ground. The shadows of the high stone sculptures appeared strangely contorted, evoking an unsettling sense of the bizarre. This place was an entirely different realm compared to the Hogwarts of day. Despite Hoffa's cautious tread, the portraits lining the walls occasionally stirred awake. Who goes there? Inquired one of the painted figures. Moreover, the suits of armor flanking the corridor seemed to possess a consciousness of their own. As Hoffa passed, their heads would pivot, gazing at him through the hollow gaps of their darkened metal. It felt as though each suit harbored a soul within. Hoffa walked with trepidation, the only solace being that Filch had yet to be born, sparing him the anxiety of encountering that bothersome squib with his feline companion. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated from behind, as if someone had brushed against the armor. Startled, Hoffa turned sharply. In the dimness, he glimpsed a fleeting, ethereal figure racing through the corridor, illuminated by the moonlight. Hoffa was taken aback. The pixie whispered, "Why do I feel as though we are not alone here?" Furrowing his brow, Hoffa glanced back and, after a moment, hissed softly at Ender, "This is a school of magic. Let us not concern ourselves with anything else." Traversing the corridor, Hoffa arrived at the Ravenclaw Tower. The tower loomed high, and Hoffa grasped the banister of the castle staircase, ascending slowly. The castle stairs at midnight seemed to be in slumber, offering no assistance to Hoffa's ascent. Consequently, he found himself pausing for breath after each flight. After several minutes of climbing, Ender quietly inquired, "Where exactly is the common room?" Panting, Hoffa replied, "Shoo. Play your part as a badger." Ender fell silent. Finally, Hoffa reached the pinnacle of the tower, breathless yet unscathed, confronted by a grand portrait of a knight. To gain entry to the common room, Hoffa faced one last obstacle. He dispelled his disillusionment charm, and the knight tilted his head, silently kneeling on one knee. Beside him, a metallic eagle slowly unfurled its wings and posed the riddle. "You see me, I see you. You have eyes, I have none. You can speak, I can too. You have sound, I am silent." With that, the eagle stood still, patiently awaiting Hoffa's response. Shoulders tense, Ender, transformed into a badger, gasped in astonishment at the bizarre predicament he faced. "What sort of school is this?" Hoffa lightly tapped Ender on the head, urging him to silence. "I see you. You see me. You possess eyes, yet I do not. You can speak, while I remain voiceless. You have sound, but I am mute." Were the questions posed at night more challenging than those during the day? Hoffa spun in place twice before furrowing his brow and gazing upward. A mirror. The majestic eagle gradually folded its wings, bowing its head in solemnity. Meanwhile, the knight depicted in the portrait rose, revealing the passageway to the Ravenclaw common room. Hoffa breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly crawled inside. Finally returned to the common room. The tumultuous day had come to an end. Ender muttered in his ear, "Do you have to answer it every time you return?" "Indeed," Hoffa quietly cursed. "Did I not tell you to be silent? Fool!" The silver-black badger fell quiet. Hoffa traversed the dimly lit common room, guiding Ender back to their dormitory. Whatever needed to be done could wait until tomorrow. The room was cloaked in darkness. Several roommates were already asleep, their breaths steady and rhythmic. Hoffa exhaled deeply. He was utterly exhausted and locked Schmidt's hefty wand in the wardrobe. Before he could even bid the fairy good night, he collapsed onto his pillow and succumbed to slumber. That night, Hoffa experienced an exceedingly peculiar dream. He envisioned a shadowy figure leading him down a winding, dark corridor, devoid of any exit. No light, no hope. It was cold, oppressive, and suffocating, as if submerged in an unfathomable ocean. The figure dangled just out of reach, seemingly facing Hoffa, yet its face remained obscured. He yearned to chase after it to discover its identity, but upon approaching, he realized the figure's visage appeared to be fractured, laughing and weeping simultaneously. The next day, Hoffa was roused by persistent claws. Rising was not as effortless as the day before. He had exhausted his magical energy twice and felt utterly drained. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Ender, now a silver badger, pushing him insistently. Ender whispered, "If you do not get up soon, I shall perish from hunger." Hoffa paused momentarily, staring at the ceiling, then glanced at the badger beside him, still shaken from his bed and the remnants of the dream. Suddenly, he bolted upright. "Why the devil are you still here?" As soon as the words left his mouth, he hastily covered it, swiveling to survey his surroundings. Fortunately, it was nearly noon, and the dormitory was empty, devoid of any presence. Ender whined, "I'm hungry." Upon hearing those words, Hoffa felt his stomach grumble, reminding him of the tumultuous day he had experienced yesterday, during which he had neglected to eat. "I'm famished. Let's go for lunch," he exclaimed, abruptly throwing off the covers and leaping from the bed. With hands on his hips, he pointed an accusatory finger at Ender, saying, "Did you not assert that you would leave at dawn? Did you not claim I would certainly not see you upon waking? Can you utter a single truth?" Ender, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head with his small paw. "Your roommates were far too boisterous. They were running about incessantly this morning, and I simply did not dare to emerge from your blankets." Hoffa's expression darkened. But they're not here now. I am hungry. You little rascal. Do you drive away your friends without even offering them a meal? Taking a deep breath, Hoffa chuckled. I have yet to encounter someone so shameless as to linger in another's home for a meal. Nevertheless, he picked up Inder and cradled him in his arms, dressing and preparing to descend stairs. Unlike the night before, he was reluctant to place Inder on his shoulder, so he tucked him into the front of his robe. It was Sunday, and as Hoffa entered the common room, he observed first-year students congregated, laughing and chatting. A few upperclassmen were unusually brandishing their wands, animating 2 books to duel mid-air, much to the applause of the surrounding newcomers. Inder peeked out from Hoffa's embrace. Are these your classmates? They brim with youthful vigor. Yet you seem to embody the spirit of a weary elder. Startled by Inder's sudden emergence, Hoffa swiftly tapped him with his wand. Silence. Who permitted you to speak? Finish your meal, and then be off. Noticing Miranda's gaze drifting toward him from the crowd, Hoffa hastily pushed open the common room door and made his way to the hall. Now, the pressing dilemma was how to gracefully and discreetly extricate himself from the presence of this mischievous creature. Indeed, they were friends, but having him constantly by his side could spell trouble in due time. Inder lacked the silent resilience of a certain diminutive star, always eager to involve himself in every commotion and offer unsolicited commentary. Hoffa was deeply concerned about the potential repercussions of being discovered with a talking badger, and even more so about the possibility of his clandestine visit to Hogsmeade being unveiled. He sensed that the events of yesterday had attracted considerable attention. In the dining hall at noon, the house elf prepared dishes appeared on the table. Inder, resembling a famished spirit, was ready to dart out to eat. Hoffa had to repeatedly tap his head with his wand to calm him down. As soon as Miranda spotted Hoffa, she inquired with curiosity, "Where were you yesterday?" "I did not see you all day." Hoffa had long since prepared a response to this question. He remarked, "I got lost in the school, with corridors shifting endlessly. I was bewildered and couldn't find my way out until nightfall." Miranda suddenly comprehended, it must be the magical corridors. If you can't navigate through, you can simply leap across. Hogwarts wouldn't allow its students to come harm. Hoffa chuckled awkwardly, and the two exchanged a few casual words. At that moment, a skylight in one corner of the great hall swung open, and a flock of owls swooped in. These owls fluttered around the dining tables until they located their respective owners, dropping letters or parcels onto their laps. The owls typically arrived in the morning or at noon. Hoffa had no owl and didn't expect to receive any correspondence. Miranda, however, had her own owl, a beautiful chestnut-spotted owl adorned with starry blue and white specks upon its forehead. A newspaper landed in front of Miranda. It was the Daily Prophet. Hoffa, being financially constrained, could not afford subscription. The cost was a staggering 0 silver sickles per month, accumulating to a gold galleon over several months. After delivering their messages, the owls clamored for food from their owners. Miranda's owl elegantly opened its beak, and she fed it a slice of jam toast. Hoffa had always felt that pets sometimes mirrored their owners, much like a glia. Her white owl shared her self-absorbed nature. After completing its task, it plunged its head directly into the communal nut dish, crunching away. Seizing the chaotic moment created by the arrival of the owls, Hoffa hastily placed Inder on the table. Starved, Inder eagerly grabbed several chicken legs from the table, stuffing them into his mouth, his cheeks bulging. As Miranda began to unwrap the newspaper, she suddenly noticed a badger had appeared on the table, and her playful spirit ignited. "Hoffa, where did you acquire a badger? Such creatures are seldom kept as pets." The mention of a badger drew the attention of the entire Ravenclaw cohort. Even the Hufflepuffs at the neighboring table curiously gathered around, exclaiming, "What an unusual badger. Silver black in hue. Oh, it's truly adorable. Look at its markings. Doesn't it resemble a tailored suit?" The Hufflepuff house, emblematic of the badger, had a keen interest in such creatures. Hoffa was taken aback and quickly stuffed the gluttonous Inder back into his clothing, forcing a smile as he explained, "I found it by the Black Lake." "Wow, how fortunate," exclaimed several Hufflepuff girls, their eyes sparkling. "May I touch it?" Before Hoffa could respond, several delicate hands reached toward Inder's head. Inder seemed to revel in the attention, prompting Hoffa to forcibly tug at his tail to pull him down. This fool, did he not realize the consequences of being discovered? "Wait," a cool voice rang out, causing the Hufflepuff girls to pause and turn their heads. A girl, regal as a queen with an owl perched upon her shoulder, gracefully parted the crowd. It was Aglaia. With her piercing blue eyes narrowed, she caustically inquired, "A badger picked up by the Black Lake. Why does this badger wear earrings? Bach, have you pilfered someone as pet?" "Oh no, not her again. How sharp are her eyes? Moreover, she resorts to the most venomous thoughts to speculate about me." If she were to discover the true identity of this badger, she would undoubtedly report me without a second thought. Without needing further prompting from Hoffa, Ender instinctively shrank into his clothing, trembling in his embrace. Hoffa, attempting to project bravado, retorted, "What a baseless accusation. Which of your eyes saw me steal? Oomph. If it weren't stolen, why did you only dare to let it out when the owl arrived? You, what about me? If it wasn't tea stolen, why do you keep it pressed to your chest, refusing to let it out?" Hoffa felt himself on the brink of madness. He finally understood the meaning of false accusations. This person was toxic, a lingering shadow akin to a relentless pest. He stood to leave, thinking, if I cannot confront her, I shall at least evade her presence. Aglaia turned to those nearby and said, "Look, I guessed correctly." He is clearly rattled. Faced with her aggressive demeanor, Hoffa clenched his teeth and turned away. However, just as a confrontation seemed imminent, a startled cry erupted from Miranda, who had been reading the newspaper. "My goodness, come quickly. Last night, a dark wizard invaded Hogsmeade and unleashed a toxic fog." A dark wizard? This news was far more shocking than a mere badger, and everyone swiftly gravitated towards Miranda. Aglaia's attention was diverted. Hoffa exhaled in relief. Miranda continued, 47 people have collapsed, and 2 have perished from excessive inhalation of the toxic gas after being rushed to St. Mungo's, one of whom was the owner of 2 broomsticks." Gasps of horror echoed among the students, their faces pale. At other tables in the hall, students of all ages receiving the Daily Prophet were equally engrossed in this alarming report. Miranda, in astonishment, flipped a page of the newspaper. The remaining 45 individuals were all in a state of severe unconsciousness. The Ministry of Magic found extensive signs of a struggle at the scene and discovered the corpse of a curled-winged creature, preliminarily attributing the act to the German dark wizard Schmidt-Lathrov. Schmidt-Lathrov had been expelled from Durmstrang in 1990 for recklessly harboring dangerous creatures, and had previously killed numerous muggles in Romania, possessing a plethora of magical beasts and deemed extremely perilous. The British Minister of Magic, Hector Foley, issued a vehement protest. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has dispatched a considerable number of Aurors to seal off Hogsmeade and has issued a Class A wanted notice. Upon completing the news, Miranda was met with astonishment from the crowd. After a brief silence, the auditorium erupted into fervent debate. What could possibly bring a dark wizard from Germany to Hogsmeade? Are the Ministry of Magic utterly blind? That ineffectual fool, Wilkes, can only protest? It's only a matter of time before he is ousted. Wait a moment. Aglaia abruptly interrupted the clamor. Are you suggesting that the Ministry discovered substantial signs of a struggle on site? Miranda nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but no parties involved in the conflict were found. Aglaia inquired, "Has anyone reported this incident to the Ministry?" Miranda replied, "No. It was the merchant convoy delivering goods to Hogsmeade that stumbled upon the situation. There is something amiss here," Aglaia asserted decisively. The students at Ravenclaw turned their attention toward her. Aglaia pulled up a chair and sat down, crossing her legs as she spoke with conviction. Every occurrence must have its rationale. Why would dark wizards venture to Hogsmeade? Why would they engage in conflict there? And more importantly, why has no one taken the initiative to report it to the Ministry? I mean, if we ordinary folk encountered a dark wizard, we would undoubtedly flee and notify the Ministry. Miranda quickly countered. Perhaps the victims were already taken captive. Impossible. Aglaia scoffed. Did you not read the newspapers? There were clear signs of a fierce struggle, and a curled-winged creature was slain. If we only consider the surface, it appears both sides were evenly matched. Yet the outcome suggests the dark wizards suffered greater losses. Miranda fell silent as a group of Ravenclaws and nearby Hufflepuffs gathered around. Even members from Slytherin and Gryffindor leaned in to listen attentively to Aglaia's analysis. Aglaia raised 2 fingers. There are 2 possibilities. One is that the other party involved in the conflict wishes to conceal their identity. The second is that both parties are not part of the British wizarding community, hence they are indifferent. However, given that the incident occurred in Hogsmeade, I believe the first possibility is more likely. As for who might be in Hogsmeade, yet desires to remain undiscovered, it could be a fugitive, a dark wizard, or a lower year student, though of course, we can rule out the latter, as that is implausible. Therefore, this is likely a case of dark wizards clashing. A confrontation between British dark wizards and those from abroad, with the former potentially being far more perilous. The surrounding students were momentarily stunned before once again diving into heated debate. The discourse shifted toward the identity of the dark wizard, as they enumerated various possibilities, naming all known criminal wizards currently present in Britain. Subsequently, the students of Gryffindor inexplicably began to take the opportunity to vehemently criticize Slytherin. as they were convinced that this incident was undoubtedly orchestrated by them. In contrast, the students of Slytherin fervently countered, asserting that anyone capable of standing their ground against Schmidt-Lutloff, regardless of their affiliation, was a source of pride for their house. Of course, no one noticed that amidst their quarrels and discussions, a figure had quietly slipped out the door. Hoffa could no longer bear to listen. Aglaya's grandstanding was largely driven by a desire to show off rather than any sense of seriousness. Yet, it still tightened Hoffa's heart. Should anyone discover that he had sneaked away to Hogsmeade, who could say what punishment awaited him? He pushed aside his plate and silently exited the hall. At the entrance, he encountered groups of upperclassmen, their faces etched with fear. Most of them had ventured to Hogsmeade the previous day, narrowly escaping the horrors of the attack, which left them profoundly shaken. As Hoffa approached the doorway, he noticed a one-eyed old man, armed with a bow and arrow, affixing flyers to the school's notice board. It was the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. Upon closer inspection, he saw an urgent announcement. In light of the large-scale disturbances that occurred in Hogsmeade yesterday, all students are strictly prohibited from entering the village for the remainder of the semester. Those who visited Hogsmeade yesterday must report to the Transfiguration classroom on the 5th floor for a safety inspection at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Additionally, the faculty will travel to Hogsmeade on September 23rd and 30th to collaborate with the Ministry of Magic's Aurors for security operations. All classes and Quidditch matches for this week have been cancelled. Hoffa read the announcement twice, his heart heavy with foreboding. He hailed from an era of peace, where the closest he had come to war was through the dramatized portrayals of anti-Japanese dramas on television. Now, the shadow of conflict loomed ominously over him. There's a vast difference between hearing of a terror incident and being directly involved in one. In his arms, Inder remained silent. Hoffa murmured, 2 people died because of you, and over 40 were injured. Inder retorted angrily, silence. This is war, not a trivial matter. All I can do is fulfill my duties. Hoffa pursed his lips, remaining silent, feeling an unsettling weight in his chest. Decisive in conflict? Unfeeling? Prioritizing self-interest? These admirable qualities seemed foreign to him. He was merely an ordinary person. After simmering in frustration for a moment, Inder furrowed his brow and said, "Take me to your school's apparition point. I must ascertain the reasons behind Hogwarts ceasing its assistance." He did not refuse Inder's request. As Hoffa stepped out of the castle, the sky was overcast, and a light rain began to fall, turning the grass into a muddy terrain. The last time Hoffa visited the meadow was during a flying lesson at school, where numerous upperclassmen had gathered. Now, all the students were in the auditorium discussing the attack that had transpired in Hogsmeade yesterday, leaving the hunting grounds eerily desolate. The grass still bore the intricate blue runes, as usual. Inder leapt from Hoffa's chest and swiftly darted across the grass, weaving between the runes. Before long, Inder emerged from the ground like a curious fox and called out sharply, "Hoffa, come quick." Hoffa hurried over. Inder pointed his tiny paw at the ground, indignantly exclaiming, "The teleportation point has been destroyed. Why is there no one from Hogwarts addressing this?" Hoffa's eyes widened as he observed the turf upheaval. Countless runes shattered into dust. The ground was marked by signs of explosion and burning. It was evident that someone had wreaked havoc here. Unable to resist, he bent down to touch the remnants of the destruction. The traces were remarkably fresh, with torn grass blades still oozing sap, clearly indicating that the damage had occurred recently, no more than a day prior. Hoffa's expression grew grave. He silently stepped a few paces forward to the spot where he had attended his flying lesson. The evidence of destruction here had been mended, the blue runes firmly etched into the earth, yet the bare brown surface resembled a scar, telling of the atrocities it had endured. In less than a week, this place had suffered 2 or more assaults. Inder hopped on a Hoffa's shoulder and whispered, "The marks of destruction were left mere hours ago. The magical fluctuations have yet to dissipate. The perpetrator may not have gone far. We should return." Hoffa glanced around. The rain-soaked hunting grounds bore no signs of any other presence, save for the shadowy trees of the forbidden forest in the distance. The sky loomed low. The mountain tops shrouded thickly in clouds, as if trapped within an enormous eggshell. Standing in the hunting grounds, Hoffa felt an oppressive emptiness, a solitude as profound as being isolated from the world. An eerie aura permeated the air, evoking a distant memory. What was it? Something significant yet forgotten, lingering in the recesses of his mind, though he could not grasp it. "Let us go," he finally uttered, casting one last glance at the once again ruined teleportation array before heading back to the castle. Upon returning to an empty classroom, Hoffa locked the door behind him and placed Inder on the table. Inder immediately inquired, "Who did this? Do you have any leads?" Hoffa shook his head. "To be honest, The moment he laid eyes on the destruction, the first thought that crossed his mind was of the future Voldemort, Tom Marvolo Riddle. After all, this figure had been the puppet master behind every tale in the Harry Potter series, and the violent spells at the scene required considerable magical prowess to execute. However, this suspicion quickly lost its footing due to the absence of any motive. Tom was currently in a phase of maintaining a low profile and seeking goodwill from everyone. Hoffa believed he had no reason to undermine the school's teleportation array. Yet, if it were not Tom, then who could it be? The teleportation array had been sabotaged multiple times without the culprit ever being discovered. It must be someone from within the school. Suddenly, Hoffa recalled the flickering shadow he had seen under the moonlit corridor the previous night. Was it responsible for the damage to the school's teleportation array? As Hoffa pondered, Ender anxiously paced the table. After a prolonged silence, Hoffa inquired, "So what do you intend to do?" Ender wore a troubled expression. "No. You must take me to Principal Dipet at once." The moment he uttered those words, the atmosphere gradually chilled. Hoffa regarded Ender with an impassive demeanor, his attitude unmistakable. He now felt that this fairy's actions mirrored those of the scoundrels from his past life. He had already reached the limits of what he could do, even risking exposure to Aglia. Yet, Ender stubbornly insisted on his original viewpoint, insisting that Hoffa take him to find Amando Dipet. Did he not realize he was merely a freshman? Even the formidable Tom Riddle had been discreetly developing during his first year. To venture out and stir trouble at this juncture was tantamount to courting disaster. "You say I only think of myself." Hoffa's tone was light. "But I feel you have not considered my position, Ender. In ancient Eastern philosophy, there's a saying, when in poverty, one should cultivate oneself. When prosperous, one should benefit the world. I am presently quite impoverished." Ender paused, then fell silent. Finally, he lifted his head with difficulty. "Can't you just take me to see Dipet? Just for a moment. I assure you he won't expel you." Hoffa replied coldly, "I don't understand why you want to go yourself." Huff. The black and white badger plopped down on a stool, covering its face with its paws. "I apologize, but something that occurred previously has left me hesitant to face Principal Dipet alone." "What happened?" Ender hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "Forget it. You may return. I will manage on my own from here. Thank you for your assistance, Hoffa." This time, Hoffa did not hesitate. He nodded. "Take care of yourself, Ender." As he approached the door, he pulled open the classroom's large door. However, the moment he did, Hoffa froze, for his path was obstructed. An elderly man, over 50 years of age, stood at the entrance. His meticulously groomed gray hair framing a face that wore the authority of his position. Dressed in a deep blue robe with his hands clasped behind his back, it was none other than his dean, Professor Goshawk. Hoffa trembled slightly, instinctively positioning himself in front of Ender. He was utterly bewildered as to why Goshawk had appeared in this place. Should he not be collaborating with the Aurors from the Ministry of Magic to patrol Hogsmeade? Goshawk's face bore a stern and rigid expression as he addressed Bach, stating that he had received an anonymous tip-off alleging that Bach was unlawfully harboring prohibited creatures. Was it possible that someone had reported him? The unexpected revelation struck Hoffa like a bolt from the blue, leaving him feeling as though he had been unceremoniously plunged into a swirling toilet bowl, spiraling downward in confusion. The situation had taken a dire turn, and he found himself at a loss for words. Goshawk's keen gaze was piercing as he slightly tilted his head. "What is that behind you?" "A badger, sir." Hoffa replied hoarsely. "I grew up on Black Golan Island, and am quite familiar with the scent of magical creatures." "Bach, when did you bring a fairy in?" It felt as though he had missed a step on the staircase, leaving Hoffa pale and breathless. How could this old man have sensed Ender's presence? Was his nose akin to that of a hound? His plans were now utterly derailed. Would he be expelled for breaching school regulations? However, the moment Ender caught sight of Goshawk, he was filled with an intense animosity, akin to that of an enemy. He leapt down from the table with a thud, swiftly reverting to his original form. "What do you intend to do, Goshawk?" Ender interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Hoffa. For reasons unknown, Hoffa detected a hint of hatred and murderous intent in Ender's voice. "Is it you, Ender? What brings you to Hogwarts?" Goshawk inquired, somewhat taken aback. "What brings me here?" The fairy glared at Goshawk with fury, exclaiming, "I have gathered a fortune and fulfilled my contract, yet Hogwarts continues to breach it, failing to send a single guardian wizard to the island for a month." "Enough," Goshawk interrupted sharply. "You need not voice such grievances before the students. And if I do, what will you do? Cast your favorite spell on him?" Silence. Goshawk's gray eyes revealed no emotion as he turned away, addressing Bach with a cool demeanor. "You have unlawfully kept prohibited creatures, violating school regulations. For the remainder of this month, after classes, you are to report to the campsite overseen by the Hogwarts gamekeeper to assist with tasks in the Forbidden Forest. Do you understand?" Inder cried out sharply, "How dare you!" He was unsure why he felt such rage that he instinctively reached for Goshack's collar, only to be forcefully shoved away by the headmaster. "I do not require your guidance on how to handle students, Inder." Goshack calmly regarded Hoffa, stating, "Leave now, Bach. Someone will send you a letter this evening." Hoffa's expression was devoid of emotion as he turned to depart. Inder's chest heaved with anger as he bellowed, "Stop, Hoffa. You have done nothing wrong. This old fool has no right to punish you." Hoffa turned his head, glancing at the furious Inder and then at the impassive Goshack. After a brief moment, Hoffa muttered in bewilderment, "I do not know who you are. I merely picked up a badger." Inder was rendered speechless. "You are quite astute, Bach, Goshack," the dean remarked. However, his subsequent words sent Hoffa's heart plummeting to his soles. "But should you err again, expulsion will be your fate." Hoffa silently nodded, pushed open the door, and exited, the sound of Inder's enraged roar echoing behind him. "If you wish for me to refrain from frequenting your school, then swiftly repair that damned teleportation array and send the wizard over." The situation had deteriorated immensely in an instant. Hoffa had transformed from an ordinary student into one who had been warned by the upper echelons of the institution. A repeat offense would lead to expulsion. Goshack's gaze was no jest. He would indeed follow through. In this matter, Hoffa had no room for defiance. Despite acquiring the disguise charm and even mastering the advanced phantom walk, the reality of his insignificance remained unchanged. At that moment, Hoffa came to the sobering realization that he was not a savior. He possessed neither fame nor a halo. At merely 15, he lacked experience, substantial resources, and the power to truly defy the rules. He could easily surmise who had reported him. Yet strangely, he felt no anger, only a numbness. His disdain for Aglaia had reached new heights. Had she been a boy, Hoffa might have resorted to physical confrontation without the need for magic. Alas, Hoffa was at a disadvantage due to his gender. He had no choice but to accept the school's arrangements, treating them as an indispensable lesson. Throughout the day, he sat in class with a blank expression, refraining from engaging with anyone. He contemplated his future course of action. First, he needed to fulfill all the tasks assigned by the school, mitigate the negative repercussions of the Hogsmeade incident, and revert to being a low-profile, ordinary student. Secondly, he could allow no one to discern any hint of his transgressions against school rules. He must halt all dubious plans, whether it be exploring the school unlawfully or studying forbidden texts. Everything must be temporarily set aside. Caution was paramount. Expulsion? Such a fate was unacceptable for Hoffa. At his tender age of 15, alone in the European continent, he needed to rely on Hogwarts for survival. During dinner that evening, Hoffa resumed a semblance of normalcy. He began to converse and laugh with his peers, behaving much as he usually would. Midway through the meal, a senior student approached him, handing him a letter. Upon opening it, he discovered 2 sheets of parchment. The first bore the inscription, "Every day at 5:30, the gamekeeper awaits you at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, hoping that amidst your toil, you might recognize your own shortcomings." This is a note regarding labor punishment. Beneath it lies a piece of parchment revealing a grading assessment form, designated for the gamekeeper's signature. It categorizes performance into 4 tiers: excellent, good, average, and poor. Following the average category, the notation, probation, is inscribed, while the poor category bears the dire consequence of expulsion. An additional target is to comply dutifully for a month. A sigh escaped Hoffa. This was both his objective and his impediment. To progress, he must surmount it. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already 5 o'clock, leaving him merely half an hour before the appointed hour mentioned in the letter. He relinquished his plans for dinner, pocketing 2 chicken legs from the table, and bid a hasty farewell to Miranda before departing. Outside the castle, a hazy crescent moon had risen, casting a dim light upon the surroundings, while a gentle breeze tousled Hoffa's hair. The rain continued to fall in a soft drizzle, soaking his school robe. The precipitation at the edge of the Forbidden Forest was significantly lighter. Towering trees loomed here, the air thick with the scent of decaying leaves. As he approached the forest's edge, a sudden flutter erupted as a large flock of crows burst forth from the shadowy woods, cawing as they soared past the moon, seemingly alarmed by some ominous presence. The hunting grounds were desolate. Hoffa paused at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest until the cawing ceased, allowing him to discern several carvings on a tree. "Do not disturb the house of Joy to Go. Joy to Go." It seemed this individual was the current gamekeeper. The only gamekeeper Hoffa was acquainted with was Reuber Hagrid, who would not arrive at Hogwarts for another 2 years. Thus Hagrid's hut was absent from this place. He had indeed encountered the present gamekeeper, an old man with one eye, who had ferried him across on the boat at the start of term. Responsible for various notices around the school, yet Hoffa did not know him at all. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, he reassured himself. With a flicker of luminescence, he softly chanted, and a silver glow illuminated the darkness. Hoffa raised his wand, directing it towards a narrow path that gradually receded into the depths of the dark forest. Peering into the forbidden forest, nothing was discernible. Adjusting his robe, he stepped into this familiar yet foreign woodland. He had presumed that following the path would lead him to the gamekeeper named Joy to Go. However, as he continued, an unsettling sense of disorientation began to creep in. Upon reaching an oak tree, the narrow trail beneath his feet unexpectedly branched into 3 divergent paths, each leading in a different direction. What the hell is going on? Hoff murmured to himself, extracting the note from Goshawk and examining it closely. It bore no map of the forbidden forest. Nevertheless, a task is a task. He had to reach the gamekeeper by 5:30, or he would be late. Tucking the note away, he approached the fork in the path and shouted, "Mr. Dago, are you there?" His voice echoed through the vast expanse of the woods. Yet no response came. Furrowing his brow, Hoff questioned whether he was left with no choice but to select a single path. However, the 3 routes appeared utterly indistinguishable. He moved towards the ancient oak at the center of the junction. As he drew closer, he noticed rudimentary yet evocative carvings etched into the tree. There were 3 images, each corresponding to one of the entrances. To the left was a tower illuminated by lightning. In the middle stood a robed woman holding a scale. To the right was a peculiar figure hanging upside down from a tree. Hoff pondered for a moment. These symbols seemed familiar from his divination textbook at school, yet he was no adept at such arts. Truth be told, he harbored little faith in them. The obscure and incomprehensible phrases of his divination instructor sounded more like the ramblings of a madman to him. He understood each word when isolated, yet the meaning eluded him when they were strung together. Faced with this peculiar crossroads, Hoff found himself at a loss. He sheathed his wand and stood before the 3 paths, pointing to the ground with his finger. "You mean him, the great fool, Snow White weds him. Left it is." Hoff ventured down the path indicated by the image of the lightning tower. As soon as he stepped into the forest, his figure blurred momentarily before vanishing into the forbidden forest. Mist enveloped the path. Sensing the forest's nocturnal humidity, Hoff squinted and raised his wand. The silver glow of the wand illuminated the path ahead, revealing a damp trail at his feet, overgrown with moss and a medley of colorful fungi. Unknown bioluminescent insects flitted in the darkness, scattering upon hearing Hoff's voice. Not long after, a massive tree, large enough for 2 to embrace, blocked the path once more. Damn it! Frustration welled up within Hoff as he faced yet another obstruction. What was going on? Wasn't he sent into the forbidden forest to find the gamekeeper? Why were the paths either forked or blocked? Was the gamekeeper out of his mind? In Hoff's recollection, the faculty at Hogwarts were quite normal. How could they engage in such nonsensical antics? Annoyed, he approached the enormous tree, attempting to navigate around it. Yet upon reaching the tree's edge, he discovered 3 identical carvings etched into its bark, a tower illuminated by lightning. A robed woman, balancing a scale, stood alongside a peculiar figure suspended upside down from a tree. Hoffa's previously impatient demeanor gradually turned cold. The situation had taken a turn for the bizarre. A subtle sensation of being watched crept over him as the surrounding luminescent insects began to drift toward him, their numbers steadily increasing. He drew his wand and began to retreat slowly, yearning to return to the exit. Yet, upon taking a single step back, he discovered that his feet had become immobile. Lowering his gaze, he found a desiccated black hand gripping his ankle. Hoffa's hair stood on end. With a sudden surge of strength, he kicked the hand away and turned to flee. As he sprinted back, the fog thickened. A peculiar, soft laughter echoed around him. Turning to investigate, he saw the tiny mushrooms sprouting in the damp and dark corners of the ground suddenly swell, densely enveloping the tree trunks and the earth beneath. As the mushrooms grew larger, some began to split open, revealing patterns that resembled small faces, some smiling, others fierce, while a few looked at him with a sense of grievance. They pressed in from all directions, sending a chill down Hoffa's spine. The unforeseen transformations were beyond his expectations, and the abrupt crisis made him break out in a cold sweat. He forced himself to regain composure and change direction to flee anew. But mere steps into his escape, the swollen mushrooms erupted in a cacophony of bursts, and amidst the splattering slime, countless black hands emerged, firmly restraining Hoffa. The fireflies clung to his face, attempting to burrow beneath his skin. Without hesitation, Hoffa entered a ghostly state. In an instant, he transcended the material realm, entering a shadowy world of gray and white. Yet, the black hands did not dissipate. Instead, they thrived, sprouting more vigorously from the ground. Within this shadowy perspective, the entire forest appeared to morph. as if it were a living organism, continuously writhing. The black hands grasped Hoffa in the shadows, while the mushrooms remained fixated upon him, with countless insects burrowing into his cheeks, distorting his visage grotesquely. Damn it! Hoffa's mind raced. The escape from the material world did not free him from this eerie enchantment. It seemed this was not a spell targeting the body, but rather one aimed at the mind. Realizing this, Hoffa's expression grew grave. He refrained from wasting any more magical energy and promptly exited the ghostly state. The black hands were nearly engulfing him, dragging him slowly into the earth, accompanied by strange, excited murmurs. Hoffa closed his eyes, fervently engaging in meditation to purify his spirit while rapidly devising strategy. In a realm of magic, illusions that can influence the mind are predominantly associated with dark sorcery, a subject Professor Mellis of Gryffindor House elucidated during her lessons. Such enchantments may serve as defensive spells or could be purely malevolent, with only a fine line distinguishing the two. Situated merely a few hundred meters from Hogwarts Castle, Hoffa harbored doubts that anyone could deploy sophisticated dark magic in this vicinity. Thus, it must be some peculiar form of protective enchantment. With his meditative techniques in full swing, Hoffa's mind began to shift from mere simplicity to acute sharpness. The surroundings and the black hands began to blur, and some that grasped his arms even emitted blood-curdling screams, exuding wisps of white smoke. It felt as though they were not clutching a person, but rather a searing iron. Insects clinging to Hoffa erupted with a cacophony of pops. Yet his resistance did not deter them. Countless black hands surged forth from the abyss like a tidal wave, engulfing him. With eyes closed, Hoffa's consciousness radiated like a spider's web, each tendril of mental energy transformed into a steel needle, piercing through a black hand or grotesque insect. The entire realm of his psyche morphed into a battleground, a clash against an unknown sorcery. Just as the conflict escalated to a fevered pitch, a tremendous force surged from an uncharted source. A man extended his hand, transcending the boundary between illusion and reality, grasping Hoffa's shoulder and forcibly extracting him from the clutches of the black hands. The sensation was akin to falling from the edge of a bed after drifting into slumber. Startled, Hoffa jolted awake, his body swaying slightly. He was thoroughly alert now. The mushrooms, the black hands, the writhing forest, and the flitting grotesque insects had vanished. The sky continued to drizzle cold rain, and he found himself standing before an ancient oak at the entrance of the forbidden forest, nearly pressing his face against the trunk. Before him was the engraving of a tower struck by lightning. Hoffa's complexion paled, and his fingers turned icy. He realized he had wandered so far mentally, yet his body had not moved an inch. He was utterly oblivious to when he had fallen into the illusion. "You arrived too early." A rough yet steady voice broke the silence. "We agreed on 5:30. Why did you come ahead of time?" Turning to the source of the voice, Hoffa beheld the weathered visage of a one-eyed man, presumably in his 50s, who stood with arms crossed, scrutinizing him. 33, dangerous creature, the old man stated slowly. "I received word to fetch you at 5:30, yet I see you have taken a wrong turn." Taken a wrong turn? The chill in Hoffa's fingers began to dissipate, and his complexion gradually returned to normal. Undoubtedly, the old man, armed with a bow, was the gamekeeper of Hogwarts. "Why would you set such a trap at the entrance?" Hoffa inquired, his voice tinged with suppressed ire as he pointed at the tree trunk. He thought to himself, fortunate to possess the art of meditation. Otherwise, a typical first-year student would likely have been terrified to the point of losing control. Such magic was no trifling matter. This task was not assigned by me, but rather by the centaur of the Forbidden Forest, the old man remarked, offering no further explanation. "What? Why would a centaur engage in such activities? The Forbidden Forest has been rather unsettled of late. They wish to assist in some capacity." The old man shrugged dismissively. "Follow me." With that, he tightened his grip on the bow, an arrow slung across his back, and strode confidently into the depths of the Forbidden Forest. As he observed the old man vanish into the thicket, Hoffa hurried after him, inquiring, "What do those three images in the trees represent?" "The past, the present, and the future," the old man replied tersely. "Stay close to me. Do not wander off." "What? Your pace is rather brisk," Hoffa remarked, struggling to keep up. "Can you elucidate the concept of past, present, and future a bit more clearly?" "I know not. I have no interest in centaur magic. If you wish to learn, I suggest you consult a centaur." Noticing the old man's apparent disinterest in idle chatter, Hoffa fell silent and continued on the path. Indeed, as he followed the old man, no further incidents occurred. The surroundings grew increasingly tangible. There were no more forked paths, nor the previous absurdities, only an ordinary woodland. After about 3 minutes of walking, visibility improved, and Hoffa spotted a faint glow within the forest, accompanied by the crackling sound of fire. The old man led Hoffa to a clearing where a campfire burned, unloading his bow and arrow, and gestured towards a stone seat opposite the fire. "Sit down. We have a busy night ahead. We shall set off after we finish our meal." Opposite the fire lay a round stone, sheltered by trees, with dry ground beneath, free from rain. On the fire, a tin pot simmered with some concoction, releasing a subtle aroma of meat into the air. Hoffa complied and took a seat, momentarily silent, studying the old man across the fire. Joy to go, he mused. This was the least wizard-like individual he had ever encountered, clad in animal skins, with but one eye, a few steel daggers tucked at his waist, and a wooden bow and iron arrows slung across his back. 2 dead hares hung from a wooden rack nearby. Were he not at Hogwarts, Hoffa would have assumed he was merely an inconspicuous village hunter. Joy to go remained silent. In fact, since Hoffa's arrival, he had been rather taciturn. He busied himself with the fire tongs, poking at the stones before him, scarcely glancing at Hoffa. The silence lingered for approximately 5 minutes before Hoffa produced a piece of parchment from his pocket. "Sir, this is my assessment form." Across the fire, he politely extended the document. The old man accepted the evaluation form, slipping it into his pocket without even a glance, then resumed his task with the stones and embers. Hoffa tentatively inquired, "Excuse me, Mr. Dago, what task do I have tonight?" "Just call me Joy," the man replied indifferently, not lifting his gaze. His accent bore more resemblance to American than British. Hoffa found himself momentarily at a loss for words, opting instead for silence. After approximately 20 minutes, the aroma of meat in the air became increasingly tantalizing. Prior to arriving, Hoffa had consumed only a modest meal of potato pie and a few chicken legs. With his stomach now empty, he could not help but salivate at the delightful scent wafting through the air. Joy retrieved a spoon from behind him and stirred the contents of a tin can. Inside lay a hearty stew of rabbit meat and beans, its vibrant red hue utterly enticing. After sampling a bit, the old man produced a wooden plate, ladled some of the stew onto it, and handed it to Hoffa. Gratefully, Hoffa accepted the offering. As he took a spoonful of beans, a comforting warmth spread from his mouth to his belly, delicious indeed. The beans were exquisitely tender, and the rabbit meat succulent. This fare was a far cry from the food prepared by the house elves at Hogwarts, though coarse. It possessed a unique flavor that delighted the senses. As Hoffa savored the beans, he mused that a bowl of white rice would be the epitome of perfection at that moment. Lacking white rice, Joy broke off a piece of whole grain bread and shared a portion with Hoffa before serving himself up a bowl of the stew as well. Hoffa dipped the bread into the rabbit sauce, and the comforting warmth within him gradually dispelled the unease and fear brought on by the centaur's magic. "You are the student named Hoffa, are you not?" Joy inquired between mouthfuls. Hoffa nodded, his mouth full of beans, mumbling yes. "You've come at an inconvenient time. Tonight's task is rather perilous, requiring us to venture deeper into the Forbidden Forest. Make sure you don't get lost, understood?" "What exactly is the task?" Hoffa asked. "To rescue a few magical creatures," the old man replied without raising his eyes. "What kind of creatures?" Hoffa queried, intrigued by the man's brevity. "Dodo birds. Does that sound particularly dangerous?" Hoffa did not decline. His current objective was to behave himself and eliminate any negative records at school. The old man ate quickly, finishing his meal in a few bites before shouldering his bow and grabbing a torch. "Let us go." Hoffa set down his plate and followed suit. It was Hoffa's first venture into the Forbidden Forest at night, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. Had he been of the same era as Harry, knowing what he might encounter, even if it were the spectral form of Voldemort or a giant spider, he would not have felt fear, for those scenarios were certain and known, destined to unfold. Yet now, he was utterly unaware of what might transpire within this forest, and he held little understanding of the old man accompanying him. The uncertainty of it all was what troubled Hoffa the most, especially under the peculiar influence of that strange magical illusion. Hoffa proceeded with utmost caution. Joy, noticing Hoffa's guarded demeanor, inquired as they walked, "Are you from Gryffindor?" "No, Ravenclaw. Olfarvi Plaith." "Ravenclaw, how extraordinary. I've spent a decade at Hogwarts, and this is the first time I've encountered a Ravenclaw student punished to the Forbidden Forest." Hoffa's mouth fell agape. "What? I am the first Ravenclaw student in 10 years to be sentenced to the Forbidden Forest." Joy continued, "Most of those who come to me are from Gryffindor. Those exuberant little rascals seem intent on breaking every rule. Next are the Hufflepuffs, followed by the Slytherins, and you are indeed the first from Ravenclaw." Hoffa fell silent, the old man's words surprisingly effective in assuaging his unease. It seemed the elder possessed considerable experience, If so many Gryffindors had emerged unscathed, surely he would too. After another 10 minutes, the sound of bubbling water reached their ears. Joy suddenly halted Hoffa with a hand, and they arrived at the banks of a small stream. This place was not as dark as the depths of the Forbidden Forest, for the ground was adorned with fungi emitting a soft yellow and blue luminescence. Their tiny caps cast a gentle glow in the night, creating a mesmerizing sight. Yet, as Hoffa gazed upon them, he inexplicably recalled the mushrooms from the illusion, causing a tightening in his stomach. Joy stood still at the water's edge, prompting Hoffa to curiously turn and ask, "What is the matter?" "Just a moment." Waiting for a friend, Joy replied nonchalantly. "A friend?" Hoffa inquired, his curiosity piqued. Before he could voice his question, he recognized who this friend was. An astonishing sight unfolded in the nocturnal forest. A unicorn, radiating a silvery luminescence, gracefully emerged from the woods. Its mane flowed smoothly, reminiscent of a horse, yet far more pristine and beautiful. A few vibrant butterflies flitted around its spiraled horn, creating a delightful spectacle. Old Joy bent at the creek's edge, bowing to the unicorn, and Hoffa, awestruck by the creature's beauty, instinctively followed suit. The unicorn nodded, then took a sip from the stream before changing direction and disappearing deeper into the Forbidden Forest. "Let us go," Joy signaled Hoffa to follow. The unicorn was well acquainted with the intricacies of the forest and usually assisted in uncovering its mysteries. However, the issues they uncovered were seldom trivial. Something may have transpired in the Forbidden Forest. Joy trailed behind the unicorn, softly explaining to Hoffa. Hoffa watched the faint silvery figure ahead of him, darting through the dark woods with remarkable speed and grace, hardly making a sound. Each time its hooves touched the ground, they left behind shimmering magical traces from which small, luminous plants sprouted swiftly, standing out vividly against the dark earth. This marked the second encounter for Hoffa with a wondrous creature, the first having occurred in the presence of the dark wizard Schmidt. Yet those creatures had nearly cost Hoffa his life. After a brisk 5-minute run, Joy remarked, "We're almost at the dodo's nest." Hoffa responded with an exclamation of surprise. Having spent some time at the magical school, he had acquired a modicum of knowledge about fantastical beings. The dodo, a gentle and docile bird, was renowned for its ability to flee rather than fight. Surely, this bird would be quite safe until a sudden realization struck him. Wait, what is that? Before him stood a unicorn, which halted its steps and let out a low whinny. Joy illuminated his wand, and Hoffa gasped, retreating several paces, leaning against a tree, utterly astounded. In the heart of the forest loomed a colossal creature resembling a mountain, with the head of an eagle, 6 wings, gray feathers, and deep golden eyes. It measured at least 10 meters in length, and one could only imagine the full span of its wings when it took flight. In that moment, Hoffa felt an oppressive heat, reminiscent of the stifling air before a summer storm. How peculiar, for it was already October in England. An inexplicable energy crackled in the air, sending shivers down Hoffa's spine. The enormous bird glanced at Hoffa, emitting a low whinny to indicate that it harbored no malice. Joy calmly explained, "This is Tala's." "My friend." Hoffa, bewildered, exclaimed, "This creature is a dodo? You must be jesting." "No, it is a thunderbird," Joy corrected him succinctly. Approaching the majestic beast, Joy affectionately patted its beak. The gigantic bird nuzzled Joy, its head larger than the boy's entire body. Joy's expression softened as he embraced the bird's head, conversing gently while offering it morsels of food, though the creature seemed too weary to eat. Gradually, Hoffa emerged from his initial shock, finally noticing the bird's age. The ground was strewn with coarse feathers, many of which had fallen from its body, its eyes lacking luster and its wings drooping feebly, presenting a picture of impending demise. The thunderbird, a venerable being of legend, was said to summon lightning with its flight. Hoffa had seen such a creature depicted in films of his past life. Yet how could this avian inhabit the Forbidden Forest in England when it was known to dwell solely in Arizona? Circling the magnificent creature, Hoffa murmured, "I recall this is classified as a level 4 magical creature by the Ministry, on par with dragons, strictly prohibited from domestication." "And so what?" Joy replied, cradling the bird's head nonchalantly. "Rules are merely constructs devised by humans. In the animal kingdom, there are no dictates governing territory. Did the authorities at the school truly understand this?" Joy merely cast a fleeting glance at Hoffa, remaining silent. Hoffa felt a sense of unease, speculating that the thunderbird had been brought by Joy, for the sound of Joy's voice bore the unmistakable accent of an American. Joy chattered with the thunderbird for a few moments, after which the majestic creature laboriously lifted its wings and emitted a low, mournful cry. As Hoffa approached for a closer look, he discovered that beneath the immense wings of the thunderbird lay a small, natural nest. The ground was littered with numerous nests of terrestrial birds, their colorful feathers strewn about in a disarray of reds and blues. As Hoffa circled the nest, he inadvertently kicked a hard object, startling him. Upon closer inspection, he found a rigid, lifeless bird, roughly the size of chicken. Its eyes wide open and its once vibrant plumage dulled. It was a deceased dodo. Continuing his exploration around the nest, Hoffa gasped in shock. Just beyond the Thunderbird, beneath a fir tree, lay dozens of vividly colored round-bodied dodos, all lifeless. They were oriented in a singular direction, their bodies stiff, and the air was tinged with a faint scent of death. It seemed they had been struck down in an instant, as if fleeing for their lives. A unicorn circled Hoffa and moved past him slowly, its demeanor tinged with sorrow, reluctant to linger in this grim scene. After nudging a few bird eggs on the ground with its muzzle, it hastily fled, disappearing into the thicket. Joy approached, brandishing his shimmering wand, and upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression grew grave. He began to sift through the debris on the ground, his brow furrowed, occasionally bringing his hand to his nose to sniff. The time of death was no more than 48 hours. It was a grim revelation. The Thunderbird let out a low, angry, and resentful sound. Joy lifted his gaze to the Thunderbird and remarked, "This is not your fault. You are merely aging." The Thunderbird ceased its cries. Joy stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "To think even the unicorn and Thunderbird were deceived. The perpetrator is truly formidable." At that moment, a series of soft popping sounds reminiscent of soap bubbles bursting echoed through the air. Hoffa looked up to see a small figure flickering erratically, appearing in different places. Akin to a headless fly, it was a young dodo, alive and not dead. This was a creature that could not fly, but had the ability to teleport. The little bird, trembling, sought refuge in the bushes. Noticing Hoffa's gaze, it emitted a sorrowful cry. Both Joy and Hoffa stood up, but the dodo became even more frightened, flickering several times before colliding with a tree and falling to the ground. There was indeed another living dodo. Joy immediately sought to capture the creature, but to his surprise, the dodo emitted a pop and teleported to a tree, shivering and refusing to come down, profoundly terrified. Joy hastily addressed Hoffa, urging him to assist in bringing down the last dodo among the group, a creature that might very well be the final representative of its kind on Earth. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Hoffa, who felt the pressure mounting. He clapped his hands in a friendly manner towards the fledgling perched high in the treetops, hoping to entice it down. However, the bird remained steadfast, distrustful of Hoffa's intentions. In a moment of inspiration, Hoffa retrieved 2 chicken legs he had pilfered from the hall that evening. The fledgling, catching a whiff of the enticing aroma, slowly turned its head, its hunger evident. Yet fear held it back from descending. In response to its conflicted gaze, Hoffa placed the chicken legs on the ground and raised his hands, gradually stepping back. Still, the bird would not budge. With determination, Hoffa set down his wand, placing it beside the food. The dodo turned, glancing at Joy, who promptly disarmed himself of all weaponry. In a blink, the fledgling vanished from the treetop, only to reappear before the chicken legs, devouring them ravenously. It seemed starved, having not been fed by a larger bird for quite some time. Once it had finished, Hoffa produced another leg and cautiously approached. This time, the dodo did not flinch, accepting the food from his palm. Gaining its trust, Hoffa exhaled in relief, quickly cradling the little dodo in his embrace. It felt warm and trembled, resembling a pitiful ball of fluff. "Hush, it's all right," he whispered. The feathered creature sensed Hoffa's calming energy, gradually stabilizing its anxious demeanor. Upon closer inspection, Hoffa noticed a wound on the dodo's leg, oozing a peculiar blue blood. "Joy, this bird is injured. Who could have done this? Why would someone harm a dodo?" Joy retrieved a roll of bandage from his waist, murmuring to himself as he began to tend to the bird's leg. "Could it be a predator?" Hoffa inquired softly. "No. If it were a predator, why kill without eating? Nature seldom engages in acts of total annihilation. Besides, these birds lack the ability to defend themselves. Yet they are adept at fleeing. Whoever can slay a dodo must possess formidable magical power. Is it a human?" Hoffa pondered, gazing at the numerous bird corpses scattered on the ground, struggling to comprehend why one would eradicate them so thoroughly. Was it a manifestation of psychopathy or a pursuit of some unknown agenda? After hastily tending to the wound, Joy said, "We must return and ensure this bird receives proper care. We cannot allow it to come to further harm. There is still another bird and several eggs. This species cannot vanish." Yet before he could finish, a sudden, piercing sound sliced through the forest. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth from shadows, hurtling toward Hoffa with alarming speed. Sensing the danger, he realized it was too late to react. At this critical moment, the Thunderbird nudged Hoffa with its wing, pushing him toward the edge of the tree trunk. An arrow whizzed past Hoffa's ear, striking the Thunderbird's wing, though it did not penetrate its feathers. It elicited a pained cry from the creature. A current of electricity flickered through the air, causing Hoffa to break out in a cold sweat. He instinctively crouched low, drawing his wand, ready to activate his ghostly walk. Meanwhile, Joy swiftly nocked an arrow, firmly aimed at the darkness of the forest. Who goes there? The archer revealed himself. Accompanied by the rhythmic clatter of hooves, a centaur emerged slowly from the shadows of the forbidden forest. This towering creature, an elder centaur, bore a long gray beard and well-developed muscles. Following him, a group of centaurs advanced cautiously from the tree-line, each one drawing their bows with an air of heightened vigilance. Joy lowered his bow gradually, placing a hand on Hoffa's wrist to signal him to remain calm. The gray-bearded centaur seemed somewhat surprised. "Is that you, Joy?" Joy replied coldly. "Do you wish to die, Nanju? Why would you attack students?" The elder centaur's gaze lingered on Hoffa for a moment. "You have mistaken me for someone else." He spoke in an ethereal tone. "You are not alone in these woods. Several others have come, each with their own mission, yet all drawn to the same encompassing darkness." As he spoke, the surrounding centaurs gradually lowered their bows. Joy immediately inquired, "Not just us? Have you seen the intruders? Who killed those dodos?" The eyes are deceived by appearances. The unseen future holds countless diverging paths. "We have arrived at the end of destiny," the elder centaur lamented, displaying a melancholic demeanor. "Curse it! What on earth are you talking about?" Joy retorted, exasperated. The centaur shook his head. "Judgment Day is approaching. I have witnessed the shadows beneath the night and the flickering lightning above." Hoffa frowned, puzzled by the centaur's cryptic speech. Joy, evidently sharing his frustration, maintained a serious expression, took a deep breath, and grasped Hoffa's shoulder, saying irritably, "If nothing is wrong, then we shall take our leave. I have pressing matters to attend to." With that, he turned it apart. "Wait," Nanju called after Joy. Hoffa glanced back, only to find the centaur's gaze fixed intently upon him. "You carry a shadow of uncertainty. Be wary of dark souls, young one," the centaur warned. Hoffa widened his eyes, while Joy grew impatient. "I truly wish you lot would learn to communicate like normal beings." With that, he grasped Hoffa's arm and swiftly led him out of the centaur's encirclement, retracing their steps back into the depths of the forest. The centaurs did not follow. They merely turned their heads to bid farewell to the departing figures. As they traversed the forbidden forest, Hoffa remained silent, confronted with the notion of prophecy. It was indeed a curious twist of fate to encounter such a thing. Prophecy was, without a doubt, the most loathsome ability in Hoffa's eyes, and the role of a seer was one of the most mundane, yet troublesome vocations in existence. Countless powerful figures and notorious heroes had fallen victim to its whims. Take Voldemort and Harry, or the likes of Xiangba and Feng Yun, or even Zeus and Kratos. Each had heeded some prophecy, leading them to rash actions that ultimately brought about their own demise, ensnaring not only themselves but also the protagonists, all while elevating the seer's reputation for foresight. He recalled in a past life watching the World Cup, where individuals and forums would declare prophecies, claiming a certain team would emerge victorious. Of course, it was not merely one prediction, but rather 32. Once the World Cup concluded, they would resurface under an alias to resurrect their successful predictions, proclaiming their prophetic prowess. "Look at me, I'm the Oracle," they would exclaim, prompting a flurry of worship from admirers, hailing them as the prophetic emperor. Such a tedious spectacle. In a normal world, if someone were to suddenly warn Hoffa, "Hey, you've got a shadow lurking nearby, beware of dark souls," he would have simply brushed it off with a dismissive slap, thinking, what a ridiculous notion. However, this was not a conventional realm. The world of wizards was fraught with the extraordinary, and the authenticity of prophecies was shrouded in mystery. At the very least, many of the prophecies surrounding Harry Potter had proven to be accurate. The words of the centaurs lodged uncomfortably in Hoffa's throat. Upon returning to the spot where they had initially entered the forbidden forest, he could not suppress his curiosity and inquired of Joy. What did those centaurs mean? "Pay no heed to those centaurs, nor believe their words," Joy replied with a hint of disdain. "They're merely a bunch of fools living in the future, reveling in the act of scaring themselves." Joy then took the dodo bird from Hoffa's arm, saying, "Lend me a hand. We shall return a little later tonight." This old man's words offered Hoffa a modicum of comfort. He found Joy reminiscent of Minerva McGonagall. Standing beside an oak tree, Joy whistled, causing a soft ladder to descend from its branches. He climbed up the ladder, and, as Hoffa looked up, he realized there was a vast expanse of tree houses above him. obscured from view in the darkness upon his arrival. Following Joy, Hoffa ascended into the treehouse. It was a grand oak, its dense branches making the climb effortless, and soon Hoffa found himself on a wooden platform nestled among the treetops. The sound of his footsteps echoing softly. He felt a newfound respect for the old man, who had managed to construct a dwelling in such a secluded place as the Forbidden Forest, showcasing a remarkable ability to withstand solitude. As he pushed open the door, a cacophony of chirps filled the air, revealing a space cluttered with feathers and tangled threads. A group of creatures, resembling timid chicks, huddled in the corner, startled by Hoffa's arrival. They possessed oversized eyes, smooth skin of a pale gray hue, slender legs, and flat feet. A cluster of tree frogs perched curiously on a potted plant, and as Hoffa passed by, they mistook his presence as an invasion of their territory, beginning to hurl small clumps of earth at his head. Hoffa felt ill-equipped to deal with them, having yet to attend a class on magical creatures. Fortunately, Joy arrived just in time, whistling sharply, which silenced the frogs. As Joy entered his treehouse, the chick-like beings lined up and scurried away from the wall, exhibiting their timidity. "Are you well-versed in magical creatures?" Hoffa inquired. "Well-versed? Certainly, it's my livelihood," Joy replied, crossing his arms. "There isn't a creature in this world that I do not know." After stating this with a hint of nonchalance, he placed the young bird on the table, fetched some herbs and a bowl, and began to grind them. "Help me remove its bandage. I shall apply some medicine," Joy requested. Hoffa complied, and at that moment, the young bird had calmed down, curiously observing the tree frogs above. After unwrapping the bandage, Hoffa asked, "Are you aware of a certain monkey, shimmering silver, with large eyes, that can always discern the location of its enemies?" "Phantom monkey," Joy nodded. "Of course, I know of it. It is an exceedingly rare and unique creature with a degree of foresight. Its fur can even be fashioned into invisibility cloaks." "How do you know of such a creature? Have you encountered one?" Hoffa quickly shook his head. "No, I have merely seen it in books and am curious." He was reluctant for anyone to know about his encounter with the dark wizard. Old Joy, devoid of suspicion, handed the prepared medicine to Hoffa. "Clean the wound, then apply it evenly," he instructed. Hoffa followed suit, taking a bit of clean water to wash the injury on the dodo's leg, revealing a hand covered in blue. Joy handed Hoffa a towel, sighing, "The blood of the dodo is blue. They possess a certain spatial magic ability, allowing them to blink from one place to another. The school keeps them here for a significant purpose. Now that they are in trouble, I fear I shall bear the responsibility." "What?" Hoffa was taken aback. "They belong to the school?" "Indeed. What purpose do they serve?" "To periodically extract their blood," Joy said glumly. "Why extract blood?" "The blood of the dodo is a crucial ingredient in many teleportation spells, and even in the creation of flu powder. Without it, numerous teleportation spells cannot be executed." Hoffa turned his head mechanically. "What did you say?" "The blood of this bird can do what?" "It is a material for teleportation circles. The dodo is a magical creature capable of shifting its form at will, something many wizards cannot achieve. Their lineage is imbued with extraordinary spatial magic." Joy remarked, "Indeed, these birds have been extensively captured and slaughtered, and their numbers have dwindled significantly." Hoffa's expression became somewhat vacant as he immediately recalled the damaged teleportation array at the school. Undoubtedly, the perpetrator responsible for the extinction of the dodo was the same individual who had sabotaged the school's teleportation system. The destruction of the array had led Ender to seek him out at the school. Now that Ender had just arrived, had the destroyer decisively severed the source? Truly, their resolve was remarkable. Swiftly, the fledgling bird recuperated under the care of Hoffa and Joy. The dodo, a creature of the present moment, forgot the horror of its near extinction after just one night. It ate and slept as it pleased. Yet, Hoffa found himself unable to share in such bliss. His quality of life was deteriorating, and the aspiration to revert to being an unnoticed student, erasing his past misdeeds, was far from a simple endeavor. Each day, in addition to his regular studies, Hoffa wandered the forest to gather herbs. More often than not, he patrolled the fringes of the Forbidden Forest, inspecting the living conditions of the various magical creatures within. This was a laborious task, as the Forbidden Forest was teeming with wondrous beings. There were the Morat mice, resembling rodents and residing by the lake, fond of crustaceans and sporting tumor-like growths that resembled sea anemones upon their backs. Hoffa needed to collect these tumors for the school infirmary. Then there were the mischievous pixies, always appearing in swarms. These diminutive humanoid creatures, akin to fairies, had multiple limbs covered in black fur and robust wings reminiscent of beetles. Hoffa was tasked with gathering their claws as ingredients for potions class. These were the creatures Hoffa despised most. While they posed little threat, they incessantly flitted about his head, buzzing annoyingly like summer mosquitoes. On one occasion, he witnessed two pixies mating right above him, infuriating him to the point of tearing them apart and hanging them from branches. While the pixies were bothersome, they were not particularly dangerous. The same could not be said for the wretched siren bird, which, despite its beautiful appearance and vibrant plumage in hues of orange, lime green, and yellow, possessed a maddening call. Hoffa was required to collect their feathers, as they were used to craft quills for the teachers at the school. During the collection process, he nearly succumbed to rage several times due to their irritating song, brandishing his wand in frustration, but Joy was fortunate enough to cover his ears just in time. The only creature that did not evoke such disdain in Hoffa was the moonstruck beast. With its large eyes, rotund body, and substantial paws, this shy creature preferred secluded, uninhabited areas. Generally, it emerged from its burrow only on nights of the full moon to bask in the moonlight, standing on its hind legs to dance, leaving intricate patterns upon the ground. These patterns would mislead future muggles into believing that UFOs were responsible for the creation of crop circles. Certainly, these charming creatures could not alleviate Hoffa's dismal mood, as his interaction with them was solely to collect their droppings, which served as high-quality fertilizer. This could be scattered upon magical plants, promoting their rapid and vigorous growth. This task was hardly enjoyable. Each time he gathered this substance, his dissatisfaction with Ender intensified. That fellow had left him to toil at Hogwarts without a word after taking advantage of him. How considerate. Amidst his labor, Hoffa remained vigilant about the news from the outside world. Whenever the Daily Prophet from Miranda arrived, he would eagerly peer at its contents, hoping to read about the capture of the three dark wizards. Unfortunately, the events in Hogsmeade continued to escalate, yet no one had uncovered the whereabouts of Schmidt Trutroff. It was as though he had vanished into thin air. This uncertainty gnawed at Hoffa's heart, especially with Schmidt's wand securely locked away in the wardrobe beside his bed. As October gradually waned, the damp chill enveloped the forbidden forest, signaling the onset of colder weather, and Hoffa's time of labor in the woods drew to a close. On the 30th of October, at the forest periphery, a large and a small black horse walked slowly along the frosted stream. Hoffa and Joy. Hoffa rode upon one horse while Joy led his own, dragging a large bag and occasionally collecting herbs to toss inside. Given that patrolling the vast expanse of the forbidden forest was part of his duties, Hoffa had learned to ride over the past month, a free tutorial courtesy of Joy. Patrolling on horseback was hardly a glamorous task. Once the novelty wore off, Hoffa often found himself sore from the jolting ride, with chafed hips that made walking difficult. Fortunately, today marked his final day of work in the forbidden forest, and once it was over, he could return to a more relaxed school life, provided Joy could bestow a commendable grade on his evaluation. Hoffa had no doubts regarding this. After a month together, their rapport was quite amicable. Yet today, on their last day of collaborative patrol, Joy appeared to be in poor spirits. He walked in front of the horses with a vacant expression, mechanically bending to pick plants and toss them into the bag, like a marionette devoid of life. Hoffa, perplexed by Joy's demeanor, half seriously, half jokingly inquired, "Hey Joy, have you signed my evaluation yet?" Came Joy's distracted reply as he absent-mindedly yanked a few weeds and tossed them in the bag. Hoffa furrowed his brow atop his horse. "Was your score an excellent one?" Joy responded again, still lacking in spirit, offering a perfunctory answer. Hoffa no longer hesitated. He reined in his horse to block Joy's path. "What is the matter with you?" he inquired. After a moment of hesitation, Joy slowly replied, "Talas is dying. Would you accompany me to see it off?" "What?" Hoffa was taken aback by the news. Talas, that old Thunderbird, was nearing its end. He recalled the night a month prior when the Thunderbird had shielded him from the arrows of the centaurs, saving his life. Throughout the month, Joy had taken Hoffa into the forbidden forest every few days to tend to the Thunderbird. After the initial shock, he had gradually grown accustomed to the presence of this magnificent creature. It was gentle in temperament, but remained largely immobile, refusing to eat or drink. It was simply too old and frail. Hoffa understood that the great bird could not endure much longer, yet he had not anticipated its decline would come so swiftly. The cold weather in England has caused it great suffering. It has chosen to end its life prematurely, Joy stated. "Of course, I will go," Hoffa affirmed. "Not only that, but I also need you to assist me with a task." Joy, suddenly resolute, spoke through gritted teeth. "What task?" The Thunderbird and the Phoenix share similarities. Each death signifies a new beginning. However, unlike the Phoenix, the Thunderbird erases its memories and soul before giving birth to an offspring entirely unrelated to itself. As Joy spoke, his gaze grew resolute. "I can no longer communicate with it directly, but you can. Your spirit transcends that of ordinary beings. No one else can endure for so long within the centaur's magical illusions. I hope you can help me speak with Talas, to persuade it not to obliterate its soul. At the very least, leave behind a fragment of memory. Hoffa paused, taken aback by the request. You want me to speak with Talas? Indeed. I do not wish for it to forget me. For over 30 years, we have faced countless adventures together. If it is possible, I hope it will reconsider. Does it not understand your intentions? Hoffa countered. It does understand, but it has rejected my request. If possible, I would like to ask you to try one last time. Joy responded. Hoffa nodded. After all, speaking with the bird seemed a minor effort. However, he was entirely ignorant of how to converse with avian creatures. Unsure of the method Joy would employ, the two rode their horses along the path until they arrived at a clearing in the woods. Their previous visit had been at night, obscured by darkness, but now, in daylight, Hoffa observed the scene clearly, feeling a deep sense of desolation. The Thunderbird that had once saved him was now in a dire state, far worse than before. It was nearly emaciated. Its skin was a pallid gray, painfully thin, with its prominent and intricate skeletal structure jutting out like a grotesque fossil. Feathers lay scattered across the ground, and amidst the chill of the wind, its abdomen rose and fell slightly. The sight of it pained Hoffa deeply. Perhaps an early release would be a blessing for him. Joy led Hoffa towards the Thunderbird, whose once vibrant consciousness had faded into a haze, utterly oblivious to their presence. Gritting his teeth, Joy caressed the Thunderbird's frail body, pausing momentarily as he murmured incantations. A strange surge of magical energy began to flow through the air. While chanting, Joy drew a small knife and made an incision in the Thunderbird's slack skin. A droplet of crimson blood pooled at Joy's fingertips. Then, with a decisive slice, he severed his own pinky finger. This act elicited a sharp intake of breath from Hoffa, whose skin prickled with goosebumps. What on earth was this man attempting? Did he truly not flinch at such self-mutilation? The blood gushing from his finger intertwined with that of the Thunderbird. An inexplicable gale began to howl, even from several meters away. Hoffa could feel the immense magical power contained within that drop of blood. Joy's complexion turned an ashen hue, his hair dulled to a straw-like yellow, as if a decade had been stripped from him in an instant. It seemed that extracting that droplet of blood had drained him of all his strength. He approached Hoffa, grasped his hand, and knelt on one knee, trembling as he smeared the blood across the back of Hoffa's hand, forming an intricate symbol resembling an eye. Hoffa felt a chill wash over him. Was it truly necessary to go to such lengths just to converse with a bird? Having completed this ritual, Joy appeared on the verge of collapsing. This is an ancient sacrificial magic that allows communion with souls. You must ask Talas if it's possible to retain even a fragment of memory, no matter how small. Hoffa nodded, understanding the gravity of the request. But you must remember, before your eyes close, you must return. If you cannot see me, do not force it. Hoffa found himself perplexed by this statement. Return? Was he not already within the Forbidden Forest? Why did it sound as though he were speaking of a distant journey? Where exactly do you want me to go? Hoffa inquired. Its local Joy had yet to finish his sentence when the Thunderbird on the ground began to convulse. Joy swiftly pushed Hoffa aside and advanced to grasp the old bird's beak. Old friend, let us begin. I shall take good care of you, he declared. The dying Thunderbird, in a moment of resurgence, summoned all its remaining strength to rise, lifting its head high, with 6 massive wings casting shadows upon the ground. Faint echoes of its former grandeur visible. It held its head high, its throat working laboriously. Finally, it expelled a viscous egg, roughly the size of Hoffa's head. This effort exhausted the Thunderbird entirely, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. In its final moments, it affectionately nudged its head against Joy's side, gazing at him with deep golden eyes filled with reluctance as he gasped for breath. Josh knelt beside the beak of the great bird, tenderly stroking its head. Moments later, the magnificent creature ceased to breathe, its golden eyes losing their luster. Joy knelt motionless, burying his face in the creature's neck. Witnessing this poignant scene, Hoffa felt a pang of sorrow. Who claims that animals lack emotions? At times, the bond between humans and animals can be more genuine and pure than that share between individuals. Yet, before Hoffa could linger in his melancholy, the bloodshot eye on the back of his hand seemed to come alive, blinking. Suddenly, Hoffa felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids. With a thud, he fell to the ground, as if someone had forcefully tugged at his hand, his vision fading to pure white. An invisible door swung open with a thunderous sound, and a powerful gust of wind enveloped Hoffa's consciousness. His awareness was swept away by this mysterious force, traversing layers of space. Countless worlds flashed before his eyes, an array of dimensions aligning beneath his feet, as if he were surrounded by old film reels. In a haze, Hofer suddenly felt that this sensation bore a striking resemblance to the effects of flu powder, although he had never experienced it himself. Finally, as he concluded his descent, he found himself standing on solid ground. A bone-chilling wind swept toward him, threatening to obliterate his very essence into nothingness. He shivered involuntarily, wrapping his arms around his shoulders, nearly overwhelmed with the urge to scream. However, the meditative practice of the Mirajiba traveler within him began to operate automatically, repeatedly coursing through his being. The meditation flowed like warm blood into his icy frame, fending off the merciless cold. Hofer's spirit began to crystallize once more, the pain brought by the chill gradually dissipating, until he could barely manage to open his eyes. Upon his first glance at this place, he was utterly astonished. Before him lay an endless abyss of ice and snow, with icy blue hues dominating the landscape and the cold wind being the sole climate. Diagonal flurries of snow descended from the dim, nebulous sky, spiraling down into an unfathomable chasm. Everything here was shrouded in mystery and vagueness. Hofer extended his hand, a snowflake landing upon it, and to his astonishment, within that flake, he glimpsed a vision of a boy adorned with a crown celebrating his birthday, a scene that lasted mere seconds before vanishing with the melting of the snowflake. He examined several more flakes, each depicting something different. Every snowflake represented a fragment of memory. Brushing the accumulated snow from his hand, Hofer widened his eyes as he surveyed his surroundings. He realized he was standing upon a bridge. Before him lay a colossal, straight stone bridge, emerging from the ethereal void and leading toward an unknown shore. At the far end of the shore loomed a vast and indistinct silhouette of an eagle, its form so immense that it defied description. As it surveyed its surroundings, it emitted a faint glimmer, the sole source of light in this abyss. Hofer stood agape, sensing something stirring behind him. Turning his head, he beheld a 1 meter wide eye floating in the air, adorned with crimson tendrils. Within the pupil of that eye, Hofer could faintly discern the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, the very place from whence he had come. In that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed within his mind. 36, Helheim. Amidst the howling cold wind, the system's message resounded once more. Bridge to the death realm Helheim discovered. Complete 5,000 exploration of the realm to receive 1/3 of spell fragment. 1/3 of spell fragment contains unique energies. Acquiring 3 will enhance one of your spell abilities. Complete 0000 exploration of the realm to obtain knowledge of the madman. Knowledge of the madman should be approached with caution. Possessing it is destined to deviate from your expectations. Standing on the bridge that led into the enigmatic void, Hofer gazed at the grotesque and bizarre silhouette of the giant eagle in the distance. He rubbed his forehead and murmured, "Goodness, this is utterly surreal." A surge of frustration welled within him. Life had once again played a cruel joke. Joy had asked him to pose a question to the Thunderbird. He had anticipated it to be akin to visiting a dying, distant relative in a hospital, holding their hand, offering words of comfort, and fulfilling his duties as a descendant by listening for any unfulfilled wishes. Yet, such a seemingly simple task had catapulted him into another world, into Helheim no less, the fabled realm of the dead. If he could not return, would he be trapped here forever? Glancing back, he observed the enormous, fleshy eyes slowly closing. Though the movement was gradual, it was indeed closing. He then looked at the back of his hand, where the eye's design mirrored the same slow closure, the rhythm perfectly synchronized. Recalling Joy's words, "Return before the eye closes, do not force it," he understood that this eye served as his passage back to Hogwarts. Estimating the eye's closing speed, he realized he had only about half an hour to act. Time was of the essence. He needed to move swiftly. Having confirmed his objectives, Hoffa braved the howling winds and swiftly dashed across the stone bridge. As he ran, his body seemed to disintegrate into dust, scattered by the fierce gale, trailing behind him like slender threads. This marked the second time he had departed from his original world. The first was within the confines of the Violet Society's secret chamber at school, where he had encountered a tome entitled the Book of Spells. However, this experience was markedly different from the last. Previously, the system had provided no indication, suggesting that the place was either non-existent or had long since vanished, leaving its reality open to debate. This time, however, the system offered guidance. Moreover, the reward had shifted from the wisdom of deities to the knowledge of the unhinged. This realm was indeed tangible, and as Hoffa gazed towards the distant silhouette of a colossal eagle, a tremor coursed through him. He had perused some ancient myths of Europe, and that eagle was none other than Harrisvalger, a name meaning the devourer of corpses. This majestic bird, transformed from a giant, donned an attire of eagle feathers and resided in the farthest reaches of the world. When it unfurled its wings, the piercing cold would sweep across the land. He had once thought these tales mere fables, yet this world was 100-fold more bizarre and grand than he had ever imagined. If deities truly existed, do they still thrive? The bridge was devoid of any presence, eerily empty. Yet, as Hoffa pressed forward, the exploration rate within his mind surged unexpectedly. 10%, 15%, 20%. The immense bridge appeared boundless and interminable. Regardless of how fast Hoffa ran, the scenery on either side remained unchanged, the icy winds, the void. And that towering eagle apparition. After approximately 10 minutes of running, when the blood and flesh eye behind him had diminished to a mere speck, the system chimed with a notification. Ding! Bridge to Helheim. Exploration rate reached 50%. Acquired spell fragment, 3. With 50% exploration achieved, he obtained a fragment of spell. Before Hoffa could revel in his triumph or ponder the nature of the knowledge of the unhinged, a peculiar figure emerged on the path ahead. Its shape was square and tall, moving at a languid pace, obscured by the fierce winds, with pieces of it flaking away severely. Was it the Thunderbird Terrace? Hoffa hastened toward this entity, the first moving thing he had encountered after such a long stretch of nothingness. As he drew nearer, the strange silhouette became increasingly distinct. Hoffa then realized that the figure before him was an emaciated creature burdened by a stone tablet, its entire body ensnared in iron chains, bent and frail. The stone tablet on its back towered nearly 5 meters tall, exuding an aura of immense weight. Is it you, Terrace? Hoffa turned uncertainly, intending to inquire. But as he pivoted, he recoiled in terror. Gazing directly at the monstrosity beneath the stone tablet, he observed that it was devoid of clothing, its skin a dark, wrinkled texture, lacking eyes, a nose, or ears, only a gaping mouth, teeming with writhing maggots. It emitted a pained, quivering gasp, inching past Hoffa, neither glancing at him nor acknowledging his presence, utterly indifferent to his question. Thus, it continued its agonizing journey, clutching its chest, trembling as it crawled into the unknown. Beset by the chilling winds, Hoffa's gaze fell upon the stone tablet on its back, the inscriptions upon it entirely alien to him, indecipherable and not of this world. Soon, a second figure appeared, bearing its own stone tablet, followed by a third and a fourth. All trudged in the same direction, some, like the first, carrying only one tablet, while others struggled under the weight of dozens, nearly immobilized, crawling on the ground like snails. The visages of these beings were largely grotesque, horrifyingly indescribable. With only a scant few lacking tablets, their expressions devoid of emotion as they moved forward with indifference. This surreal tableau left Hoffa profoundly unsettled. His mind whirled in contemplation. Gathering his resolve, he began to advance slowly. With each step, the number of these peculiar figures multiplied. Terrace? Hoffa whispered softly as he ran, striving to locate his target. Yet, all around him were faceless beings, some grotesquely unrecognizable, others possessing countenances as flat and featureless as blank slates. Instinctively, Hoffa sensed that Terrace was not among them, nor would he ever resemble such a form. He attempted to shift his perspective. Just then, a frail figure, burdened by its stone tablet, finally succumbed to the oppressive weight and collapsed to the ground. Upon its fall, the iron chain snapped with a resounding clatter, as if made of mere plastic. Initially down on all fours, the creature could now slightly right itself. Yet, rather than reveling in its newfound freedom, it let out a heart-wrenching wail before frantically lunging back toward the fallen tablet, desperately tugging at the chains with its feeble arms, attempting to lift the stone and bear it once more. It could not budge the colossal stone tablet in the slightest. In that moment, countless maggots surged forth from its body, scattering like monkeys fleeing from a fallen tree, crawling across the ground in abundance. Some plummeted from the high bridge, while others ascended upon the forms of other shadowy figures, burrowing within them. Once the maggots had cleansed their former host, the creature was left as nothing but an empty husk, which, upon being kissed by the frigid winds of Helheim, disintegrated into mere fragments, vanishing without a trace. This spectacle filled Hoffa with unutterable dread. He had initially assumed that someone was punishing these dark figures, weighing them down with heavy burdens. But the reality appeared to be far more complex than he had imagined. Before he could ponder the underlying cause, another hunchbacked figure succumbed to the overwhelming weight, replicating the previous grim cycle. This time, however, the figure was closer to him, and as some maggots departed from their former host's body, they set their sights on Hoffa. They had no eyes, yet he felt their gaze upon him. An inexplicable surge of ecstatic greed and jealousy twisted within him. This emotion coursed through the stone bridge like electricity. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. All the maggots within the grotesque beings suddenly became aware of Hoffa's presence. Silently, they descended from their original hosts, gathering on the ground to form a large mass, gradually taking shape as a humanoid entity of maggots. It slithered toward Hoffa, simultaneously rising to a standing position. At first, it staggered, but soon adapted to upright movement, becoming of equal height and size to him, resembling a grotesque version of himself. Hoffa recoiled in horror. As he stepped back, the maggot creature opened its gaping maw and lunged at him with manic laughter, an expression filled with insatiable desire. Witnessing the deranged figure charging toward him, Hoffa's countenance shifted. He had never encountered such a twisted monstrosity. At that moment, a warm sensation emanated from his waist. As he retreated and instinctively touched it, he discovered he had drawn forth his wand. This entity had indeed followed him into this realm. At that instant, the character, Feng, at the end of his wand glowed an unusually vibrant red, starkly contrasting the usual faded hue. The maggot-formed figure roared as it approached, its visage rife with jealousy, envy, and madness. What was he to do? His wand was in hand, but what spell could he conjure? Ghostly Walk. Hoffa touched his arm. The first incantation that sprang to mind was Ghostly Walk. Boom! The anticipated disappearance did not occur. Hoffa tumbled clumsily, narrowly evading a heavy blow interspersed with maggots. He had failed to invoke Ghostly Walk. A moment of reflection made him realize his folly. This was not the material world, and he was evidently not a corporeal being. As the specter of despair loomed, Hoffa swiftly rose from the ground, scrambling to escape the range of the grotesque, maggot-like creatures that besieged him. His mind raced with urgency. He had yet to master any offensive spells and lacked the necessary means to defend himself. How, then, should he contend with this dire predicament? Upon the Great Bridge, countless maggots emerged from a void, coalescing into bizarre forms reminiscent of creatures from a Cronenberg film. Each bore Hoffa's visage, their expressions twisted with insatiable hunger. At that moment, a recollection struck him. Those dark German sorcerers. During his last encounter in Hogsmeade, he had narrowly escaped being slain by their transfiguration curse. It was a remarkably effective, offensive technique, and the incantation appeared deceptively simple. With this thought igniting his resolve, Hoffa sprang into action. Transfiguration was his forte. He immersed his consciousness into his wand, attempting to reshape its form as he had in his initial transfiguration class. Upon commencing, he discovered that the wand was more amenable to transformation than he had anticipated. He could almost sense its eagerness for metamorphosis. On the stone bridge, the number of creatures had multiplied into the dozens, surging toward Hoffa with reckless determination. Surmounting the cluster of stone markers, magic surged within him, rapidly depleting his reserves. With a sudden awakening, his eyes flew open, and his wand swiftly morphed in his grasp, elongating, expanding, and sharpening. In a dramatic flourish, a 2-meter-long cross-shaped sword materialized before him. Though it appeared heavy, it was intrinsically linked to Hoffa's essence, allowing him to wield it with the same ease as his wand. He raised his hand and swung. The blade, born of magical transfiguration, sliced through the air with lethal precision, cleaving one maggot creature in twain. Yet, others, undeterred by death, charged forth relentlessly. Hoffa executed a sweeping arc with the great sword. As he did, the blade abruptly stretched from 2 meters to 5, unleashing a shimmering arc of cold light. In the wake of this strike, several maggot creatures were bisected, collapsing to the ground in agonized cries. Had it worked? A flicker of hope ignited within Hoffa. The transfiguration was far more effective than he had imagined. However, the severed halves of the maggot creatures did not perish. They writhed and reformed into 2 entities, their numbers now more than doubled. They continued to wail and advance upon him. Cursing under his breath, Hoffa was taken aback by the futility of his efforts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he intensified his magical output, and in an instant, the great sword began to reshape once more. It widened, thickened, and ultimately transformed into a massive hammer. The hammer, robust and square, adorned with vicious barbs, resembled a fantastical weapon. With a resounding crash, Hoffa struck down 5 or 6 grotesque creatures, sending them tumbling through the biting wind. They fell back, colliding with a throng of their kin. In this realm, spirit equates to strength. Yet the battle was far from over. The fallen monstrosities exchanged glances, and as if in unison, they began to amalgamate, intent on transforming into a colossal abomination. As the tide of maggots surged, Hoffa resolved never to revisit this harrowing image in his mind. However, their fusion would require time. With no terrors in sight, Hoffa sensed it was time to retreat. Half of the allotted 30 minutes had already elapsed. Delay could entrap him eternally within the realm of the deceased. Thus, he retracted his magical essence, and the colossal hammer reverted to a wand. Just then, an unexpected darkness enveloped him. Something immense blotted out the scant light above as it soared overhead. He glanced up to witness a vast assembly of creatures traversing the high heavens, casting shadows upon the bridge. Among them, Hoffa discerned a six-winged bird. It was Terra's. Indeed, it soared through the void alongside an array of unknown beings, venturing toward the uncharted expanse. Terra's. Hoffa's mouth opened, yet no sound emerged. The Thunderbird gazed down at him momentarily before hastening onward, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Alas, it was over. Hoffa, with his head held high, remained voiceless, swallowing back his words. He mused that it seemed disinterested in him. The inexplicable mark lingered. Since Terra's showed no inclination to linger, there was no point in pressing the issue. Hoffa cast a glance at the distant, gruesome ocular mass, and then at the half-closed eye pattern on the back of his hand. It was time to return. As if sensing his intent, the maggot giant roared in desperation. It had yet to complete its fusion, crashing through the myriad of hunched figures upon the stone bridges, pursuing him in a grotesque manner. Hoffa turned to see the creature on all fours and thought to himself that Joey was truly a fool, rivaling Ender in incompetence. What sins had he committed to be surrounded by such abnormality? Why must everyone ensnare him at least once? As he quickened his pace, he drew back his wand. The repeated transformations had drained his magical energy significantly. He could not afford to overextend himself. Should he collapse from exhaustion, who could predict the outcome? Upon witnessing Hoffa disarmed, the speed of the maggot-like monster increased dramatically. As it sprinted forward, it gradually morphed into a colossal version of Hoffa, perfectly mimicking his running posture with uncanny precision. Hoffa's legs were less than a mere fraction of its length. As he ran, countless dark silhouettes upon the bridge were scattered in disarray, accompanied by anguished cries. A mere glance over his shoulder revealed the impending threat of being overtaken, intensifying Hoffa's anxiety. Yet at that moment, a sharp cry pierced the air from afar, followed by a thunderous roar that nearly deafened him. Turning to observe, a bird-like flash of electricity surged forth from the void, wielding unparalleled power as it pierced through the chest of the maggot giant. The creature uttered no sound, disintegrating under the impact like a torrent of mud, scattering chaotically. Intense arcs of electricity danced upon the ground, sending shivers down Hoffa's spine, yet he emerged unscathed. As the maggots dissipated, a figure emerged from the electric brilliance, a remarkably youthful and strikingly handsome man. He possessed a human form, yet his body was adorned with gleaming dark scales and golden patterns. "I apologize for my tardiness," the man said courteously. "I am not human. To cross the bridge of the past, I must first obtain the Guardian's consent, or I shall never soar into the skies again." As the man approached, the electric glow gradually faded, revealing him unclothed, with gray hair and golden eyes. His muscular physique almost blindingly magnificent. "Tallis?" Hoffa exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief, struggling to associate this extraordinary figure with the dying Thunderbird he had encountered in the Forbidden Forest. "That was the name I bore in my previous life." The man acknowledged with a nod. "I remember you. Are you not the child from that magical academy? What brings you to this place?" The striking man regarded Hoffa gently, admonishing, "You are being reckless. This is not a realm for you. Wizards abide by their own rules, and the living inhabit their own world. Had I arrived a moment later, you might have been devoured by the abyssal desire worm." "Desire worm?" Hoffa queried, gesturing towards the individuals burdened with stone tablets. "These are merely unfortunate souls unable to relinquish their past, ensnared by their desires and obsessions. This is the path they have chosen." Tallis shook his head. "Do not emulate them." Hoffa paused, recollecting his purpose. "Right. Joy sent me to find you." He fixed his gaze upon a twitching maggot on the ground, struck by electricity. "He asked me to convey that he hopes you do not forget him." Tallis tilted his head, interrupting Hoffa. Hoffa nodded affirmatively, acknowledging the chaos at hand. "Indeed, it is quite disorderly, Joy." The remarkably handsome man sighed in dismay. The thought of recklessly sending one's soul to the underworld was a perilous gamble, one that could cost him dearly in terms of lifespan. "Will you retain any memories of Joy?" Hoffa inquired, directing his gaze towards Tallis, fixating on his bare shoulder, which rendered him momentarily awkward. Tallis shook his head slowly yet resolutely. "Joy wishes for me to remember him. To return, I comprehend that. The greatest anguish for humanity is the fear of being forgotten by a beloved. However, nothing is novel under the sun, if one does not learn to forget." How can they gracefully embrace a new existence? Can you not choose, akin to a phoenix? Hoffa asked, perplexed, unable to fathom why any being would decline the gift of immortality. The phoenix is unlike us. It is a witness to history, while we are mere participants. For the Thunderbird, freedom holds greater value than eternal life. Only by conquering the ultimate fear can one attain the purest form of liberty in existence. Hoffa struggled to grasp Talaz's words, perhaps a reflection of his own limited understanding. Nevertheless, he was merely a messenger. Having conveyed the message, he had little else to contribute. Well then, I shall take my leave, Hoffa stated softly, preparing to turn away. Wait a moment, the remarkably handsome man called out to him. What is it? Hoffa turned back. Do you have sufficient magical energy remaining? Upon hearing this, Hoffa realized that his power had dwindled significantly after the continuous use of transformation spells. He shook his head. Not much left. Talaz chuckled lightly. You are indeed the most peculiar sorcerer I have encountered. Your mental fortitude is astonishing. Even the frigid winds of Helheim cannot diminish you. Yet, your magical energy is woefully scant, barely half of what a typical sorcerer of your age possesses. Talaz gestured towards the bridge. Without magic, you cannot repel the lustful insects that are irresistibly drawn to your life force. They will relentlessly entangle you until you descend to their level of existence. Hoffa surveyed his surroundings, and indeed, the electrocuted maggots were beginning to show signs of revival. And increasingly more insects were crawling up from the abyss onto the bridge. Do you have any solutions? Hoffa inquired. Talaz nodded. Fortunately, your journey has proven timely. I am nearing the end of my life and possess some residual strength that is of no further use to me. Take it. He stepped forward suddenly, grasping Hoffa's hand firmly. Return, and when you have the opportunity, seek to enhance your magical prowess. With a crackle of electricity, he forcefully propelled Hoffa away. A surge of overwhelming energy coursed through Hoffa's left hand and spread throughout his body, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. This was a sensation he had never before experienced. He felt as though he could accomplish anything he set his mind to. He wished to bid farewell to Teras. Yet the words remained unspoken. In an instant, Teras smiled and waved goodbye, transforming into a flash of lightning that vanished into the horizon. Hoffa's entire being brimmed with an explosive energy, a glimmer of golden light flickering in his eyes. He turned and took a step. In the blink of an eye, he covered dozens of meters. The sensation was exhilarating. Noticing that the eyes on the back of his hand were nearly closing, Hoffa sprinted with fervor, traversing the straight stone bridge at a speed 100-fold greater than before. However, the number of maggots crawling from beneath the bridge surged, as a grotesque amalgamation of these creatures sought to possess Hoffa and seize his soul. The closer he drew to the colossal eye, the more hideous monsters appeared, ultimately resembling a formidable army. They fought fiercely against the lightning, surging towards Hoffa in their hundreds and thousands. Hoffa's speed began to wane, yet he felt no fear. The surging magic within filled him with a wild yearning for battle, accompanied by an inexplicable primal instinct. He raised his hand and clenched it. His wand rapidly elongated and expanded amidst the boiling magic, surpassing 2 meters, then 5, and finally 10, showing no signs of halting. Ultimately, the wand transformed into a colossal electric sword measuring 40 meters in length. Dragging the hilt, he ran with all his might, creating a magnificent arc. Every creature within a radius of 40 meters was cleaved in two by his sword. Unfortunately, this thrill lasted but a fleeting moment, as the magic bestowed upon him by Teras dissipated completely. Unimpeded, Hoffa collided head-on with the enormous eye, vanishing within its pupil. After passing through the eye, the massive flesh and blood orb slowly closed, succumbing to the cold winds of Helheim and turning to dust. He traversed layers of overlapping space, akin to a bizarre and surreal dream. Hoffa's vision gradually returned to normal, the darkness receding. A flicker of electricity crackled in his eyes before fading into silence. He inhaled the scent of dried grass and felt the softness of the earth beneath his cheeks. The chill of a Scottish autumn was strikingly vivid at that moment. Struggling to rise from the ground, Hoffa rubbed his temples, the reality of a throbbing pain in his head reminding him that he had once again overexerted his magic. He sensed something new on the back of his hand. Looking down, he discovered that the blood-red eye had vanished, replaced by a faint golden pattern, delicate and subtle, as if crafted from gold dust, barely discernible upon closer inspection. The design resembled an eagle, perfectly symmetrical, with its pattern elegantly outlined. Just as Hoffa pondered the significance of this pattern, a man burst forth from the shadows, seizing Hoffa's shoulder with a hopeful expression. Well, did he promise to return? It was joy. Hoffa regained his senses, glancing at Joy and then at the massive bird carcass beside them. With a tinge of regret, he slowly conveyed Tara's final words to him. As Hoffa recounted the tale, the excitement on Joy's face gradually faded, ultimately transforming into an overwhelming sorrow. Once Hoffa finished speaking, Joy stood in silence, cradling the bird egg for what felt like an eternity. A chilly breeze rustled through the leaves of the forbidden forest, and, at last, the desolate old man let out a heavy sigh, murmuring softly, "I anticipated this outcome. Death is a game for the brave. Tara's, I'm still so far behind you." Hoffa found himself at a loss for words to comfort Joy and chose to remain silent. However, Joy soon regained his composure. He patted Hoffa's shoulder and earnestly said, "You have truly endured much. You are the bravest Ravenclaw I have ever encountered." Brave? Hoffa rolled his eyes, thinking that had Joy suggested a trip to the underworld from the very beginning, even if it meant breaking his legs, he would not have gone. He felt deceived. Nevertheless, he had returned, and a month of arduous labor had come to a close. Hoffa was eager to avoid further lamenting his harrowing experiences in Helham with Joy. He yearned to return to the common room and unwind by the warmth of the Ravenclaw hearth. He extended his hand and inquired, "Where is the list?" Joy, cradling the egg in one arm, fished out a crumpled parchment from his pocket with the other. "Here is your list. I marked it as excellent. Let's head back. If you encounter any troubles, feel free to seek me out, but do not offend those at Hogwarts' higher echelons. They are not ones to jest with." Hoffa took the parchment, and indeed, at the top, the word excellent was marked with a large red check, accompanied by Joy's signature and wax seal. Satisfied, Hoffa tucked the parchment into his robe. Upon returning to the treehouse and bidding farewell to Joy, he rubbed his still aching head as he made his way towards the castle. As he walked, he examined the peculiar light, golden markings on the back of his hand. This was the gift Tara's had left him in the underworld. He had initially believed that the power it bestowed was temporary, meant to be used and then forgotten. However, it now appeared that this was not the case, and Hoffa was intrigued to discover the true nature of this phenomenon. He felt as though something was flowing from his body into this marking, as if he had acquired a breathing organ. Lost in thought, just as he reached the school entrance, the pain in his head intensified. Hoffa's expression shifted. Something was amiss. He had not cast any spells, so why was the symptom of magical depletion worsening? The sensation of movement within the golden markings on his arm became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by an unusual feeling of hunger. Hungry? Was he truly hungry? Hoffa stood frozen in place, and he finally began to comprehend the situation. The golden pattern was voraciously consuming its own magical energy at an alarming rate. The throbbing headache was intensifying with each moment. Without hesitation, Hoffa settled into a cross-legged position on the ground and commenced his meditation. Once he entered a meditative state, an insatiable hunger overwhelmed him, not one of the physical realm, but a profound craving for magical energy. He dared not underestimate this sensation, repeatedly practicing the meditation technique of Milarepa to swiftly restore his power. After an hour of meditation, the gnawing hunger gradually subsided. Gritting his teeth, Hoffa rose, intent on returning to the communal lounge to scrutinize this phenomenon. Yet, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when the hunger surged forth anew, akin to a ravenous infant yearning for nourishment. The sudden onset of another headache forced Hoffa against the wall, clutching his head in distress. Ignoring the astonished gazes of nearby students, he had no choice but to sit once more and continue his meditation. Thus, for every hour spent in meditation, his magical energy was replenished, only to be completely siphoned away by the pale golden tattoo within mere moments, showing no signs of return. After 3 consecutive meditations, the initial intrigue and curiosity had been entirely replaced by frustration and bewilderment. At the castle's entrance, Hoffa vented his ire, startling a flock of pigeons. "What on earth have you inscribed upon me, you cursed old bird?" In the realm of modest existence, the Hogwarts Library had long employed the most dutiful yet unremarkable wizards as its caretakers. Linley Vinington was one such individual, a dedicated man of over 40 years. Now in his 60s, he suffered from a long-standing ailment. In winter, his joints would betray him, leaving him to limp awkwardly. One November morning, he was dusting the restricted section of the library. Suddenly, he heard the faint sound of pages turning behind him. Who could that be? Linley mused, instinctively clutching his leg as he turned the corner, only to find the space utterly vacant. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he soon cursed, "Damn these wretched magical tomes." His aching leg soured his disposition, and as he cursed, he wielded a feathered duster with a fervor that suggested a deep-seated vendetta against the books. cleaning 5,000 volumes daily for a meager sum of 10 galleons a month. Curse be that dip-pet, he grumbled, lamenting his labor. Unbeknownst to him, a feather dislodged from his duster suddenly hovered in midair in the corner, motionless. Only when the sound of his complaints faded around the bend did the feather gently descend to the ground. Hoffa relinquished his stealth, removed the feather from his head, and let out a sigh. Once the sound of the administrator had faded into silence, he resumed his reading of a potion book, meticulously deciphering it word by word. As the moon waxed, the air within the castle grew increasingly frigid with each passing day. Hoffa embarked once more on his journey of acquiring diverse extracurricular knowledge. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in such reckless behavior, hastily contravening school regulations after having painstakingly adopted a low profile, transforming into an inconspicuous student. However, circumstances no longer permitted him such discretion. On the back of his hand, that faintly golden tattoo consumed a substantial portion of his magical energy daily, with no discernible pattern to its demands. At times, it would draw from him during daylight, while at others, it would strike in the dead of night. In any case, every few hours, it would arise once more. Although the efficiency of this energy siphoning had diminished from its initially staggering rate of total depletion, the pace at which his magic was consumed had become unbearable for Hoffa. While his magical reserves were already scant, sufficient for daily life and study, they left him ill-equipped for combat. Yet recently, he often found himself in the midst of class, only to be abruptly drained of his magic. The most mortifying incident occurred during Transfiguration class, when Dumbledore requested Hoffa to demonstrate the transformation of a snake into a rope. This task was hardly daunting. However, as Hoffa took the stage, he managed to transform only halfway before his magic was abruptly depleted by the tattoo. Dumbledore, eager to witness Hoffa's transfigured creation, was met with the unexpected bite of the rope, which swelled his finger to the size of a radish. The classroom erupted in laughter, and Hoffa felt utterly humiliated. In his desperation, he delved into research, feverishly scouring every resource in an attempt to uncover the nature of the enigmatic mark upon his hand. Yet, after 2 weeks of relentless investigation, he found himself empty-handed. Not only had he failed to identify the tattoo's significance, but he had also been unable to locate any records pertaining to Helheim or the Thunderbird. Naturally, with such a steep price to pay, Hoffa had entertained fantasies of possessing some extraordinary treasure. Perhaps this tattoo absorbed his magic only to refine it, expelling a purer form of energy. Or maybe it stored his magic to be released in times of battle. Perhaps it infused his power with the essence of lightning, enhancing the potency of his spells. Perhaps an ancient spirit resided within the tattoo, awaiting the moment it could awaken and guide him to the pinnacle of success. Yet, none of these speculations bore fruit. There was nothing but the relentless consumption of his magic. No feedback, no razionale, no explanation. It was indifferent to time, place, or circumstance. It was akin to a destitute man, struggling to make ends meet, suddenly finding himself burdened with a hungry child, compelled by necessity to seek a way out of his dire situation. Since he could not prevent the tattoos from siphoning his magical energy, he had no choice but to focus on increasing his own magical potency. At present, he must discover ways to enhance his magical capacity. Otherwise, he would be unable to engage in combat. Without magical prowess, completing his studies would be precarious, and the prospect of graduating from his first year would be in jeopardy. In desperation, Hoffa decided to embark on yet another venture. The silver lining was that after a protracted and tedious search, Hoffa had temporarily identified 3 viable methods to augment his magical energy. The first and most conventional, yet safest approach was natural enhancement. A wizard's magical capacity gradually increases over time. This follows the laws of nature, where between the ages of 4 and 7, a wizard experiences a significant leap in magical ability, culminating in a peak around the age of 30. However, Hoffa could not afford to wait for this method. The second method involved the dark arts through soul transference, a profoundly sinister technique with scant documentation available. Hoffa feared that delving into this subject could result in a lifetime spent in Azkaban. He was not a dark wizard, nor did he find the notion of dark wizards appealing, so he abandoned this method after a cursory examination. The final method was quite ordinary and widely recognized: the consumption of magical potions to rapidly restore magical energy. This practice boasts a long history and is relatively safe. This was the reason Hoffa had been tirelessly searching for formulas in the potion district. He had unearthed numerous recipes, and not merely one. He didn't even need to venture into the restricted section. The ordinary area contained ample documentation. Unlike the restricted concoctions, many wizards had researched these potions. Moreover, The ingredients listed were quite commonplace, easily obtainable from the potion classroom. The sole concern was that these formulas were exceedingly archaic, both old and incomplete. Most texts were vague or overly generalized. Hoffa discovered the reason within a book titled Modern Applications of Ancient Potions. Secondary Magical Restoration Potion. This potion is a patented product of a European Wizards Consortium classified as a Level 2 stimulant by the Ministry of Magic. Registration at St. Mungo's is required for use, and it is not currently documented. Patents, stimulants, regulations. As Hoffa pondered this in the library, he had not anticipated such a complication. Though it seemed reasonable, wizards with diminished magical energy were likely not unique to him. Skilled wizards were indeed rare. The demand for such potions in the market must be substantial, and when demand surges, monopolists invariably emerge. Clearly, someone had safeguarded the formula for this potion as a trade secret. Their ingenuity was commendable. It was akin to searching for the recipe of cola online in a previous life. While one could uncover extensive knowledge about cola, finding the actual recipe proved elusive. Even if one did, replicating Coca-Cola would be a formidable challenge. In the realm of wizardry, numerous products abound, such as the elusive flying powder. Its recipe is remarkably simple. Yet since its inception in the 3rd century, no individual has succeeded in replicating it. Potions are an exacting science. A slight miscalculation can lead to disastrous outcomes. Despite the lack of resources in the library, Hoffa remained undeterred. He meticulously transcribed the fragments of ancient recipes he had acquired onto parchment, contemplating whether he ought to devote more time to the study of potions. Although his innate talent for potion-making was modest, he believed that any effort was better than none. Upon exiting the restricted section, Hoffa continued to ponder how to overcome his shortcomings in magic as he gazed at the tattered parchment containing the incomplete potion recipe. Suddenly, at the library entrance, he caught a glimpse of a silvery figure emerging from the shadows. Her head bowed, and her pace hurried. It was none other than Aglaia. Today, she had forsaken Quidditch practice to be in the library, seemingly in search of something, clutching a substantial roll of parchment. Upon noticing each other, both instinctively sidestepped, akin to two drivers inadvertently colliding, and the previously tranquil atmosphere became charged with tension. A few seconds later, Aglaia, with a fierce glare, snapped, "What are you staring at?" She discreetly tucked her parchment into her pocket. Hoffa shrugged and altered his course. "Oomph." Aglaia arrogantly lifted her chin and also changed direction. "How unfortunate," Hoffa mused. Yet, after merely 2 steps, he abruptly halted, turning to gaze at Aglaia's slender silhouette as an unexpected plan took shape in his mind. Wait a moment. This girl seems to possess some expertise in potion making. On Friday, in Slughorn's potions class, after completing the daily mandatory curriculum, Slughorn allocated some time for independent study. Though termed independent study, it essentially allowed students to concoct a potion of their choice as a means of self-improvement. This segment had not existed during Snape's tenure, nor in Slughorn's earlier classes. However, ever since Aglaia became a student, Slughorn inexplicably introduced this component. While he claimed it was a platform for all students to showcase their talents, the underlying motive was to provide Aglaia an opportunity for ostentation. This old fellow, in his fervent desire to forge a connection with the potion prodigy, would go to great lengths. Aglaia never disappointed him. Each potions class, she conjured innovative concoctions that garnered Slughorn's lavish praise and awarded points to Ravenclaw. Naturally, during these sessions, the other students could only watch in envy. For regardless of what they produced, Slughorn's attention lay solely with Aglaia. They merely needed to call out their results at the end of the class. Although the potion's master remained indifferent, others were still required to brew. Acting as diligent supporting characters, they paired off into duos. The protagonists, Aglaia and Tom Riddle, formed one pair, while Hoffa and Miranda operated at a separate workstation. Hoffa was responsible for chopping, while Miranda cast spells on the potions. Miranda's academic performance was hardly commendable, merely average. Her skills in potions and transfiguration were unremarkable, as were her abilities in astronomy and divination. Even her knowledge of herbology and defense against the dark arts was pedestrian. Following their collaboration, Hoffa's grades in potions ceased to attract Aglaia's attention. In class, as Hoffa sliced through the tentacles of Moltis, he pondered the formulation of a magical restorative potion. Undoubtedly, the well-connected Slughorn possessed knowledge of such recipes. Hoffa glanced at Slughorn, who stood rotundly beside Aglaia, frequently emitting sounds of admiration, his gaze filled with appreciation and indulgence, as though even her most mundane actions were worthy of reverence. Riddle, assisting her, wore a facade of eagerness, though it was uncertain whether it was genuine. Hoffa returned his focus to his task. He knew that following Slughorn's path would be futile. Since the last potions lesson, the old fellow had forgotten even his own name. Moreover, potions was one of Aglia's strongholds. Although she currently refrained from deriding him, that did not imply she was oblivious to his actions. Should he dare to seek Slughorn's favor or reveal ulterior motives, Aglia's nature would undoubtedly retaliate, crushing him once more. She was like the alpha wolf in a pack, ruthlessly suppressing any creature that dared to challenge her dominance within her territory until they submitted. However, now was not the time for subtlety. For the sake of his magical prowess and a peaceful graduation this semester, Hoffa needed to stir up a bit of mischief. I am superior, he declared, chopping the Moltis tentacles into small fragments and adding them to the cauldron. The clear water within transformed into a crimson hue, one of the ingredients for the restorative potion. Miranda, reciting incantations from the potion book like a nun in prayer, stirred the cauldron. Upon witnessing Hoffa add the Moltis tentacles, she paused. Hoffa, aren't we supposed to be brewing the shrinking solution today? Hoffa whispered, well, that seems rather dull. I've recently devised an exciting new formula. Let me handle this. All right then. Miranda adjusted her glasses and switched places with Hoffa, taking over the cauldron. Hoffa then began instructing Miranda on how to chop various ingredients from the potions classroom. Subsequently, he enthusiastically tossed the prepared materials into the cauldron. Regardless of whether the dosage was accurate, it was evident that his lack of meticulousness in brewing potions was utterly unacceptable. As the ingredients splashed into the cauldron, the color within began to take on an increasingly bizarre hue. Miranda, anxiously slicing away, cast worried glances at the boiling cauldron, which was now emitting ominous hissing sounds. She murmured, Hoffa, I have never witnessed a potion brewed in such a manner. Are you attempting to concoct a stew? Hush, do not speak. Help me chop the daisy roots. Very well. After tossing in the ingredients for a while longer, the cauldron's color began to resemble the expression of a lunatic. The concoction bubbling violently and releasing a scent reminiscent of burnt shoehorns. The surrounding classmates could not help but grimace, as the potion exhibited increasingly abnormal signs. A perplexed Miranda drew her wand, intending to intervene. Yet it was too late. With a thunderous explosion from the cauldron, Hoffa yanked Miranda back in a flash, narrowly avoiding the erratic spray of potion. At that moment, every student in the potions classroom turned, pinching their noses in unison. Slughorn, engrossed in enjoying Aglia's performance, abruptly raised his head, his brow furrowed. He strode to Hoffa's desk, pinching his nose, and peered in, bellowing, What on earth is this? Hoffa, kindly explain. The cauldron was spewing forth a riot of colorful liquid, which hissed as it dripped from the table, sprouting peculiar branches upon the floor. Hoffa, in a state of panic, glanced around, appearing utterly bewildered. He was waiting. In less than a second, it was as if a remote control had been activated, triggering an event that was destined to occur. Ah, a secondary restorative potion. A cold yet mocking voice rang out from the crowd, and Hoffa's heart leapt with joy. Huh, gotcha. Just a failed restorative potion. And yet you, Bach, dare to attempt such a thing. Truly overestimating your own abilities. The class princess of potions, Aglia, spoke, and the room fell silent. With her arms crossed and a stern expression, she displayed an air of disdain and impatience. Yet her eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy and excitement. Hoffa, unwilling to concede, shouted, What I brew is none of your concern. Huh, please, reflect upon your own capabilities. Aglia brusquely shoved aside the students blocking her path and confidently approached Hoffa's cauldron, waving her wand with finesse. The boiling cauldron immediately calmed. Malarat mouse whiskers, lionfish spine powder, porcupine quills, armadillo bile, along with a measure of fairy root. She glanced sideways, reciting the ingredients Hoffa had employed with precision. TSK, TSK. Hoffa, are you a wizard from the 18th century? Such an antiquated method you employ, and yet you do so with utter incompetence. This time, however, Hoffa did not feel anger. Rather, he found himself secretly amused. If you wish to show off, then by all means, indulge yourself. Oh, how Hoffa scoffed at the pretense. You speak as though you possess great skill. If you are so capable, then step forward. Aglia grew increasingly animated, her eyes shimmering with a captivating light. Me? I shall indeed demonstrate. I can accomplish this with a single hand better than you ever could. With a swift motion, she pushed Miranda aside, eagerly seizing the stick from the bewildered girl's grasp. Observe closely. Were I in charge, I would not include so much red mouse fur. For the whiskers of the Morat mouse merely serve to neutralize pain in this concoction. They do not enhance resistance. What purpose does your excess serve? Her fingers moved with remarkable speed, deftly extracting various potions from the cabinet disassembling, slicing, and tossing them into the cauldron with a dizzying rapidity. 1 minute later, moreover, the minuscule amount of armadillo bile you have added is utterly insufficient. Have you not learned in class that the starting dosage for intelligence-enhancing elixirs must exceed 250 milliliters? 1 minute later, to add porcupine quills unprocessed into the potion. What were you thinking? Furthermore, this technique was discarded by French sorcerers back in 82. I cannot fathom where you unearthed such a recipe. 1 minute later, ugh, you have added an excessive amount of daffodil root powder. What are you attempting to achieve? Do you intend to poison someone? Or do you simply lack understanding of its toxicity? I truly wonder how you manage to achieve the grades you do. 1 minute later, alas, you truly ought to enhance your practical skills, Hoffa. Otherwise, I genuinely question your prospects of graduating this year. She reveled in her role as an instructor, her eyes gleaming with delight, completely oblivious to Hoffa's gaze. At this moment, Hoffa was unfazed by Aglia's taunts. He was wholly absorbed in his meditation, his mind weaving through the potion like an intricate web, meticulously attuned to its transformations. The restorative elixir was far more complex than any potion he had concocted previously. He needed to remain entirely focused, lest he overlook even the slightest detail. At last, after what felt like an eternity, under the astonished gazes of their classmates, all the ingredients in her hands morphed into a series of small vials. Aglia held 3 tiny glass tubes aloft, surveying her surroundings, her chest puffed out as she could scarcely contain her pride. Naturally, as one of the most widely used and specialized potions among sorcerers, crafting a restorative elixir requires one final step in the ratio formulation. She elongated her words, I dare say. Few in the world possess knowledge of this ratio. She lifted her hand, and Hoffa concentrated to the utmost. The ratio was imperative. Ahem. Suddenly, a deliberate cough pierced through the crowd, interrupting Aglia's eloquent discourse and the astonished expressions of her classmates. Turning around, she spotted Slughorn approaching. Hoffa's countenance darkened at once. Why had this old man suddenly appeared? Slughorn regarded Aglia with a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. Enough, my dear, do not continue, he said. Aglia frowned at the potion in her hand. Her performance abruptly halted, leaving her exceedingly displeased. What is it? She asked, her tone betraying no regard for his status as a teacher. Slughorn did not respond to her directly. Instead, he turned his serious gaze towards Hoffa. Bach, I appreciate your adventurous spirit, but this is a potion regulated by the Ministry of Magic, classified as a stimulant. It would be prudent to refrain from further experimentation. If you wish to procure it, you may apply for registration at St. Mungo's. The surrounding students erupted in suppressed laughter, as if consuming restorative potions were somehow disreputable. Slughorn then looked back at Aglia, indulgently stating, a masterful execution, truly an art form. Regrettably, this potion is protected by patent law, and I cannot permit you to conduct experiments in class. Should word get out, the school would bear the responsibility, which would not bode well. If you're interested, I could arrange for you to meet with the Department of Magical Control next time. His endless reassurances ultimately quelled Aglia's pout of displeasure. She furrowed her brow, stowed the potion away, huffed softly, and strode away, arms crossed. Hoffa silently gritted his teeth. Potions class seemed utterly incompatible with him. He was just a step away from success, yet Slughorn had intervened at the last moment. Now he had acquired the complete recipe, yet remained oblivious to the final proportions, which was quite vexing. After potions class concluded, Aglia exited in a sullen mood. Although Slughorn had acknowledged her talent, she had not completed the potion. Moreover, his constant praise had dulled her excitement and even began to irk her. She yearned for broader recognition from a more diverse audience, especially that arrogant individual. However, merely concocting half a potion would not suffice to compel him to concede. Indeed, Hoffa drifted past her, eyes straight ahead. Aglia conversed and laughed with her sycophants. Yet her peripheral vision remained fixed on him. How infuriating! He continued to disregard her. Did he truly believe she could not brew a restorative potion? She was indeed capable. Just a tad shy of the finish. Just a fraction. The more she pondered, the more agitated she became. Finally, she pushed through the crowd and followed Hoffa. Life was about proving 4 simple words. I am superior to you. Damn Slughorn. Just a hair's breadth away. As Hoffa hurried along, he extracted his quill and parchment, hastily jotting down notes. Though his spirits soared above the ordinary and his memory was commendable, the lengthy list of potion formulas and instructions proved challenging to commit entirely to memory. He had to reflect on the details while walking to prevent any lapses. Upon entering an empty study room, Hoffa clutched the quill and parchment in his mouth and swiftly made his way inside. He found a random seat and began to write. Aglia followed Hoffa to the door, poised to question whether he doubted her skills. Yet, she was taken aback to see him quickly inscribing something within the room. What was he writing? Aglaia stood at the threshold, momentarily dumbfounded, her brow furrowed in contemplation. She was not foolish. Rather, she was astute. Previously, she had become ensnared in a frenzy of self-justification, overlooking Hoffa's unconventional behaviors. He had refrained from any peculiar actions for over a month. Why, then, had he chosen to concoct a second-level potion today? Why hadn't he returned to the common room with Miranda, that peacemaker, but instead retreated to the classroom to scribble away? Aglaia rubbed her pointed chin, and gradually, her frown softened. With a resounding clap of her palm against her fist, she exclaimed, the rascal is stealing my secrets. Initially, a sense of pride bubbled within her, but her expression soon darkened. How dare he exploit her? This fellow must harbor some nefarious secret. Aglaia cast a wary glance at Hoffa, who was engrossed in documenting potion recipes. Inside the classroom, Hoffa suddenly felt a prickling sensation, as if being watched by a malevolent spirit, sending chills down his spine. He immediately looked up toward the door, yet saw nothing. 40. An unexpected turn of events. Aglaia's potion-making prowess was astonishing. Her display of superiority had granted Hoffa nearly 90% of the complete formula. Had it not been for Slughorn's interruption, he would have secured the recipe by now. However, lamenting Slughorn's interference was futile. Swiftly addressing his limitations in magical power was paramount. With a stable and inexhaustible source of magic, he could free himself from the burden of the strange tattoo on his arm that siphoned his power. He could even continuously utilize the ghostly walk, a perpetual state of immunity to any harm. The mere thought was terrifying. Armed with 90% of the formula, coupled with a few ancient recipes scavenged from the library, Hoffa believed he could deduce the synthesis ratio for the restorative potion. Hoffa's tasks were straightforward. First, he needed to procure a sufficient quantity of potion ingredients, which was not particularly challenging as he still possessed 70 galleons from the sum of 100 provided by Door. He could easily order the supplies via owl post from Diagon Alley, a method frequently employed by many students. The second task, however, posed a greater dilemma. He required a secluded location, an undisturbed environment for potion making. Although the potion in question was not classified as illicit, Slughorn had advised that it was better to err on the side of caution. Initially, Hoffa contemplated using the abandoned restroom at the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, much like Hermione, but he soon chided himself for his forgetfulness. With Myrtle still alive and residing in Ravenclaw, the girls' restroom remained accessible, and he feared he might be recognized and ridiculed. After much contemplation, Hoffa resolved to relocate to the room of requirement on the 8th floor for his potion studies, as there was no place safer than that. However, an incident over the weekend shifted Hoffa's considerations. He wished to purchase a considerable amount of ingredients, but lacked an owl. While Miranda owned one, he instinctively recoiled from borrowing a classmate's owl, as they tended to deliver packages during mealtimes. The thought of receiving a large bag of potion ingredients while dining would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, and he was not keen on being reported again. After further reflection, Hoffa thought of Joy. Having worked alongside Joy for a month, they had developed a decent rapport. Joy, with his multitude of owls, would surely lend one without hesitation. More importantly, Hoffa was not concerned about Joy reporting him. Despite being a staff member, Joy engaged in far more reckless endeavors, including raising thunderbirds in the Forbidden Forest. By mid-November, temperatures had plummeted, and every morning, frost adorned the surroundings of the Forbidden Forest, heralding the approaching winter in England. On the weekend, when Hoffa arrived at Joy's residence, the treehouse was in disarray, with a roaring fire creating an uncomfortably warm atmosphere. At that moment, Joy, sporting a pair of red mechanical goggles and bare-chested, dashed about the room, intermittently adding logs to the fireplace and bustling around the table. On the table lay a nest of hay, cradling a round bird egg, the very one laid by the thunderbird, Talus. "What are you doing?" Hoffa inquired. "Taking care of Maya," Joy replied without turning. "Maya? Is that thunderbird female?" Hoffa asked, puzzled. Joy offered no response, seemingly entranced by the egg, leading Hoffa to suspect he had not even heard his question. Thus, he approached Joy and nudged him. Hey! Finally, Joy seemed to snap back to reality, straightening up and removing his goggles. "What brings you here?" Hoffa inquired. "I need to borrow an owl," he continued. "Go fetch it yourself," Joy responded, returning to his examination of the bird eggs. "Oh," Hoffa said as he moved toward the door, only to be halted by Joy's sudden call. "Wait a moment. I just remembered. I need to go to Nocturne Alley to procure some herbs, so I can't lend you the owl just yet." "Huh?" Hoffa was taken aback. "What herbs do you need?" "Maya is in a fragile state of incubation, She is extremely weak, and the British climate is becoming increasingly inhospitable to her. I require some special potions to sustain her life. Hoffa paused for a moment, contemplating. Well, actually, I'm also heading to Diagon Alley to buy some potions. Really? Joy was now astonished. Are you running low on supplies at school? I intend to concoct a potion for magical recovery, Hoffa explained. Stop boasting, Joy scoffed. That potion costs 20 galleons per vial at St. Mungo's. If you could brew it, that would be miraculous. Besides, you're quite young. What would you need that for? 20 galleons? Hoffa thought to himself. The raw materials for a vial cost less than a galleon, yet the finished product sells for 20. I wouldn't even have enough money to purchase 4 vials of the completed potion. How utterly corrupt the medical institutions are. After all, a wand costs less than 20 galleons. If I could just figure out the proportions for the recovery potion, I might even be able to amass a fortune in the future. I lack sufficient magical energy. Hoffa stated. How old are you? Your magical capacity will increase in a few years, Joy replied. Hoffa mused that in a few years. If he couldn't acquire a magical recovery potion, passing the first-year exams might become a concern. Furthermore, with Schmidt-Trotroff still roaming about, he must confront the various risks ahead. He would eventually have to resolve his magical deficiency. Noticing Hoffa's silence, Joy looked at him in surprise. Are you truly going to brew it? Yes, Hoffa replied. Huh. You truly are a Ravenclaw student, Joy remarked, then seated himself and began scribbling on a piece of parchment. After finishing, he handed it to Hoffa. If you decide to buy, do so, but remember to bring these items back for me, splitting them between 2 owls. Undoubtedly, Joy was utterly indifferent to Hoffa's potential rule-breaking. His sole focus was on the Thunderbird egg. Thus, once Hoffa departed from Joy's side, he abandoned the notion of visiting the room of requirement. He resolved to conduct his research on the magical recovery potion in Joy's treehouse. Venturing to the room of requirement would necessitate stealth, and with so many people in the school, there was always a risk of being discovered. However, Joy's place felt safer. With an old rogue watching over him, he had someone to shield him in case of trouble. The efficiency of Joy's owl was remarkable within 3 days. The materials required by Hoffa were dispatched from Diagon Alley. Bundles of all sizes arrived, nearly exhausting both owls in the process. Naturally, Joy's potions were included as well. The concoction appeared murky and unappealing, reminiscent of sludge from a stagnant pond. With the materials at hand, Hoffa now had to carve out time each day to make the trek to Joy's treehouse. Lacking Aglaya's deftness and a complete recipe, he anticipated numerous trials before he could concoct the potion for restoring magical energy. As the days passed, Friday arrived, and that afternoon, upon concluding his classes, Hoffa hastily departed the classroom and made his way to Joy's treehouse. Typically, Joy would be found in the hall of his treehouse, diligently tending to his bird eggs. However, on this particular day, Hoffa spotted Joy by the stables near the Forbidden Forest, preparing to saddle a white horse, which was equipped with a scabbard and a crossbow. Joy himself was adorned with several small glass vials emanating an enigmatic glow, fully armed for an expedition. This attire inexplicably reminded Hoffa of Gerald. What are you up to? Hoffa couldn't help but inquire. Noticing Hoffa's arrival, Joy replied casually, You carry on with your tasks. I'm heading into the Forbidden Forest. It seems the centaurs are facing some trouble. By the way, please keep an eye on Maya and ensure the temperature in her room remains stable. Centaurs in trouble? Hoffa pondered, intrigued but not overly concerned, as Joy was the keeper of the hunting grounds, and venturing into the Forbidden Forest was quite normal for him. Go ahead. I'll take care of Maya, he assured. With that, Joy mounted his horse and trotted into the forest. Watching his retreating figure, Hoffa suddenly sensed a presence observing him from behind. He turned abruptly. Beneath the dim glow of the setting sun, the early winter grass swayed gently in the breeze, and the surface of the black lake shimmered. Yet there was no one in sight. Furrowing his brow, Hoffa found the sensation unsettling. It was not the first time he had felt this way in recent days. Without lingering, he swiftly ascended the soft ladder to the treehouse. Inside the hall, chaos reigned. Herbs and remnants were strewn across the floor. Hoffa glanced at the Thunderbird egg resting on the table, now enveloped in the black sludge, resembling a large pine nut. He donned Joy's glasses, which possessed the ability to see through objects, and inspected the egg's condition. Afterward, he added some firewood to the fireplace and settled in the center of the room. In the middle of the treehouse stood 3 cauldrons, each bubbling with potions, their unique ingredients filling the air with a potent magical essence. This was indeed the formulation for the secondary potion of magical restoration, nearing completion. As long as he could successfully concoct the restorative potion, Hoffa did not dare to claim that he could attain a state of invincibility. However, his dire shortage of magical energy would be significantly alleviated. He meticulously extracted the potion from the cauldron, isolating its most critical components, which he then carefully dispensed into 3 test tubes. The test tubes displayed vibrant hues of red, yellow, and green, a truly captivating sight. Yet the task was still incomplete. What lay ahead was the most crucial step that Hoffa had been lacking, the precise ratio. He gingerly placed the 3 vials of potion on the table, then retrieved a dropper, cautiously transferring the potion from one test tube to another. Aglaia had mentioned that few in the world were privy to the correct ratio, but Hoffa had surmised a rough range, believing that with a bit more time for experimentation, he could perfect it. However, at that moment, a chill ran down Hoffa's spine, and he abruptly turned around. Boom! The door of the treehouse burst open. A silver-haired girl stood in the doorway, ecstatically pointing at Hoffa. "I caught you! I caught you!" Her expression was akin to that of a woman desperate for a divorce, having just discovered her husband's infidelity. "Huh! Secretly brewing potions and stealing my formula." Aglaia's chest heaved with agitation. Hoffa turned pale. He could hardly believe that this girl had followed him. "Have you been stalking me? And what if I have?" Aglaia laughed heartily. "Just wait until I tell Professor Goshawk." The situation took a sharp turn, and suddenly, Hoffa found himself precariously teetering on the edge of a metaphorical cliff. After a moment of panic, he composed his thoughts. Reasoning with this woman would yield no results. The immediate concern was to resolve the dilemma at hand. What to do? Although the restorative potion was not classified as a forbidden concoction like the compound elixirs, his dean was the notoriously unyielding Goshawk. He glanced at the vials on the table. The fruits of his labor, the foundational elements for the restorative potion. Yet now, he had no choice but to destroy them. Resolute, Hoffa lunged toward the potions on the table with lightning speed. Aglaia reacted just as quickly, immediately discerning his intent to obliterate the evidence. "You won't get away with it," she cried, also diving for the potions. Thud! Thud! The two collided over the table, which shook violently, causing Maya to almost topple off. Aglaia reached for the vial, while Hoffa grasped her fingers tightly. "Let go! Give it to me! You let go! You let go!" With a resounding crash, the struggle continued. In the midst of a fierce struggle, Aglaia launched a surprise attack on Hoffa, casting a bat bogey hex that struck him squarely in the chest. He staggered backward several steps, tumbling into the pile of firewood in Joy's room, with several bats clinging to his chest and face. Aglaia taunted, sticking out her tongue and making a face at him, before bursting into laughter and dashing towards the door with her potion vial in hand. "Stop right there," Hoffa shouted, rolling over to free himself from the debris and bats, pointing his wand at Aglaia. A flash of red light erupted. Suddenly, Aglaia's calves were bound together, catching her off guard as she fell headlong out the door, landing on the platform. In a fit of rage, she screamed, "Bach, I will kill you." With that, she pointed her wand at Hoffa, unleashing a dazzling and perilous beam of blue light. Without hesitation, Hoffa activated his ghostly walk, swiftly evading the attack. Momentarily taken aback by Hoffa's sudden disappearance, Aglaia was slow to react. By the time she regained her composure, Hoffa had emerged from the shadows, straddling her waist and forcibly seizing her wand. "You little witch, are you out of your mind?" he bellowed. "Who are you calling a witch? You? Are you even human? Why do you insist on opposing me?" Hoffa continued his tirade. "You humiliate me and show me no respect. Do you even know who I am? Do you know my family? I am renowned. I couldn't care less about your lineage. You are merely a jealous, deranged, paranoid girl." Hoffa retorted. "Jealous? I have issues." Aglaia shrieked, clutching Hoffa's face and even jabbing her fingers into his nostrils. "Whoever misled me with that potion recipe in class clearly lacked the humility to seek help. You are as cunning and arrogant as they come." "Be quiet," Hoffa exclaimed, covering her mouth forcefully, only to receive a bite in return. As he lunged for the potion, Aglaia extended her hand over the edge of the wooden platform. Hoffa reached out, but Aglaia scooted back, taunting, "Shameless fool, your time is up. Once I return to school, prepare to be expelled." Hoffa remained silent, focused on retrieving the potion. In their tussle, Aglaia's body was half dangling over the edge of the treehouse platform, both of them leaning further forward. With a sudden grip, Hoffa seized Aglaia's delicate wrist, his fingers brushing against the bottom of the vial, ready to exert force. Yet, in doing so, he lost his balance, tumbling from the height and dragging Aglaia down with him. With a piercing scream, they collided with the branches of an oak tree, finding themselves upside down. Thud! Aglaia's slight frame of 35 kilograms landed squarely on Hoffa. As Hoffa fell, he experienced a tightness in his chest and shortness of breath, propping himself up as he struggled to catch his breath. After exchanging a glance with Aglaia, who, despite the cushioning of her physique, appeared in better condition, She seized her wand and pointed it at her leg. Spell halt. Upon breaking the petrification curse, she dashed towards the school, the potion still clutched in her hand. Yet Hoffa, refusing to concede, rolled over and grasped her calf, holding on tightly and pulling her down to the ground once more. They resumed their relentless skirmish. Among girls of their age, Aglia was considered tall, and given that girls generally mature faster than boys, Hoffa, still undeveloped, found himself at a disadvantage in their tussle. At that moment, the sound of hooves echoed through the dark, forbidden forest. Joy, riding a white horse, swiftly emerged from the woods, halting at his doorstep. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Joy was momentarily taken aback. Hoffa was half sitting on the ground, gripping a girl's leg, while she was desperately trying to free herself from his grasp. Had it not been for the profound disdain evident on their faces, Joy might have thought they were enacting some tragic drama of separation. In astonishment, Joy asked, "What are you two doing here?" Upon seeing a faculty member approaching, Aglia instinctively considered reporting the incident. However, she quickly recalled Hoffa's potion-making in Joy's house, realizing they were undoubtedly in cahoots. Perhaps Joy was even the one inciting Hoffa to concoct potions, leading him to deceive her for a recipe. A flurry of conspiracy theories raced through Aglia's mind as she swiftly concealed the potion, adopting a pitiful demeanor. "Mr. Administrator, classmate Bach, he is bullying me." Her eyes brimmed with tears, evoking sympathy. Hoffa managed to rise from the ground, his voice hoarse as he urged, "Joy, stop her. She has seen everything." Aglia's expression shifted instantly, all traces of her feigned vulnerability vanishing. A faculty member shielding students who violate school rules. You are all in cahoots. Hogwarts is truly a wretched school. With that, she struggled free and attempted to leave. However, Joy paid her no heed, shrugging indifferently before turning to Hoffa. "Hoffa, do you understand the language of the centaurs?" Frustration surged within Hoffa. Aglia had taken the potion, and now she was on the verge of reporting him to Goshawk. Yet Joy was asking him about centaur language. Was he serious? What nonsense! Hoffa cursed as he limped after Aglia. Yet, to his astonishment, Aglia halted upon hearing Joy's words, turning around with disbelief etched across her face. "What did you say? The language of the centaurs?" As Hoffa observed her halt, he instinctively reached for the potion. Aglia simply sidestepped, evading his grasp. "Did the centaur leave a message?" Joy inquired, to which he nodded affirmatively, expressing his need for someone well-versed in magical creature script. "I comprehend. Lead me there," Aglia replied, once more evading Hoffa's hand. Hoffa exclaimed, "What on earth are you talking about? You can indulge in your centaur pursuits, but return my potion. Do not touch me." Aglia pressed against the tree trunk, one hand behind her back while she held Hoffa at bay with the other. "How could a mere mortal like you fathom the true worth of precious prophecies? I shall first examine what the centaur has left behind. Then I will report you to the school." With that, she held her head high and said to Joy, "Lead the way." Joy's eyes widened, yet he felt no anger. Rather, he found the situation amusing. "Is this your friend?" Hoffa queried. "Not at all." They both replied in unison. Joy couldn't help but chuckle. "Little lady, do you truly understand the centaur script?" "I understand everything," Aglia asserted. Intrigued, Joy remarked, "What an assertive girl you are. Come along." He then led a horse from the stable, handing it to Aglia while Hoffa looked on in astonishment. Aglia mounted with a grace that rivaled Joy's, and he too climbed upon his steed, suggesting to Hoffa, "Why not return? I can persuade her to return your potion along the way." Hoffa glanced at the eager girl atop her horse, contemplating how Joy underestimated the situation. He was unaware of Aglia's true nature. If this individual could engage in normal discourse, humanity would be closer to a harmonious existence. Silently, Hoffa retrieved his own small black horse from the stable, determined to reclaim the potion himself. Joy shrugged and turned his horse's head. Thus, as the sun began to set, the trio ventured into the forbidden forest along a narrow path, each enveloped in silence. The only sounds were the crunch of branches beneath the horse's hooves. The trees grew denser, and the sunlight gradually faded overhead. It was only when the path became nearly invisible that Hoffa realized he had strayed far from the proper route, one that was distinctly different from his previous visit to the Thunderbird Talus. As they delved deeper, the horses slowed their pace, hindered by the low-hanging branches and thorny vines. Aglia's school uniform was torn by the thorns, yet she appeared unfazed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly, she was exceedingly curious about the so-called centaur script. Hoffa's gaze fixated on the vial of potion in her hand, pondering whether there existed a curse that could silence the white-feathered raven forever. However, Joy remained oblivious to Hoffa's concerns as he continued to explain the situation while mounted on his horse. Once, there was a tribe of centaurs, comprising 17 members, led by one named Nanu, whom Hoffa had encountered. Just yesterday, they had sent me a message via an arrow. As he spoke, he withdrew a short, feathered arrow from his quiver and handed it to Hoffa. In the waning light of dusk, Hoffa discerned a line of inscriptions etched upon the arrow's shaft. Leave the forbidden forest. Depart from this land swiftly. Leave the forbidden forest? Hoffa was perplexed. After reading it, Joy passed the arrow to Aglia, who, after a mere glance, tossed it aside dismissively. Spare me. Centaurs would not employ English to communicate. Such beings only leave behind a singular form of writing. What? Joy's expression turned to confusion. At last, as Joy led the two of them awkwardly through the protective thicket of thorns, they emerged into a clearing strewn with fallen leaves. This had once been the centaurs' settlement, and Hoffa could still see scattered remnants of rudimentary tools, pots, and wooden bows left behind. At the clearing's edge, the dappled rays of the setting sun filtered through the trees, casting shafts of light upon the ground. In the center of the clearing lay a gray rock, indistinguishable from the typical stones of the Scottish Highlands, round, cracked, and adorned with moss. The only distinction was the multitude of yellow characters inscribed upon its surface, unlike any human language Hoffa had ever encountered. Joy remarked, upon receiving the message, I came here this afternoon and found nothing but this line of incomprehensible text. Aglia, however, was unfazed by Joy's observations. Her blue eyes sparkled with intensity upon sighting the stone. Hastily, she tucked her vial into her pocket, dismounted, and approached it with purpose. Kneeling, she began to caress the surface of the rock. Hoffa had never witnessed such an expression on her face, a blend of obsession and curiosity. After a moment of touching the stone, Aglia turned to Joy and said, The stone bears a wealth of information, but to summarize succinctly, it signifies panic, murder, and war. The intensity of emotion is unlike anything I have ever encountered. Hoffa turned his gaze to the characters on the stone. He could not decipher them, nor comprehend how a line of text could convey such profound emotion. It's too vague. Joy frowned and inquired, Could you be more specific about what transpired? There's no way. Aglia shook her head. The centaur's script differs from human writing. It does not serve as a clear conveyance of information, but rather embodies an ambiguous sensation, akin to musical notes. To discern precisely what occurred, we must seek out a centaur. Search for centaur? Joy furrowed his brow as he gazed at the sky, now tinged with the hues of dusk. The sun had descended halfway, and the horizon was ablaze with fiery red clouds. Well, take another look. If it can be translated, then do so. If not, I shall escort you back. Do not linger in the forbidden forest for too long. Aglia resumed her examination of the stone. Hoffa, disinterested in the stone's contents, focused most of his thoughts on Aglia, preparing to inquire about the potions concealed beneath her robe. He wished to retrieve the potions. However, given Goshack's notoriously ruthless demeanor, he feared he would have to endure some hardships. As Joy wandered about the clearing, occasionally frowning as he picked up scattered arrows, Aglia appeared utterly absorbed, studying the stone as if it harbored a gem worth millions. Hoffa perceived this as an opportune moment, a perfect chance to reclaim the potions. He stealthily circled around Aglia, entering a state of illusion. At that moment, Aglia knelt, sometimes tracing her fingers over the stone's rough surface, at other times pressing her ear against it, eyes closed, seemingly attuned to some sensation. Hoffa was indifferent to whatever mysticism she was indulging in. He bent down behind her, extending his hand toward her waist, holding his breath as he gradually retrieved his potions from within her robe. Aglia showed no reaction. Having secured the potions, Hoffa sighed in relief, intending to destroy them immediately. However, he noticed several faint footprints among the fallen leaves. These prints were scarcely discernible. Had he not crouched down, he would have overlooked them entirely. The footprints were sizable, indicative of an adult's, and appeared somewhat chaotic. This puzzled Hoffa. This was the realm of the centaurs. Hoofprints were expected, yet human footprints were perplexing. It could not be Joy's, for he was but one individual, and both he and Aglia were merely children. Yet these prints unmistakably suggested several adults had passed through. Could there be others in this vicinity? Hoffa slowly straightened and followed the footprints for a few steps. Upon reaching a fir tree, he halted, for the prints diverged in various directions. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Centaurs would not simply vanish without cause. It was unwise to pursue them recklessly. Having obtained the potions, it was time to return. As this thought crossed his mind, Hoffa prepared to retreat. However, a faint hissing sound in the air interrupted his steps. He looked up, his attention drawn to several green fruits nestled among the branches. The fruits were dark green, blending seamlessly into the dense canopy, yet they bore an air of familiarity. Upon their forms, there were sharp protrusions that resembled verdant spiked spheres, hanging upside down from the branches, quivering ever so slightly. An inexplicable soft hissing permeated the air. Hoffa, having dispelled his illusionary state, glided silently to Joey's side and whispered, "Joey, were those fruits on the tree? Do you recognize them?" Joey followed Hoffa's pointed finger and, upon a mere glance, trembled in horror. "Damn it, it's a winged serpent. Why would such a creature be in the Forbidden Forest?" The twilight cast a foreboding shadow over the landscape, as the dense forest surrounded them. The mottled sky above the thicket exhibited an eerie crimson hue. A gust of wind stirred, lifting a few desiccated leaves that danced momentarily before settling against Hoffa's pant leg. He turned to face the wind, only to discover that the treetops were adorned with a multitude of spiked spheres. As the two stood in shock, one of the fruits atop the canopy slowly unfurled, revealing green wings that disclosed a body streaked with shades of azure and violet. Hiss! It extended its long tongue, flicking it toward Hoffa. In that instant, clarity dawned upon him. He recognized why it seemed familiar. The winged serpent, a pet of Schmidt, was a perilous creature that feasted on cerebral fluid. What was it doing here? If it was here, could Schmidt be far behind? "What's going on?" Joey exclaimed. "Why is this level 4 hazardous creature present here? Do you recall the last incident in Hogsmeade?" Hoffa's pallor deepened, his voice quivering slightly. "What attack?" "That dark wizard harboring dangerous creatures actually sought refuge in the Forbidden Forest." "Are you certain? Who informed you of this?" Joey's barrage of questions met with Hoffa's silence as he instinctively retreated. Hiss! From the treetops, several winged serpents spread their wings, their ravenous green eyes gleaming in the darkness. Hoffa's thoughts raced back to that letter. He gritted his teeth. Curse be it, this is a trap, a deliberate snare. He glanced at Joey, who mirrored his bewilderment and dread. Drawing his bow, Joey said, "Take that girl, and go ahead. I will cover your rear." Without hesitation, Hoffa rushed forward, seizing Aglia, who was still engrossed in reading by the stone, utterly oblivious to the lurking danger. Interrupting her, she snapped, "What are you doing? Do you have any idea how significant my interpretation is?" "Silence, Holmes." Hoffa interrupted harshly. He dragged Aglia towards their mounts, uncertain of Schmidt's whereabouts, yet resolute in his need to depart before the dark wizard made an appearance. As he approached the horses, he noticed that the steed ridden by Aglia was swaying erratically, as if intoxicated. Aglia, filled with concern, immediately intended to check on the horse's condition. However, Hoffa keenly observed a tail flicking from the horse's nape, and his expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly seized Aglia's wrist. In that fleeting moment, a blood-soaked winged demon burst forth, shattering the horse's skull and spraying its brain matter in a grotesque eruption. Aglia screamed in horror, clutching her head. In a flash, a sharp arrow struck, pinning the frenzied demon against a tree trunk. The unfortunate horse collapsed, its brain entirely obliterated, hitting the ground with a thud as it convulsed in death. "Forget it. Ride another one," said Joy. Aglia had never witnessed such a scene. Her face turned pale, and she trembled uncontrollably. Hoffa, maintaining his composure, guided her to another horse. Drawing his wand, he instructed, "Mount up." Aglia attempted to climb onto the horse's back, but stumbled repeatedly. Hoffa had to lift and push the trembling Aglia onto the horse, stabilizing her before he mounted himself. At that moment, the dark forest echoed with hissing and flapping sounds. Hoffa turned the horse around and galloped back the way they had come, desperate to escape the perilous locale. He did not look back to check on Joy, knowing that any hesitation on his part would only complicate matters further. As an experienced wizard and seasoned gamekeeper, his own safety was assured. Indeed, Joy continued to shoot arrows behind them, each one finding its mark as he felled winged demons in mid-flight, splattering blue-violet blood across the air. Yet, more and more demons emerged from the surrounding woods, their numbers overwhelming. Joy, sensing the encroaching threat, retrieved a magical glass orb from his pocket and hurled it into the sky. With a deafening blast, the orb detonated upon contact with the demons, igniting an explosion in the heavens. Hoffa, atop his steed, heard the violent eruption behind him, accompanied by a brilliant blaze. A swift glance revealed the entire rear of the forest engulfed in flames, the trees at the epicenter reduced to mere powder. The shockwave, laden with debris, struck Hoffa's face painfully. With little time to worry about Joy, Hoffa noticed several winged demons tumbling toward the tree in front of him, propelled by the force of the explosion. These creatures, remarkably resilient, staggered to their feet after a brief struggle and charged menacingly towards Hoffa. He dare not look back. fervently wishing to escape the forbidden forest and return to the safety of the school. Just as he rode furiously, two winged fiends seized Aglaia by the collar of her garment, yanking her from the horse's back. Surprisingly diminutive in stature, their strength was astonishingly immense. Fuck! Aglaia barely had time to reach out and scream before she was whisked away through the air, propelled by the fiends over a distance of several meters. Damn it! Hoffa could not reach her in time. He swiftly turned the horse around, drew his wand, and shouted at Aglaia, "All of you, petrify!" A beam of crimson light shot forth, and both Aglaia and the winged fiends were simultaneously transformed into stone mid-flight. However, the situation did not improve. After being petrified, they plummeted rapidly from a height of nearly 10 meters. The ground below was a dense thicket of thorns. A fall from such a height would surely result in death or grievous injury. What to do? Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of desperation, Hoffa cast the levitation charm. Yet, the spell proved ineffective against living beings. The white light struck Aglaia, and she continued her relentless descent. Damn it! Hoffa's mind raced furiously. Think quickly. Suddenly, a spell pierced through the fog in his mind. Hoffa raised his wand and made a decisive flourish. Reverse gravity. A golden light flashed. The hybrid prince's spell was indeed as simple and reliable as described in the original text. Aglaia was unexpectedly yanked by her ankle, suspended upside down in midair, her head dangling below. The hem of her uniform revealed her undergarments and knee-high socks, while her robe concealed her upper body. Hoffa had no time to revel in the scene. The two petrified winged fiends crashed to the ground. These creatures possessed remarkable magical resistance and quickly began to struggle and bounce upon landing in the thorns. Hoffa leaped from his mount and hurried to where Aglaia hung inverted. He kicked aside the sharpest thorns and, in the process, mercilessly crushed the writhing fiends beneath his feet. The golden light dissipated. Hoffa waved his wand again, completing the incantation, and reached out to catch the falling Aglaia. The force of her descent bore down on his arms, and they tumbled together, her cumbersome robe entangling them amidst the thorns. The spell ceased. Hoffa lifted the petrification charm. As soon as the spell was broken, Aglaia seized Hoffa by the throat within her robe. "I will kill you, Hofferbach." What kind of spell was that? She shrieked, her voice piercing enough to rupture eardrums. Hoffa, taken aback by her immediate betrayal after his arduous rescue, pushed her away in fury. "If you believe that dignity is more important than your life, then don't drag me into your mess." Aglaia fell silent. Her face flushed to her neck, her teeth clenched in anger. Hoffa had no intention of comforting her. He was preoccupied with other matters, swiftly tearing open his robe and executing a somersault into the air. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with light at an extreme minimum. Hoffa tugged at the irate Aglaia, attempting to return to their steeds. However, the small black horse, which had been his companion for a month, seemed to sense something amiss. It glanced around in terror and bolted away. "Damn it!" Hoffa muttered, and suddenly his foot slipped, forcing him to grasp a tree trunk to steady himself. He had stepped onto something slimy. The metallic scent of blood permeated his nostrils. Instinctively, he bent down to inspect, and on the ground a thin, winding stream of crimson flowed sluggishly. The sight was unclear, yet a flicker of fluorescence illuminated the scene. Hoffa ignited his wand. Blood was everywhere, having coalesced into a small stream. He swallowed hard, shielding Aglaia behind him as he retreated, but the further he moved, the more pungent the scent of blood became. As they stepped back through a row of cold pines, Aglaia suddenly elbowed Hoffa sharply. Initially annoyed, he turned around, only to be chilled to the bone by the sight before him. Following Aglia's trembling finger, he beheld a row of centaurs resembling stone sculptures, standing amidst the forest under the pale light of the nascent moon. They raised their heads towards the sky, their numbers at least a dozen. Their hues varied, their pelts sleek yet dull. Their postures appeared proud, yet their hands hung limply at their sides. Drops of blood trickled down from their foreheads, coursing over their robust forms, slowly dripping onto the ground. A gentle breeze tousled their manes, causing their shadows to flicker and intertwine, creating a series of eerie and tragic tableaus. All the centaurs lay lifeless. Despite their foresight of the future, they ultimately could not escape their doom. Each of their exalted heads was enshrouded by several winged demons, feasting upon their brains. The air was thick with a disquieting sound of consumption. Hoffa stepped back, colliding with Aglaia, who clutched his arm tightly, barely able to stand. The centaurs were wondrous beings, yet they possessed intelligence akin to humans, and in some respects, even surpassed it. The fact that so many centaurs had succumbed without resistance could only be the work of a powerful dark sorcerer. Schmidt-Love must be nearby. Do not make a sound. We must leave this place, Hoffa whispered in a low voice. Aglaia nodded, and in the shadow of death, she was entirely oblivious to the distance between her and Hoffa. Two figures, clutching their wands, retreated slowly in the opposite direction. At that moment, a segment of the encompassing darkness abruptly parted, revealing a tall silhouette that emerged from the woods behind the centaur, stepping into the moonlit glade. This time, he wore no hood. His long, Germanic face bore not a flicker of emotion. As he ambled forward, he murmured, "I had presumed these mules were of some significance, yet it appears I was mistaken. No one cares for this wretched species." He reached the center of the clearing, where several curled-winged creatures emerged from the centaur's head, alighting upon his shoulder. Schmidt tilted his head slightly and said flatly, "We meet again. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." His demeanor was akin to a neighbor exchanging pleasantries. However, Hoffa felt as though he had fallen into an icy abyss. Undoubtedly, he had stumbled into a trap. Schmidt-Lutroth had been lying in wait, prepared for this moment. Hoffa retreated to the edge of the clearing and queried, "I assent it preferable to leave England quietly? Why venture into the perilous confines of Hogwarts?" Schmidt replied softly, "I would prefer to depart as well, but I have unfinished business, and besides, young boy, you have yet to return what is mine." Before Hoffa could react, Aglaia gasped, "Be careful." A sense of urgency flooded Hoffa's mind as he noticed strange lights illuminating on both sides. A curse was incoming. In the moment that Schmidt distracted him, his two accomplices launched their attack upon Hoffa simultaneously. The Forbidden Forest, despite its dangers, belonged to Hogwarts, and Hoffa had never anticipated encountering Schmidt-Lutroth within the school's precincts. Yet, the time for contemplation was rapidly dwindling. The intersecting spell struck, casting Hoffa's face in shades of purple and green. Not a chance. Hoffa gritted his teeth and turned his head. He seized the bewildered Aglaia and decisively slipped into the shadows. Ghostly stride. Before him, the world transformed into a realm of stark grays and whites. An inexplicable wind howled in his ears. His magical energy surged like a raging inferno. The converging curses landed in empty space, sending up clouds of dirt that were instantly frozen into bizarre green ice by the spells. Hoffa swiftly retreated into the shadows. In the depths of the forest, countless curled-winged creatures swiftly diverted their heads from the centaur and soared high into the air, hurtling toward Hoffa and Aglaia. "Do you truly believe that the same trick will work every time?" As the blow missed Hoffa, Schmidt coldly remarked that using magic beyond one's limits inevitably incurs a cost beyond those limits, expressing curiosity about how long Hoffa could endure. With a swift motion, he tore open his garment, revealing a small beast coiled upon his chest. The creature growled, turning its head to emit a roar, its skull rapidly swelling as spines erupted in profusion, eventually reaching the size of a man. Dense gray smoke billowed forth from the beast's maw. It was a venomous pouch leopard, an exceedingly dangerous fifth-tier magical creature, albeit still in its juvenile stage. Hoffa, utilizing his spectral stride, swiftly retreated over 80 meters within 10 seconds. He tore a sleeve from Aglaia's garment, ripping it in half. One piece he bound over her face, the other over his own. Pure water like a spring. He drenched the fabric before pushing Aglaia. "Hurry, run, and do not look back." Aglaia, still shaken, hastily removed the cloth from her face. "There's mist behind us." Hoffa quickly resecured the damp cloth over her face. "Fool, I do not wish to explain. If you want to survive, wear this properly." Suddenly, two dark wizards emerged from the shadows. Schmidt tilted his head and commanded, "Bring them before me, alive." Hoffa seized Aglaia, casting an invisibility spell upon his arm as he endeavored to stealthily depart. Yet, in the next moment, he spotted his old adversary, the glimmering silver monkey. It flitted among the treetops, each leap landing directly above Hoffa, driving him to the brink of madness. For the dark wizards could easily track Hoffa's position by following the monkey. Aglaia also sensed the peculiar occurrence above and raised her wand. Bind swiftly. However, the phantom monkey had already anticipated her intentions, nimbly evading her spell. Aglaia's incantation missed its mark, inadvertently revealing their location. The pursuing dark wizards swiftly converged from the opposite side. One of them waved his cloak and vanished from sight. Moments later, as Hoffa ran, he collided unexpectedly with a dark wizard emerging from the opposite end of the forest. The wizard, wand raised, pointed it directly at the invisible Hoffa. In that critical moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the woods. "Disarm your weapon." The dark wizard's wand was sent flying from his grasp. It was Joey, charging forth on his fully armored warhorse from the depths of the Black Forest. The horse's head collided with the adversary, sending him soaring. Joey deftly caught the wand mid-air and, wielding another glass orb, forcefully smashed it upon the spot where the dark wizard landed. Crack! The temperature plummeted abruptly. Within a radius of 10 meters, every tree was encased in a layer of glacial frost, crackling ominously. The dark sorcerer, quick and agile, executed a series of rolls to evade this lethal strike. His robe and shoes were thickly encrusted with frostbite. "Joy, where are you?" he called out. Hoffa emerged from the shadows, bellowing, "Be careful." Suddenly, another dark sorcerer brandished his wand, from which a torrent of searing flames burst forth, surging toward Joy like a fire dragon. Instantly, Joy turned back, propelling himself off the horse's back with a vigorous kick, causing the steed to leap away nimbly. Utilizing the recoil, he narrowly dodged the inferno. In a flash, he drew his cross-sword, carving an arc through the air before striking down heavily. The sorcerer, caught unawares, was struck on the shoulder, letting out a pained cry as the wound revealed bone. Joy gripped the blade tightly, shouting, "Get that girl and run, lad. This is beyond your capability." No sooner had he spoken than a ferocious, beastly roar echoed through the air. The mist thickened, and before Joy's steed could gallop far, it staggered, collapsing unconscious after inhaling the noxious fumes. Seeing the toxic gas, Joy's complexion turned ashen. He attempted to conjure a cleansing spell with his wand. But the wounded sorcerer, fierce and undeterred, clung tenaciously to the sword's edge, his hands bloodied and torn yet refusing to release his grip. Joy forcefully pushed against the blade, causing the sorcerer to stagger back several steps. At that moment, a fierce shout rang out from behind. "Stop her!" Fall into a stupor. It was another of Schmidt's accomplices. A blinding red light pierced the darkness, ensnaring both Joy and the dark sorcerer. They tumbled through the air twice before crashing to the ground. Hoffa witnessed this scene, feeling utterly helpless, gritting his teeth as he pulled Aglaia forward. Aglaia, regaining some clarity, anxiously inquired, "Are we just going to leave him?" Hoffa remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together as he strode toward the exit of the Forbidden Forest. The most prudent course of action was to return to Hogwarts and summon reinforcements. Schmidt, discerning Hoffa's intentions, bent down to retrieve the wand of his unconscious ally, raising his hand to cast. The dense toxic mist rapidly expanded, forming a ring that swiftly pursued Hoffa. With a flick of his fingers, the damp cloth on Hoffa's face was sent flying back. Schmidt aimed to subdue Hoffa with a noxious gas. Hoffa, glancing at his dwindling magical energy, now reduced to 50%, gritted his teeth, realizing he could no longer hesitate. He had no choice but to activate his ghostly stride once more. This time, he did not cancel his ability, but instead strode forward, dragging Aglaia through the noxious gas. Upon leaping from the phantom walk, he unhesitatingly activated it once more. The successive bursts of speed rendered him nearly invisible to Schmidt's gaze, vanishing in an instant. Even the phantom monkey could not foresee Hoffa's whereabouts. Yet, this fleeting escape came at a tremendous cost. More than 150 meters away, two figures stumbled out of the shadows, and the familiar sensation of a brain-tearing ache overwhelmed Hoffa once again. He collapsed to the ground, inertia propelling him and Aglaia through a thick carpet of fallen leaves, his vision engulfed in darkness. His magical energy was once more depleted, and this time, it was not in the safety of an inn. In the profoundly dim forest, silence reigned for a few seconds before Aglaia, her face smeared with dirt, struggled to rise from the ground. Suddenly, she jolted awake. Hey! Seeing Hoffa motionless among the leaves, panic seized Aglaia. She knelt beside him, desperately attempting to rouse him. "What is wrong with you?" Hoffa remained unresponsive. Truth be told, he heard her, but lacked the strength to reply. Aglaia stood up, pulling and pushing him until she managed to drag him beside a tree trunk, her palm repeatedly slapping his face. "Hey, are you dying? Come on. You're so weak. I swear." The first thing Hoffa did upon regaining a modicum of strength was to push her hand away. "Don't touch me. My magic is exhausted." Normally, Aglaia would have seized the opportunity to mock him for being a muggle, but now she stood in silence, peering cautiously outside before retracting her head, trembling as she said, "They're looking for us. There are people on 3 sides in the gas." "Shut up." His tone was decidedly unfriendly. If not for her burden, he would not have been forced to cover such a short distance after 2 consecutive phantom walks. Had she not instigated the trouble, he would not have fallen into the trap. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be clever? Think of a way out. Are you going to die if you don't speak? Let me rest." Aglaia gritted her teeth and fell silent. She stood up, darting about like a headless chicken, rubbing her temples as if pondering a solution. Meanwhile, Hoffa could only seize the fleeting moments to meditate and restore his magic. After a while, Aglaia grew anxious. "Have you thought of a way?" Someone is coming this way. Hoffa opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and turned his head, his expression stern as he replied. To leave this place, I lack sufficient magical energy. Teach me that invisibility ability, and I will take you with me. Aglaia, in desperation, implored. Humph. Hoffa disdainfully huffed, pondering not whether he could master the ghost walk, but rather that he would never readily relinquish his ultimate trump card to another. He had yet to reach a point of utter desperation. However, the time had come for him to make a choice. Undoubtedly, under the looming threat of death, he had forsaken his dignity. Hoffa extended his hand to his chest and withdrew 3 vials of potion. How long will it take to concoct the secondary restorative elixir? Aglia's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the vials in Hoffa's grasp. 10 minutes, no, 8 minutes. 5 minutes. Hoffa gazed at the shadowy figures obscured by the thick fog and murmured, "We have no time. If you cannot prepare the potion within 5 minutes, we will perish. And so will Joy." Aglaia glanced around at the dim surroundings, her countenance revealing her struggle. "It's too dark here. I can't see a thing. The potion must be mixed with utmost precision. Use the Lumos charm," Hoffa instructed. "You must be mad. You want me to use the Lumos charm now? Won't that make me a living target?" Aglaia exclaimed, her anxiety palpable as she stamped her feet. "I will draw their attention. You just focus on brewing the potion," Hoffa asserted, his pallor belied by unwavering determination. "Are you serious?" Aglia's voice trembled. "This is our only chance." Hoffa calmly handed the potions to Aglaia. She took the vials, momentarily frozen in place. "Hurry," Hoffa urged. Aglaia regarded the dark palm before her, then reached out to accept the potions, casting one last glance at Hoffa before turning and vanishing into the forest. Observing her disappearance, Hoffa leaned against the tree trunk, gazing up at the sky. Closing his eyes to draw a deep breath, his trembling hand clenched tightly. The surge of adrenaline sent his mind into a heightened state of exhilaration and tension. Yet, the solitude in the face of death's dread left him shivering uncontrollably. Would she return, or would she not? Hoffa was uncertain. If given the choice, he would not entrust his life to Aglaia. He harbored no desire to place his faith in someone who had consistently opposed him. Should she abandon him, he would not be surprised. Her unpredictable nature kept him perpetually guessing. All her actions seemed aimed at her own expulsion, though reluctant to admit it. He and Aglaia were kindred spirits, both self-centered members of Ravenclaw. The distinction lay in Aglia's overt selfishness, contrasted with Hoffa's covert self-interest. Perhaps it was this very similarity that fueled their mutual disdain. Hoffa remained oblivious to Aglia's potential decisions, yet he found himself devoid of choices. Beyond collaboration, he found himself devoid of alternatives. In that moment, a torrent of nonsensical and chaotic thoughts surged through his mind, as if hundreds of voices were incessantly whispering to him. A dead poor Taoist is not a dead friend. A hypocritical saint, childish, brain-dead, misjudged you. Truly disgusting. It would be a miracle if she returned. He opened his eyes and exhaled, the warmth from his lungs crystallizing into wisps of vapor in the crisp autumn air. His numb fingers gradually regained sensitivity, while the stars above shone brilliantly. Those whispers slowly faded away, dissipating into nothingness. They were but shadows haunting his heart, and curiously, once he resolved to make a choice, the shadows seemed to gradually disperse. A peculiar force buoyed him, enabling him to confront his inner fears and embrace his true nature. Was it love? Was it hope? It felt as though it was neither. He had merely liberated himself from the numbness of existence, embarking on a journey of self-discovery. Behind him, the infernal phantom monkey's voice began to echo once more, frolicking amidst the treetops, each leap bringing it closer to his concealed position. Motionless, he stood, quietly engaging in meditation. Any recovery of magical energy, no matter how slight, was welcome. At last, the phantom monkey located him, leaping excitedly onto a tree in front of him, tilting its head in curiosity. He cast it a cold glance, maintaining his focus on meditation. Moments later, footsteps echoed from behind. Despite the phantom monkey having indicated their direction, the 2 dark wizards remained exceedingly cautious. "What else can you do besides hide? Face me." Schmidt's voice, soft yet chilling, resonated eerily through the forbidden forest. He remained still, continuing to restore his magical energy. Schmidt began to advance slowly, taunting. "How could Hogwarts harbor such a weak student as you? Has Dippet established a new house solely for cowards?" While Schmidt's insults rolled off him like water off a duck's back, the proximity of his voice, merely 10 meters away, signaled that an attack could come at any moment. He could no longer afford to evade. Halting his meditation, he stepped out from behind the tree. Schmidt immediately raised his hand, halting his subordinate beside him. The two faced each other in the heart of the forest. The night was shrouded in darkness, with eerie howls and bird calls echoing from the surrounding woods. At the base of the trees, clusters of luminescent mushrooms emitted a soft white glow, serving as the sole source of light in the nocturnal depths of the forbidden forest. Schmidt stood 10 meters away amidst the trees, while Hoffa leaned against a fir tree. The branches of the fir tree were gradually adorned with countless curled-winged demons, who gazed hungrily at Hoffa. At a mere command from Schmidt, they would instantly rend Hoffa to shreds. Yet, Hoffa believed that his adversary would refrain from such action, at least until he had acquired what he desired, allowing himself a few more moments of existence. The taste of overexerted magic is rather unpleasant. I assent to it, young boy. Schmidt inquired softly. If you run once more, you may find yourself quite foolish. His tone was gentle, yet devoid of emotion. In truth, from the moment Hoffa first laid eyes upon this individual, he had maintained an expressionless facade, as though someone had severed the nerve in his brain responsible for feeling emotions, transforming his face into a mere mask. You may give it a try, Hoffa said, gripping his wand tightly and flashing a grin. Combat was unwise. He could only buy time through conversation. I have slain many wizards, but I must confess, you are the second most troublesome I have encountered. What magical secrets do you possess that allow you to evade the harm of curses time and again? Schmidt remarked. How embarrassing to not be the first, Hoffa replied slowly, casting a furtive glance into the depths of the forbidden forest. 2 minutes had passed, and he remained uncertain whether Aurelia would return. What is your name? Schmidt Inchit Kruse. Tom Riddle, Hoffa answered candidly. Tom, is it? I greatly admire your talents and abilities. Come with me. This place is unsuitable for you and your development. As Schmidt spoke, Hoffa felt an inexplicable sway within his mind, as if the very essence of his words held a peculiar power that compelled one to relax and draw near. Hoffa bit his tongue, the taste of blood sharpening his senses. The meditative practice he had honed for over 6 months began to bear fruit. His mind was clear, and the alluring spells held no sway over him. Hoffa regarded Schmidt with a cold gaze, fixating on the gray eyes of his impassive countenance. What are the benefits? What advantages do you propose? He queried. Though he would not acquiesce, he sought merely to prolong the conversation. For minutes had elapsed, and there remained no sign of Agrelia's return. Benefits? Schmidt tilted his head. You do not strike me as a scion of any pure-blood lineage. What do you believe Hogwarts will teach you? They will merely mold you into a soldier, sending you off to the battlefield to serve the Ministry of Magic and the upper echelons of Britain. Schmidt stepped forward once more. You will become a pawn of the ancient pure-blood families, a puppet controlled by Dipit. Is such a life what you desire? He advanced another step, closing the distance between them to 5 meters. Hoffa's heart raced, his feet tense, fingers gripping the bark of the tree tightly. Above the treetops, the saliva of the curled-winged creatures dripped steadily onto Hoffa's shoulders and hair. Those endowed with power have never been content to dwell beneath others. The lofty pure-blood families shall inevitably fade into obscurity with the passage of time. This is the inexorable truth of history. Schmidt tilted his head, speaking in a calm whisper. The world of wizarding families will ultimately disband, transforming into a realm of individuals, and Hogwarts shall be no exception. Is that so? Who imparted such wisdom to you? Hoffa inquired, gripping the tree trunk tightly. Tom, you find yourself on the wrong side. Together, we can strive for a grander purpose. Follow in the footsteps of the great Gellert Grindelwald. A rare smile flickered at the corners of Schmidt's mouth. I know not who Gellert Grindelwald is, Hoffa replied cautiously. You shall come to know him, soon enough, Tom, he said, advancing closer. 5 minutes passed, and Hoffa's heart, once suspended, began to plummet. The depths of the forest lay in eerie silence. Aglia had not returned. Might you allow me a moment to think? My thoughts are somewhat muddled, Hoffa said. Schmidt halted, a mechanical smile chillingly breaking through his poker face. Time ticked away, each passing second seemingly stripping away a shred of hope from Hoffa's being. 6 minutes elapsed. Hoffa began to doubt his trust in others. Perhaps no one would come to his aid. Perhaps everyone was a creature of self-interest. The lofty eagle was destined for solitude. Have you made your decision? Schmidt slowly drew his wand, and above them, countless curled-winged creatures opened their mouths wide. With a mere flick of his wand, Hoffa's demise would be assured. 7 minutes passed. Despair engulfed Hoffa as he exhaled deeply, releasing his grip on the tree. You have one. Take me away. Hoffa. A piercing scream echoed from the depths of the forest. He turned to see Aglia, breathless, rising among the trees. Then, her body arched gracefully, and she forcefully sent forth a glimmering vial. It was a restorative potion. Hoffa's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The The girl had truly returned. Like a weary traveler in the desert discovering an oasis, an unseen force propelled him forward. He watched as the potion vial descended swiftly, and, fueled by some newfound strength, he reached out to seize it. However, Schmidt's lips curled into a slight smile, as if he had anticipated this moment. With a lightning-quick flick of his wand, he unleashed a silver arc of energy akin to a charged whip, which flashed through the air and shattered the glass vial with precision. A cascade of glimmering glass shards fell, leaving Hoffa momentarily stunned. His hopes were shattered by this blow. It was evident that Schmidt had remained vigilant, never once relaxing his guard. Retrieving his wand, Schmidt cast a glance at Hoffa, who had his hand suspended in midair, and softly remarked, "Did you think that losing one rabbit would deter me from having a contingency plan?" Hoffa's expression froze, a chilling premonition suddenly gripping him, sending a shiver down his spine. He abruptly turned to Aglaia, shouting, "Run!" Yet it was already too late. With a thunderous roar, a colossal beast, concealed within the shadowy depths of the forbidden forest, leapt forth. It was as large as an adult male lion, ferocious beyond measure. It was Schmidt's juvenile venomous leopard, with a mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth. It lunged like a bolt of lightning towards Aglaia, ensnaring her upper body in one swift motion. Crack! With a single bite, it severed her in two,